Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1. Hello, I'm Tom Riddle. July 30th. For London, a city so often brooding beneath rain clouds and dreary skies, today was a rare blessing of sunshine. A few soft, cotton-like clouds floated lazily across the sky, while warm, golden sunlight poured down unimpeded, carrying just the right hint of summer heat. It was the kind of day that made you want to drag a lounge chair into the garden, stretch out lazily, and drift into a nap, soaking in the gift of good weather. But moments like these were luxuries that only a lucky few could afford. Most people were far too busy struggling to stay afloat in this world with dignity and a little extra time on their hands. Such was life in the borough of Lewisham, in South London. Places like Chelsea and Kensington had long been taken over by nobility and blood-sucking bankers, while dock workers, blue-collar employees, and a large number of Caribbean immigrants were pushed into distant corners like this one. People hurried down the streets, walking briskly as though a single misstep might cost them the chance to add one more brick to their boss's mansion or polish another luxury car. But when they passed an old man on the pavement, even the most hurried pedestrians couldn't help but slow down and sneak a second glance. The old man, rather than taking offense, would smile and nod politely in return. He walked with a spring in his step, even faster than many of the younger folks. There was a reason he drew such attention. Everything about him was unusual. Tall and thin, with a beard and silver hair long enough to tuck into his belt, the man was dressed in a deep purple robe that brushed the ground as he walked. The fabric shimmered with quality, and embroidered upon it were glittering stars and crescent moons. Perched on his nose was a pair of half-moon spectacles, behind which gleamed a pair of bright blue eyes, clear, sharp, and far too lively for someone his age. After about half an hour of walking, the old man finally reached his destination, 23 Elm Avenue. A modest sign hung on the front door, reading, Lewisham Children's Home. This was a tidy little neighborhood of white terraced houses. It was the middle of the workday, so the area was unusually quiet. He rang the doorbell. Coming. A woman's voice called from inside, and within moments, the door creaked open. A middle-aged woman, somewhere in her 40s, stood in the doorway, staring at the visitor for a full 5 seconds before hesitantly asking, "You're Professor Dumbledore?" The old man smiled and nodded warmly. "Indeed I am. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You must be Miss Armyn. I received your reply and came today to ease any concerns you might have," he added gently. Miss Armyn managed a polite smile. "Though now I think I have even more concerns than before. This get-up, could he really be a legitimate school headmaster? Don't tell me he's senile." But Dumbledore didn't offer any further explanations. His eyes had already begun scanning the interior of the house. "Where is the boy?" "Right this way, he's training in the backyard," Armyn replied, stepping aside and leading him through the house. By the 1990s, Britain had done away with most large, centralized orphanages. They'd been replaced by a foster system that encouraged families to adopt children. Children's homes like this one were more like temporary shelters, meant for children experiencing family trauma or psychological difficulties. Most stayed here for less than 6 months. But exceptions did exist. Some children, like those unwilling to be adopted, could stay until they turned 18, with government support all the way through. Armyn was the administrator assigned to this home by the government. Everyone else who worked here did so as volunteers. They stepped into the backyard. 4 boys, all around 10 years old, were out there. One of them, a black-haired boy with dark eyes, was pounding away at a sandbag with worn-out boxing gloves. The sandbag, hung from a makeshift clothesline pole, swung wildly with each punch. The boy was strikingly handsome. His eyes were intense, his nose sharp, and his features were so perfectly shaped they looked as though God himself had carved him with special care. "Tom," Armyn called out. The boy stopped and looked over. She continued, "This is Professor Dumbledore. He's here to invite you to join his school." "Thank you, Aunt Armyn," Tom said politely, then turned to Dumbledore and offered a slight bow. "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore." "No need to be so formal, my boy," Dumbledore chuckled. He gestured toward the house. "If you don't mind, could we talk in your room?" "Of course." Tom nodded without hesitation. He handed his gloves to another boy. "Seth, 1,000 punches. No slacking." "Yes, boss." Seth groaned, slipping on the gloves. As Dumbledore turned back to the house, he glanced over his shoulder. Seth had already started punching, throwing his whole body into every hit. Upstairs, on the second floor, Tom led Dumbledore into his bedroom. It was the master bedroom of the house, spacious, with its own private bathroom and walk-in closet. A desk sat in one corner next to a tall bookshelf. Books lay neatly stacked on the table, while the shelves were lined with awards and trophies. "Please, take a seat, Professor Dumbledore," Tom offered. There was only one chair in the room. Dumbledore took it, a little awkwardly given its height, while Tom sat cross-legged on the bed. "Let's do this properly, shall we?" Dumbledore said, smiling with that gentle warmth only the elderly seemed to master. He didn't mind the uncomfortable chair in the slightest. "I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I'm here to offer you a place at our school and help you learn to control and master your magical abilities." "I know, sir," Tom replied, clearing his throat. "I've read that letter more than 50 times. I'm Tom Riddle. As you already know, I'm an orphan. It's an honor to be invited to Hogwarts, especially by the headmaster himself." Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes flickered, his thoughts drifting. Tom Riddle. Orphan. Striking appearance. Dominant presence. Every warning sign, glowing like a Christmas tree. Chapter 2, A Spark of Talent. In his long, storied life, Albus Dumbledore had weathered more storms than most could imagine. And while the pieces all seemed to fit a certain picture far too well, he was not a man to jump to conclusions. Coincidence, after all, was still a possibility, even when the coincidences came wrapped in neon signs. So, though the boy's name and background mirrored someone once infamous, Dumbledore allowed himself only a momentary lapse into thought. He quickly returned to the present, masking the brief days by stroking his beard as if pondering something deeper. Then, with the warm, gentle voice only an old man could deliver, he said, "Mr. Riddle, I wouldn't go so far as to call this an honor, but it is, without a doubt, a rather remarkable twist of fate. We have a potions master at Hogwarts who's unfortunately, always buried in his cauldrons. Normally, it would have been his job to guide you into the magical world, but he's in the middle of a delicate brewing process that simply couldn't be interrupted. So it falls to me, an old man with more free time than I deserve." Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling. "But you'll meet him soon enough. He's a true master of the craft, and I've no doubt you'll benefit greatly from his knowledge. Actually," he continued, shifting tone slightly, "you're quite a unique case, Mr. Riddle." He leaned forward, curious now. "We've brought many Muggle-born students into Hogwarts over the years, and my colleagues and I are used to the disbelief, the skepticism. Usually, it takes some effort to convince them magic is real. Spells. Demonstrations. Proof. To illustrate." With a snap of his fingers, the messy pile of books on Tom's desk suddenly floated into the air, flipping, twisting, and arranging themselves neatly in a tidy stack. Dumbledore turned back, brow slightly raised. "But you, Mr. Riddle, didn't seem surprised. Not even once. Did it never cross your mind that all this might be a hoax?" Tom met Dumbledore's piercing gaze without flinching. Slowly, he raised his hand. "Actually, magic has always been with me." From the bookshelf behind him, a thick Grimm's fairy tales sprang open. From its hidden crevice, a golden-edged envelope soared into the air and landed squarely in Tom's palm. It was the same envelope he had received yesterday, his Hogwarts acceptance letter. Tom toyed with the envelope thoughtfully, then explained, "Since I was 6, I've noticed unusual abilities. Things I couldn't explain. But I've never believed I was truly unique. Surely, I thought, there must be others like me." Clap. 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 Dumbledore applauded, his praise heartfelt. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Such control, most impressive. But you are mistaken about one thing, Mr. Riddle. Students who can intentionally perform magic before even stepping into Hogwarts. Even in our world, that's practically unheard of. Trust me. You have a remarkable gift. I foresee great things in your magical future." It was common for young witches and wizards to experience magical outbursts, uncontrolled, emotional surges. If those surges never came, they were often classified as squibs. But to wield magic deliberately, reliably, without a wand. Tom had demonstrated that effortlessly. He was already in control. Dumbledore was genuinely pleased that Hogwarts would soon gain such a gifted student. And yet, something twisted in his gut. So similar. Too similar. "You flatter me, sir," Tom said modestly, lowering his head with the perfect amount of feigned shyness. Inside, however, he exhaled in quiet relief. That hurdle cleared. The truth was, Tom wasn't just any boy. He was a reincarnator. When his magic first flared at age 6, it also unlocked the memories of a previous life. At first, he had no idea which world this was. But everything changed during his 3rd year, when he began competing in math competitions and came across a bright young opponent named Hermione Granger. Her intellect was only matched by her intensity. And when Tom asked around and learned that Hermione's father was a dentist. That was it. No way. No bloody way. He was in Harry Potter's world. And his name? Tom. Marvolo. Riddle. That Tom Riddle. The one who would become Lord Voldemort. Tom had considered changing his name. He really had. But as a minor, legally altering his identity was near impossible without parental consent. Even if he could, there was no guarantee the name change wouldn't interfere with Hogwarts' magical tracking systems. This was a world where magic could read into your very soul. He wasn't about to take unnecessary risks and possibly miss his one chance to enter this world's greatest magical institution. So he bore the name, Tom Riddle, and lived cautiously ever since, waiting. Hoping. Until, 2 days ago, when his Hogwarts acceptance letter finally arrived. Still, he hadn't expected Dumbledore himself to show up. Not Hagrid. Not McGonagall. The headmaster. In person. But thinking about it, it made sense. To Dumbledore, the name Tom Riddle meant something very specific. And the boy's background, an orphan, gifted, handsome, strong-willed, it mirrored that Tom Riddle all too well. Of course the great white wizard of the century would want to come see for himself. To make sure history wasn't repeating itself. When Dumbledore had questioned his lack of disbelief earlier, that had been the first trial. Why wasn't he shocked? Why didn't he need convincing? Tom had thought hard about how to answer. He couldn't fake surprise, not to this man, who'd lived over a century and seen more than most would dream. Instead, he leaned into the truth, his talent, his ease with magic. Something believable. Something real. Yes, it was a gamble. A gamble that Dumbledore wouldn't judge him based on his name alone. That he wouldn't invade his mind with legilimency or scour his past for hidden truths. Had that gone wrong, Tom was ready to throw in the towel and spill everything. He'd even been half tempted to see what it would look like if Dumbledore tried to destroy all 7 Horcruxes in a single afternoon. But there was no telling what else the old wizard might do. Dissection wasn't off the table. Thankfully, he had gambled right. Dumbledore had done nothing out of line. Mr. Riddle, I didn't expect things to go quite so smoothly today, Dumbledore said at last, rising to his feet. I have an idea, why don't we take this momentum and get your school supplies in order? I was heading to Diagon Alley myself. Of course, sir. Just give me a moment. Tom nodded and walked over to his desk. From a drawer, he pulled out a small stack of paper currency, mostly 5 and 10-pound notes. In Britain, even decades later, the 50-pound note remained the highest denomination. But using it for small purchases? That was asking for trouble. Flash a 50 in a corner shop and you were likely to be cursed at with a few colorful F-words. Mr. Riddle. Dumbledore seemed to realize something. Hogwarts and the Ministry have funding programs for students from underprivileged families. Everything can be covered, no repayment required. But I'm not underprivileged, am I? Tom counted the notes, £1, 200 in total, and flashed a smile as he fanned them in the air. Chapter 3, The Leaky Cauldron and Diagon Alley. Tom didn't have any cheat codes to rely on, but perhaps due to his reincarnation, his memory, while not photographic, was far superior to the average person's. Coupled with an extraordinary capacity for learning, he quickly set himself apart. Don't assume that only students in Asia have academic competitions, British schools are just as competitive. By entering various contests, earning prize money, receiving school stipends and government allowances, and even appearing on television for a small fee, Tom had managed to save up a respectable amount of money. The cash in his drawer was only his day-to-day pocket money. He had £40,000 sitting quietly in a bank account, collecting interest. When Dumbledore learned of Tom's talents and initiative, he had no choice but to give him a sincere thumbs-up in admiration. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Armon, Tom followed Dumbledore out of the orphanage. If it had been any other child, Armon would never have let them go so easily. But Tom's maturity and capability had earned her trust over the years. Or perhaps Dumbledore had subtly cast a charm to ease her worries. As they strolled down the tree-lined path, Dumbledore didn't use any magical shortcuts to save time. On the contrary, he seemed to be in high spirits, walking alongside Tom toward the train station, chatting like a kindly grandfather doting on a clever grandchild. Tom didn't hide anything. He answered Dumbledore's questions with calm honesty. He was an abandoned orphan, his appearance in this world an accident of fate. His parents had left him only a name and a surname as a birthright before dropping him at the steps of the orphanage. The next time he heard of them was in the news, an airline crash. There was no inheritance. In fact, they'd left behind a mountain of debt. Fortunately, none of it had to be paid by him. Dumbledore's lips twitched at the story. Such things were, sadly, not uncommon in the Muggle world. A couple has an unexpected pregnancy. With strict abortion laws, they go through with it, only to realize they can't raise a child, so they hand the baby over to the government and walk away, living carefree lives. Little do they know that the wizarding world in England is on the brink of a generational collapse. The Weasleys are the rare exception, 6 boys and a girl, standing tall as a beacon of abundance. Every pure-blood family envies them with bloodshot eyes. How many wizards regretted not marrying Molly Pruitt when they had the chance? If they had, perhaps their family name would be the one thriving today. Different lives under the same sky. I noticed that the other kids at the orphanage seem rather afraid of you. Dumbledore mused aloud, dragging himself out of his thoughts. Even when they'd left the building, little Seth had still been obediently pounding away at the punching bag, clearly following Tom's orders. The image stirred certain unpleasant memories in Dumbledore. Professor, Tom stopped walking and looked up at Dumbledore. The old man's beard made it hard to see his face clearly, but Tom could still meet his deep-set eyes. Do you know what an orphan fears most? Dumbledore gave him his full attention. It's the fear of being seen as weak, Tom said calmly. If people sense you're easy to bully, someone will try. They'll pick at your weaknesses, just for the thrill of dominating you. And the best way to stop a bully. Tom paused, his voice colder now, is to arm yourself, and bully them first. Dumbledore's eyes widened, and even his beard gave a slight tremble. Of course, I'm not bullying Seth, Tom added quickly. He's my friend. I'm just teaching him how to defend himself. He'll be starting secondary school soon, he needs to be able to protect himself. He'll understand your intentions, Dumbledore said softly. He recalled Seth's strained but determined face as he followed Tom's training, and the tension in his heart lightened a little. With a chuckle, he added. I dare say you might be a fine Hufflepuff one day, so long as you don't make bullying a habit. Hufflepuff. What's that? One of the 4 Hogwarts houses. Each one is exceptional in its own way. As they continued down the elm-lined street, the shadows they cast grew longer, slowly swallowed up by the golden light of the afternoon. After a train ride and a change to the underground, they finally arrived at the entrance to Diagon Alley, a dingy, tattered old pub called the Leaky Cauldron. It was 3 in the afternoon, not exactly peak hours. Only 2 or 3 tables were occupied. But the moment they spotted Dumbledore, the atmosphere shifted. Wizards who had been chatting over drinks jumped to their feet to greet him respectfully. Even the hunched, rag-wielding bartender came scurrying over, grinning from ear to ear. Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. Good afternoon, Tom. Oh wait, we have another Tom here, don't we? Dumbledore said with a warm chuckle, gesturing between the two. Tom, this is Mr. Riddle, funny coincidence, isn't it? Tom, this gentleman is another Tom, a first-year Hogwarts student. I'm here to help him shop for school supplies. Well, what a twist of fate, the bar owner Tom said heartily. Delighted to meet you, young Tom. While there were thousands of Toms in Britain, few carried the presence of Dumbledore's companion. In the old wizard's company, the bartender practically glowed with hospitality. Once you're done shopping, why don't you come back for a drink on the house? A nice, non-alcoholic butterbeer, of course. Splendid idea, Dumbledore agreed. Let's get what we need done. See you in a bit, Tom. Until then, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore led young Tom through the bar and out to a tiny courtyard at the back. There, he took out a wand with knotted joints like ancient bones and began to demonstrate how to enter Diagon Alley. 3 bricks up, 2 across. With a few taps of his wand, the bricks began to shift and slide, unfolding like a puzzle to reveal a tall, arching gateway. A sudden burst of noise and chatter spilled into the courtyard. Tom's eyes lit up at the sight of the bustling crowd inside. The wizarding world. He breathed. Yes, Dumbledore said with a fond smile. Welcome to the wizarding world. For the first time, he saw the childlike wonder that belonged to a boy of Tom's age, and it warmed his heart. Come now, he added. There's something very important we must sort out first, money. They crossed the lively street together and arrived at the steps of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Dumbledore was so well known that the short walk down the alley had become a parade of greetings and handshakes. At the grand doors of Gringotts, 2 goblins bowed respectfully. One of them became their personal guide and led them inside to the exchange desk. Chapter 4, Borrowing money from the headmaster. Each person is only allowed to exchange 70 galleons, but thanks to Professor Dumbledore, I can give you a limit of 100 galleons, that's £505, including a £5 service fee. That little. Tom frowned with displeasure. Professor Dumbledore just told me most people can exchange around 200 galleons. Times have changed, the goblin replied curtly. Goblins never treated those who couldn't help them make money with warmth, but Dumbledore's presence made this one noticeably more patient and polite. Muggle money is of little use to us. We can't even finish spending the pounds we exchange each year, so Gringotts has to strictly control the amount. But don't feel shortchanged, this will be more than enough for your first year at Hogwarts. 200 galleons. That was 50 years ago. You really think Muggle money is still worth that much now? Apologies, Tom. Dumbledore looked awkward. The last time I brought a student to Gringotts was over 40 years ago. I may not be the most up-to-date on the exchange policies. Tom couldn't help but roll his eyes. Prices in the UK had skyrocketed since then, doubled and tripled many times over. In that light, maybe the goblins weren't being entirely heartless. Professor, could you lend me some money? Taking full advantage of Dumbledore's guilt, Tom made his move without hesitation. I'm not sure this will be enough to buy all the books I want. I can pay you back in pounds, of course. Or, if you'd prefer, you can wait until I graduate and I'll repay you in galleons, with interest. Tom was hoping for the second option. After all, Dumbledore was supposed to die by the time Tom hit 6th year. Wouldn't that make it a risk-free loan? Muggle currency is rather useless to me, so let's go with repayment upon graduation. I'll look forward to that day. Dumbledore never hesitated to help a student, even with money, especially when it was his own oversight that had caused the misunderstanding. He agreed readily. Wait here for a moment. I'll go withdraw the money, and handle a few personal matters while I'm at it. With a quick instruction, Dumbledore followed a goblin toward the underground vaults. Tom's heart skipped a beat. A thought hit him suddenly. Could Dumbledore's personal matters involve retrieving the Philosopher's Stone? Originally, it had been Hagrid who came for it, but maybe his appearance had changed the plan. Still, it wasn't something he needed to worry about. After pondering it for a moment, Tom shifted his focus to chatting with a goblin about the possibility of exchanging gold for galleons. Technically possible, yes, but once Tom did the math and converted it to pounds, he felt like he was getting absolutely robbed. At today's rate, 5 pounds would get you about 0.8 grams of gold. But it took 10 grams of gold to get just 1 galleon. That meant 1 galleon was worth about 60 pounds, 12 times more than what he was getting from Gringotts. Just because it was called a gold galleon didn't mean it was actually made of gold. It was goblin metal. Who knew what strange elements they mixed into it? The terrifying exchange rate instantly made Tom abandon the idea. He didn't have nearly enough personal funds to squander. Better to earn in the wizarding world and spend in the wizarding world. About half an hour later, Dumbledore returned to the Gringotts lobby holding a key and a small pouch. He handed both to Tom. There are 100 galleons in here. I also rented a vault for you, there are 600 more stored inside. Dumbledore added with a gentle reminder, 100 galleons per year. I hope you'll manage your finances wisely. Thank you, Professor. I'll make sure to use your money with care. Tom was privately amazed at Dumbledore's generosity. 800 galleons. That was enough to last him comfortably all the way through graduation, so long as he didn't splurge on luxuries like a racing broomstick or custom robes. The old man blinked, sensing that something about Tom's phrasing was off, but he couldn't quite pinpoint it, so he let it go and changed the subject. Well then, Mr. Riddle, we still have a long list of supplies to buy. The two of them left Gringotts and began purchasing next semester's essentials, robes, textbooks, a set of scales, cauldrons, and more. With Dumbledore by his side, shopkeepers were exceedingly polite and even gave them discounts. Even so, the whole trip cost over 40 galleons, over 50 without the discounts. And with a wand still left to buy, the fixed expenses totaled more than 60 galleons. By Gringotts standards, if Tom had only been allowed the default amount, he'd have just a few galleons left. Surviving a term wouldn't have been impossible. Hogwarts provided meals and lodging, but it would have been tight. Ron Weasley's yearly allowance was probably under a single galleon. Compared to that, Tom was already quite the wealthy student. He had already taken a liking to many books, most of which were outrageously expensive. He decided he'd return to buy them alone next time. Having Dumbledore around made him overly cautious, he was afraid of being overanalyzed. Besides, Tom had no intention of burning through the 100 galleons in his pouch and stopping there. He fully intended to dip into the vault funds as well. If only I had a system. Tom sighed to himself, following Dumbledore into the final stop of the day, the wand shop. Without a magical system to help him, he'd just have to knuckle down and get strong the old-fashioned way. No shortcuts. As soon as they stepped inside, Tom instinctively held his breath. He didn't want the cloud of dust shaken loose by the door to get into his nose. A rare visitor indeed, Albus, a soft voice said. An old man emerged from between the towering shelves. The last time you visited my shop was 48 years ago. It was summer, just like today. Dumbledore smiled wryly. Garrick, please don't show off that remarkable memory of yours. It only makes me terribly jealous. Ha ha ha. My memory only extends to wands and this shop, I'm afraid. Garrick Ollivander stepped forward and gave Dumbledore a warm hug before turning his gaze to Tom. And this young wizard, what's your name, my lucky boy? You must be someone very special to have Dumbledore as your guide. Tom, the boy said. Tom Riddle. Thud. Ollivander collapsed to the floor, staring up at the boy in stunned silence. Chapter 5, System Awakens. Mr. Ollivander, did you not get a good night's rest? You're wobbling like a sapling in the wind. Dumbledore reacted quickly, striding forward to steady Garrick Ollivander, casually offering him an excuse in the process. Albus, your eyes are as sharp as a hawk's. I spent all night racking my brains over new wand materials, Ollivander replied, realizing his reaction had been a little too dramatic. He gratefully accepted Dumbledore's outstretched hand, both literally and figuratively, and forced a smile as he turned to Tom. But don't worry, my boy. Even if I had to crawl, I'd still help you find the wand that suits you best. It looked like Ollivander had accepted the coincidence of the name, at least on the surface. But inside, he was still deeply unsettled. After taking Tom's measurements, the first wand he offered was crafted from you, making Dumbledore's eyelids twitch. You symbolized both death and rebirth, a favorite among powerful dark wizards. It was particularly suited for dark arts and defensive magic. And the last Tom had used a wand made of you. The moment flames burst from the wand's tip, Ollivander shook his head and snatched it back, clearly dissatisfied. He opened another box. Too gentle. Not a match for you. Try this one. Tom accepted it. A flock of birds erupted from the tip in a dazzling display. No, still not right. Thestral hair doesn't seem to resonate with you. Let's try this one. As Tom took the third wand in hand, an unfamiliar sensation of perfect harmony surged through him. He casually flicked the wand toward a shattered flower pot in the corner, and the pot exploded into fine dust. Host has successfully locked in a future development path. System targeting in progress. Targeting complete. The Supreme Learning System is now at your service. Tom lowered his gaze, expression unreadable, as if he hadn't heard the voice at all. But Ollivander clapped his hands in delight. A perfect match. 14.5 inches, you would, dragon heartstring core. I can already imagine the sheer power of your spells in the years to come. I'll use it well, Mr. Ollivander. Remember, a wand is not just a tool, it's a companion, my boy. And that will be 8 galleons, if you please. Tom paid, idly twirling the wand in his fingers. Though he didn't feel any magical bond, casting spells with it felt effortlessly smooth. Ollivander truly lived up to his reputation, and perhaps the saying that the wand chooses the wizard wasn't just old folklore after all. Before a wizard reaches a certain level of skill, a well-matched wand can significantly affect their performance. Armed with a basic maintenance kit gifted by the master wand maker, Tom left Ollivander's with his new wand in hand. The moment the door shut behind them, Ollivander's polite smile vanished completely, replaced by a cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Wands longer than 13.5 inches were considered exceptionally long, typically suited for wizards with extraordinary self-confidence and an overpowering desire for control. Conversely, a very short wand was a sign of narrow-mindedness and cruelty. Ollivander recalled the shortest wand he'd ever sold, one that had gone to a witch named Dolores Umbridge. And the longest. The one he had just sold to Tom. Combined with the dragon heartstring core, something only powerful witches and wizards could truly command. Dumbledore, you know what this combination means, don't you? Ollivander murmured under his breath as he silently reorganized the scattered wand boxes. Ah, Mr. Riddle, I just remembered something I nearly forgot, Dumbledore said, pointing across the street to the pet shop. First years are allowed to bring a pet. Want to have a look? No need, Professor. Tom shook his head. Owls are used for sending letters, I don't have anyone to write to. And as for toads or rats, well, let's just say they don't appeal to me aesthetically. Dumbledore nodded, not pressing the issue. In that case, our shopping trip ends here. Let's grab a drink with Tom at the Leaky Cauldron, and then I'll see you home. Tom didn't refuse. They returned to the Leaky Cauldron. By now, it was dinner time, and there were only 2 empty seats left, one of them reserved by the innkeeper for Dumbledore and Tom. Dumbledore's presence alone was enough to hush even the rowdiest conversations, but thankfully he and Tom only ordered drinks. They didn't linger long. For the first time, Tom began to understand the lonely aura Dumbledore had always seemed to carry in the Harry Potter books. The man stood so high above the rest that nearly everyone in the wizarding world had once been his student. He lived like an emperor, isolated at the top. At least emperors had queens. And Dumbledore, well, he'd sent his queen to prison himself. The thought made Tom glance at the smiling old man with a touch of pity in his eyes. An hour and a half later, Dumbledore escorted Tom back to the orphanage. I look forward to our next meeting, Mr. Riddle. And I, too, Professor. Tom watched him leave before turning and heading inside. Armin had already finished cooking and gone home for the night. Seth and the other 3 boys were still eating. Tom's dinner had been set aside with a generous portion. Boss, are you really going to that old Whitebeard school? When Tom returned, the other three boys quickly wolfed down their food, washed their dishes, and scurried back to their rooms like mice fleeing a cat. Only Seth remained, looking up at Tom with curiosity. Currently, only Tom and Seth were permanent residents at the orphanage. The other three troublemakers were recent arrivals, each of whom had been properly handled by Tom not long after moving in. Since then, they'd behaved like trained puppies. "That's none of your business," Tom said, mouth full of steak. "But if I hear your grades slipped while I'm away, don't blame me for what happens when I come back on holiday." Seth shrank back, not daring to talk back. Still, he couldn't help but feel upset on Tom's behalf. That school, so secretive he'd never even heard of it, was stealing away the best fighter, the smartest student in the whole school. To him, his big bro could have gone to Harrow or Eton and crushed it. But damn those ridiculous tuition fees, they'd forced his big bro to take some mysterious offer instead. Tom had no idea Seth was silently brooding on his behalf. He didn't explain much, either. Dumbledore had specifically warned him not to talk about the wizarding world to muggles, nor to let any magical items fall into their hands. He was just a first year, he had no power to defy wizarding law. After dinner, Tom washed the dishes and went back to his bedroom. Open System Panel. Chapter 6, The Supreme Learning System. Tom carefully examined the long-overdue system. The Supreme Learning System, as the name suggests, was a system built to assist him in his studies, turning him into a super scholar. Any action related to learning that produced results would earn him learning points, which formed the core mechanism of the system. These points could be used in several ways. The primary functions were: 1. Hiring private instructors. The first hour of each day was free. Every hour afterward cost 6 learning points in tuition. 2. Activating a transcended state. This boosted learning efficiency, sped up thought processes, and pushed his mental capabilities beyond their natural limit, akin to a mild epiphany. Each session of the transcended state cost 100 learning points and lasted 10 minutes. The effect could be extended for 10 points per additional minute. Aside from learning points, the system also used another important currency, achievement points. Whether in academics, daily life, or other fields, achieving something notable or completing system-assigned tasks would be rewarded with achievement points. Currently, Tom could see only one use for these: summoning teachers. The cost varied depending on the teacher's level. -B rank, average adult wizard 1 achievement point. -A rank, exceptional wizard 10 points. -S rank, generation's finest 100 points. -SS rank, wizard of the century 1000 points. -SSS rank, immortal legend 5000 points. The differences between ranks were obvious from the sheer cost. A generation was 30 years, and someone labeled as generation's finest meant they were one of the top talents of their era. A century referred to 100 years, and only the absolute strongest wizard of that century would earn the title Wizard of the Century. Dumbledore definitely fit that tier. As for the immortal legends, those couldn't even be measured by time. Throughout the entire history of the magical world, such beings were incredibly rare. Returning to the system interface, a glowing gift box appeared at the center, Tom's beginner pack. Upon opening it, he received 100 learning points and 1 free teacher summon, guaranteed to be at least S rank. But, how exactly did this system summon a private tutor? Curious, Tom accepted all the rewards with a thought. A dazzling golden light filled his vision, as if his head had been shaken violently. He blinked, and when his senses returned, he found his consciousness transported into a misty, dreamlike world. It felt so real that he half believed he'd been physically teleported, but he could still sense his body lying on the bed. At the same time, the system relayed the information of this new realm to him. This was the learning space. Time here passed at the same speed as the real world, but studying in this space wouldn't drain his real-world energy. In other words, Tom could study all night here and still wake up feeling refreshed in the morning. The space could also materialize teaching aids and books he owned, like a virtual reality world, almost indistinguishable from reality. However, entering the space consumed learning points. It was essentially the activation of the private instructor mode, and the gifted 100 points would run out quickly. Now familiar with the space, Tom looked around for his first tutor. Suddenly, ha 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 ha. A bold, hearty laugh echoed through the thick fog. The mist ahead of Tom cleared significantly, doubling his visible range. In the distance, a tall silhouette emerged, striding confidently toward him. The men stepped out of the fog and into view. He wore a diagonally draped robe, exposing a broad chest and muscular arms. A laurel crown sat atop his head. His features were striking, chiseled and noble, like a statue from classical Greece. Every inch of him radiated raw masculine energy. The men curiously scanned the foggy space, finally settling his gaze on Tom. His smile grew even wider. "You must be the young wizard who summoned me. What an astounding talent, to awaken a soul long dormant and bind it with such a strong contract. Kid, your luck is enough to make anyone jealous." Though his tone hinted at envy, Tom felt no fear. The system had clearly stated, within this space, no summoned tutor could harm him. Their knowledge would be shared fully and without deception. Treachery was impossible. And honestly, even without that rule, Tom doubted this man would ever do anything sinister. His entire aura screamed righteousness, he practically radiated light. Compared to him, even Dumbledore would seem like a scheming rogue. "Sir, shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking questions?" Tom replied politely. The system had remained tight-lipped about the identity of this summoned teacher. Ha ha ha. The man laughed even more heartily. "Quite right. It's rude of me, as your private tutor. My name is Andrus. A humble wizard from Greece, with some expertise in wandless magic and the Patronus charm. I suppose I'll do well enough as your first teacher." Tom's mind immediately recalled the name, Andrus. Back in Diagon Alley, Dumbledore had given him 2 chocolate frogs to keep his stomach quiet. Each one came with a collectible card of a famous witch or wizard. One of them was this man, the invincible Andrus. And no, invincible wasn't some self-given nickname or a clever pun on his surname. The title had been bestowed by fellow wizards because Andrus had never once lost in his entire life. Just as he claimed, he was unparalleled in wandless casting and Patronus magic, he could even summon a giant-sized Patronus without a wand. Even today, no one else had ever matched this feat. He was, without question, a wizard of the century. No wonder Tom had felt such a strong first impression. The Patronus charm required intense positive emotion and happy memories. It was often used as a benchmark for detecting dark wizards. Andrus radiated so much positivity he was practically blinding. He was the embodiment of the word noble. "Mr. Andrus, I'm Tom Riddle." Tom introduced himself with a bright smile. "From today on, I'll be your student. If I make any mistakes, feel free to correct me. I'll improve." Even with the system's guarantees in place, Tom was always respectful and humble toward those who helped him. His attitude clearly pleased Andrus. The man pounded his chest with pride. "Well said. I'll do everything in my power to help you become an outstanding wizard." Then, ever the professional, he added, "Using a talent like this surely comes at a cost, doesn't it? No time to waste, let's begin." Tom certainly wasn't going to refuse. He thought back to the basics taught at Hogwarts. "Mr. Andrus, I haven't started at magic school yet. Let's begin with the basics, like the wand lighting charm and the levitation charm." Andrus blinked, confused. Levitation charm. Wand lighting. What's that? Tom. Chapter 7, First Steps in Spellcasting. The study space fell into an awkward silence, the air thick with tension between the two of them. Tom narrowed his eyes at Andrus. The towering man averted his gaze, his face flushed red with embarrassment. He couldn't even meet Tom's eyes. It was clear now, Andrus wasn't messing with him. He truly didn't know how to cast a Lumos or even a Wingardium Leviosa. The magical world might appear ancient and rigid, but it wasn't without progress. Magic had evolved, not necessarily in creating stronger wizards or increasing the wizarding population, but in terms of practicality, convenience, and standardized spellcasting methods, it had come a long way. Take the book Tom conjured up as an example, Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, written by Miranda Goshawk. Before her, no one had ever tried to categorize and systematize spells in such a coherent way. According to the book, both the Lumos and levitation spells had only been developed in the 14th or 15th century. Of course Andrus wouldn't know them, how could he? Then, how did you lot light up the dark or move objects around? Tom couldn't help but ask. Andrus didn't answer. He silently conjured a wooden stake, then hurled a fireball at it. Instantly, it transformed into a blazing torch. For light, fire does the trick. And to move things, wrapping them in pure willpower and magical force works just fine. They actually went and invented dedicated spells for such trivial things, and taught them to everyone so casually. Andrus came from an era where magic was raw and wild. Back then, magic was a weapon of survival, not something to be passed around lightly. They lived in constant danger. The thought of using magic for daily convenience was laughable. Every day, their focus was singular, to make their spells stronger, more destructive. It wasn't until the Middle Ages, when Muggles rose to power and the Church began its infamous witch hunts, that wizards were forced to band together. They founded magical academies, gradually diversifying and evolving their practices into what is now the modern magical system. Andrus was thoroughly intrigued by the book in Tom's hands. He looked at it longingly and asked, "Tom, mind if I borrow that book for a bit? Who knows, maybe there's a spell in there I actually know. Worst case, I'll start with the Patronus charm, I'm really good at that one." Tom. Was this supposed to be a teacher? He felt like he had just found himself a study buddy instead. He didn't even know the most basic spells, and now he wanted to start with the Patronus charm. That was practically one of the hardest spells in existence. Tom might have had a cheat-like system on his side, but even his cheat hadn't kicked in yet. Fine, Mr. Andrus. Tom reluctantly handed over his copy of the book and conjured another for himself. Let's study together then. I think the evolution of modern magic will surprise you. Thanks, Tom. Andrus scratched his head sheepishly. Just moments ago, he had confidently declared he would make Tom proud. Now here he was, already asking for help. Instructor Andrus' approval rating has reached 20%. Host has unlocked Andrus' innate magical talent. Tom suddenly felt a rush of clarity and strength flow through him. A smile appeared on his face, unbidden. This was yet another perk of the system, one of its best. When an instructor's approval rating reached 20%, 50%, and finally 100%, Tom would receive a reward at each milestone, an ability or talent the instructor possessed. Yes, having a good mentor was important. But in the magical world, logic didn't always apply. Talent mattered even more. A person's future achievements weren't just determined by effort and resources, they needed the right kind of magical potential. This approval system gave Tom the chance to surpass his mentors. It gave him the opportunity to absorb the strengths of many and become a wizard the world had never seen before. Tom made a few modifications to the study space. He conjured a table, a few chairs, a sofa, and a coffee table. Then, the two of them, Tom and Andrus, each holding a copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, officially began their journey into the world of magic as absolute beginners. Fortunately, the study space automatically granted Andrus the ability to understand the modern language, otherwise he wouldn't have even been able to read the book. Ironically, the teacher was more absorbed in the material than the student was. Despite these being the most basic spells, Andrus was fascinated. He never imagined magic could be so playful. Back in his day, magic was used for one thing: battle. Duel or die. But if you understand one form of magic deeply, you can understand them all. Andrus's comprehension of magical theory had long surpassed most. Studying basic spells now felt like a high schooler reviewing first-grade arithmetic. Before long, he started trying out spells, right off the bat, without a wand. Watching him, Tom realized he needed to get the higher-grade textbook soon, or else Andrus would surpass the curriculum in no time. He too began practicing the levitation charm and lumos. This was different from before, when he had relied on sheer willpower and magical force to move things. Now, he had to use spells, precise incantations to channel magic toward a specific goal. Tom followed the book's instructions exactly. He pronounced the incantation clearly and flicked his wand precisely, and to his delight, a feather floated upward on the first try. But trying to guide its movement after that. Total failure. Andrus stepped in. Finally, it was his time to act like a proper teacher. He watched Tom cast the spell again, then pointed out the problem. Tom, the steps in the book are the standard, sure. But if there's one thing magic isn't, it's standard. Everyone is different. This method is good for learning quickly, but it's not the best method for you. You'll need to tweak it slightly to match your own style. As he spoke, he conjured his own wand and demonstrated a flawless levitation charm. See? My wrist flick is 15 degrees smaller than what the book recommends. That's because of my size. If I followed the book exactly, I'd overdo the motion and mess up the spell. For you, the angle needs to be a little larger, your body's still developing. The only way to know what works best is to keep practicing. Even I can't tell you the perfect technique, you have to find it yourself. Tom's eyes lit up in realization. Got it. After a few more adjustments, he found his groove. His levitation charm started to feel more natural, more fluid. They practiced for another 3 hours before Tom finally said his goodbyes and exited the study space. Even though the fatigue from practice vanished the moment he left, his years of routine had made sleep a habit too hard to shake. Besides, he only had 100 study credits right now, just enough for 15 hours in the study space. He needed to use them wisely. Chapter 8, Clearing Through Textbooks. The next morning, when Tom woke up and glanced at his system panel, he was surprised to find that not only had his credits not decreased, but he'd actually gained 18 more, along with 3 achievement points. A quick check of the system log told him why: mastering the levitation charm, lumos, and flickering spell had earned him 30 credits. Learning 3 spells had also granted him 3 achievement points. Tom sank into deep thought. This learning space might just be a perpetual motion machine. As long as he kept learning things, the credits he earned would more than make up for what he spent, maybe even earn him a surplus. That meant he didn't really need to stress over consumption anymore. But he wasn't naive. He knew the biggest credit drain was likely that transcendence buff. His current points could only sustain it for 10 minutes, not even enough to try it out. He didn't dare waste even a second. The idea of it made his heart ache. What would it feel like? Would he actually start flying? Picturing the effects of the transcendent state, Tom got up and washed without entering the learning space right away. Yesterday, he and Andres had run some tests. When Tom exited the learning space, Andres had two options, either remain dormant or move around freely. And when credits were being used to maintain the state, Andres could even communicate with Tom and observe the outside world through Tom's eyes. Was this what it felt like to be a Jinchuriki? Still, this sparked an idea. Tom could buy and materialize all the textbooks inside the learning space. Let Andres study them first, and once Andres had mastered them, Tom could go in and learn directly from him. It would save tons of time and credits. So, early that morning, Tom set off. He rode the bus to the city center, entered the leaky cauldron, and passed through to Diagon Alley, heading straight to the bookstore. While Tom didn't know what books upper years used for their classes, the shop assistant certainly did. He went straight up to one who wasn't busy and explained what he needed. When the assistant heard him out, he looked at Tom in disbelief. All the textbooks? Kid, are you sure? You look like a first or second year. There's no need to buy them all in one go. Take Defense Against the Dark Arts, for example. The professor changes every year. You never know which book they'll assign, you'll probably end up wasting your money. What a kind soul. Tom was convinced this man must be a Hufflepuff. Knowledge learned is never wasted, Tom replied. Even if the textbooks change, I don't lose anything. Better to spend money on books than on toys and candy. If I ever don't need them, I can always resell them secondhand. The assistant blinked, clearly stunned that such practical wisdom came out of a child's mouth. Still, the customer was always right. He'd already tried persuading him once, that was good enough. So, he grabbed a trolley and went off to fetch Tom's books. When he learned Tom was a soon-to-be first year, he smiled knowingly and said, "You're definitely going to end up in Ravenclaw. Though, personally, I still think Hufflepuff is the best house." Tom nodded sincerely. "I agree. Ravenclaw's perfect for me." After all, he was aiming to become not just a top student, but a legendary one. Of the four houses, Ravenclaw was clearly the one that fit his temperament the best. 10 minutes later, the trolley was piled high with thick, heavy books. Not only the required textbooks, but also several extra books Tom had picked himself. Only when he reached the counter and the total was calculated did he realize he didn't have enough money. Yesterday, he'd only spent 15 galleons on books. On average, 2 galleons per book. But the upper year textbooks were ridiculously expensive. One book, Advanced Magical Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense, cost 7 galleons alone. Just like the Muggle world in Britain, textbooks were absurdly overpriced. He remembered Armin complaining once, her son was in university, and some books cost dozens of pounds, even over 100. More expensive than robbing a bank. So Tom had no choice but to make a trip to Gringotts, where he withdrew another 200 galleons to settle the bill. He also paid 10 sickles for all delivery. With the books handled, Tom didn't linger in Diagon Alley. Instead, he stopped by a Waitrose supermarket nearby to grab some fruit and snacks before heading home. Waitrose was a premium British supermarket known for selling only the freshest, highest quality food. Though Tom might be broke in the wizarding world, his wealth in the Muggle world was more than enough to afford a comfortable life. He'd never been the type to shortchange himself when it came to quality. He had a larger appetite than most kids his age, but not unreasonably so. He simply burned more energy due to all his physical training. Who needed magic when fists worked just fine? He could protect himself, and, while he was at it, maybe earn a bit of protection money from those schoolyard bullies. At 3 in the afternoon, 3 owls flew through his window, each carrying stacks of books. Tom placed them all inside the learning space, one by one, but didn't enter it himself. He wanted to test how his learning efficiency outside compared to that inside. Phew, exhausting. By 10 that night, Tom lay in bed and closed his tired eyes. Normally, a person could only concentrate intensely for about 15 minutes at a time. After that, focus would wane and the mind would start drifting. If you stayed buried in something for more than 2 hours, agitation and mental fatigue would creep in, dragging your efficiency down to the point where nothing stuck at all. Tom had studied from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m., minus breaks for meals. The most productive time was clearly the 2 hours before dinner. By evening, he was just flipping through pages like it was casual reading, not real study. In total, he'd only earned 30 learning points, same as the 3 hours he'd spent last night. He'd only consider using the transcendent state once he had a larger credit pool. For now, it was too precious to waste. The learning space needed to be used as efficiently as possible. With everything planned out, Tom soon drifted off to sleep. Over the next month, he didn't visit Diagon Alley again. Every day was spent immersed in magic study. 5 hours a day inside the learning space with Andres, the rest of the time practicing freely in the real world. In the blink of an eye, it was already the day before term started. Chapter 9, Tom's Level of Talent. So we're finally going to Hogwarts. I've been waiting for this day forever. The one speaking wasn't Tom, but Andrus. Over the past few weeks, Andrus had come to understand quite a bit about the modern wizarding world, its evolution, major events, and magical culture. One could say he was halfway to becoming a qualified modern wizard. What he admired most were the legendary 4 founders who had once established Hogwarts. He often sighed with regret that he hadn't been born in their time to witness their greatness firsthand. Andrus couldn't exactly evaluate what level of wizards those 4 were, but he was confident they had to at least be on par with himself, what he called a king of the century. Tom had once asked Andrus how he rated his magical talent, but the answer he received was vague and noncommittal. There was no doubt, Tom was gifted. His talent met the standard of a once-in-a-generation wizard. But the gap between a once-in-a-generation wizard and a king of the century was massive. Based on the simple spells Tom had learned so far, Andrus couldn't yet make a precise judgment. Maybe Tom was just a late bloomer. Still, that was Andrus's polite way of saying, "You're good, but not quite there yet." Somewhere in between. Tom didn't feel discouraged. Talent wasn't fixed, after all. Hadn't he just inherited Andrus's magical affinity? And in time, he would gain more, stronger abilities, greater gifts. No need to rush. He glanced at his system panel. His relationship with Andrus had been improving steadily these past few days. The approval level was now at 46, just shy of 50. Once it hit that mark, he'd earn another draw from the reward pool. In the eyes of ancient people, powerful wizards were no different from gods. Their feats were passed down, embellished, reimagined, and became mythology. "Tom, you're ready to begin learning the Patronus charm," Andrus said, giving the boy a firm clap on the shoulder. He looked eager, excited even, to pass on one of his proudest magical achievements. The Patronus charm, without a doubt, a high-level spell. It demanded great magical power, but even more so, strength of will and purity of heart. Tom's mental strength far surpassed his peers. That box was already checked. As for magical power, now that he had inherited Andrus's magical talent, that wouldn't be a problem either. "I've been looking forward to this, Andrus," Tom said. He had long coveted that giant, humanoid Patronus of Andrus's. "I'll demonstrate for you first," Andrus said. He stepped back a few paces, raised his wand high into the air, and shouted, "Expecto Patronum." Silver-white threads of mist flowed from the tip of his wand, weaving together, then surged outward and solidified into a towering, colossal Patronus. Tom's eyes went wide in disbelief. "That's a Patronus." The shimmering form reached over 10 meters in height, and what stunned Tom most was that it was Andrus himself. "Ah!" Andrus laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Tom's astonishment. "Surprised, huh?" Normally, patronuses take the shape of animals, reflecting the caster's inner character or spirit. But I believe that only one thing can truly protect us, our own strength and our unshakable conviction. Maybe that's why my Patronus turned out this way. And after further development, it gained many new abilities. It's exceptionally effective against dark forces. He gave a confident grin. "Tom, follow the training method I taught you, and you might be able to manifest a humanoid Patronus too. Tempted yet?" Tom nodded fiercely. Who wouldn't be? Compared to otters, swans, or stags, come on. A humanoid Patronus was way cooler. And if he could reach the same towering size as Andrus's, that'd be like summoning a magical Gundam. Tom's enthusiasm for learning was thoroughly ignited. He kept practicing late into the night, and only left the learning space the next day, reluctantly, when it was nearly time to leave. He hastily devoured a couple slices of bread, grabbed his suitcase, and set out for King's Cross Station. His suitcase didn't look large, but it had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. It was a tough spell, Tom had taken 2 days to barely master it. He managed to triple the internal volume, though anything more risked instability. The spell wouldn't last forever either, he'd have to recast it every month to maintain the effect. But for now, it was enough. As for breaking the Ministry's laws by casting the charm, Tom couldn't care less. He was just a fresh-faced first year. How could he possibly know such advanced magic? Clearly, someone had tampered with his luggage in an attempt to frame him. 10 o'clock. Tom arrived at King's Cross Station. As one of London's busiest transit hubs, the station was packed with travelers. The station's name, King's Cross, was originally meant to honor King George IV. Not exactly a model ruler. His reputation was less than glorious. Even his closest attendants despised him, once commenting, "No dog could be more vile, cowardly, or numb-hearted than this king." There might be few great kings in the world, but George IV was certainly among the worst. Tom couldn't understand why someone like that deserved a memorial station. Worse, statues of George IV could be found all across Britain. He followed the flow of people until he reached the space between platforms 9 and 10. Then, casually, he walked straight into the barrier. And a new world opened up before him. A crimson steam engine rested beside a crowded platform. Hanging on the side of the train was a gleaming plaque. Hogwarts Express. One wall. Two worlds. Tom took a deep breath and boarded the train, thus beginning the magical journey of yet another Tom Riddle. Chapter 10, The Hogwarts Express. The Hogwarts Express departed at 11 o'clock sharp, but Tom arrived early. When he boarded, there were still only a few students scattered around the train. Without hesitation, he walked toward the last carriage. He didn't want to be disturbed later by people walking past his compartment as they boarded. Reaching the second-to-last carriage, Tom casually picked an empty compartment, placed his luggage on the overhead rack, and pulled out a book titled Mastering the Intricacies of Thousands of Spells to Read. Andressa's voice echoed in his mind. The Hogwarts Express is hidden inside a Muggle train station. And yet it hasn't been discovered. Tom chuckled. It's actually the largest recorded use of a Muggle-repelling charm in wizarding history. These days, the Ministry sends people every year to reinforce it. I bet it's the one spell every Ministry employee can cast with their eyes closed. In my day, we didn't even have a Ministry, Andressa sighed. Magic is so much more convenient now, and it actually reigns in the dark wizards who used to run rampant. Reigning in dark wizards is a form of self-preservation, Tom said, cutting to the heart of the matter. Modern Muggles aren't what they used to be. If the magical world were exposed today, most wizards wouldn't stand a chance. Andressa fell silent. Though Andressa wasn't prejudiced against Muggles, the pride that came with being a wizard, especially one of his era's strongest, was deeply ingrained in him. Back then, Muggles had revered wizards like gods. Who would have thought they'd evolve to a point where they could pose a genuine threat to wizard kind? No wonder books often said the Ministry of Magic was founded to protect the secrecy and safety of the magical world. As Andressa brooded in silence, Tom continued reading, calm and collected. He didn't plan to study with Andressa today. Opening the mental space was just to give the ancient relic a glimpse of the modern world. The train grew livelier as more students boarded, and just before departure, the compartment door slid open. A girl stood there, golden curls, long lashes, and big, blinking eyes. She was clearly startled to find someone already inside. But after a pause, she stepped in and asked a little shyly, is it okay if I sit here? Of course, Tom said, nodding politely. He even helped lift her suitcase onto the rack like a true gentleman. As he handled the luggage, he noticed something. Though the suitcase looked unremarkable, its corners were lined with dark gold embroidery, and a small, intricate crest was stitched into the leather. A family emblem, likely a pureblood house. Tom instantly understood, she was probably the young lady of a pureblood family. After thanking him, the girl sat across from Tom, sneaking glances at him as he resumed reading. He's so good-looking. The thought startled her. A faint blush crept across her baby-fat cheeks as she quickly looked away, only for her eyes to wander back of their own accord. It was common knowledge, anyone named Tom Riddle was bound to be handsome. His black hair curled slightly at the ends, and his dark eyes were intensely focused on the book in his hands. The girl's gaze locked onto his elegant features, caught somewhere between admiration and envy. Why does a boy have better facial features than me? She thought bitterly. He's prettier than my sister. Noticing that Tom had no intention of speaking, she shifted uncomfortably, then took the initiative. Hi, I'm Daphne Greengrass. First year at Hogwarts. Riddle, Tom replied, surprised she was the one to start the conversation. He closed his book and gave a courteous nod. Tom Riddle. Also a first year. Riddle. Daphne searched her memory. She'd never heard of that surname before. Hesitantly, she asked, are you half-blood? Or Muggle-born? Honestly, I don't know what I count as, Tom said with a shrug. I was abandoned by my parents at birth. Maybe they were Muggles. Maybe they were squibs. Doesn't really matter anymore. He looked her straight in the eye. Why? Does the noble Miss Greengrass regret sitting in the same compartment as me? In Cantankerous Not Sacred 28, the Greengrass family ranked near the top, a shining example of low-key elegance among pureblood families. Naturally, Tom assumed she'd be like the Malfoys, obsessed with blood purity and ready to bring up lineage at any moment. But once again, things didn't go the way he expected. No. Please don't misunderstand. The girl waved her small hands anxiously. I honestly don't care about that stuff. My mother always says that every pureblood family has Muggle ancestors somewhere in their lineage. I was just curious because I've never met anyone from the Muggle world before. Then I owe you an apology, Tom admitted calmly. I judged you too soon. It's all right, Daphne said earnestly, shaking her head. Then she moved on from the topic altogether. My little sister really likes Muggle fashion magazines. But she only has one really old one she found ages ago. If you ever get the chance, could you help me buy a few more? I'll pay, of course. No problem. But you'll have to wait until Christmas break. Tom vaguely remembered some irrelevant details. Daphne's sister was named Astoria Greengrass. She had little presence in the original timeline, eventually ended up with Malfoy, and had some kind of health condition, died young, if he recalled. Not that he'd ever bring that up. Instead, he went along with the conversation Daphne had started. She asked about all sorts of things from the Muggle world, and Tom answered patiently. When something particularly interesting came up, she'd even take out parchment and jot it down, saying she wanted to write to her sister about it. It wasn't hard to tell from her words and actions, this was a sister who loved her sibling dearly. Without realizing it, the train had already left the station, heading west toward the Scottish Highlands. The sound of the wheels clacking along the tracks didn't dampen their chatter one bit. And just then, Andrus popped up out of nowhere. "I'll bet you a galleon," he said smugly, "that girl likes you." "No, she thinks you're good-looking and is totally thirsting over your body." Chapter 11, The Adorable Little Heiress. Andrus's sudden appearance gave Tom quite a fright. He frowned and snapped irritably, "Andrus, do you even have a galleon to your name? She's only 11. What does she even know about liking someone?" Tom wasn't talking about himself, of course. The idea of falling in love with an 11-year-old girl was absurd. But, raising one for a few years didn't sound so bad. "What's the big deal?" Andrus said nonchalantly. "In our day, getting married and having kids at 13 or 14 wasn't uncommon. Even younger in some cases. And what about you, Mr. Andrus?" Tom shot back with a smirk. That hit a sore spot. Instant silence. Andrus, back in his day, was a battle maniac and a fanatic for magic. Women only slowed down his progress in spellcraft. Forget 13 or 14, he died a single man, through and through. It was a shame, really. With all that magical talent, if he passed it down, he might have founded a powerful lineage. To be fair, the wizarding world's obsession with bloodlines did make some sense. A strong wizard left behind traces of their power, not to mention a wealth of magical knowledge. Purebloods tended to preserve that kind of legacy better than half-bloods. Just look at the Gaunt family, or any of the Sacred 28. Their ancestors had all been formidable in their time. Seeing that Andrus had been thoroughly KO'd and even shut down the study space himself, Tom chuckled to himself and turned his attention back to Daphne's endless stream of questions. During their chat, Tom managed to slip in a few probing ones of his own. A naive little girl was no match for a master manipulator. In no time, she'd unknowingly spilled all the inner workings of the Greengrass family. For example, her mother was the head of the Department of Magical Transportation. So was her grandmother. And her great-grandmother before that. Apparently, it was a family tradition. Also, the Greengrass family had another unique custom: men married into the family, and for the last 300 years, they'd only given birth to daughters. When Daphne casually mentioned that her pocket money was only 200 galleons per term, Tom was very tempted. So what if he had to marry into the family? Hogwarts had 3 terms per year. That was 600 galleons annually, nearly what Dumbledore offered him for 7 years' worth. A rich girl. A soft, adorable, spoiled little rich girl. What's not to like? Unconsciously, Tom began treating Daphne much more gently, and her smile never left her face after that. Around 12:30, the compartment door slid open again. A beaming woman poked her head in. "Anything off the trolley, dears?" "Yes, please." Daphne jumped from her seat with the excitement of a curious kitten and rushed over to the trolley to make her selections. Well, selections was putting it lightly. She practically bought everything, though in varying amounts. She even cleared out nearly all the chocolate frogs. The total came to 2 galleons and 13 sickles, roughly the Weasley family's entire pocket money for a year. Suddenly, Tom understood why Daphne thought 200 galleons was too little. At her spending pace, she'd burn through it in a month. While Daphne was paying, Tom quietly observed the trolley witch. Rumor had it she'd been hired by the Ministry when the Hogwarts Express was first launched in 1830. That made her at least 180 years old. Quite the age, even by wizard standards. Tom didn't stop at observing her himself, he even dragged Andrus out of his sulking. But no matter how closely they watched, neither of them saw anything suspicious about the witch. In the end, Tom chalked it up to a naturally long life and let it go. Daphne generously spread all the snacks out on the table and invited Tom to share. Tom accepted her kindness with perfect composure. If he couldn't even manage that, he could kiss his sugar mama dreams goodbye. The two of them chatted as they ate, and the topic eventually turned to the sorting ceremony. "Everyone in my family's been in Slytherin," Daphne said shyly. "So unless something unexpected happens, I'll probably be sorted there too. But the other houses sound nice as well. Mum won't be mad, as long as I don't end up in Gryffindor." "What's with the Gryffindor hate?" Tom asked, raising an eyebrow. Mum says Gryffindor is the root of all trouble. Daphne wrinkled her nose in disgust. Wherever there's a Gryffindor, there's chaos. You never know what kind of mess they'll stir up next. Tom considered that and couldn't help but agree. Lady Greengrass had nailed it. Riddle, do you want to be in Gryffindor? Daphne asked hesitantly. She thought Tom had gone quiet because she'd offended him and instantly regretted her bluntness. No, Tom smiled. I hope to be in Ravenclaw. Or maybe Hufflepuff. Somewhere quiet, where I can focus on studying. You love studying so much, you'll definitely make it into Ravenclaw, Daphne said with certainty. Just then, a piercing shriek rang out from the corridor outside. Tom and Daphne didn't pay much attention, just figured someone had dropped a frog or two. They were finishing up and planning a little nap when someone knocked on the door. Then, without waiting for a reply, the door slid open. Have you seen a toad, Riddle? What are you doing here? The girl in the doorway had a head of thick brown hair and an adorably youthful face, marred only by her oversized front teeth. She stopped mid-sentence when she spotted Tom, let out a horrified squeal, and jumped back like she'd seen a ghost. The chubby boy behind her looked like he was about to cry from the fright. Daphne was already frowning at the rude intrusion, and now that the girl seemed to know Tom, her expression darkened even more. Tom, meanwhile, remained perfectly calm as he looked up. Miss Granger. If you can be on the Hogwarts Express, why wouldn't I be? And no, I didn't mean you shouldn't be, Hermione Granger stammered, flustered. I just meant, this is wonderful. Daphne's face went completely dark. She suddenly had a terrible feeling, like her favorite toy was about to be snatched away. Chapter 12, Miss Granger's lifelong nemesis. Thanks to Miss Granger, Tom had the fortune of confirming the nature of this world several years earlier than he should have. Ever since the math competition in 3rd grade, Tom had run into Hermione multiple times at various academic contests for elementary students. Tom participated for the prize money and school rewards. Hermione, on the other hand, was there purely out of interest. Miss Granger's idea of fun was studying. But interest could never outweigh Tom's desperation for survival, so in more than a dozen showdowns, Tom walked away as the winner most of the time. The one time he did lose was during a sports meet. The teacher assigned to him by the school was utterly clumsy, and in the three-legged race, the poor coordination ended up dragging Tom down. Hermione had originally thought that once she left for Hogwarts, her rivalry with Tom would finally come to an end. She even felt a bit of regret about it. And yet, lo and behold, she bumped into Tom again on the train. They were going to be classmates. At the same school. After a brief moment of shock, Hermione lit up with excitement. That meant she still had the chance to defeat Tom and prove herself. She immediately forgot why she had even come to this compartment in the first place. Ignoring Daphne's stare entirely, she plopped herself down right next to Tom and started chattering away at full speed. Riddle, over the summer I finished Modern Magical Theory, The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, Notable Magical Events of the 20th Century, and most of the extra reading materials. What about you? Oh. I almost forgot, I've already mastered a few basic spells too. Which house do you want to be in? I want to go to Gryffindor. I've heard it's the best. Tom closed his eyes. It felt like 100 birds were chirping around his head. At last, a brief pause appeared in her endless monologue. Tom seized the moment, pointing toward the chubby boy standing frozen at the door, looking like he was about to cry. Granger, aren't you forgetting your friend? And for the record, we don't have any toads in here. You might want to check the other compartments. Hermione turned around and finally snapped back to reality. She gave the pudgy boy an apologetic smile. Sorry, Longbottom. I got a little too excited and forgot about your toad. No problem, Neville Longbottom stammered. Well then, we'll talk more later. Just don't fall too far behind, otherwise, if I win, it won't be satisfying. With that fierce remark, Hermione whisked Neville away to continue searching for his missing toad. As soon as she left, Daphne huffed in indignation. Tom, who is that girl? She's so rude. From the moment Hermione had entered, she hadn't even acknowledged Daphne's presence, didn't greet her, didn't glance her way. And the way she spoke, as if she were naturally superior, Daphne was fuming. A friend I met during competitions, Tom replied with a small smile. He also noticed Daphne had started calling him by his first name. Daphne, that's just how she is, fiercely competitive. But she doesn't mean any harm. You'll get used to her. I don't want to get used to someone so impolite. Lady Daphne's temper flared. No wonder she wants to go to Gryffindor. My mum calls them a bunch of thick-headed lions, and she looks the part. Tom's lips twitched, but he didn't argue with Daphne's opinion. To be honest, first-year Hermione, no, actually, Hermione for most of her school years, wasn't exactly likable. From roommates to upperclassmen like Ginny and Luna, Hermione had managed to get into spats with almost everyone. Harry and Ron were probably the only exceptions, and that was because they had gentle personalities and the memory of goldfish. After a quarrel, they'd make up like nothing ever happened. Without them, Hermione probably wouldn't have had any genuine friends at all. Not wanting to let Daphne stew in irritation, Tom casually changed the subject. The rest of the ride passed without incident. At some point, Daphne had dozed off. When Hermione came back, Tom just gave her a silencing gesture. Hermione, for once, got the message and quietly left again. As the sky outside darkened and the train began to slow, Tom knew they were finally approaching their destination. He gently woke the sleeping Daphne. She blinked, dazed and confused, her expression adorable in a half-asleep kind of way. Then, remembering where she was, she sat up in a rush. "Tom, are we there?" "Yeah." "The train's slowing down." "Oh no, we've got to get our robes on." Daphne scrambled to her feet. As she moved, she noticed the corner of her mouth felt wet. One swipe of her hand, and her face flushed bright red. She drooled. Did Tom see that? How embarrassing. Does he think I sleep like a pig? Tom, blissfully unaware of the mental spiral Daphne had launched into, just noticed that the once chatty girl had suddenly gone very quiet. With a low whistle from the train's engine, they finally arrived. Following the crowd out of the train, they heard Hagrid's booming voice calling the first years to line up. The giant gamekeeper then led them to a fleet of small boats waiting at the edge of the lake. Tom and Daphne climbed into one of the boats, accompanied by 2 other new students. Tom took a quick head count. This year's intake seemed to be about 80 or 90 students. Less than 100. So Hogwarts wasn't as underpopulated as he'd feared. 7-year groups combined would total somewhere around 600 students. As they passed a cliff face, Hagrid called for all the students to duck. In reality, he was the only one who needed to do so. It was said that this route was the same one taken by the 4 founders when they first arrived at Hogwarts. Every batch of new students would take this path, honoring tradition. After an unknown amount of time, the boats finally docked. One by one, the students disembarked and followed Hagrid up a flight of stone steps until they stood before a pair of massive oak doors. Hagrid raised his huge fist and knocked 3 times. The doors creaked open to reveal a tall witch clad in emerald green robes. Her expression was stern. The noisy first years fell into stunned silence. No one even dared to breathe, as if they were mice who'd just spotted a cat. First-year students, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced, gesturing to the wide-eyed group of children. "Thank you, Hagrid." "I'll take it from here," Professor McGonagall replied with a nod. She pulled the doors wide open and led the nervous young witches and wizards into the warm, brightly lit entrance hall. Chapter 13, The Sorting Ceremony. As they stepped into the entrance hall, the new students could already hear the lively commotion coming from behind the large door to the right. Returning students were already seated and eagerly awaiting the start of term feast. "I am Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts and Head of Gryffindor House." Professor McGonagall introduced herself with a string of impressive titles, instantly commanding respect and awe from the young witches and wizards. Once she had their full attention, she continued. "Now, let me explain what's about to happen. Before the feast begins, you will each go through the sorting ceremony. It will determine whether you belong in Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. This is a very important ritual. For the next 7 years, your house will be your home, you'll attend classes together, live together, and grow together. Also, your behavior will directly affect your house's standing. Breaking the rules will cost your house points." Her gaze suddenly sharpened like the edge of a blade. "Let me make this very clear. Although I am the head of Gryffindor House, I will show no favoritism. If I catch anyone breaking the rules, not only will I not go easy on you, I'll make sure the punishment is twice as severe." The first years froze like deer in headlights. Some of those who had been hoping to end up in Gryffindor were now silently reconsidering. This house head is terrifying. But for most of them, their biggest concern remained the mysterious sorting ceremony. New students from wizarding families had been raised on tales about how frightening the ceremony was, likely exaggerated over generations. Meanwhile, Muggleborns were completely clueless about what to expect, and the unknown alone was enough to terrify them. Some had already started imagining themselves failing the test, standing alone in the hall as all 4 houses rejected them. One poor kid even felt his nose sting as he held back tears. Tom happened to glance at Daphne, who was muttering something under her breath. Unfortunately, her voice was so quiet he couldn't make out a word. Professor McGonagall noticed the growing fear on these young faces. Her usual stern expression softened slightly, a brief flicker of amusement in her eyes. Still, as a responsible and fair professor who cared deeply for all her students, she chose to offer them some reassurance. "There's no need to worry. From the moment you received your acceptance letters, you've been part of this school. The sorting ceremony only helps place you in the house that suits you best. You have nothing to be afraid of. Think of this school as your home. And what kind of home would ever abandon its children? Her gentle words had an immediate calming effect. The tension in the air eased, and many of the young witches and wizards began to breathe more steadily. However, there's always one clever clogs in every group. Not far from Tom, a blonde-haired boy suddenly lit up as if he'd just had a revelation. "Professor McGonagall, did you say the school is our home?" "Of course, young man," McGonagall confirmed with a nod. The boy's expression changed in an instant, turning haughty and demanding. "Then what are we waiting for? I'm starving. Can't we eat first and sort after?" McGonagall's face turned stony. "You may think this is your home, but that does not mean the rules change just for you. After the sorting, I'll be deducting 5 points from whatever house you end up in." "Wait, what?" "Professor, you tricked me." "Tom." "Hannah Abbott." The sorting had officially begun. A rosy-cheeked girl with golden pigtails stepped nervously from the line and put on the sorting hat. After a brief pause, the hat bellowed, "Hufflepuff." The table on the far right erupted into cheers and applause. Some students waved to her, beckoning her over to sit beside them, while the fat friar, the Hufflepuff ghost, beamed and tipped his hat in welcome. Tom smiled as he watched Hannah Abbott stumble toward her new house table. What a lovely girl. Tom's sigh was barely audible, but someone nearby had been paying close attention to him. Daphne. Is that really Tom's type? The girl from the Abbott family? She looked like she came straight out of some countryside village. Daphne glanced at Hannah, then back at Tom, who was watching the sorting intently, and found herself momentarily dazed. Truthfully, Tom was also zoning out, wondering which house he himself would be placed in. Anything but Slytherin, he thought. Being Muggle-born, he never even considered it a possibility. Of the remaining 3, his only real wish was not to be sorted into Gryffindor. Being too close to Harry would put him right under Dumbledore's watchful eye. Combined with his unfortunate name, he'd definitely attract more attention than he wanted. He had no intention of becoming some grand villain, but neither did he enjoy being constantly monitored. Besides, Daphne was right, Gryffindor was a magnet for chaos and trouble. And Tom? Tom wanted to be a quiet, overachieving bookworm. That sort of environment just didn't suit him. Of the last 2, Ravenclaw was his top choice. But Hufflepuff had its perks too. After all, who could say no to living right next to the kitchen, with delicious food being prepared around the clock? Daphne Greengrass. Finally, the sorting hat called Daphne. The young witch was trembling with nerves as she ran up to Professor McGonagall and placed the hat on her head. It took nearly a full minute before the sorting hat announced its decision, Slytherin. The Slytherin table burst into loud applause. This level of enthusiasm hadn't been shown for any of the earlier students. The reason was simple, the Greengrass family was one of the sacred 28 pureblood lineages. Only those from such families could command that kind of respect. A few more students were sorted, and then it was finally his turn. When the name, Harry Potter, was called, the entire hall seemed to hold its breath. Everyone waited to hear the result. The sorting hat shouted at Gryffindor, and the second table on the right exploded with joy. A pair of identical red-haired twins nearly leapt onto the table in celebration. Meanwhile, the Slytherin table was deathly silent. A few students watched Potter with unreadable expressions, their lips moving as if whispering things only they could hear. It was in this tense and strange atmosphere that Professor McGonagall read out the next name with a serious expression. Tom Riddle. Perhaps among the students, only Hermione and Daphne were paying attention to Tom. To everyone else, the name sounded utterly ordinary, nothing worth noting. But for the professor seated at the staff table, it was like a thunderclap in the middle of a quiet night. Chapter 14, A Born Slytherin. In the wizarding world, there are no true secrets. As long as something has ever existed, it leaves behind a trace. Even something as elusive as a Horcrux can be unraveled thread by thread, exposed one after another by none other than Dumbledore. Tom Riddle, his name once shone like a star at Hogwarts 60 years ago, only to become a name feared and forbidden 30 years later. Back then, Dumbledore was the Transfiguration Professor. Flitwick taught charms. Sprout and McGonagall weren't on staff yet, but with their close ties to the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore himself, they knew the essential truths he chose to share. And Snape, once Voldemort's most trusted follower, now his most bitter enemy, had investigated every detail thoroughly. Then there was Hagrid, shaking like a leaf, pale as a ghost. Hagrid had gone to school with Tom Riddle, and the big-hearted half-giant had once naively believed Riddle to be a decent person. But there was someone else who wasn't calm either, Quirrel. When Professor McGonagall read out the name, Quirrel, who had been hunching down to avoid Snape's penetrating gaze, suddenly jerked his head up and stared fixedly at Tom as he walked toward the sorting hat. Snape, on the other hand, had no time to notice Quirrel's odd behavior. His gaze burned with pure hatred. Not for this Tom, no, not exactly. For another Tom. Severus. Dumbledore whispered so softly that only Snape could hear him. There are many people in the world with the same name. A name is just a label to distinguish one individual from another. Don't let old ghosts cloud your judgment. TCH, Snape didn't reply. He just sneered. As if he didn't know Dumbledore had personally fetched new students over the summer. He'd assumed the old man was collecting Harry Potter, but no, it had been that of Hagrid. And besides Harry Potter, who else could make the headmaster go out of his way? Only Tom Riddle. Some of the sharper students had picked up on the shift in the professor's moods. The great hall gradually quieted. By the time Tom reached the stool, the silence was absolute. Riddle. Just put on the hat, Professor McGonagall said, pressing her lips together tightly. She never expected she'd get a second chance to teach Tom Riddle. Tom gave a polite nod, sat on the stool, and slowly lifted the sorting hat toward his head. He could swear on Merlin's silky stockings that the hat hadn't even fully touched his hair yet when it shrieked, like someone choking it by the brim. Slytherin. A born Slytherin. McGonagall was stunned. Snape's face turned grave. Dumbledore said nothing. And Tom was dumbfounded. Sitting high up on the stool, he looked out across the hall full of craning necks, utterly blank. Slytherin. He wasn't a pureblood. He wasn't even a half-blood. He had no thirst for power. What gave this hat the right to dump him into Slytherin? Was this fate? Was this the inescapable curse of being Tom Riddle? Meanwhile, in the learning space within, Andrus, who had been silently observing everything, was now howling with laughter. He knew Tom's plan inside and out, right down to the backup for Gryffindor. But Slytherin? That had never been part of the script. Just as Professor McGonagall opened her mouth to suggest Tom take his seat, the boy, in front of everyone, yanked the hat back down over his head. Let's talk, Tom said in his mind. Sorting's already over, little wizard. What do you want to discuss? The hat whispered. You hadn't even touched my head just now. You must have announced Potter's result by mistake, right? He's the boy who lived, the last heir of the Potters, pure-blooded and powerful. He fits Slytherin perfectly. In a desperate bid to fix the mess, Tom threw Harry Potter under the bus without hesitation. He didn't even care if Dumbledore would corner him later for a chat. Absolutely not. The hat sounded annoyed. Riddle, don't question my expertise. I've never made a mistake, not once. I might be old, but I'm still sharp. Slytherin is your proper house. That's not magical at all. Why on earth would I be in Slytherin? Tom refused to accept it. The sorting hat, absorbing his frantic denial, responded in a chirpier tone. The thirst to be the best, that stubborn will to achieve your goals, and that ancient, untamed magic running in your veins, even more pure than Salazar or Godric. If Salazar were alive, he'd be begging on his knees to take you as his apprentice. Tom clenched his teeth. A born Slytherin, really? Since when? This bloody hat is slandering me. Aren't you supposed to consider students' preferences? I insist on going to Ravenclaw. Request denied, the hat replied cheerfully. Now stop wasting my time. I've got other young witches and wizards to sort. If you're that sentimental, come see me in Dumbledore's office later. I charge a few galleons per chat. Fine, Hufflepuff then. Look, I'm Muggle-born, kind-hearted, and love making friends. I'm basically the poster child for Hufflepuff. Tom pleaded. There was a pause. Then the hat spoke again, gentler this time, almost like it was trying to comfort him. Child, you can lack many things in life, but never self-awareness. Please, accept who you really are. Stupid hat. One day I'm going to stitch that cursed mouth shut, Tom fumed. The moment he thought it, the sorting hat caught the emotion and shouted even louder. Slytherin. Slytherin. Tom Riddle belongs to Slytherin. Before he could argue again, Professor McGonagall pulled the hat off his head. Mr. Riddle, the sorting ceremony is over. If you have concerns, you may bring them up later. Tom forced a smile, one more painful than tears, and gave her a small bow. Then he walked toward the Slytherin table. At first, no one applauded. Everyone was still reeling from the hat-wearing repeat scene. Maybe he just wanted to feel more involved. The young students exchanged confused glances. Then Daphne Greengrass caught on, flashing a dazzling smile and clapping enthusiastically. Others at the Slytherin table slowly followed suit. Tom slid into the seat next to her. I didn't expect you to be sorted into Slytherin. Daphne whispered excitedly. This is perfect, we'll get to take all our classes together. Yeah. I didn't expect it either, Tom replied flatly, soul-weary. Soon after, the final few students were sorted. The last one was Blaise Zabini, who was also placed in Slytherin. Only then did Tom realize, this was the guy who had fallen for Professor McGonagall's nonsense and strutted around like the whole school belonged to him. Chapter 15, being short is also an advantage. we need to talk. Snape mulled over the scene from earlier, his suspicion growing stronger the more he thought about it. That Tom Riddle, could he be some product of Voldemort's reincarnation through dark magic? The Sorting Hat's speed didn't necessarily reflect a wizard's potential, but it certainly revealed a glimpse into a young wizard's personality and inner thoughts. And Snape had never seen a student sorted into Slytherin that fast. Honestly, unless Salazar Slytherin himself had returned from the grave, he doubted it could have gone any quicker. What did that mean? It meant Tom Riddle was astonishingly compatible with Slytherin House. And even as the head of Slytherin, Snape didn't see that as an entirely good thing. Yet Dumbledore didn't seem to care. As soon as Blaise Zabini took his seat, the headmaster rose with a beaming smile. "Welcome," he boomed. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. But before the feast, I'd like to say a few words. They are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you all." With that, Dumbledore gave a slight bow and returned to his seat. The hall erupted into thunderous applause. Tom clapped along with the rest. What did that even mean? Inside the learning space, Andrus was utterly baffled. He hadn't understood a word, so why was everyone clapping? Honestly. Just the fact that he ended his speech with those random words is applause-worthy, Tom replied dryly. No sooner had he spoken than the empty platters before them magically filled with food. Roast lamb, lamb chops, golden fries, creamy mashed potatoes, rich gravy stew, velvety cream of mushroom soup, garlic bread, lamb-filled pastries, the delicious scents wafted up in a tantalizing wave, calling every young witch and wizard to dig in. Tom didn't hold back. He grabbed a few ribs and wings from the nearest platter, ladled himself a full bowl of cream of mushroom soup, and began to feast. After all, Daphne's snacks were long gone, and snacks were never enough to actually fill you up. People said Britain was a culinary wasteland full of questionable food, but Hogwarts meals, barring the usual fish and chips, were more like traditional Scottish home cooking. They leaned heavily on meat stewed in broth with butter and spices. There were even touches of French cuisine. The cream of mushroom soup, for instance, was a classic French dish. As long as the ingredients were fresh and the cooks didn't get too experimental, it was hard to go wrong. At the very least, it was leagues better than what Tom had been fed at the orphanage. Andrus was still pondering. Short speeches can be a good thing. Tom scoffed between bites. You've clearly never sat through a 1.5-hour ramble by an idiot. Don't be fooled, long-winded speeches weren't unique to certain Eastern countries. British ones could be just as torturous. After every award Tom received, some headmaster or chairman would show up to pontificate endlessly. Those speeches weren't even meant for the live audience, they were staged for the journalists. A small column in tomorrow's paper could boost their chances of becoming an MP. In 1990s Britain, where social media hadn't yet exploded, newspapers were a politician's lifeblood. That was gospel truth. All right, Andrus sighed. Still, your headmaster seems a bit unhinged. But I can sense he's powerful. Power recognizes power. Just like Voldemort in his heyday, he had no rival, but he still held deep wariness toward Dumbledore, even though the two had never directly dueled. That unease came from instinct. So, between the two of you, who's stronger? Tom perked up. Power-level debates were timeless. He abruptly looked up from his food, causing Daphne to think he was choking from eating too fast. She hurriedly handed him a glass of orange juice. Tom took it with a nod of thanks. Wizard duels aren't just about raw power or the strength of spells, he said calmly. But I can say this, Dumbledore and I are on the same level. And in a formal duel, I would never lose to anyone. That was the confidence of a king of the century, someone who had tasted invincibility. Tom nodded to himself and ended the conversation with Andrus. As the feast wound down, the students began enjoying desserts while chatting about their new lives at Hogwarts. A curious second-year boy had asked Tom what the Sorting Hat had said to him. But the moment he found out Tom was Muggle-born, his face darkened and he turned away, saying nothing more. Soon, Tom's origins had spread across the entire Slytherin table. Many gazes turned his way, curious, cold, even hostile, but none of them friendly. Tom didn't mind. But Daphne looked troubled. The little witch had a sinking feeling that Slytherin might not be the best place for him. She leaned in and whispered, Slytherins care about blood status, but if you're strong enough, it won't matter what you are. Tom chuckled. An 11-year-old girl trying to comfort him, it was almost adorable. I'm an orphan. I've gotten used to this sort of thing. It's no big deal. But hearing that didn't make Daphne feel any better. If anything, she looked even more heartbroken, her eyes reddening. Afraid she'd burst into tears, Tom quickly changed the subject, steering the conversation toward what they could expect in their classes and adventures ahead. Eventually, the food vanished from the plates, leaving them sparkling clean once more. Dumbledore rose again, delivering a few updates to the school rules and adding a stern warning about the consequences of breaking them. He spent nearly 3/4 of that speech staring pointedly at the Gryffindor table, more specifically, at a pair of identical twins. The twins didn't seem the least bit chastised. They even winked and made faces at the headmaster, which made the old man chuckle despite himself. Finally, under Professor McGonagall's withering gaze, Dumbledore invited everyone to stand and sing the Hogwarts school anthem. Golden ribbons twisted in the air, spelling out the lyrics. When the final note rang out, Dumbledore dabbed his eyes and sent the students off to their dormitories. He himself headed for the top of the castle. Snape followed close behind. Chapter 16, the first night of term. 8th floor, Headmaster's office. Dumbledore had thoughtfully prepared a cup of honey water for Snape, but Snape merely took a token sip before placing it back down. His voice was low and cold as he asked, "Are you absolutely certain this isn't some trick by the Dark Lord? Some kind of magical resurrection, a body possession spell perhaps?" Puffed. Dumbledore couldn't help but chuckle and teased, "Severus, I must admit, I never realized you had such a sense of humor. You really should tell more jokes like this, it might just change the way your colleagues see you." Snape's expression darkened. If he had the strength to take on the old man, he'd have already taught Dumbledore what it meant to face the wrath of the Half-Blood Prince. "With wizards like you lot, nothing would surprise me." Dumbledore shook his head with a smile. "Severus, you underestimate yourself far too much. And frankly, you're giving both me and Voldemort too much credit. Yes, he does possess abilities that are difficult to imagine, he's invented dark spells never seen before. Perhaps he could deceive even me. But that doesn't mean he could fool the Founders. Hogwarts does not allow the same person to be admitted twice." Realization flickered across Snape's face. As a head of house, he knew very well how Hogwarts magically searched all over Britain for suitable young witches and wizards. If this Tom Riddle was the Tom Riddle, he wouldn't have been allowed to enroll again. "Keep an eye on that boy," Dumbledore said. "His placement in Slytherin did catch me off guard. Considering the atmosphere in your house, he might encounter complications." "Survival of the fittest," Snape replied coldly. "Even as head of house, I cannot overly interfere with student affairs. That's one of the reasons Slytherin has endured so long." Slytherin, with its sharp focus on hierarchy, was more practical and more like the real world than the other three houses. Even if he had the ability to intervene, Snape had no interest in wasting time on a seemingly irrelevant student. Harry Potter had just arrived, Quirrel was acting strangely, and now carried a familiar aura. Compared to those issues, Tom Riddle didn't even rank. "No, Severus, you misunderstand," Dumbledore clarified. "I meant the other Slytherin students might be in trouble. This Riddle may not be that Tom, but the similarities are uncanny. His magical talent is extraordinary. And because of his background, he's used to protecting himself with force. If any conflicts arise, let's just hope he doesn't go too far." Snape. To be fair, Dumbledore's instincts were usually spot on. Not even the first day, on the eve of term, Tom had already begun educating his two roommates. After the welcoming feast, Tom followed the crowd into the Slytherin common room. This year's Slytherin boys totaled 12, neatly divided into 3 dorms of 4. Draco Malfoy, his 2 ever-present lackeys, formed one group. Tom ended up sharing a room with Blaise Zabini, Theodore Nott, and Rosier. As soon as they entered the dorm, Zabini began sneering. "Ugh. Can't believe I have to room with a mudblood wizard. Just my luck. Hey, Riddle, go make my bed. Use the sheets I brought from home, the ones the school provided are trash." "Yeah, mine too. Also, fetch me a glass of water." Chop chop. Rosier and Nott burst out laughing and joined in, barking orders as if they owned the place. Tom sighed. He had expected this sort of thing the moment he was sorted into Slytherin, he just hadn't expected it so soon. With no contingency plan, he followed his instincts. He drew his wand and turned around. Concussive blast. Boom. A shockwave erupted in the center of the room, slamming all 3 boys into the walls. Before they could react, Tom's wand flicked toward a nearby pen holder. The 3 quills inside sprang to life, transforming into ropes that shot out and bound the boys tightly. With another flick, Tom's wand elongated, softened, and morphed into a whip. Crack. Aff. Zabini let out a howl. The lash struck his back, leaving him twitching in agony. The other 2 received no mercy either. In mere moments, the dorm looked like a carousel of spinning tops. Only after delivering a good dozen lashes each did Tom finally stop. "I thought Slytherins were supposed to be cunning, shrewd, and ambitious. How did it end up with idiots like you? You try to bully someone without even checking their background first, did you think I was an easy mark? Purebloods. Ha. Wah. I'm telling my mother. You'll be expelled. Put me down, Riddle. Let me go. I'm sorry. Don't hit me again." At the end of the day, they were still 11-year-old kids. Their pure-blood superiority was something their parents had drilled into them. Tom's reasoning wouldn't reach them just yet. But a whip got the message across just fine. Another round of 10 lashes for good measure. Eventually, the room fell quiet. Tom released the spell. Zabini, rosier, and not knelt obediently before him, trembling. Remember this, I'm in charge of this dormitory now. Anyone who disobeys me, breaks my rules, or steps out of line, will feel my whip again. Or maybe, Tom's eyes gleamed darkly, I'll strip you down and hang you by the school gates. His gaze swept over them like a predator. Rosier. Selwyn. Descendants of the Sacred 28. What do you think your esteemed families would do if I actually did that? Zabini. You talked a lot about your mother at the feast. Wouldn't want her to find out how badly you embarrassed yourself on the very first night of term, would you? The three boys shivered violently and nodded in unison. Terrifying. He was a dark wizard, no, worse than that. Even the Dark Lord was one of their own. This riddle was scarier than the Dark Lord. I'll give you a fair chance, Tom said, sheathing his wand. He was fully embracing his role now. We're Slytherins. Might makes right. If any of you ever manage to beat me, by any means necessary, then you can have your revenge. 100-fold, if you like. If the Sorting Hat could have heard that, it would have probably bragged about its judgment for a solid month. But if you lose, you'll pay the price. Got it. Got it, the three shouted back in unison, hoping their enthusiasm might spare them another beating. They buried their hatred deep. The moment they could overpower Tom Riddle, they'd strike back. They would never forget this humiliation. Chapter 17, The Terrifying Effects of a Transcendent State. After giving his thick-headed roommates a well-deserved lesson, Tom finally vented a good chunk of his pent-up frustration. He ordered the trio to wash up and sleep, immediately. Only once the dormitory fell silent did he re-enter the learning space. You took your sweet time, Andrus greeted him. Tom had shut off the learning space right after the feast, so Andrus had no idea what had happened afterward. When Tom sighed and explained everything, Andrus burst out laughing. Reality really is more magical than fiction, huh? Purebloods. Bloodline means nothing in the face of true power. You handled it well today, Tom. When it's time to act, you must be decisive. Too light a hand won't teach them a lesson, too heavy and the professors get involved. What you did. Just right. It's not that simple, Tom replied, shaking his head slightly. This is just the beginning. You'll see, there's more trouble on the horizon. He sighed. I just want to study in peace. Why Slytherin of all places? Andrus scoffed. Kid, I didn't want to say this before out of respect for your choice, but after going through everything I could about Hogwarts, it's clear, Slytherin is exactly where you belong. Tom blinked. Why? Andrus folded his arms, his expression unusually serious. Knowledge is important for a wizard. But from the ancient past to long after my own death, I can promise you, no wizard has ever become the strongest through knowledge alone. He tapped his temple. You know what matters most to a wizard? Tom answered without hesitation, magic power. Willpower. When the two align, a spell can shape reality. This time, Andrus shook his head. You're missing something, emotion. Tom frowned. Isn't willpower the same as emotion? Basic magical theory in countless books had never separated the two. Not once. Andrus gave a wry smile and summoned his wand, rarely used these days. He raised it high above his head. Expecto Patronum. A massive Patronus, a towering giant, erupted into the space, radiating intense pressure. As Andrus spoke, the Patronus echoed him, their voices resonating in perfect harmony. Great magic power. Unshakable will. Overflowing emotion. Magic power is the source of all things, the foundation of spellcasting. Willpower governs the success rate of a spell, the more determined the intent, the better the flow and transformation of your magic. But emotion decides a spell's limit. Remember this, Tom, magic is fueled by the mind. The mind is limitless, but it must anchor itself to something. That anchor is emotion. Talent is important. But those with powerful emotions can often break their limits and reach heights beyond imagination. The chaos in Slytherin. That's your trial. It's meant to help you find the perfect balance between will and emotion. Treasure this opportunity. Andrus' voice thundered through the space. Tom stood there, stunned. Because what Andrus had said was both simple and profound. Simple enough for Tom to hear, but far too deep to grasp. He had touched on the very essence of magic. For the first time, Tom activated his transcendent state, allowing himself to digest Andrus' teachings. 10 minutes passed silently. Tom's vacant eyes gradually regained focus. A subtle, hard-to-define aura now surrounded him. His gaze had become far more piercing. Imitating Andrus, he raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. Silver-white mist burst forth and began to take human form. Compared to Andrus' clearly defined, towering Patronus, Tom's was only vaguely humanoid, and only slightly taller than himself. But even that was enough to surprise Andrus greatly. Tom had actually reached the point of casting a corporeal Patronus on the third day of training. But Andrus had personally shattered it back then. Why? Because once a Patronus form was solidified, it became nearly impossible to change. Creating a rare or unique Patronus, like Andrus Giant, would then take an immense amount of effort. Andrus had learned that lesson the hard way and wasn't about to let Tom repeat his mistake. But now, this attempt wasn't about forming the final shape. It was about attitude, and it had paid off unexpectedly. Instructor Andrus approval, 50%. Reward drawing. Complete. Congratulations. You've acquired the talent, Absolute Justice. Absolute Justice, all non-dark offensive spells gain increased power. The amplification scales with the host's magic power growth. Instructor approval at 50%, new function unlocked, Embodied Instruction. Embodied Instruction, the instructor may channel spells directly through the host's body to enhance learning efficiency. Duration, 5 minutes. Each approval point adds 10 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Host may interrupt at any time to regain control. As soon as the rewards were granted, Tom's Patronus visibly swelled, its height shooting up to nearly 2 meters. Andrus, unaware that Tom wasn't just learning from him but also borrowing his powers, marveled at how much stronger Tom's talent was than he'd originally thought. Tom basked in the strange, exhilarating sensation of summoning a humanoid Patronus. Eventually, he ceased channeling magic. Though the transcendent state had ended, a lingering spark of insight still danced through his mind. He didn't dare waste it and immediately began bombarding Andrus with questions, new questions sparked by the experience. Questions that even elite Aurors wouldn't know how to answer. Because most Aurors were just skilled practitioners. That didn't mean they understood theory. But for Andrus, this was nothing. In his time, magical technique hadn't even been formalized yet. Anyone who wanted to reach high-level magic had to figure things out the hard way, on their own. So while he looked like a brute and fought like a berserker, Andrus was, at heart, a scholar. An hour passed before they wrapped up. Andrus taught Tom 2 new spells, not newly discovered magic, but 2 simple ancient spells. One detected poison in food. The other created a triggered barrier that would activate if someone attempted an ambush. Tom memorized both, then exited the learning space. His 3 roommates were sound asleep. But Tom couldn't fall asleep at all. He had felt the sheer power of the transcendent state. In critical moments, 10 minutes of that could equal 10 days, or even half a month, of hard training. He opened the system interface and looked at the 300+ academic credits he'd accumulated. Tom let out a long sigh. When will I finally stop feeling poor? Chapter 18, Rosier's Act of Revenge. Some things in life happen either just once, or endlessly. After experiencing transcendent state that one time, Tom was already calculating when he'd use it a second, maybe even a third time. But the brutal truth. He couldn't afford it. Ever since awakening the system over a month ago, Tom had been grinding himself into the ground every day, barely scraping together a few hundred credit points. It wasn't for lack of effort, far from it. Each day he spent between 3 to 7 hours in the learning space, and that burned through his credits fast. He'd been learning new spells recently and racking up minor achievements, which pushed his achievement points close to 100. The problem was, credits came slowly. Still, staring at that beautiful round number, Tom couldn't help but start scheming again. Should I summon another teacher? 100 achievement points could summon a first-class genius as an instructor. Andrus was great and all, but he knew little about modern magical systems. Most of the time, it was Tom learning something and then teaching it to Andrus. Even worse, the powerful spells Andrus had mastered were all considered ancient magic in the modern era. Learning them was a nightmare. Not only did they demand deeply theoretical magical knowledge, but they also required fluency in archaic languages, ancient runes, Cretan, Mycenaean, and even the Ionian dialect used to compose the Iliad and Odyssey. Yes, that too was a magical script. So, other than the Patronus charm, the impact curse he'd used against the Zabini trio, and 2 recently acquired defensive spells, most of what Tom had learned so far were basic spells from textbooks. Advanced level magic. Still way out of reach. The restricted section might hold the knowledge he needed. But then again, with his name, his background, and his house. Yeah. Probably not the best idea to go nosing around in the restricted section just yet. That was practically a surefire way to land on Dumbledore's radar. In hindsight, Tom was beginning to realize, his sorting into Slytherin had a lot to do with Andrus. The sorting hat had said something that now stood out in his memory. A magical lineage even more ancient and pure than Salazar's himself. It had to be because he'd drawn Andrew's magical talent as one of his initial traits. In a house obsessed with bloodlines, Tom's magical purity basically made him everyone's ancestor, including Salazar Slytherin himself. Still, he put aside the idea of summoning another teacher. On paper, first-class genius and king of the century were only one tier apart, but in practice, the difference in power was massive. Geniuses came and went every generation. Take the 4 current heads of house, they were each first-class geniuses in their fields. But someone like Dumbledore, like Andrus, they were the kind of legends that appeared once in a century, if that. He'd rather save up and gather 1,000 achievement points to summon another king of the century. As for the immortal legend tier, that was way too far off. Maybe once he unlocked new methods for earning achievement points. Curse the system. It had spoiled him from the start, making his standards too damn high. Tom didn't remember when he'd fallen asleep. But he did remember being woken up by noise. The Zabini trio had actually gotten up earlier than him. Laughing and chatting loudly at the crack of dawn, they made it impossible for Tom to sleep. Furious, Tom leapt out of bed, gave each of them a whipping curse, and drove them out of the dorm before crawling back into bed for some quality second sleep. Out in the hallway, the 3 roommates were livid. Just as they were about to start swearing up a storm, the door next to theirs creaked open. A sleepy-eyed Draco Malfoy poked his head out and blinked at them. "What are you lot doing out here?" Zabini swallowed the curse that was right at the tip of his tongue. The other 2 froze up as well. It wasn't about keeping shameful secrets. They just didn't want Malfoy to find out that the 3 of them, 3 proud purebloods, had just been beaten up and kicked out of their dorm by a muggle-born. If Malfoy got wind of this, they'd never hear the end of it. Especially him, he'd already seemed obnoxiously arrogant at last night's welcome feast, clearly drunk on having 2 hulking bodyguards. "Nothing much," said Rosier, recovering fast. "It's our first day at Hogwarts, we were too excited to sleep, so we went for a walk." Malfoy, still half asleep, mumbled something about how uncultured they were and shuffled off to the bathroom. "I think I hate him more than Riddle," Zabini grumbled, glaring at Malfoy's back. He was sorely tempted to whip Malfoy the same way Tom had whipped them. Malfoy always acted so smug around them, like he was better. "We're all purebloods. We're all sacred 28. Where the hell does your superiority come from? From your flip-flopping excuse for a father? Not spat on the ground. None of them are good news. Let's take them down one at a time, Riddle first." The other 2 nodded in agreement. Maybe it was because they'd been beaten up together, twice. But the 3 of them had forged a decent little alliance overnight. They huddled in a quiet corner of the common room to plan how to deal with Tom. "We could ambush him," suggested Not. "Wait around a corner or hide in a classroom. Catch him off guard and hit him from behind. Guaranteed win." "No way, that's too risky," Rosier said, shooting down the plan instantly. "If we get into a wand duel, we'll definitely lose. Did you see how smooth he was last night? Transfiguration, offensive spells, he looked more like a pureblood than we do. If we mess up, we'll just get whipped again." "What if we used magical items?" Zabini said darkly. "There's this cursed artifact at my place, whoever touches it accidentally gets hexed. We could slip it into his things." "Are you insane?" Not nearly jumped. "This is Hogwarts. Dumbledore's turf. If he finds out, Riddle might be fine, but you'll be expelled for sure." Zabini fell silent. Like most Slytherins, their feelings toward Dumbledore were a mix of fear and resentment. It was something passed down from their parents' generation, and none of them wanted their revenge plot to end up in the headmaster's office. Worse, if their parents were right about Dumbledore's favoritism toward Muggleborns and half-bloods, they might be the only ones punished. "What if we tell Professor Snape?" Rosier rubbed the sore spot on his shoulder. "My parents went to school with him. They were even colleagues. He'll look out for me." Zabini frowned. "Snitching. Isn't that kinda humiliating? What if he tells my mom?" Rosier was full of confidence. "Relax. My parents are already in Azkaban. It's not like he's gonna send a letter there. Dementors aren't exactly great at delivering post." Zabini and Not. Chapter 19, A Relaxed Class Schedule. In the end, Not and Zabini gave in and agreed to go snitch. It was low cost, high return, just mention it to the head of house and ask him not to tell their families or classmates, and they'd avoid the embarrassment. The 3 of them agreed to report it soon. What they didn't notice was that Daphne, sitting a short distance away, had heard everything. Her delicate face showed a flicker of worry. Close to 8 o'clock, Tom woke up fully refreshed. After washing up, he made his way to the Slytherin common room. The sky had already darkened last night, so he hadn't gotten a proper look at the only real feature of the Slytherin dorms, the view into the depths of the Black Lake. Tom walked up to the floor-to-ceiling glass. The morning light filtered through the dark water, now faint and eerie, but still enough to reveal several fish weaving leisurely among the lakeweed, completely carefree. Suddenly, a massive shadow passed by. And when it vanished, the fish were gone too. Tom spotted a few thick tentacles lingering for a second. That shadow was clearly the legendary giant squid. Well, so much for being carefree. Not a good thing, apparently. Those fish didn't even put up a struggle before becoming breakfast. Impressive, isn't it? Daphne had appeared at Tom's side without him noticing, also looking out the window. I'd heard about Slytherin's underwater view before, but seeing it for myself, it's far more stunning than any book could describe. It's definitely something, Tom nodded. Feels like living in one of those sea view hotels. Though he didn't say the rest aloud, and that's all it has going for it. The scenery was practically the dorm's only redeeming quality. As for everything else, well, there wasn't much to say besides endless complaints. Dark, damp, and completely devoid of sunlight. The green color palette was already eerie during the day, at night, it was downright creepy. Just being here made your mood sour without reason. Honestly, it was no wonder Slytherin kept turning out dark wizards. The environment alone could twist anyone's personality. Anyone but him, of course, he was a ray of sunshine. What bugged Tom the most was the humidity. He woke up feeling like his blanket had gained weight overnight, squeeze it and you'd probably get a puddle. Bloody hell. Britain was already damp enough. Scotland, with its highlands and oceanic climate, took it to another level, worse than London. And the fact that this dorm was located in a dungeon under a lake. Realistically, this place shouldn't even be habitable. Which, to be fair, it wasn't. Most castles used their dungeons for prisoners. Who knew what Slytherin was thinking when he picked this place for his house dorm, trying to make sure his students went mad? On the way to the Great Hall, Daphne quietly told Tom everything she'd overheard earlier. Tom didn't seem the least bit worried. He just thanked the little witch for her kind gesture and clearly didn't want to keep discussing it. Aren't you the least bit concerned, Tom? Daphne shot a glance toward the staff table. Snape had already arrived. She lowered her voice, moving closer. I heard he's really strict, and you did hit them yesterday. No matter how strict he is, he has to be fair, Tom replied calmly. Zabini provoked me first. I only hit back in self-defense. If Professor Snape is reasonable, he'll know who deserves punishment. Are you sure that's how it happened? Daphne still felt like something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Seeing Tom so confident, she let go of her worries, for now. At the long table, in addition to the usual breakfast items, the first-year students also found their class schedules for the term. After glancing through his, Tom could barely hide his grin. So light. Ridiculously light. He'd had more classes back in primary school. First year was all about laying the foundation. There were no electives yet, just a handful of core subjects. Not many at all. And most were short periods rather than double-length lectures. Today, Slytherin only had 2 classes, Transfiguration at 9 a.m. with Gryffindor, and Herbology at 1 p.m. with Ravenclaw. That was it. Just 100 minutes of class, and the rest of the day was free. The rest of the week was roughly the same, 2 or 3 classes a day at most. This life was way too easy. Plenty of free time to focus on his own interests. After we finish eating, let's explore the castle, Tom told Daphne. I heard the corridors here move around, it's easy to get lost. The little witch nodded eagerly. The two of them quickly finished breakfast, and just in case they got hungry later, Tom snagged a couple pieces of bread and butter before leaving the table. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione watched them leave and wanted to follow, but her roommate Lavender Brown kept chatting nonstop. Eventually, Hermione gave up. Meanwhile, the moment Tom was gone, Zabini and the others exchanged glances and gave a small nod. A while later, Snape got up from the staff table. The 3 boys instantly followed, intercepting him just outside the entrance hall. Rosier, what is it? Snape frowned. Out of the trio, Rosier was the only name he remembered. His parents were Death Eaters, colleagues of a sort. Professor, you have to stand up for us. To Snape's astonishment, Zabini suddenly yanked open his robes and bared his scrawny chest. Ah. A witch walking by screamed in horror at the scene. A teacher and a young boy. Wait, wasn't this usually something you saw with a priest? It was peak breakfast hour. Plenty of people were milling around the entrance hall. One glance at this bizarre spectacle and everyone immediately perked up. Idiot. With me, now. Snape growled under his breath, storming down to the dungeons like he was escaping. The 3 boys hurried after him. If they stayed a moment longer, Merlin knows what kind of rumors would spread across the castle by tomorrow. This was bloody England, after all. Only after they reached his office did Snape turn, his eyes colder than ice, staring straight at Zabini. "If you don't immediately explain what the hell you're trying to pull, I'll put you in detention for a month, even if you are in my house." "Professor, look at this mark, it's from Riddle. He hit me." Zabini pointed to the red welt on his chest, nearly in tears. Just remembering it made him want to cry. Not even his mother or any of her 6 ex-husbands had hit him like that. Nott and Rosier chimed in, talking over each other as they described the scene from last night and this morning. The more Snape listened, the darker his expression grew. This wasn't just bad behavior. This was outrageous. Chapter 20, Transfiguration Class. Bang. Outrageous. Snape slammed his hand on the desk, the echo thundering through the office. Fighting classmates on the very first day, what does he think he's doing? "Professor, that Riddle is completely out of control." Rosier was quick to throw mud. "He acts like the wizarding world is just another muggle school of his. No sense of discipline, no respect at all, he clearly doesn't take you seriously." A cold gaze swept across him. Rosier immediately shut his mouth, trembling like a leaf. Snape's voice was frigid. "Whether or not he respects me, Rosier, is not for you to judge. That is for me to decide. I've heard enough. I'll handle it. You're dismissed." "Yes, Professor." Receiving the answer they wanted, the 3 students left Snape's office with undisguised glee, as if they could already see Tom Riddle being punished, perhaps even expelled from school. But even after they left, Snape's expression remained grim. He had dealt with arrogant students before, but this arrogant this early? That was new. Not even Voldemort had been this brazen when he first entered Hogwarts. Tom had barely arrived and already beaten up 3 roommates, and even used a whip to educate them. Snape had brushed off Dumbledore's warning last night, but the boomerang had come back faster than expected. This wasn't just some problem child, this needed immediate and serious handling. Snape's eyes flickered. He decided to deal with the matter himself. Best not to give that old man another opportunity to swoop in and play the benevolent hero. Today, he would give Tom Riddle a lesson he wouldn't forget. One that would remind him whose territory Slytherin truly was. There were over 140 staircases in Hogwarts, most of which had a mind of their own. A staircase might be on the 2nd or 3rd floor one moment, then whisk you to the top of the castle the next. The good news? These staircases didn't move completely at random. Some shifted positions at fixed times, others reacted to how forcefully one walked, or would change if you stomped 3 times. Sometimes you could even catch a shortcut straight from the 1st floor to your desired floor. Very efficient. The bad news? As newcomers, Tom and Daphne didn't know any of this. They had to figure it out by trial and error. To avoid being late for their first class, the 2 left early. Unfortunately, after Tom gave one of the steps a light kick, a staircase from the 3rd to the 4th floor suddenly whisked them all the way to the top of the castle. Huffing and puffing, they had to walk back down, each step taken with utmost care so as not to anger the unpredictable staircase lords. By the time they finally reached the classroom, class was about to begin. Tom swore silently, "One day, once I understand the layout of this castle, I'll rewrite the rules, make them even more annoying. No reason I should suffer alone." With that vow in mind, he and Daphne stepped into the classroom. On the professor's desk sat a tabby cat. Its markings were darker around the eyes than anywhere else. It perched there silently, watching the chattering students with steady eyes. Tom glanced at it but said nothing. He had no intention of exposing its identity. Calmly, he walked further into the room. "Riddle. Over here." Hermione waved energetically, pointing to the empty seat beside her. Tom walked over. Daphne pouted, dragging her feet as she followed reluctantly. Once they sat down, Hermione immediately leaned over. "So, how do you like Slytherin so far?" "It's fine. Everyone's been pretty welcoming." "Really?" "Huh. But according to the books, they're supposed to be hostile toward Muggleborns and half-bloods." "Is that so?" "I haven't noticed. My roommates were all very friendly." "Well, all right then." Hermione dropped the subject and patted her textbook proudly. "I finished reading this for the 3rd time last night. How about you?" Daphne couldn't hold back. If magic could be learned just by reading books, don't you think Muggles would have taken over the wizarding world by now? Hermione's eyes narrowed at the hostility in Daphne's tone. "Since I do have magical talent, reading helps me learn faster. Or are you suggesting you purebloods can just lie around and absorb magic through osmosis? At least we're not as desperate as you. Magic has been part of our lives since birth, it's second nature to us. You're just a country bumpkin." That last jab was muttered under her breath, barely audible, afraid that Tom might hear and think less of her. To Tom's surprise, Daphne was surprisingly good at quarreling, nothing like the innocent rich girl she appeared to be. Their back and forth was sharp and relentless, no room given. Sitting between them, Tom remained expressionless. But he felt like both his ears were under attack. "It's 8:55, he suddenly announced. Hermione froze, realizing class would start any moment. The professor could arrive any second. With a huff, she turned away, refusing to engage further. Daphne also turned her head, no longer looking at Hermione, and began whispering to Tom instead. A few minutes later, the bell rang. Professor McGonagall still hadn't appeared, but two boys burst into the classroom, panting. Thank Merlin, we're not late." Harry doubled over, hands on his knees, grinning with relief. He and Ron quickly found two empty seats and sat down. "Bloody cursed staircases," Ron muttered between gasps. His face was drenched with sweat, but he smiled when he realized McGonagall hadn't arrived. "We're not late, but the professor is. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have sprinted up half the castle, I can barely breathe." Ron didn't bother lowering his voice. Even though he and Harry were seated near the back, his words carried easily to the front. Tom turned his head, gazing at Ron with the look one might give a man walking toward a guillotine. So what if he had beaten up his roommates on the first day? Ron Weasley was the real brave soul, provoking a professor on the very first lesson. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen." At that moment, the tabby cat leapt forward, and midair transformed into Professor McGonagall. The class collectively jumped in shock. Ron's jaw dropped. His face turned pale. Professor McGonagall glanced at him, then swept her sharp gaze over the entire class. "I'm pleased to see no one is late for our first lesson. I do hope you maintain this level of punctuality. I, for one, am never late." "Oh no. She heard me." Ron whimpered like a dying mosquito, his dreams of Hogwarts glory crumbling. Harry, without a word, quietly shuffled his chair just a little further away from his newly acquired best mate. Chapter 21, A New Way to Earn Credits. Transfiguration is a highly advanced and rather dangerous branch of magic. At the same time, it's a form of magic you'll find yourselves using quite often in the future. You must approach it with seriousness and discipline. If anyone dares to cause trouble in my class, I'll throw them out, regardless of which house they belong to. Professor McGonagall opened the lesson with a stern warning. It was only after every student sat up straight and gave her their full attention that she gave a slight nod of approval. Then, just as quickly, she offered a sweet reward. She demonstrated the true wonder of transfiguration. With a light tap of her wand on the lectern, the sturdy wooden desk instantly transformed into a plump, snow-white pig, round and adorably clumsy. The next sequence of transformations drew gasps and squeals from the young witches and wizards. The pig morphed into a lion, its majestic roar shaking the classroom. A moment later, it twisted and stretched into an enormous serpent. The snake's cold, glinting eyes scanned the room, causing a wave of unease to sweep through the students. Those in the front row turned pale and stumbled over each other trying to retreat. Even the Slytherin students didn't handle it much better. Sure, their house animal was a serpent, but that didn't mean they all liked snakes. Tom caught a flicker of amusement in Professor McGonagall's eyes, though her face remained composed. "So, even you, Professor McGonagall, with your thick eyebrows and solemn face, you're hiding a mischievous side, huh?" Bang. A sharp crack echoed as the snake vanished and the long desk reappeared. The classroom slowly calmed down. "This," McGonagall said, her voice ringing clearly, "is the beauty of transfiguration. With it, you have the power to reshape the world. However, transformations involving large animals are for advanced years. For now, we begin with the basics." She handed each student a toothpick. Their task for today, to turn that toothpick into a silver needle. When casting, visualize the silver needle clearly in your mind. Your mental image must be vivid and precise. Focus entirely, no distractions. Convince yourself that the toothpick is the silver needle. You must align your mental vision with the physical world. After explaining the key points, Professor McGonagall allowed the students to practice freely. Soon the classroom filled with whispered incantations. Unfortunately, the toothpicks remained stubbornly unchanged. Tom, however, wasn't chanting. He was staring into space. "You have gained Professor's Insight on Transfiguration, credits +5. You have gained Professor's Insight on Transfiguration, credits +5. The system prompt rang twice. Not only did he gain 10 credits in total, but Tom also realized something more important. He'd discovered a new way to earn them. Turning a toothpick into a silver needle. He'd mastered that back during the summer break. But McGonagall's explanation just now had triggered a new understanding. Was that what caused the bonus? And the real surprise was still to come. Professor McGonagall wandered between the desks, observing everyone's progress. Most of the toothpicks remained wooden and unchanged. Still, she didn't seem angry. After all, transfiguring a toothpick into a silver needle wasn't just basic magic. While the transformation appeared small, it involved not only a change in form but also a shift in material, wood to metal. That was already beyond the first-year level. But McGonagall wasn't unaware of this. Her choice of lesson was deliberate, an early test. It was difficult enough to challenge, but not impossible. A clever way to spot the students with real potential, the ones she could give extra attention to later on. She sighed softly. She'd already observed half the class, and not a single performance had met her expectations. Until she arrived behind Tom Riddle. With a smooth motion, Tom traced a circle in the air with his wand, then gently tapped the toothpick. Right before her eyes, it shimmered and shifted into a silver needle, sleek, polished, and gleaming. But that wasn't what stunned her. This needle wasn't just any needle. Its surface bore intricate patterns, fine, detailed engravings so delicate and precise that it could be mistaken for a work of art. Excellent. McGonagall's voice rang out loud and clear. Mr. Riddle has successfully performed a perfect transfiguration on his first try, and with ornate embellishments, no less. 5 points to Slytherin. The Gryffindor students didn't react much. They were all new here, and the old rivalry between houses hadn't sunk in yet. The Slytherins, however, went quiet. Malfoy, especially, looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. His pure-blood pride was wounded. He hadn't succeeded, but a Muggle-born had. Tom hadn't really cared about earning points, until the next system alert changed everything. You have received recognition from a class professor, credits +5, achievement point +1. System unlocked long-term mission, the greatest student in Hogwarts history. All house points earned will convert 1-to-1 to credits, and at a 5-to-1 ratio for achievement points. Winning the House Cup yields bonus rewards. House points. He didn't give a damn. But credits and achievement points. Now that was motivation. For a brief moment, Tom even regretted not being sorted into Gryffindor. Wouldn't winning the House Cup over the next few years be practically guaranteed? But no, he'd landed in Slytherin. And winning the House Cup here? That would take something drastic. Like taking Dumbledore down a peg. The House Cup had been pretty much rigged for years now. Part of it was to build Harry's fame, but more than that, it was psychological conditioning. Dumbledore was grooming Harry, training him to stand up in critical moments, to develop the instincts of a hero. So when the time came, he'd have the courage to face Voldemort, and fulfill the prophecy. Originally, Tom had no interest in Dumbledore's little savior program. As far as he was concerned, Voldemort only had 2 possible endings, either get killed by Harry as per the original storyline, or get crushed by him once he'd grown powerful enough. But fighting for the House Cup meant earning credits. Earning credits meant progress. And progress meant challenging the very system at its core. Dumbledore, I hope you understand. This is nothing personal. Chapter 22, Come Face Me Head On, Professor Snape. Professor McGonagall had no idea that the boy standing before her was already plotting how to steal the House Cup from right under her nose. She praised Tom a couple more times, reminding him not to slack off, and then moved on to observe the other students. Still, something about it unsettled her. Logically, she knew it was just a coincidence, same name, nothing more. But emotionally, the more impressive this Tom became, the harder it was not to think of that Tom. Was it a cursed name? Or had the name, Tom, secretly earned the favor of Merlin himself? How did you even do that? Hermione leaned in as soon as McGonagall had walked off, her tone a little sharp, tinged with envy. Her toothpick hadn't changed at all. Not even a shimmer. And that stung. Back in the Muggle world, whenever she and Tom competed, she usually lost, but only by the slimmest of margins. They were both top scorers, practically neck and neck. But now, in the magical world, where they were supposed to be on even footing, the gap had only widened. It felt like she was still standing at the starting line, while Tom was already waiting at the next stop. The more pressure you put on yourself, the lower your chances of success. Tom didn't mind offering a little guidance. Don't treat spellcasting like a machine process. Every cast is a reflection of your magic, your talent. Relax your mind. Imagine you're the master of this toothpick. It does what you say. Everything it becomes, it's because you command it. Nearby, Daphne Greengrass overheard him. She took a deep breath, raised her wand, and mimicked the path McGonagall had demonstrated, only this time, she moved with a natural, fluid rhythm instead of a stiff, robotic motion. A flash of silver flickered over the toothpick. It transformed into a silver toothpick. Not quite a needle, but honestly, the shape wasn't that different. If it couldn't thread a string, at least it looked the part. Even so, Daphne lit up like it was Christmas. I did it. Tom, you're amazing. Her successful attempt earned Slytherin another point. Unfortunately, it hadn't been Tom's doing directly, so the system didn't award him any credits. Still, it was more than enough to frustrate Hermione. With her pride on the line, she stopped talking to Tom entirely and plunged back into practice, jaw set and brows furrowed. Finally, just before the end of class, she managed to make her toothpick shimmer. It turned into a shiny silver needle, though it still felt wooden to the touch. Professor McGonagall was nonetheless delighted and awarded Gryffindor a point. Bang. A loud explosion suddenly rang out in the classroom, startling McGonagall so badly she nearly dropped her wand. This was Transfiguration class, not Defense Against the Dark Arts. Who the devil had caused an explosion? She quickly spotted the culprits, Seamus Finnegan and Neville Longbottom. The two boys stared at each other, hair frizzed and standing on end like they'd been struck by lightning. Their toothpicks were now smoking chunks of charcoal. McGonagall's face darkened to the same shade. Glaring furiously, she deducted 1 point from Gryffindor and declared the class dismissed. Hogwarts truly was full of talent. Not only had they birthed someone like Tom, a human nuclear core, but also someone who seemed to specialize in explosion-style jutsu. Utterly terrifying. After class, Daphne tried to catch up to Tom, but was intercepted by Millicent Bulstrode and Pansy Parkinson. She could only watch helplessly as Hermione dragged Tom away toward the library. "Greengrass, why are you hanging out with a muggle-born?" Pansy Parkinson sneered. "Yeah," Bulstrode chimed in, "sure, he's not bad-looking, but filthy blood is still filthy blood. Just wait, Nott and the others will put him in his place soon enough." "What I do and who I befriend is none of your business," Daphne replied coolly, her voice dripping with disdain. "Mind your own lives." She didn't even bother looking them in the eye. "Parkinson, clean that spinach out of your teeth before speaking to me again. It's disgusting. And you, Bulstrode, your toothpick didn't even twitch the entire lesson. You've got a lot of nerve criticizing Tom's bloodline. You're a disgrace to purebloods." With that, Daphne turned her back on their red and white faces and walked off, head held high. The Greengrass family name gave her the clout to dismiss them. Sure, Bulstrode and Parkinson were also from Sacred 28 families, but Daphne simply didn't care. Originally, she'd wanted to chase after Tom. But the idea of dealing with Hermione again soured the thought. In the end, she decided to just head back to the dorm and write a letter home. Meanwhile, Tom had entered Hogwarts' true treasure trove, the library. In the original timeline, this was where he'd unearthed the most powerful spells, laying the foundation for his meteoric rise post-graduation. And he wasn't alone. Many others had drawn strength here. What the professors taught was enough to graduate, but if you wanted something more, something special, you had to dig for it yourself. That's how witches and wizards of similar talent ended up with wildly different results. Some reached their full potential. Others wasted it. Madame Pants, the librarian, had eyes like a hawk and a perpetual look of suspicion. Anyone who dared speak too loudly or mistreat a book instantly received a death glare that could petrify trolls. Hermione quietly buried herself in Beginner's Guide to Advanced Transfiguration Mechanics. Tom, on the other hand, sat across from her and stacked 3 books in front of him, immediately attracting Madame Pants's attention. But Tom didn't care. He flipped through a few pages of each book, noted whether they were worth keeping, and then returned them. Then he pulled out another. Then another. By the 13th book, Madame Pants had had enough. She marched over, feather duster in hand, and lowered her voice like she was interrogating a thief. "Child, what exactly are you looking for?" Tom blinked, feigning innocence. "Isn't that the point? I don't know what I'm looking for. That's why I have to check each book." "Is there a problem?" Madame Pants inhaled sharply. "No problem. Just don't disturb the others." "Thank you. I understand." Tom nodded politely, then went right back to flipping. He wasn't being loud. He wasn't damaging any books. If anyone around him felt disturbed, maybe they didn't belong in the library at all, they should try a broom closet instead. Much quieter. As for Madame Pants's displeasure, Tom didn't give a damn. He strongly suspected she was a squib, just like Filch. In the original timeline, she'd never been seen using a single spell in all 7 years. Just now, he hadn't noticed any sign of her carrying a wand, either. Putting a squib in charge of Hogwarts' most magical collection of knowledge. Dumbledore was really playing a risky game. By noon, Tom and Hermione left the library on the dot. "What were you looking for?" Hermione finally asked, unable to hold in her curiosity. "I wasn't looking for anything in particular," Tom replied casually. "I just want to get a general sense of what each book contains. Makes it easier to find them later." Hermione's eyes lit up. That actually was a smart idea. She made a mental note to try it herself later that afternoon. When they reached the Great Hall, Hermione walked off toward the Gryffindor table. Tom had just sat down at Slytherin's when a tall older student approached. Tom recognized him. He was the 6th-year Slytherin prefect. "Riddle, Professor Snape wants to see you after your afternoon classes. His office is in the dungeons, next to the potions classroom." "Got it." Tom nodded politely, but his eyes slid toward a familiar group nearby, Zabini and his cronies. Rosier locked eyes with him, then drew a finger across his throat in a slow, deliberate gesture. Tom smiled faintly. Excellent. Another opportunity tonight to stretch his legs. Chapter 23, Snape's Summons. Snape's summons didn't dampen Tom's spirits in the slightest. After lunch, he even returned to the dormitory for a refreshing nap before heading to the greenhouse for herbology class. Professor Sprout, who taught herbology, was a kind-hearted middle-aged witch. She had a plump figure, a constant smile on her face, and a demeanor that made her seem perpetually good-natured. She called the young wizards to line up neatly, warning them not to touch any of the nearby magical plants without permission. Only once everyone had arrived did she lead the class into Greenhouse 1. First years weren't allowed near magical plants with powerful properties. Most of what they saw in Greenhouse 1 were docile fungi and common herbs. Their assignment for the entire year was to memorize the characteristics and effects of these plants, and to learn how to nurture and care for them properly. Tom, after correctly answering several questions in a row, earned Slytherin 5 house points. To be honest, the 3 heads of house at Hogwarts were generally fair-minded. Though they all hoped for excellence in their own houses, they didn't stoop to suppressing others, maintaining true impartiality in their roles. But then, there was Snape. A grumpy, bitter old, well, never mind. He was the head of Tom's own house, after all. Tom figured he should at least save the men a bit of face. After class, Tom parted ways with Daphne in the dungeon corridor. Before leaving, Daphne reminded him earnestly, "Tom, whatever you do, don't talk back to Professor Snape. I asked some older students, if you admit your mistake sincerely, he's actually quite lenient towards students from our house." "I know, Daphne." "Thanks," Tom replied. Not that he was planning to bite his tongue for anyone. But Tom wasn't socially clueless, he wouldn't trample on a young lady's good intentions by saying something crude. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." Tom pushed open the door and stepped into Snape's office. The lighting was dim. Only the fireplace and a few eerie green candles cast flickering light over the immediate area. The air reeked of strong herbs and the acrid scent of potions. The walls were lined with cabinets, not filled with books, but with jars and bottles. Suspended in strange liquids were grotesque animal organs and oddly shaped magical plants. Snape sat behind his desk, eyes lowered, reading a magazine, as if it hadn't been him who summoned Tom in the first place. Tom glanced around, then casually transfigured a nearby empty bottle into a single-seater armchair. He plopped down right across from Snape, leaned back against the soft cushion, and closed his eyes as if preparing for a nap. Snape's hand paused mid-turn. A vein on his forehead twitched. Slap. The magazine snapped shut. Snape glared icily at Tom, who looked entirely too comfortable. "Riddle, did I say you could sit?" Tom opened his eyes slowly, feigning innocence. "Professor, is it illegal to talk while seated?" "Watch that sharp tongue of yours," Snape snarled. "This is my office. You used magic here without permission. What, so eager to flaunt your pitiful little talent?" Snape wasn't exactly a handsome man to begin with, and now with his face twisted in a scowl, he looked positively frightening. Any other student might have trembled under that gaze, but not Tom. In terms of raw power, okay, fine. He probably couldn't beat Snape, yet. But this was Hogwarts. Dumbledore was still alive and well. Even as a future Dark Lord, Tom knew the rules, and knew no one, not even Snape, could openly break them. So, even if Snape was fuming with rage, he had to stay within the boundaries. He couldn't go too far. "Professor, you're quite the character," Tom chuckled. "Of course I know this is your office. But I also figured you must have been reading a very important article just now. Otherwise, the head of the house that prides itself on tradition and manners wouldn't possibly ignore the basic courtesy of hosting a guest, would he? For the honor of Slytherin, I had no choice but to take the initiative. I trust you understand." This little brat. Snape's hand, hidden in the folds of his sleeve, clenched into a fist. In all his years as head of Slytherin, no student had ever dared talk back to him so slyly, dripping with veiled sarcasm. And the worst part? He couldn't even refute it. He had been caught slacking on decorum. He just wanted to intimidate Tom a little. Instead, he'd walked right into the boy's trap. And he knew, deep down, that if he kept pressing, Tom would have more ammunition waiting. Reluctantly, he marked another tally against the boy in his mind and took a long, calming breath. "You know why I called you here," he said at last. "I'm afraid I don't, Professor. Please enlighten me. You assaulted Zabini, Rosier, and not yesterday." Snape leaned forward slowly. "Riddle, it's your first day at Hogwarts, and you're already attacking your dorm mates. Do you have any respect for your head of house?" "Professor, I had no choice," Tom sighed, and launched into a detailed account of the incident. Those purebloods don't like the look of me, an orphan, a muggle-born orphan at that. They tried to make me their errand boy. And this morning, I even heard them muttering something about mudbloods. At first, I didn't know what that word meant. I had to ask Miss Greengrass to explain. Tom suddenly raised his head, eyes solemn and sincere. Professor, imagine this, someone calls you a mudblood. Even if you didn't punch them, wouldn't it be natural to hate them for the rest of your life? Snape's eyes bulged. His face flushed deep red as his blood surged furiously through his veins. A hot wave shot up into his throat, but he swallowed it back down. His hand trembled as he pointed at Tom. You. Caught completely off guard, the potion's master had just had the deepest wound of his soul ripped wide open. It hurt so much it made him dizzy, he nearly passed out on the spot. Tom's face lit up. So it is relatable, isn't it? You do understand, don't you? Anyone who calls someone a mudblood deserves to be cursed, abandoned, and left to die alone. They don't deserve friends, or love. The fact that I only beat them up shows I held back. They're my roommates, after all. I didn't want things to escalate too far. Riddle. Snape's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Shut your mouth." Tom innocently raised both hands, then made a zipping motion across his lips, finally falling silent. Snape's chest heaved as he panted for breath, struggling to calm down. But even once he'd regained some composure, his glare at Tom still dripped with barely contained fury. "I don't know where you learned all these twisted philosophies," he growled, "but assaulting other students still violates school rules. I have no choice but to deduct." He cut himself off abruptly. Bloody hell. This little menace was a Slytherin. If he deducted points, was he punishing Tom, or himself? Damn it. This boy was unmanageable. Chapter 24, Andrus, let's find a way to take down Snape. Before this school year, Slytherin had already won the House Cup 6 years in a row. One more victory would mark an unprecedented 7-time streak. And now, with a Potter in Gryffindor, Snape was taking the House Cup competition more seriously than ever. He absolutely refused to lose to the son of James Potter, even if that same boy was also Lily Evans' son. He had never taken a single point from his own students in previous years, and this year, there was zero chance of that happening. Besides, he was thoroughly fed up with Rosier and his gang. If they hadn't gone looking for trouble and provoked Riddle in the first place, would Snape have ended up getting his metaphorical lungs punctured by fury today? Right now, his desire to punish Tom had absolutely nothing to do with the boy hitting his dorm mates. No, it was purely to vent his own anger. "If you dislike your dorm mates so much," Snape said in a voice like dripping venom, "then I'll find you a nice quiet place to stay. Starting tonight, you'll be serving detention in the abandoned classroom next door. 1 full week." "I'm not going," Tom replied casually. "You're not going to, what?" Snape couldn't believe his ears. "Yeah," Tom said matter-of-factly. "I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I be in detention? If anyone should be punished, it's Rosier and the others. You think I'm asking you for your opinion?" Snape barked, his face dark with rage. "Detention is a disciplinary right given to professors. You have no say in the matter." "Well, I'm still not going." Tom blinked innocently. "If you want to punish me, fine, take house points, give me a demerit, heck, even expel me. I can't stop you. But detention. My legs are attached to my body. If I say I'm not walking into detention, then I'm not." His system only said he had to earn points to get course credits. It never mentioned losing them. If Snape wanted to deduct points, let him. They'd see who ended up regretting it more. Damn it. This kid was a force of nature. Staring at Tom, Snape felt like he was facing a hedgehog curled into a ball, no weak spots, no way in. Every trick in a teacher's disciplinary playbook was useless here: take house points, report to the head of house, notify parents, give detention, issue demerits, or, in the most extreme cases, expel the student. Points and reporting to the head of house. Out of the question. Tom wasn't even part of another house. And the kid was an orphan, so much for calling in the parents. Detention. The brat outright refused to show up. As for demerits or expulsion, Snape didn't have that kind of authority. Only Dumbledore could do that. And there was no way this situation was serious enough for Dumbledore to approve that. At most, the old man would give Tom a mild rebuke, if that. Tom Riddle was unstoppable. Snape's blood pressure skyrocketed. Shaking with fury, he jabbed a finger at the door. "Get out. Out of my office. Goodbye, Professor." Tom stood up without hesitation, turned, and walked out. Before leaving, he even thoughtfully left the door wide open, just to make Snape get up and close it himself, as payback for never bothering to rise when Tom entered. Unfortunately for Tom, he forgot one little thing: this was the wizarding world. As soon as he exited, Snape whipped out his wand. Bang. The door slammed shut with such force it echoed through the hallway. Students heading to potions class in the dungeons jumped at the noise, startled. They all turned to stare at Tom with curious eyes. Inside the office, Snape's chest was heaving with heavy breaths. He was livid. There's a term in psychology called cognitive dissonance. When your behavior contradicts your self-perception, your brain will distort or bury the memory to avoid lingering anxiety or regret. Snape was experiencing that in full force. But today, a student had dragged those buried regrets right back to the surface, forcing him to relive the mistake he'd give his life to undo. Those who call others mudbloods deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces, not worthy of love. His voice trembled between a laugh and a sob. Pain and guilt weighed heavily on his chest until it was hard to breathe. For the first time ever, the notoriously punctual potions master was late to his own class. He didn't show up until halfway through, and when he did, his gaze was icy enough to freeze the room. Meanwhile, seeing Tom return safe and sound, without any punishment, Daphne was overjoyed. Looks like Professor Snape is actually pretty reasonable. I guess those upperclassmen really misunderstood him. Reasonable? Yeah, let's go with that, Tom said after a moment of thought. Snape had been somewhat reasonable. Their little conflict hadn't gone beyond verbal sparring. Even after nearly getting a lung full of metaphorical daggers, Snape hadn't shown the slightest intent to get physical. All the preparations Tom had made had gone unused. The two of them stood by the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, admiring the view beneath the lake. After a while, Daphne got a sudden idea. She wanted to buy a camera and take pictures to show her younger sister. You really love your sister, huh? Tom remarked. From the very first moment they'd met on the train, Daphne had been constantly talking about her little sister. It wasn't just words, she genuinely cared, wore that love on her sleeve. A classic case of older sister syndrome. Hearing that, Daphne lit up with a bright smile. Once you meet Astoria, you'll like her too. She's coming to Hogwarts next year. You'll understand when you see her. Tom nodded. If her big sister is this adorable, her little sister can't be far off. The compliment caught Daphne completely off guard. Her face turned scarlet, like someone had set her on fire. She didn't say a word, just spun around and bolted straight into the girls' dormitory. Tom. This girl, got embarrassed that easily. He had no idea Daphne had grown up overly protected, rarely interacting with boys outside of her family. Hearing such a direct compliment from a boy. Of course she blushed. Shaking his head, Tom gave up on enjoying the view alone and headed back to his dorm. Snape hadn't punished him, true, but that didn't mean his tattling roommates were getting off scot-free. Unfortunately, when he arrived, the dorm was empty. No sign of Zabini or the other two. A bit disappointed, Tom sat down and cast a disillusionment charm on himself before sinking into his study space. Inside the mental realm, Andrew slowly opened his eyes and smiled. Your potions professor has some very valuable stuff. Looks like it's time we figure out how to clean him out. Tom. He'd just entered and things were already this intense. Chapter 25, Massive Muscles, Passionate Battle. For the first time, Tom found himself unable to keep up with Andrus's train of thought. Hadn't the whole ordeal already passed? Then why did this so-called righteous man seem even more vengeful than he was? He hadn't even been wronged, yet still wanted payback. Seeing Tom's dumbfounded expression, Andrus burst into hearty laughter. Tom, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not some petty man who holds grudges. It's just that Snape has something I need. No, more accurately, something you need. Something I need. Tom paused for a moment before his mind quickly pieced it together. You mean those potion ingredients? Exactly. Andrus admitted to his target and then raised an eyebrow. Tom, do you know how wizards fought in my era? Tom blinked, caught off guard. How else would they fight? Wand duels, curses flying back and forth. If they're a bit sneakier, maybe some poison, ambushes, assassinations, or a good old-fashioned gang-up. Andrus twitched slightly. Most of what you just said is accurate. But maybe don't say it out loud again. He couldn't deny it. Back then, to win and survive, wizards had to resort to tactics far more despicable than Tom could even imagine. Andrus's expression turned serious as he returned to the topic. Magic is indeed a wizard's greatest weapon, but beyond that. He suddenly struck a bodybuilding pose. Physical strength is not to be overlooked. As the saying goes, massive muscles, passionate battles. Whether it's dodging a hex or launching a swift preemptive strike, you need your body to back it up. Sometimes, when it comes to close combat, your fists are way more useful than casting a spell. A proud gleam shone in Andrus's eyes. Back in my day, plenty of wizards were pummeled to death by these iron fists of mine. Some of them were even what you'd call top-tier talents, pure academic types who only knew how to fight from a distance. Once I got in close, they panicked. Complete joke of a generation. And as for strengthening the body, I've got a full training regimen and matching potions. Originally, I was going to wait until you had some foundation before teaching you, but, after what I just saw in Snape's stash, I think we can move up the timeline. So it's my poverty holding back my growth. Tom murmured to himself. He had always heard the phrase, the poor study literature, the rich practice martial arts, but he hadn't expected wizardry to be so pay to win. What ingredients do we need? He asked again. Andrus laid out the potion formula, over 10 ingredients in total, clearly high-grade potion territory. Aside from a few cheap, commonly found herbs, the rest were outrageously expensive. A dragon's heart, Tom had seen it at the apothecary last time. 8 galleons per ounce, and that was for the non-fresh stuff. Dragon's blood grass, 15 galleons a stalk, and they needed 8. The scariest of all, the eyeball of a sphinx's claw. Rarer than dragons. Protected species. No way a standard apothecary would carry it. Nocturne Alley might, maybe, if you were lucky, but even then, the price was volatile and practically immeasurable. And as fate would have it, almost all of these could be found in Snape's private collection. Let's do it. Tom instantly agreed to Andrus's plan. Screw Snape. After all, a student striving for self-improvement deserved some sponsorship from their professor, didn't they? I took a good look earlier. Snape's way too confident in himself. No magical protection on the office door, and those potion ingredients. Not even shielded. We just need a chance to slip inside. Tom was careful by nature. Before entering Snape's office, he had already activated his study space. If Snape had tried anything funny, he would have immediately summoned Andrus using the Embody Knowledge feature. Thanks to that, Andrus had gotten a crystal-clear view of the office layout. Let me come up with a plan, Tom said, falling deep into thought. Grabbing things for free was easy, but they couldn't underestimate Snape or Dumbledore. This was their territory after all. A proper plan was still the safest way to go. Just as he was about to discuss a few concealment spells with Andrus, the door to the dormitory burst open. Zabini and his gang of 3 barged in, eyes scanning the room, and lighting up with joy when they saw it was empty. Riddle's not here. He's definitely being punished by Professor Snape. Probably in detention as we speak. Rubbish. Rosier snapped. Why would it be detention? Maybe he's been expelled. Exactly. Nott nodded fervently. Day 1 and already so lawless, he deserves to be expelled. The 3 of them burst out laughing. Tom chuckled too, as he exited the study space. The moment he reappeared, the laughing trio suddenly floated into the air, arms bound tightly behind their backs as if tied by invisible ropes. Then, thud, they dropped hard to their knees. Disillusionment charm, deactivated. Zabini, Rosier, and Nott stared at the boy who had appeared out of nowhere, their faces filled with horror. What the hell? Why is he here? Didn't Snape take Tom away? How was he back already? Tom ignored their shock. He was still savoring that earlier feeling of casting. He had used a wand this time, but no incantation. He had successfully cast a silent spell, with accuracy nearly matching his regular casting. Andrus's words about emotion and will. Tom was beginning to understand. It was a paradoxical state, hard to balance. Too much force, and emotions spiral out of control. But restrain it too much, and the spell fails altogether. Tom flicked his wand. The 3 kneeling boys were slammed by a tremendous force, sent tumbling across the room into the wall. Yet Tom just shook his head. That didn't go as planned, he meant to hang them on the wall. He got up and walked toward them, 1 step at a time. Zabini's eyes widened in fear. He shook his head frantically, retreating as far as he could. Why you, stay away from me. All 3 of them saw it, Tom's wand had transformed back into that whip. We had a deal yesterday, didn't we? Tom tilted his head. You were free to take your revenge, but you'd also have to bear the cost of failure. Tattling to a teacher. A decent move. The boy sked. Shame Professor Snape thought it was just a minor scuffle. No punishment for me. It felt like the sky collapsed onto the trio. Snape had looked so angry this morning. Now it was just a minor scuffle. Nott's face scrunched into a pleading grimace. Riddle, I get it now. I was wrong. Please don't hit me. Absolutely not. Tom shook his head. None of you are getting away today. Now then, let's begin. Chapter 26, cracks appear in the small group. A chorus of ghostly wails echoed through the dormitory as the 3 boys, Zabini, Nott, and Rosier, received their daily benefits. Though their eyes welled with tears, there was a strange clarity in their gazes now. Heads bowed, eyes lowered, they were suddenly quite well-behaved. They thought it was over. But little did they know, this was only the beginning. Can someone please tell me, whose brilliant idea was it to go tattling? Tom twirled his wand, now returned to its original form, casually toying with it in his fingers. This was a dorm matter, internal business. And yet you lot ran off to report it. I'm heartbroken, truly. Telling the head of house. Is this the honor and tradition you purebloods are so proud of? What a fine little gang of nobles we have here, no manners at all. The three flushed with shame and fury, humiliated by Tom's biting words. As pampered heirs of powerful families, they'd never been scolded this harshly. But even so, neither Not nor Zabini opened their mouths to sell out Rosier. Oh. Not going to talk. Tom raised an eyebrow and slowly leveled his wand at them. Perfect. I just learned some new hexes, and I was hoping for a chance to practice. Thanks for volunteering. Zabini's expression changed instantly. Getting beaten was just pain, but who knew what dark curses Tom had picked up now? And if he failed the spell? That could be worse than success. Rosier. It was Rosier's idea. Rosier and Not stared at him in stunned disbelief as Zabini made the most gut-driven decision of his life. It was Rosier's plan. He said Professor Snape's close with his parents, so he'd definitely side with us. But he lied. That snake set us up. Zabini. You bloody traitor. Rosier looked like he wanted to lunge and bite him. Not stared in disgust. Betrayal was always the lowest act. But this was exactly what Tom had wanted. He released Zabini from his bindings and smiled warmly, even helping him up and giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Blaze, I'm so glad you found your way back. Zabini stayed silent, shame burning through him. Betraying his own had left a sour taste in his mouth. But soon after, that shame turned to relief. Because Tom turned right around and hoisted Not and Rosier into the air again, this time letting Zabini watch from the sidelines, as he delivered another 50 lashes each. And this round was far more brutal than any before. Their agonized screams made Zabini's scalp tingle, his whole body trembling. Worse still, Tom healed them as he went, each lash followed by a swift burst of restorative magic. After a full 100 strokes, their bodies bore not a single mark. No evidence. No proof. Even if they wanted to report it, they had nothing. Still feel like running to the teachers? Tom asked, ever so gently. The two boys shook their heads frantically, staring at him like he was the very devil. Well then, how do you intend to repay me for the damage you've caused? Tom asked again, voice calm. Rosier whimpered through tears and snot. But you weren't punished. What damage? You wasted my time, Tom sighed. I spent a full half-hour convincing Professor Snape. Then I had to walk over, deal with you lot, altogether, you cost me an entire afternoon. Time, as they say, is money. And don't you think that deserves compensation? The three of them nodded before even thinking, instinctively agreeing. It did sound reasonable, sort of, though something felt off. Riddle, you're asking for money? Zabini, whose brain was still working, asked cautiously. Tom frowned. That's such an ugly way to put it. No, think of it as you willingly covering my emotional damages. In fact, let's say I'm borrowing the money. I even prepared IOUs for you. 3 slips of parchment fluttered into their hands. 10 galleons. Repayment due, upon graduation. The trio stared at the notes, dumbfounded. Sure, Gringotts didn't offer interest on savings, but loaning out money for 7 years. That was as good as gone. Who knew if they'd even remember this by then? In their hearts, they cursed Tom 1,000 times over, but their faces twisted in pain as they handed over the money anyway. People assumed all purebloods were rich, but not all rich families were generous. Zabini had the biggest allowance of the 3, 50 galleons per term. Not and Rosier. A measly 20. And now, half of that was gone. And it was only the second day of term. They were in despair. IOU signed, money handed over, even if they went to the professors now, accusing Tom of extortion, it'd be useless. And besides, would it even work? Tom had come back completely unscathed, smiling as he rewarded them further. That alone told them Snape had no real power over him. So the 3 silently told themselves, endure. They couldn't afford to cross Tom Riddle again. Not unless they wanted to suffer. Tom, meanwhile, cheerfully pocketed the coins. He realized something important, being sorted into Slytherin wasn't so bad after all. No other house had students this dumb. And he would never extort someone unprovoked. 30 galleons in one go. If he expanded his operations across all of Slytherin, he'd be swimming in gold. But, not yet. He probably couldn't take on the older years, and if he got too bold, Dumbledore might come knocking. Better to lay low for now, grow in peace. You lot reflect on your mistakes. I'm off to dinner. With another friendly pat on Zabini's shoulder, Tom strolled out of the dorm. The room fell into an icy silence. Rosier and Knot glared at Zabini with murder in their eyes. If they weren't still sore, they'd probably already be brawling. They both snorted coldly and climbed into their beds, wrapping themselves in their blankets like wounded animals. Zabini, deeply uncomfortable, slipped out and sat alone in the common room, staring blankly into the fire. He didn't think he was wrong. If he hadn't told the truth, he'd have been whipped right alongside them. What was the point of suffering in silence? What Zabini didn't know was, only Rosier was purely furious. Knot's anger. It came from the fact that Zabini had broken faster than him, leaving him to suffer the worst of it. And just like that, a quiet fracture formed in the trio's once solid bond. Chapter 27, Preparing for the first nighttime adventure. The next day, Tom's lesson began to show results. The other three boys still woke up before him, but this time, they were completely silent, terrified of making even the slightest noise that might wake Tom. After breakfast, the Slytherin and Ravenclaw first years headed together to their charms class. Professor Flitwick, who had goblin ancestry, was a tiny man, but he was an exceptionally skilled spellcaster. Rumor had it he had once been a champion duelist in his youth. Tom strongly suspected that Flitwick's petite stature gave him a significant advantage. He was more agile than most could hit, making him a hard target and a clever fighter. But there was no doubting Flitwick's teaching prowess. He didn't begin the lesson by diving into spellcasting. Instead, he captivated the class with a lively demonstration of how charms could be applied in daily life. From floating candles to self-filling teacups and dancing quills, the sheer variety of magic left the students dazzled and inspired. Once he had them fully engaged, he moved on to the basics: how to properly hold a wand, the precise meaning of descriptive instructions in spell work, and subtle techniques to channel power effectively. By the end of the lesson, Tom had earned 20 house points, though regrettably, all from answering questions, not from achievements that could earn bonus points for Slytherin. In the afternoon came the class every first year had been eagerly awaiting: Defense Against the Dark Arts. Everyone was excited, except Tom. He already knew that Quirrel wouldn't be pulling off any impressive stunts. In fact, he'd likely fumble so badly it'd be laughable. The class was going to be a complete waste of time. But not everyone thought so. Quirrel himself was quite looking forward to the lesson, or rather, his master was. Lord Voldemort was eager to observe Harry Potter up close, the boy who had somehow survived and nearly destroyed him, and also that cursed student who shared his very name. As Quirrel entered the classroom, the room was quickly overwhelmed by the pungent stench of garlic. He claimed it was to ward off vampires. The ridiculous turban he wore, he explained, was a gift from a prince in Blackmoor who was grateful to him for banishing a ghoul. The students, wide-eyed and naive, actually believed it. But Tom didn't. Tom raised his hand high for the first time. Mr. R.R. Riddle. Quirrel stammered over the surname, visibly shaken. Why, you have a Q question. Merlin knew how hard this moment was for Quirrel. In his mind, Voldemort was roaring with rage. That name, Riddle, stirred up all the bitter filth of his origins. He should have put a curse on that name too, not just to Voldemort. He should have buried Tom Riddle forever. Now Tom stood, calm and poised, and asked, Professor, I've read in books that garlic repels vampires. But this is Hogwarts, home to the greatest wizard of our century, Albus Dumbledore. I simply can't imagine what kind of vampire would dare follow you here to do you harm. Laughter erupted across the classroom. Students nodded enthusiastically. He had a point. A very good one. Even the Muggleborns who knew little about the wizarding world were already starting to grasp what the name Dumbledore truly meant: a towering, untouchable force. I am worried they might curse me, Quirrel muttered, already having prepared an excuse. Riddle, and never underestimate the danger of dark creatures. We must always remain vigilant. That was an insightful question. 5 points to Slytherin. I understand. Thank you, Professor. Tom sat back down with a pleasant smile. Just as he suspected, Quirrel used house points to calm the waters. A woolly sheep, full of fleece, ready to be sheared. The rest of the class was pure disappointment. Quirrel said nothing meaningful, just rephrased the textbook in his own words, line by line. The students quickly lost their enthusiasm. After class, Tom noticed Draco Malfoy getting into yet another argument with Harry Potter. These days, Draco only had eyes for Harry, constantly pestering him with his little gang, as if Tom no longer existed. Even the Slytherin outlier had become invisible to Malfoy now. In the following days, Tom's life returned to a quiet rhythm. If he wasn't in class, he was being pulled in opposite directions by two little witches. Hermione always dragged him to the library or sought out secluded corners to practice magic. Daphne, on the other hand, preferred leisurely walks around the castle, exploring its hidden corners. Other than the two girls, Tom had no real friends. Slytherins disdained his bloodline. The other houses disdained Slytherin as a whole. To be disliked by 3 houses at once, now that was a Slytherin achievement in its own right. Tom figured it wasn't entirely his fault, Snape definitely deserved half the blame. In just a few short days, Slytherin had soared far ahead in the House Cup race. Not because they earned more points, because Snape mercilessly deducted more from the other houses. How can he do that? Hermione fumed one day, after witnessing Snape deduct 2 points from a pair of Ravenclaw girls for merely walking too fast in the corridor. He's practically using a magnifying glass to hunt for faults. Oh, how fortunate that he uses a magnifying glass, and doesn't make things up, Daphne quipped dryly. Tom had to admit, from that perspective, Daphne was a true Slytherin. Victory justified the means. Snape always had reasons for the points he deducted. They were minor offenses, sure, but nothing he couldn't argue for. You could call him harsh, but not unfair. Still, Tom suspected those 2 Ravenclaw girls had been collateral damage. Just moments earlier, Snape had glared at him, and the girls had the misfortune of walking between them. If you two don't stop bickering, I swear I'm going to starve, Tom sighed. The 2 witches had started sniping at each other again. This happened dozens of times a day. They were born rivals, capable of turning even the tiniest disagreement into a half-hour debate. Come on, Tom, we've got astronomy tonight. You need to eat more. Daphne grabbed his arm and tugged him away. Hermione bit her lip and stormed off to the Gryffindor table. That night, after memorizing a dozen star names through the telescope, the students finally descended from the astronomy tower, weary and half asleep, returning to their dorms. The castle was deep in slumber now. Tom's roommates were already snoring. With a quiet swish of his wand, Tom cast a well-practiced stunning spell and slipped an invisibility charm over himself. It was time for his first midnight adventure through the halls of Hogwarts. Chapter 28, An Accidental Encounter in the Kitchen. There's an old saying at Hogwarts, a student's journey isn't complete without a little nighttime mischief. Sure, on the surface, the school had set up an endless list of rules to keep students in line. But every upper-year student knew the truth, breaking the rules wasn't the real problem. Getting caught was. Tom wasn't out wandering tonight because of some rebellious teenage impulse. No, he was here for something far more calculated, farming achievement points. Ever since the system had issued that single mission about winning the House Cup, it hadn't given out any new tasks. But the achievement list. That had quietly expanded. After studying it, Tom realized earning points wasn't nearly as hard as he'd expected, at least in the early stages. Over the past few days, he'd simply been attending class, answering questions, earning house points, occasionally strolling around with Daphne, and boom, he already had 150 achievement points. Among the categories was a nighttime castle exploration series of achievements. Just exploring the grounds at night could rack up points. Tonight, Tom was here to stock up. Andrus was great at many things, but dark arts wasn't one of them. He avoided it completely and had no talent for it anyway. Tom's goal was to quickly hit 1,000 achievement points, so he could summon another king of the century, ideally, one with mastery over the dark arts. Tom left the Slytherin common room just as he had in the day, walking at a calm, steady pace. The candle sconces lining the walls cast flickering light across the corridor, and as the flames danced, so too did the shadows, creating an ever-shifting kaleidoscope of light and dark. Perfect for practicing his disillusionment charm. Now, the disillusionment charm wasn't true invisibility, it worked more like a chameleon, altering how light reflected off the body so the caster blended into the environment. In a stable setting, the charm was easy to maintain. But in dynamic, ever-changing lighting like this corridor, it truly tested one's finesse. The halls at night were unnervingly quiet. Occasionally, a flickering shadow would appear on the wall only to vanish just as quickly, like a ghost flitting through the corridors. As time passed, the frequency of those shadows lessened. Tom was improving. He had gained better control over the way his appearance adapted to the lighting fluctuations. While spells didn't come with official levels, they were generally understood to fall into several tiers of mastery. The first was barely functional, in other words, you could cast the spell, but it only worked sometimes. That was entry level. With enough practice, a witch or wizard would hit the second tier, proficiency. At this stage, the spell was easy to cast and succeeded nearly every time. But mastery wasn't just about success, it was about control. Take the levitation charm, for instance. Some people could only make objects float stiffly up and down, while others could make them dance in midair like ballerinas. That's the difference practice makes. Climbing further up the ladder led to nonverbal casting, which made spell work faster and more discreet. Even so, many witches and wizards still spoke aloud while casting, it helped with focus, channeling magical energy, and often amplified the spell's power. And then came the holy grail of magical finesse, wandless magic. Here, Andrus had the most authority. He was, after all, the greatest wandless caster ever recorded in magical history. According to him, wandless magic wasn't really about spell proficiency. It was more about one's depth of magical understanding and raw talent. Some might be able to duel with a disarming charm against an Avada Kedavra and still win, that's peak spell control. But without a wand, they'd be helpless. That's talent, or the lack of it. Tom realized his strengths lay in control. Once he learned a spell, it didn't take him long to wield it with speed and confidence. It reminded him a bit of Hermione. She learned tons of spells but only ever cast them functionally, their actual power was often underwhelming. Tom was different, though. Thanks to inheriting Andrus's magical affinity, his potential was wide open. Eventually, even the simplest spell would become devastating in his hands, a basic charm turned unforgivable. 2 hours passed. Tom had finally made it to the second floor. He was slow because he'd been carefully unlocking doors one by one and lingering inside long enough to get the familiar notification chime from the system. 20 more achievement points, mission complete for tonight. Feeling a bit hungry, Tom decided to hit the kitchens before heading back. Though both were located in the dungeons, the Slytherin common room was in the southern wing of the castle, while the kitchens were directly beneath the Great Hall, still a bit of a trek. He descended a spiral staircase and arrived in a wide underground chamber filled with barrels and lined with oil paintings. Opposite one of the fruit still life paintings stood a barrel larger than the rest, lying on its side. That, he knew, was the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. All you had to do was knock on the barrel in the right rhythm, and the door would open, if you were a Hufflepuff. Anyone else would get a faceful of stinking vinegar as punishment. No wonder people said Hufflepuff had the best accommodations. Only those who lived at school would understand just how amazing it was to have your dorm right next to the kitchens. Actually, scratch that. This wasn't even a dining hall. It was the kitchen itself. A fully staffed, 24-hour, made-to-order kitchen that welcomed you at any hour, offering personalized service with a smile. And location wasn't its only perk. From the Hufflepuff dorms, it was only a short walk upstairs to the Great Hall and classrooms. Other houses had it rough. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were at the top of the tower, while Slytherin was tucked away in some damp dungeon corner. If Hogwarts had a step counter, those 3 houses would definitely log a few thousand more steps than Hufflepuff each day. After another round of low-key envy for the lucky badgers, Tom approached the fruit painting and scratched at the green pear in the fruit bowl. The pear twitched like a ticklish child and let out a squeaky laugh. It wiggled and writhed until it twisted itself into a doorknob. Tom. Okay, he had to admit, it was kind of adorable. Helga Hufflepuff clearly had a playful streak when designing her security mechanisms. Muttering to himself, Tom turned the doorknob. Inside was a vast chamber, almost as large as the Great Hall, with towering ceilings and rows of gleaming copper pots and pans. As Tom stepped in, a house elf popped into view with a loud pop. And bowed deeply. Sir. I'm Hobby. How may I serve you? I'm Tom Riddle, he replied politely, then added, I'm a bit hungry. Just looking for something to eat. Hobby shall see to it right away, the elf squeaked, dashing toward the stove with wild enthusiasm. As Tom waited, the kitchen doors opened once more. And 2 identical red-haired heads poked inside, locking eyes with Tom in surprise. Chapter 29, The Weasley Twins. Sneaking food and bumping into someone doing the same. Embarrassing, yes, but there's also that strange thrill, like meeting a kindred spirit in crime. That's exactly how it felt for Tom when he ran into them. After a brief moment of stunned silence, identical grins bloomed on 2 identical faces. The pair strolled over to Tom, laughing as though they'd just stumbled into an inside joke. Well, fancy that. Didn't expect to run into Slytherin's newest snake. Riddle, you're the first one we've ever met, besides a few from Hufflepuff. Who's discovered the kitchen secret this fast? They volleyed off each other effortlessly, speaking fast and without a shred of hesitation. It was like watching 2 minds with one shared stream of thought. I'm starting to think you two are telepathic, Tom muttered with a click of his tongue. The twins exchanged a smug glance, clearly pleased with the comment. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I'm Fred. And I'm George. And we're both Weasleys. Tom Riddle, Tom replied coolly. The infamous Weasley twins. You said it, George. Wait, no, I'm Fred. You messed up the intro. Idiot, you were the one who said you were George first. Was I? Tom couldn't help but grin. Say what you will, these 2 truly were Hogwarts' biggest mischief makers. Wherever they went, silence didn't stand a chance. Riddle, you're way more famous than we are, said the real Fred suddenly, leaning in a little with a mischievous glint in his eyes. You know that. You've already broken a record. What kind of record? Tom asked, curiosity piqued. George nodded dramatically. You, my friend, are the first ever Muggle-born Slytherin. Fred chimed in, at least in the past decade or so. That's it. Tom looked mildly disappointed. I already knew that. To be precise, it's been 32 years. The last Muggle-born Slytherin disappeared after graduation. Rumor has it he was murdered by a dark wizard. Technically, Tom knew exactly who that dark wizard was. It was himself. Back when he had still called himself Lord Voldemort. The poor fool had been chosen as an example, just to prove his twisted loyalty to Salazar Slytherin's blood purity ideal. That unfortunate soul didn't stand a chance. Fred looked frustrated by how calm Tom was. You mean to say, you've never been picked on in Slytherin? Living with a bunch of nose-in-the-air purebloods isn't at all uncomfortable. Not really. Tom waved the question off. My roommates are very welcoming. We get along just fine. No way he'd air Slytherin's dirty laundry to outsiders. He was a Slytherin now, after all. No one needed to know how he'd broken in his roommates like training stubborn dogs. Fred and George exchanged a look, clearly skeptical. Eventually they concluded, Tom was just hiding the dirt. That felt much more believable. Soon, the elves brought out the midnight snacks, the twins had a feast, and Tom had what he asked for. The three of them chatted while eating, and Tom quickly discovered that Fred and George really did know everything about Hogwarts. Secret passages, strange castle quirks, everything rolled off their tongues like folklore. Tom managed to squeeze a lot of information out of them. The twins knew he was fishing for intel, of course, but they didn't mind. It wasn't every day they met a first-year who wasn't afraid of them, could deflect their pranks, and had the gall to shoot back with a snark of his own. Compared to their younger brother, this kid was loads more fun. By the end, it was safe to say the three had hit it off. As for inter-house rivalries, Tom hadn't done anything to Gryffindor, yet. The old feuds weren't his problem. If something came up, then he'd pick a side. After their meal, the trio parted ways in the entrance hall. Before leaving, the twins even thumped their chests and made a solemn vow, if any Slytherins try to mess with you, come find us. We'll make sure they reek of dung bombs for days. Tom snorted, saying nothing. Please. They weren't offering protection, they were just itching for an excuse to cause mayhem. The night passed without event. A new day dawned, Friday, the end of the first week of term. 2 days of weekend freedom loomed ahead. Slytherin only had one class that morning, double potions. Gryffindor had the same schedule. After breakfast, Tom and Daphne made their way to the dungeons. As they passed Snape's office, Tom cast a subtle glance at the door. He'd initially thought zero-cost procurement would be easy. But it turned out Snape's personal quarters were connected directly to his office. The two rooms shared a door. Tom had only learned that from older students. If he'd tried sneaking in without that knowledge, things could have ended poorly. So for now, he'd wait. Wait for the right moment, when Snape wasn't in either room. At exactly 9 a.m., the bell rang. Snape stormed into the classroom like a thundercloud. His robes billowed dramatically, making him look like a bat skimming just above the floor. He brought with him an oppressive presence. Every student, Gryffindor or Slytherin, immediately went silent. As Snape swept past, Tom subtly leaned away. He had no desire to get any of that greasy hair oil flung on him. Snape's sharp gaze scanned the room, pausing briefly on both Tom and Harry before he finally pulled out the roll call. Like the other professors, he hesitated when he reached Harry's name. Oh, yes. Potter, Snape drawled. Our new celebrity. Malfoy and his two goons snickered as if someone had just passed gas. That tone. That voice. Even Harry, who had grown somewhat used to the professor's reactions, felt a prickle of unease. Chapter 30, I asked you to answer the question, not to write a damn essay. After that cryptic outburst, Snape resumed roll call. When he finally got to Tom, his gaze turned into a deathly glare, deep and hollow like a dark tunnel. Tom, unfazed, offered the men funding his school a friendly smile. Snape gave a cold snort and snapped the register shut. You are here, he began softly, yet every word rang clear as crystal, to study a craft of precision and discipline. You won't be flailing your wands around like fools in here. In fact, it may not even feel like magic at all. I do not expect you to grasp the beauty of a cauldron simmering with silver vapor and wafting a delicate fragrance. Nor do I imagine any of you understand the subtle allure, the blood-chilling power, that flows through a well-crafted potion. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even put a stopper in death itself, provided you're not the bunch of dunderhead imbeciles I usually get. The introduction landed like a cold gust of wind. The classroom fell into a stunned silence. Harry and Ron fidgeted awkwardly in their seats, while Hermione leaned forward eagerly. She wasn't alone, several students mimicked her posture, all desperate to prove they weren't the dimwit Snape was referring to. Potter. Snape's sharp voice cut the air like a knife, zeroing in on Harry with laser precision. If I were to add powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood, what would I get? To be completely honest, Harry didn't even recognize the word wormwood, let alone any of the others. It all sounded like gibberish to him. Desperate, he glanced helplessly at Ron for assistance. To his dismay, Ron looked away guiltily and shrank into himself, trying to become invisible. A few seats away, Hermione had her hand shot up so high she might as well have been trying to touch the ceiling, but Snape ignored her completely, his eyes locked onto Potter. "I don't know, Professor," Harry admitted, bracing himself. Snape sneered. "TCH. So fame doesn't equal knowledge, it seems." Malfoy chuckled under his breath, clearly savoring every moment. Watching Potter get knocked down a peg gave him more joy than being praised himself. "Let's try again, shall we, Potter?" Snape said slowly, with venomous calm. "If I asked you to fetch me a bezoar, where would you look?" "I don't know, Professor." Harry's eyes were wide with confused innocence. "What's a bezoar?" "I didn't give you permission to ask me questions." Gryffindor, -1 point. Snape's gaze grew colder. "Then let's make it simpler. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" He didn't wait for Harry to answer before snapping at Hermione, who looked like she might burst. "Miss Granger, I suggest you remain seated and silent." Hermione froze halfway out of her chair and reluctantly sat back down. Harry muttered, "I still don't know, Professor." Snape sighed dramatically, as if Harry had let down the entire wizarding world. Then, without warning, he turned to Tom Riddle. "You look rather relaxed. That must mean you know the answer, don't you? Tell us then, what do you get when you mix powdered root of asphodel with wormwood infusion?" Tom wasn't the least bit surprised. Ever since he'd stood his ground against Snape that day, he had been expecting something like this. Under Hermione's admiring gaze, Tom rose from his seat and answered with calm precision. Asphodel, also known as asphodelus, is a member of the lily family. In Greek mythology, it is a flower of the underworld, said to bloom across the fields of asphodel, symbolizing desolation and the resting place of souls. During the Victorian era, it was common to use the language of flowers to express emotions. Asphodel conveyed the message, "My regrets follow you to the grave." Wormwood, on the other hand, is associated with bitterness and sorrow. Its flower symbolism similarly carries regret. From the context of the question, we can infer that the person who posed it used these particular herbs to convey a poetic metaphor, a deep and sorrowful remorse towards someone whose nature was as pure as asphodel, and as graceful as a lily. Perhaps, that person's name was Lily. Scritch scritch scritch. Every single student, even Harry, turned to stare at Snape in perfect unison, confused, curious, stunned. That's what the question meant. Especially Harry, Lily. That was his mum's name. Why would Snape be expressing remorse toward his mother? Snape took 2 stunned steps backward, his face ghostly pale, staring at Tom like he had just witnessed something inhuman. "I asked you a potion question, not for a bloody literary analysis." And yet, Tom Riddle's answer had peeled him open like a book. Every layer of thought, every hidden regret Snape had buried deep within him, it had all been exposed, word for word. Yes. Snape had indeed used this moment to say something unspeakable, something he could never admit aloud. Otherwise, why torment Potter with a question about the draft of living death, an advanced 6th-year potion, when a basic first-year question would have sufficed? "Damn you, Tom Riddle. This is the second time you've stabbed me in the heart." Snape's inner voice was screaming in rage, but his face turned even icier. "Riddle," he snapped. "I asked you what potion the 2 ingredients create, not for your ridiculous poetic interpretation. If you don't know the answer, just say so. Stop wasting everyone's time with your nonsense." "Oh, you meant that, Professor." Tom blinked, as if he had just remembered this was a potions class and not a literature seminar. The 2 ingredients, when combined in proper proportion, produce a powerful sleeping draft, the draft of living death. The test creator used the potion's name metaphorically to express a soul-crushing despair that makes life feel worse than death, further elevating the emotional depth of the question. Puffed. He did it again. He actually did it again. Snape nearly exploded. He could no longer maintain his carefully constructed composure. "Sit down. Sit down this instant," he bellowed at Tom. Tom, looking completely innocent, sat back down quietly. Daphne beside him looked absolutely stunned. How did answering a simple question make the professor that furious? Tom had even gotten the answer right, shouldn't Snape be pleased? The young witches and wizards turned to Harry, then to Tom, and finally to Snape. "What are you all staring at? Do I have the answer written on my face?" Snape roared. "Well, start writing. Or do you want me to shove the answers into your heads myself?" Everyone flinched and scrambled to jot down notes. But when Snape walked past the front row and caught a glimpse of Knott's parchment, his rage skyrocketed. "Why are you writing down Riddle's nonsense? I told you to write the recipe. The formula. You lot are the worst class I've ever taught. Chapter 31, Tom's amazing learning talent. After yet another emotional critical hit, Snape could only blame his own wretched mouth. Why did he have to provoke Riddle, that student who never played by the rules? Now he'd let his guard down not once, but twice. Even his usual mask of composure was slipping. Not that Snape would ever admit fault, of course. He was the professor, Riddle was the student, and sooner or later, he'd catch the boy slipping. With a cold flick of his wand, lines of dense text began appearing rapidly across the blackboard. These are the ingredients and brewing steps for the doxycide potion. Everyone, collect your materials now. Pair up in twos. If I catch anyone wasting my supplies. Snape's eyes gleamed, you'll be scrubbing the dungeon floors for a week. At the command, the classroom burst into motion. Naturally, Tom partnered with Daphne. Even if he had wanted to team up with Hermione, it wouldn't have worked out. It had only been a week since term began, but the rivalry between houses was already brewing strong. The students of different houses were keeping to their own unless the numbers forced a crossover. Conveniently, this year both Gryffindor and Slytherin had an even number of students. The temperature in the potions classroom began to rise as cauldrons lit up and potion fumes curled lazily through the air. Truth be told, brewing a basic potion wasn't that different from cooking. The only real difference lay in the precision, ingredients needed to be measured to the gram, steps followed to the letter. Snape prowled the classroom like a silent bat. He moved so stealthily not a single footstep betrayed his presence. It was unnerving. Whenever he was out of sight, every student in the room tensed, afraid he might be right behind them, watching with those cold, soulless eyes. Soon enough, everyone noticed who was getting the brunt of Snape's attention, Harry Potter. Potter, if you don't know what sliced means, you could ask, rather than grind porcupine quills into dust. Gryffindor, -1 point. Potter, I'm starting to think Hogwarts should hire a language tutor for you. So the great savior of the wizarding world can, perhaps, one day read his professor's notes. Gryffindor, -1. Potter, did I or did I not tell you to steam the flobberworms? Have you done it yet? Potter. Potter. If Harry had been doubting Tom's motives earlier, all doubts were now burned away. There was only one explanation in his mind. Tom Riddle had completely made all that crap up. All that stuff about Snape expressing regret, using flower language to convey hidden remorse. Nonsense. The guy was just looking for any excuse to make his life hell. This version of Snape, freshly provoked, was even more brutal than the one in the original timeline. By the halfway mark of class, Gryffindor had already lost 10 points. Hermione looked like she wanted to possess Harry's body just so she could make the potion for him. After thoroughly venting his fury on Harry, Snape finally decided he'd had enough. He spared a few acid-tongued remarks for poor Neville, who nearly teared up on the spot, then shifted his sights to Tom. He wouldn't dock Riddle points, Snape still had his house pride, after all. But his tongue. Oh, that could lash. All he needed was the tiniest flaw to launch a full verbal assault. Except. As he watched, Snape's scowl deepened. Where were the flaws? Why couldn't he find any? Riddle was following procedure with such absurd precision, it was painful to watch. Snape did find a few minor issues, but they weren't even Riddle's fault, they stemmed from the ingredients. You see, potion brewing isn't just about following instructions. Ingredient quality and compatibility matter too. Ideally, every batch should be adjusted subtly to account for these differences in pursuit of perfection. But this was far beyond what first years were expected to know. Riddle, however, executed every step from the board flawlessly. Weights accurate to the gram. Timing down to the second. Snape felt as if he were chewing on a hedgehog, no matter how he tried, he couldn't get a proper bite. From his seat at the back, Andrus watched with quiet amazement. Magic aptitude aside, Riddle's learning ability was off the charts. The boy could pick up anything in mere moments, it was almost inhuman. Riddle, Snape finally snapped. The reason I paired students together was not so one of you could just sit there watching. You've done everything yourself, what's the point of having green grass there? Don't let a little talent make you so full of yourself. Clearly frustrated, Snape didn't give Tom a chance to respond. He whirled away and stalked off, his robes billowing behind him. After 2 verbal defeats, Snape had come to a valuable realization: if Riddle wasn't allowed to speak, he couldn't humiliate him. Best to shut him up entirely. That way, Snape wouldn't have to feel like someone was reaching into his chest and squeezing his lungs. Tom couldn't help but chuckle. What a move, old bat. Only you could manage to turn even this into a complaint. He wasn't bothered in the slightest by Snape's outburst. But Daphne felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, Tom. If I hadn't slacked off, Professor Snape wouldn't have scolded you. It's fine, Tom said casually. I think he was just concerned I was overworking myself. He smiled and slid the dried nettles toward her. Just crush these into powder and add them to the cauldron. Once that's done, the potion is finished. You take care of this last step. Okay. Daphne nodded enthusiastically and began grinding the nettles with careful focus. Class ended not long after, and Snape, true to form, didn't spare Riddle even a single glance. But before leaving, he dropped a parting blow. Your homework is a 16-inch essay. 16. Every student in the room deflated like a popped balloon. Even Tom grimaced. First-year assignments were typically light, 6 inches, maybe 1,500 words at most. Snape had just assigned triple that. A full 4,000 to 5,000 words. He didn't care that the entire class looked like they'd been hexed into despair. He simply swept out of the classroom like the grim spirit of misery itself. Let's go, Tom sighed, turning to Daphne. Inwardly, he was already scheming. Maybe I should get myself a magical quill like Rita Skeeter's. Because writing thousands of words on such a basic potion was beyond pointless. He wasn't about to waste his time on something this meaningless. He'd rather go on a walk with Daphne. At least the little witch was nice to look at, bright eyes, soft dimples, always smiling sweetly. That improved one's mood. But what annoyed Tom most? Snape hadn't given him any points. He was a Slytherin, for Merlin's sake. Was this fair? Sure, Slytherin was currently ahead by a massive margin, so maybe the old bat didn't feel the urgency. But Tom wouldn't allow this to stand. Clearly, it was time to up the difficulty for dear Professor Snape, so he could learn who truly was the backbone of Slytherin House. Chapter 32, A Guilty Hagrid. After lunch, Harry and Ron made their way to Hagrid's hut, just as they'd planned. The half-giant welcomed them enthusiastically, with scalding hot tea and rock-hard pies that looked like they could chip a fong off a dragon. Another Weasley. The moment Hagrid caught sight of Ron's signature flaming red hair, he groaned with a weary sigh. I haven't had a good night's sleep in years, thanks to chasing your brothers out of the Forbidden Forest. Ron chuckled awkwardly and lowered his head, nibbling at a rock pie, and immediately winced in pain as his face twisted in agony. He nearly broke a tooth on the thing. Harry, wisely, set his pie down without taking a bite. He blew on the hot tea instead and took a careful sip before launching into a recount of his first week at Hogwarts. To Harry, everything about the school still felt like paradise: warm beds, endless food, and a surprisingly generous amount of spending money. Well, technically, a legacy, not pocket change. Best of all, he was learning magic. Real, powerful, incredible magic. He had friends. A place he belonged. It was perfect. Everything, except Professor Snape. Riddle told me Snape was trying to show some kind of remorse to my mum, Harry muttered, scowling. I think that's complete nonsense. He didn't notice Hagrid's reaction at first, but the moment he mentioned the name Riddle, the huge man visibly flinched. Twice. His mountainous frame actually shuddered. Do you think Snape hates me, Hagrid? Harry asked earnestly. Rubbish, Hagrid replied, waving a meaty hand as he fiddled with a pie crust. Why would he hate you? And even if there was something to apologize for, it wouldn't be his place to do it. If anyone owed an apology, it was James Potter, in Hagrid's eyes. He hadn't forgotten how rowdy the Marauders had been back in the day. Even the junior Death Eaters from Slytherin had learned to avoid them. Snape had been their favorite punching bag, day after day. If James hadn't matured after graduation, Hagrid doubted they would have ever become friends. Harry caught that odd comment. Then, who should apologize? Hagrid grunted and waved his hand again, clearly done with the topic. No one needs to apologize. Snape doesn't hate you, Harry. Don't overthink it. Here, have another nougat. Okay. Harry knew he was dodging the question, but pressed no further. Instead, he listened to Ron excitedly recount stories of his second eldest brother raising dragons in Romania. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry noticed a copy of the Daily Prophet sitting on the table. The headline read, Break-in at Gringotts, Investigation Ongoing. Curious, he picked it up, and was startled by the timing. The article said the break-in occurred on his birthday, the same day he'd visited Diagon Alley with Hagrid. But Dumbledore had already retrieved whatever the goblins were guarding. Hagrid hadn't been given any special task, either. So Harry dismissed the coincidence and put the paper aside. But across the castle, someone else didn't. Tom Riddle, reading the same edition of the Daily Prophet, had a different reaction entirely. In his previous life, many people believed Dumbledore had orchestrated nearly every major event at Hogwarts, placing Harry at the center of carefully designed adventures to help him grow into a worthy opponent of Voldemort. That he'd engineered the prophecy's fulfillment. But Tom had never agreed with that theory. Yes, Dumbledore had eyes and ears everywhere in Hogwarts. Yes, he had absurd control over the school's affairs. But omniscient? No. Tom didn't believe Dumbledore wanted things like the Chamber of Secrets being opened in second year. Or Sirius Black breaking out of Azkaban in third. Or Barty Crouch Jr. sneaking into the castle disguised as Mad-Eye Moody. If Dumbledore had known, he would have stopped those disasters. Which meant one thing. He didn't know everything. Still, there was no denying that Harry had been nudged into danger during first year. And those laughably weak traps guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Those weren't there to stop a true threat. They were practically a magical obstacle course for children. Tom had no interest in the Philosopher's Stone itself. Immortality without youth was useless. What did interest him, however, was Professor Quirrel. More specifically, what was inside Professor Quirrel. If the stone was a lure, Quirrel was the fish. Tom figured the men would have agreed to anything, groveling, serving, betraying, all for the promise of power. And if he didn't agree, well, the other Tom Riddle, nestled at the back of Quirrel's skull, surely would. Not that this Tom needed a servant. He wasn't some deranged Dark Lord. No, he just wanted Quirrel to help him earn a few more house points. That was fair, wasn't it? Tom. What are you thinking about? Daphne's voice pulled him from his thoughts. She tilted her head curiously, watching him stare out over the black lake in a daze. Tom blinked, then smiled faintly. I was just wondering how Professor Quirrel managed to land the job. Daphne made a face of deep disdain. Right. He can't even speak properly. I can't understand half of what he says in class. I'd rather just read the textbook. She huffed, clearly frustrated. Honestly, what was Dumbledore thinking? Maybe he really is going senile. I mean, he's what, over 100 now? Tom noticed something then. It didn't matter how progressive or indifferent a Slytherin might seem, every single one of them seemed to carry a grudge against Dumbledore. Even someone like Daphne Greengrass, who wasn't a blood purity zealot. What had Dumbledore done to earn that kind of hatred? Tom wanted to know, but doubted Daphne had the answers. So instead, he played along. I heard there's a curse on the defense against the dark arts position. No professors ever lasted more than a year. Daphne's eyes lit up. You've heard that too. I love that story. There've been so many professors that quit for the weirdest reasons. And just like that, she was off, animated and gleeful as she rattled off all the juicy gossip she'd gathered. The last professor. A witch who got conned out of her gold and her heart by a scoundrel. She sliced off something vital in a fit of rage, looted his vault, and vanished. Still on the run. The one before that. An elderly wizard, old pals with Dumbledore. Collapsed from illness during Easter. Now permanently confined to St. Mungo's. The one before that. An illegal magical creature dealer. The one before that. Injured by a failed experiment. And another one. Caught with a criminal record. Her voice eventually slowed, and softened, until she dozed off mid-sentence, using Tom's arm as a pillow. Tom blinked at the weight on his shoulder, helplessly amused. He didn't wake her. Instead, he shifted slightly into a position that was comfortable for both of them. Then, with a final glance at the slumbering girl beside him, Tom closed his eyes. And entered his study space. Chapter 33, The Room of Requirement. It wasn't until the sun began to sink below the horizon and the air grew chilly that the girl finally stirred from her slumber. The cool evening breeze brushed against Daphne's face, bringing clarity to her sleepy mind. As soon as she remembered what had just happened, her eyes darted to the wet patch on Tom's robe, a painfully obvious stain that made her cheeks turn as red as the sunset overhead. She wanted nothing more than to bury her face in her chest and disappear. Tom, who had just exited the learning space, slowly opened his eyes. Pretending he had just woken up too, he stretched lazily and muttered, "Can't believe I slept for that long. Daphne, why didn't you wake me up? We wasted such a beautiful afternoon." "Huh. I just woke up too. I guess I slept too well." Daphne mumbled in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, all the while wishing she could whip out her wand and evanesco away the incriminating evidence. Tom didn't seem to notice anything out of the ordinary. He casually brushed some dust off the back of his robe and said, "We'd better head back. It's getting cold, you don't want to catch a chill." "MHM." Daphne clasped her hands behind her back and followed after him. As they walked, a quiet, breathless giggle escaped her lips, and her eyes curved into little crescent moons. This was exactly why she enjoyed being around Tom so much. She wasn't stupid. She'd realized it now. Tom hadn't really been asleep. No one wakes up from a nap with such sharp awareness, without even a single second of dazed blinking. He had pretended to sleep, just to save her from the embarrassment. He was like an adult trapped in a boy's body. Not in a try-hard, show-off kind of way, but in a calm, composed, always in control manner. He was thoughtful, subtle. Always taking care of her emotions without making it obvious. For a girl like Daphne, who had left the comfort of her home and her mother's care to face the intimidating new world of Hogwarts alone, Tom gave her a rare and precious feeling of safety. It made her feel like she belonged. Watching his tall figure walking ahead, Daphne suddenly felt like she ought to be the one doing something for him, not just receiving his kindness all the time. But what? She racked her brain in frustration. Tom was good at everything. Every subject he touched, he mastered. Even that nosy Gryffindor girl was constantly green with envy. He didn't need her help with classes. And in daily life, she felt like she didn't even have the right. Wait, a spark flashed in her mind. Money. Daphne's eyes lit up. She remembered how Tom had once borrowed 30 galleons from a dorm mate. Given his background, it was likely he was barely scraping by. Maybe, just maybe, she could help from that angle. Discreetly ease his financial strain. With a plan finally forming in her mind, Daphne beamed like a little sun. She quickened her steps to catch up with Tom, walking beside him, laughing and chatting cheerfully as they entered the castle. As soon as she returned to her dorm, she pulled out a piece of parchment and began scribbling a letter to her mother. She added a few plausible excuses and requested, casually, 500 galleons. That should be enough, for now. Meanwhile, Tom was completely unaware that his little gesture of kindness had unknowingly made Daphne fall even harder for him. As far as he was concerned, he could enter his learning space from anywhere, it wasn't that big a deal. He had no idea that he was about to receive his very first meal ticket. Back in his dorm, the moment Tom walked through the door, the three roommates who had been messing around just a moment ago instantly fell silent. Tom gave them a brief glance but paid them no mind. He pulled out a herbology textbook and began reading. The trio had been behaving suspiciously well lately. Tom wasn't sure if they'd genuinely learned their lesson, or if they were just scheming something new. Saturday arrived. After sharing breakfast with Daphne and completing next week's homework with Hermione, Tom made his way to the 8th floor, searching for the room of requirement. The learning space was powerful, almost like an alternate reality, but it still had its limits. Only Tom's spiritual self entered that space. Magic cast within didn't consume real magical energy, meaning there was no authentic physical feedback from practicing spells. And in the magical world, winning a duel wasn't just about power level. It wasn't about who had the most magic or who had practiced the most spells. Real duels depended on reflexes, awareness, battlefield experience, and sometimes, just sheer luck. Andrus had been nagging him non-stop these past few days, train in the real world too, not just in your head. Let your body remember the feeling of casting. You need to move with instinct, not thought. After weighing his options, Tom decided the room of requirement was the best solution. Located on the same floor as the headmaster's office, but in a different part of the castle, the 7th floor was quiet, with very few rooms. Its walls were lined with paintings, and Tom walked past each one carefully until he found what he was looking for, a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy being clubbed by a group of trolls. Apparently, Barnabas had tried to teach them ballet. They were not interested. The trolls chased him with clubs, and the scene was both absurd and entertaining. As Tom stared at it, Barnabas gradually grew more and more bruised. He kept shouting his well-meaning explanations, completely ignoring the futility of it all. What a fool. Tom turned to face the smooth wall across from the tapestry. He focused his mind and began pacing. I need a room with mushrooms, he thought silently. I need a room with mushrooms. I need a room with mushrooms. 3 steps forward, 3 steps back, 3 times. The wall shimmered faintly, but no door appeared. Didn't work. Disappointment flashed across Tom's face. He lowered his expectations. I need a room with RPGs. Another 3 paces. The wall trembled again, but still, no result. I need a room with 100 AKs. This time, not even a flicker. This is what they call room of requirement, he muttered, rolling his eyes. Can't even fulfill basic needs. With a sigh of resignation, Tom finally gave up on trying to acquire hot weapons for self-defense. Maybe his requests were just a bit too much, or maybe the founders who created this room just weren't that advanced in magical engineering. Inside the learning space, Andrus looked utterly dumbfounded. He'd been with Tom long enough to know exactly what kind of crazy requests the boy had just made. All right, enough nonsense, Andrus said sharply. You're here to train, not build a military base. Fine, fine. Tom shrugged and began pacing again. This time, he focused his thoughts on a proper training ground. Sure enough, after the 3rd pass, a door appeared on the wall as if it had always been there. Tom pushed it open. It made no sound at all, and as soon as he stepped inside, the torches on the walls flared to life, casting warm light across the vast interior. The room was huge, nearly half the size of the Great Hall. Wide open and spacious, perfect for magical combat practice. Spread across the floor were dozens of dummies in all shapes and materials, wood, straw, steel, and more. Tom's eyes gleamed. He had found his battlefield. Chapter 34, Spell Training. Host has discovered the room of requirement, 50 achievement points awarded. So many. Tom raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Usually, when he snuck into other classrooms at night, it barely earned him 2 achievement points. The trophy room gave a bit more, but even that only amounted to 5 points. Yet the room of requirement had just given him 10 times that. In one swoop, his achievement points had soared past 300. Looks like special places give far more achievement points than I thought, the professor's offices, secret passageways, maybe even old Dumbledore's office. Tom made a mental note of this new revelation before finally shifting his focus back to his original purpose, training. Let's start with the basics. He whipped out his wand and pointed it at a wooden dummy. A sharp flick. Ringo. A jet of red light blasted from his wand and struck the dummy squarely. With a deafening boom, it exploded into a cloud of splinters and dust that rained down like confetti. Tom's face remained calm and unreadable. He turned smoothly to the next target. The power of that spell was nothing short of terrifying. Most adult wizards would struggle to produce that kind of force, but Tom had always been an exception. His magical strength far outstripped that of his peers, and under Andrus' guidance, he had gained an especially profound understanding of blasting curses. Add to that his prodigious natural talent, and this explosion had actually been him holding back. But raw power wasn't everything. In a real duel, speed, accuracy, and timing were all just as important. What good was power if you couldn't hit your target? The room lit up like a miniature war zone. Colorful spells whipped through the air in dazzling arcs. Stupefy. Petrificus totalis. Expulso. Ventus. Every spell struck with force and precision, tearing through the dummies one by one. As he practiced, Tom followed Andrus' advice, letting his body learn the motions, storing the muscle memory of each flick, twist, and thrust until spellcasting became instinctual. Soon, the floor was littered with the shattered remains of dozens of training dummies. But then, with a subtle shimmer of magic, the dummies began to rebuild themselves. Piece by piece, wood and iron slotted back into place. In less than 30 seconds, the entire room had reset. Not only that, the dummies began moving. Moving targets now. Tom raised an eyebrow, impressed despite himself. The room of requirement had just gone up a notch in his estimation. Not only could it provide targets, it could also offer progression. This training setup alone was already more practical than anything taught in defense against the dark arts. After a short rest, Tom resumed. The dummies now moved at a pace equal to a running adult. Still, his hit rate remained around 90%. It was often said that magic was about intent, but intent alone couldn't land a spell. It was also about timing, movement, prediction. 15 minutes later, another round of dummies had been obliterated. When they reassembled this time, they moved twice as fast. Their speed now matched that of top-tier sprinters. And to make things worse, each dummy had a number floating above its head, from 1 to 30. They want me to take them down in numerical order. This had gone from beginner to nightmare mode. The speed alone was hard to keep up with, and now there were layers of complexity, dodging overlap, managing spell arcs, hitting precise targets in a moving swarm. Tom struggled. Even his sharp instincts and formidable focus weren't enough to keep pace. Time to cheat. Andrus. Your turn. Tom activated his privileges, granting Andrus control through the embodiment feature for the first time. His body now moved under the control of the ancient Archmage's will. Ha! It's been ages since I've felt blood and bone like this. Andrus' delighted, slightly off-key laugh spilled from Tom's lips. You've only got 7 minutes. Save the nostalgia. Tom's tone was dry as he reminded Andrus of the time limit. The initial control window was 5 minutes, extended slightly thanks to a favorability score of 63, each point granting 10 additional seconds. What Tom felt next was surreal. His thoughts remained his own, but his body moved on its own accord, yet he still felt every motion. The feedback from each flick and twist, the pull of the wand through air, the thrum of magic through his fingers. It was easy to see why this was called embodiment. Though frankly, possession by a spell god felt more accurate. And as for the performance, it was like watching a professional player log into a bronze-level account and completely demolish the competition. Watch closely, Andrus advised. Feel the rhythm. Tom's eyes sharpened. Stupefy. Zing, a dazzling white arc flew in a perfect curve, skipping around 3 moving dummies to strike dummy number 8 squarely in the chest. It didn't just splinter, it disintegrated into a cloud of magical dust. Ringo. Diffindo Maxima. The incantations came rapid fire. Though Andrus could have cast them silently, he chose to speak for Tom's benefit. What left Tom stunned wasn't just the speed of the incantations, it was the fact that 3 different spells launched simultaneously in different directions and still hit targets number 9, number 10, and number 11 in exact order, without any overlap or error. And remember this feeling, Andrus instructed mid-duel. Let your wand be an extension of your gaze, not a mere weapon. Only then will magic obey you like instinct. Combined with the flood of sensory feedback, Tom was gaining far more than just visual instruction, he was experiencing true mastery. And it still wasn't enough. Tom activated Transcendence. Suddenly, Andrus' movement slowed to a crawl in his perception. Every micro-twitch, every shift of weight, every angle of spell trajectory was magnified. The air around him thickened, stretching seconds into eternities. In just 30 real-time seconds, Andrus had reduced 22 dummies to dust. Before the room could auto-reset, he flicked his wand, restoring the targets instantly and launching a new round. And he did it again. And again. In 7 minutes, Andrus had completed 11 full rounds of high-speed target elimination. It wasn't that this was his limit, this was Tom's magical limit. Even with a shared magical talent, Tom was still just a first year. For wizards, magical growth was governed by 2 things, innate talent and age. This was why older wizards were typically stronger. But still, talent always trumped age. A 100-year-old mediocre wizard would never outmatch a recent graduate born with the gift of a century. When the timer ran out, Andrus returned to the study space. Control reverted to Tom. A wave of exhaustion hit him like a crashing tide. His limbs felt hollow. His brain fogged. He almost collapsed. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself, lifting his wand once more. Embodiment had ended, but Transcendence was still active. And he would not waste a second of it. Chapter 35, the perfect example of a Slytherin. 3 minutes later, the transcendent state faded, and Tom collapsed onto the floor, limbs sprawled, gasping for air. But the outcome? Extremely promising. Though his magic weakened toward the end due to depletion, his control had improved by leaps and bounds. He only misfired twice, every other target was struck in exact order. The combination of embodiment and transcendence was undoubtedly a trump card. The progress he made in just 10 minutes was something many wizards couldn't grasp even in a lifetime. Even Andrus couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With such terrifying talent, the power of the system, Tom was destined to become a wizard unmatched in all of magical history. It took Tom half an hour to recover before he felt his condition stabilizing again. The dizziness faded, and the sense of weakness slowly retreated, an early sign of magical recovery. Still tired, but he forced himself to focus. Compared to comfort, what he craved more was power. 2 lifetimes had taught him this deeply, only those who hold absolute power are worthy of enjoying life. In his previous life, power meant money and influence. Now, power was magic. The sorting hat placing him in Slytherin made perfect sense. Tom might argue he pursued power for survival or to live better, but that desire was still ambition, undeniable and deep-rooted. Ambition, bloodline, talent, these 3 elements combined made him more Slytherin than any student alive. Whoosh! A flash of red light curved beautifully around an obstacle and struck its target dead on. Yet Tom frowned. He wasn't satisfied. He could still vividly recall the way Andrus cast spells. The speed, the force, Andrus's spells flew faster, hit harder. If Tom's destructive force was a 1, Andrus's was a solid 3 or 4, using the same amount of magic. Tom knew he was still far from Andrus's level, but he wasn't discouraged. The path of power was built step by step, spell by spell. First improve speed. Then stabilize accuracy. If he could master those 2 alone, he'd already be at the peak among ordinary witches and wizards. 2 full days passed. Aside from eating at the Great Hall and sleeping in the dormitory, Tom practically lived inside the room of requirement. He even revised his request for the room, upping the difficulty. Now, the dummies weren't just randomly moving targets. Several knight-like puppets armed with blunt greatswords actively charged at him. As soon as the cooldown for embodiment ended, Tom activated it again, along with transcendence. This time, he didn't rush Andrus. He simply let him take the lead, focusing entirely on learning his combat footwork and the art of casting while in motion. Tom, your body is far too weak, Andrus muttered once the embodiment session ended and he returned to the learning space. You need to gather potion ingredients ASAP. Otherwise, your physical development won't keep up with your magical advancement. What's the rush? Tom replied calmly. The greater the task, the less room for haste. Rush it, and you invite failure. Besides, even if I had the potion ingredients right now, could I actually brew something that advanced? I've only had 1 potions class so far. What, you think I can, 5-finger discount, a second time? Andrus fell silent for a moment. He'd focused so much on acquiring the ingredients that he forgot, Tom was still a beginner in potions. Even with guidance, failure was still likely. You'll need to buckle down starting next week, then. Potions isn't something you master by reading books. It takes real hands-on experience, and a whole lot of it, to form your own brewing intuition. Tom nodded. I plan to scout the Forbidden Forest for ingredients. Whatever I can't find there, I'll buy. As long as you've got a plan, Andrus approved. Meanwhile, in a grand estate in Yorkshire, a graceful, golden-haired woman was reading a letter just delivered by Owl. She was Elise Greengrass, matriarch of the Greengrass family, and Daphne's mother. As her eyes scanned the letter, Elise let out an incredulous chuckle, equal parts amused and exasperated. The beginning was all affectionate whining and sentimental lines, Daphne missing her terribly. That part, Elise quite enjoyed. Then the tone shifted sharply, complaints. The hardships of Hogwarts life, how tough things were. And then, the kicker, right at the end, Daphne asked for 500 galleons. It hadn't even been a full week since term started. And she'd already burned through the money she left with. Elise knew better. She'd been to Hogwarts. She knew exactly what the living conditions were like, no one starved there, and certainly not her daughter. 500 galleons. The little princess had officially evolved into a gold-devouring beast. At first, Elise wondered if Daphne had been bullied, forced to cough up money. But as she read more closely, the playful tone between the lines, the way some letters curled up as if she couldn't help smiling while writing, it was clear. Her daughter was enjoying school quite well. So why the big ask? As Elise pondered, a soft voice came from outside the room. Mum, did sister send a letter back? Turning, Elise smiled and waved. Astoria, come in. Yes, your sister wrote back. She's crying poverty now. A slender little girl walked in, wearing a pale dress. Her features were delicate and lovely, but her skin was ghostly pale. Her hair, which should have been the same golden shade as her mother and sister, was a dull, silvery white, faded from malnutrition. Her arms were so thin her veins were visible, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. A flicker of sadness passed through Elise's eyes, but she quickly masked it. No need to let Astoria see that. The girl stepped up to the writing desk, quickly reading through the letter. Mum, she asked curiously, does it cost a lot of money to attend Hogwarts? Of course not. Elise laughed softly, shaking her head. Your sister's just always been extravagant. She's probably seen some pretty jewelry or clothes she couldn't resist. With her daughter beside her, Elise began drafting a reply. She'd send the money, of course, 500 galleons wasn't all that much. But she'd expect a proper explanation from Daphne. Otherwise, next term's allowance might be under negotiation. Astoria's pale blue eyes darted thoughtfully as she left the room, returning quietly to her own. She opened a drawer and took out a small coin pouch. Inside it, 1,000 galleons. Her personal savings. If her sister needed money, then she'd give it to her. She had nowhere else to spend it anyway. Chapter 36, Daphne's Troubles. A new week began. On Monday morning, Daphne finally received the long-awaited package. Correction, packages. 2 of them. Not only had her mother sent money, but Astoria, her little sister, had quietly mailed over her secret stash of saved-up galleons after learning Daphne was short on cash. Her letter told her not to worry about spending, it wasn't a big deal, and if it wasn't enough, she had more. Tears welled up in Daphne's eyes. Yes. Her little sister was the most precious and adorable person in the entire world. But why did such a lovely girl have to endure endless suffering? Just thinking of Astoria's fragile health broke something inside her, and this time, Daphne truly cried. It startled her dorm mates, who weren't used to seeing this side of her. Greengrass, are you all right? Millicent Bulstrode asked cautiously. I'm fine. Just missing my sister, Daphne said, wiping at her tears and forcing a gentle smile. You girls go ahead. I want a moment to myself. Bulstrode and the 2 other girls exchanged glances and left without pressing. For all that Daphne acted sweet and harmless around Tom, she was still the heiress of House Greengrass, one of the Sacred 28, and a family that had never fallen from grace. In a house like Slytherin, where bloodlines and hierarchy mattered immensely, her presence commanded respect. After a few moments of quiet sadness, Daphne composed herself, but now a new problem gnawed at her. How was she going to get this money to Tom? She couldn't just give it to him outright. That would feel like charity, and Tom would never accept that. She couldn't say it was a loan, either. Even if he agreed, he might not want to spend it freely, always worrying about paying her back. So, what was the right way? The girl fell into deep thought. Tom, meanwhile, was diligently applying himself in every class to earn house points. Not too much, of course, just enough. He made sure to demonstrate a level of talent that was slightly ahead of the lessons, but not so far that he looked unnatural. The key to earning points was to create the perfect blend of talent and effort, so professors would see him as a hard-working student with promising ability. If he showed off too much too fast, sure, the professors might be amazed at first, but that amazement would fade as they became accustomed to it. No more shock. No more bonus points. Sustained, strategic progress, that was the real long game. And even with this measured approach, Tom's name was beginning to circulate among the first years and faculty alike. Everyone knew now, Slytherin had a new student, talented, dedicated, and completely different from the usual crop of giggling, clueless first years. Naturally, the professors loved this. Even if his name gave them pause, Hogwarts professors, for the most part, had a decent sense of professionalism, Snape and Quirrel being notable exceptions. No one seemed to hold his name against him. Thanks to that, his house point operation was running smoothly. Every class earned him a few points, and between that and bonus points from impressive work, Tom's score was climbing steadily. Still, he avoided using transcendence recklessly. These past few days, he relied only on embodiment to boost his study efficiency. But with praise came jealousy. It wasn't just Gryffindors, who naturally resented a strong Slytherin rival. Even within Slytherin, whispers of dissatisfaction spread like poison. How could a Muggle-born, someone with no family background, be outperforming them? Overshadowing purebloods? Tom noticed their eyes. The hostility. The seething discontent. But he was waiting. Waiting for an opportunity, a moment when he could make a statement. Just one public thrashing, and the message would be clear. Maybe two. Maybe three, if needed. A couple of well-executed beatdowns, and these pampered brats, who'd never tasted real fear or danger, would quickly learn where they stood. Still, that chance hadn't arrived yet. But another announcement stirred the entire first-year population into a frenzy. Starting Thursday, flying lessons would begin. Whether Muggle-born or wizard-raised, no child could resist the allure of flight. Tom was no exception. Of course, his dreams weren't of straddling some scratchy broomstick and puttering around the air. He wanted something real, like Lord Voldemort's gliding flight, using sheer magical power to soar. But for now, he'd play along. For the wizard-born students, this was their moment. Their chance to shine. Every conversation, no matter the topic, always circled back to flying. Malfoy was a textbook example, loudly complaining about the unfairness of first-years not being allowed on the Quidditch teams. His whining earned him several death glares from the current players, but he didn't care. He kept bragging, retelling various flying stunts, each one ending with him narrowly dodging a Muggle helicopter. Not to be outdone, Theodore Knott chimed in with his own tales of aerial prowess, racing hawks, outmaneuvering sparrows. Zabini took a cooler approach, analyzing the pros and cons of various broom models. If anyone doubted his expertise, he'd mention his seventh stepfather, an internationally renowned Quidditch player, as his source. In short, every wizard-raised student couldn't shut up about brooms, Quidditch, and skybound glory. And finally, the long-anticipated Thursday arrived. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Slytherin and Gryffindor first-years rushed down the stone steps, across the green grounds by the Black Lake, and gathered around a patch of lawn where dozens of broomsticks lay in neat rows. Madame Hooch strode in briskly, her presence commanding attention. "What are you all standing around for?" she barked. "Pick a broom. Quickly now." Tom moved like lightning. He snatched up 3 of the sturdiest-looking brooms and passed one each to Hermione and Daphne. Many of the remaining brooms looked like they were on the verge of falling apart, more firewood than flying gear. "Hold out your right hand over the broom," Madame Hooch ordered. "Then say, 'Up.'" "Up," the students chorused. Harry's broom immediately jumped into his hand, one of the few that did. Hermione's rolled lazily. Daphne's gave a tiny hop. Tom's didn't even twitch. His brow furrowed. He repeated the command, louder this time. "Up." Smack. The broom launched itself upward at blinding speed, straight into Tom's face. Quick as a whip, he caught it by the handle, but the force was too much. Snap. The broom broke cleanly in half. Madame Hooch's eye twitched violently. Tom gave her a sheepish smile. "Professor, may I pick another one?" Chapter 37, Breaking rules isn't the problem. Before class even properly began, the school had already lost a decently intact broomstick, a fact that left Madame Hooch visibly heartbroken. But she couldn't really blame Tom. It had been a reflexive action. Nothing he could have done about it. All she could do was instruct him to quickly pick another broom and be more careful next time, then return to his place. Once Tom came back, Madame Hooch began demonstrating how to sit on a broom properly without sliding off. She pointed out several students' poor grips and sitting posture. The named students flushed bright red, many of them had been bragging just this morning about their supposed flying prowess. Now, exposed in front of everyone, they were completely humiliated. Draco Malfoy, in particular, burned with embarrassment as Harry and Ron chuckled behind their hands while Madame Hooch scolded him. The look he shot them could have ignited wood. After everyone's posture had been corrected, it was finally time for the part everyone had been waiting for, practical flying. So far, things had gone pretty smoothly. Madame Hooch was actually quite pleased. The students were picking things up quickly, and no one had caused any chaos. That is, until the very next second, when everything went wrong. Before she could even blow her whistle, Neville, too nervous and jittery, slammed his foot into the ground too hard and accidentally launched himself into the air on his broom. "Come back down, dear," Madame Hooch shouted after him. But Neville either didn't hear or couldn't control the broom at all. He just kept rising, wobbling dangerously, until finally, he slipped off. With a dull thud, he crashed into the bushes below, curling into a heap. Madame Hooch dashed over, her face just as pale as Neville's. After making sure he was still conscious and able to move, she issued a stern command to the rest of the students, "Nobody move." Then she helped the hobbling boy to the hospital wing. Tom stood watching the whole thing, cold and detached. He thought Madame Hooch was a fool. Neville had been in the air for a good 30 seconds from takeoff to crash. And yet, all Hooch did was yell. Not once had she tried to draw her wand, cast a spell, or even use a simple hover charm to slow his fall. What was the point of calling herself a witch if she didn't use magic when it actually mattered? "Sheesh, that was terrifying," Daphne whispered, her face ghost-white as she clutched Tom's arm. "Do you think Longbottom's going to be okay?" Tom gave a small shake of his head. "He'll be fine. A 20-foot drop isn't enough to kill someone unless they land on their head. Probably just some cracked bones or a mild fracture." He walked to the hospital wing, didn't he? 20 feet was about 6 meters, around 2 stories high. Dangerous, sure. But in the wizarding world, a fracture or two was hardly life-threatening. Daphne finally looked a little less distressed. Without hesitation, she chucked her broom on the ground. Given the state of her broom, it wasn't much better than Neville's, she wasn't taking any chances. Suddenly, a commotion broke out nearby. Draco had picked up the crystal ball Neville had dropped and was gleefully waving it around, mocking him. Harry quickly confronted him, and the two exchanged a few heated words before, whoosh, they shot into the air, chasing each other in a blaze of excitement and gasps from the crowd. And at that moment, the boy who lived revealed another of his natural talents, flying. Despite never having ridden a broomstick before, Harry was soaring through the air like a seeker born. His moves were sharp, effortless, instinctual. It was as if he had wings of his own. Draco, despite all his bragging, had to dodge twice before panic hit him. In desperation, he hurled the crystal ball into the air. Harry dove after it, cutting through the sky like a comet, and at just 1 foot off the ground, snatched the ball in midair before rolling into a neat landing. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall stormed onto the field, her robes billowing, face flushed with rage. She didn't even give Harry a chance to speak. She grabbed him by the collar and marched him away. And just like that, their first flying lesson ended in utter chaos. When Madame Hooch returned and heard the flurry of conflicting student accounts, she nearly fainted on the spot. Furious, she confiscated all the brooms, gave everyone a droning lecture about safety, and then dismissed them, killing the entire class's excitement. Tom, however, was unbothered. The moment class ended, he headed straight to the Great Hall. He was starving. Hermione caught up to him on the way. "Tom, do you think Harry's going to get expelled?" "Not a chance. This isn't some great offense." Tom was already imagining how many chicken wings he could eat in one sitting. "How is that not a great offense?" Hermione looked at him, scandalized. "He broke school rules and took off without permission. You didn't notice that Draco got off scot-free, did you?" Tom said, speeding up as the scent of roast meat filled his nose. "Don't think of Hogwarts as some place with strict discipline. As long as you're not murdering people, you could insult the Minister of Magic to his face every day and Dumbledore still wouldn't expel you. And you want to know what is a big deal," he added. "Losing. That's what really matters." With that, he dashed to the Slytherin table. Lately, whether it was due to his overuse of brainpower or his rapid physical growth, Tom's appetite had increased alarmingly. He was hungrier than usual, and today, he'd already been getting peckish before flying class. Daphne, sitting beside him, quietly cut his steak using her own knife and fork. She even poured meat sauce over it for him, gently pushing her plate toward him once he cleared his own. Hermione, now back at the Gryffindor table, sat chewing her food slowly, pondering Tom's words. And then Harry walked in. He was grinning ear to ear, whispering excitedly to Ron. Neither of them noticed Hermione subtly eavesdropping. "The professor didn't punish me," Harry whispered. "She actually made me seeker for the Quidditch team. We start training next week." "You're joking," Ron said, mid-bite, dropping his chicken leg. "A first year? A seeker? Shoo, keep it down." Harry grinned. It's still a secret. I thought I was dreaming, too. But McGonagall said I'm the youngest Quidditch player in a century. She even brought me to meet Wood. I thought she was going to hit me with a plank at first. That's amazing, Ron said, though his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. He was happy for Harry, sure. But deep down, he couldn't help feeling a little left out. That's when Malfoy approached. Enjoying your last dinner at Hogwarts, Potter, he sneered. Better eat up, you'll be back with the Muggles by morning. He'd been hoping to provoke Harry, to see him angry, humiliated, deflated. But Harry didn't even flinch. He didn't even look at Malfoy. Instead, his eyes landed on Goyle and Crabbe behind him. He smirked. You didn't have that kind of courage when we were in the sky. Feeling bold now that Tweedledee and Tweedledum are flanking you. Malfoy's face darkened. Goyle and Crabbe clenched their fists, but with the professors still seated at the head table, they dared not act. Harry leaned in slightly. You want to settle this one-on-one? Fine. Let's do it tonight. Chapter 38, Tom, what are you doing here? Ron accepted Malfoy's duel challenge on Harry's behalf, and even volunteered to be his second. Harry, for his part, was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea how he'd suddenly ended up scheduled for a duel. Only after Malfoy had swaggered off did Harry finally ask, so, what exactly is a wizard's duel? Why do we even need seconds? Are there, like, rules? Oh, sure, Ron said breezily. If you die, your second steps in to take your place. And they keep going like that until one side's completely wiped out. Harry's face turned ghostly pale. Seeing this, Ron realized maybe that hadn't come out right. He quickly added, I mean, that's just the traditional rule. Doesn't mean you and Malfoy are gonna go that far. Seriously? You think either of us could even kill the other? Harry muttered, still pale. Truth be told, he'd barely cast a working spell since arriving at Hogwarts 2.5 weeks ago. And even when he did, it was hit or miss at best. So, would punching him in the face count as cheating, he asked hopefully. Ron paused to consider. Technically, yeah. But if you two stick to just using wands, you could probably duel until sunrise and not land a scratch. He waved a hand dismissively. Just punch him square in that smug nose. I've been dying to do that myself. Harry considered it. Honestly, it didn't sound like the worst plan. He and Ron leaned in and began whispering battle strategies, how to aim for Malfoy's snooty nose, and maybe even yank out his precious golden hair, which, by the way, was more platinum than gold. If it came to it, biting was also on the table. Anything went. Hermione, who had overheard the whole conversation, looked absolutely appalled. Her brow furrowed so tightly it might have folded in on itself. She wanted to step in and stop this madness. But Tom's words from earlier kept echoing in her head, losing is what actually matters. It's 11:30, Harry. Time to go. The common room was quiet. Firelight flickered low in the fireplace, casting long shadows on the stone walls. Harry and Ron moved silently, fully dressed, treading carefully so as not to wake their roommates. They eased the door shut behind them and tiptoed down the spiral staircase. Just as they reached the exit. Wait. A voice, female, cut through the darkness, making both boys jump like they'd been hit with a stinging hex. Spinning around, they saw Hermione. I'm coming with you. To the duel with Malfoy, she said calmly. Come again. Ron was sure he'd misheard. Hermione Granger, model student, nearly top of the class, second only to that Slytherin know-it-all, Riddle, volunteering for rule-breaking. I said I'm coming, Hermione repeated firmly. Harry narrowed his eyes. You're not trying to catch us red-handed, are you? Gonna report us to the prefects or a professor? To be honest, yes, that was my plan. Hermione shrugged, shameless. Then she added, but Tom's right. What really matters is whether or not you win. You too, seriously, she said, looking between them. You barely know any spells. Are you really planning to just punch Malfoy into submission? You're wizards, not boxers. Harry and Ron looked suitably chastised. Still, they let her tag along. At the very least, Hermione definitely knew more spells than they did. Now a trio, they slipped out of the common room, only to hear a faint snuffling and panting just outside. Harry froze. Mrs. Norris, he whispered, heart skipping. If Filch's creepy cat was here, Filch couldn't be far behind. But the fat lady had gone visiting, so the portrait door was shut tight. Hermione squinted at the shape in the shadows. Neville. What are you doing here? Curled up in the corner was none other than Neville Longbottom, the same poor soul who'd fallen from his broomstick earlier that day. Thank goodness. You finally came looking for me. Neville sniffled, teary-eyed. I forgot the password and couldn't get back in. I thought I was gonna have to sleep out here all night. Harry and Ron awkwardly avoided eye contact. They hadn't even noticed Neville was missing. Your hand okay? Harry asked, steering the conversation away. Good as new. Neville beamed and held up his hand. Madame Pomfrey fixed it right up. She's amazing. That's great, Ron mumbled. Then, glancing at his watch, added impatiently, passwords, pig snout, but the fat lady's not back. You'll have to wait here till she returns. We've got other business to handle. Don't leave me. Neville cried, scrambling to his feet and chasing after them. No matter what they said, he flat out refused to stay behind. And so, their two-man duel squad became a four-person expedition. Harry consoled himself with the thought that numbers were on their side now. If Malfoy brought backup, they'd be ready. The group moved carefully, hearts pounding every time they approached a corner, half expecting Filch, or worse, Mrs. Norris, to be lying in wait. By some miracle, they reached the trophy room on the 4th floor without incident. Unfortunately, Malfoy was a no-show. Even more unfortunately, Filch wasn't. And the way he and his cat were beelining toward the trophy room made it very clear they were on a mission. Malfoy set you up. Hermione hissed, furious. This whole thing was a trap. No time for anger, only running. Hermione flung open the opposite door. This way, she barked, leading the charge. Harry and Ron followed, scowling. Harry was seething. He couldn't believe he'd fallen for one of Malfoy's tricks. He'd been nervously preparing for a duel, worried he'd embarrass himself by failing to cast a spell, when the real threat had been betrayal. Clang. A deafening crash echoed down the corridor. Ron had knocked over a suit of armor. Filch's voice rang out instantly, they're over there. After them, my sweet. Run. Harry bellowed. None of them looked back, they just ran. Down corridors, through stairwells, past tapestries and busts and locked doors. And then, just when they thought they might have lost him, Peeves the poltergeist appeared, howling with laughter and shouting their location loud enough to wake the whole castle. More running. More corners. More blind panic. Hermione, who was falling behind, suddenly tripped, her left foot catching on her right. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for impact. But the crash never came. Instead, she felt strong arms catch her mid-fall. She opened her eyes in shock. Tom. What are you doing here? She gasped. Chapter 39, Magical Turret. Faced with Hermione's confusion, Tom replied with complete confidence, of course I'm out for a nighttime stroll. Just like you lot. Hermione nearly choked. How could Tom speak so righteously about something that so blatantly violated school rules? But before she could say anything, the sound of footsteps echoing down the corridor reminded her they still had pursuers behind them. Grabbing Tom by the hand, she hissed, Filch is right behind us, we have to hide. And so, with utter disbelief, Tom let himself be dragged along by four hopelessly directionless first-years, right into a dead end. At the far end of the hallway stood a locked door. We're done for, Ron whimpered. He hadn't even noticed Tom had joined the group. His legs were trembling as he heard the distinct sound of footsteps. Filch and his cat were closing in. Out of the way. Hermione shoved Ron aside and raised her wand toward the door. Alohomora. Click. The door unlocked, and the five of them spilled inside. They pressed their backs against the door, holding their breath, listening as Filch's bickering with Peeves echoed closer, then faded away. Are we saved? Harry whispered. Gulp. Neville swallowed hard. Tugging on Harry's sleeve, he said in a trembly voice, no, we're doomed. The others turned to him, puzzled, wondering what on earth he was on about, until they saw it for themselves. This wasn't a classroom. It was a hallway. And at the end of the hallway, filling the entire space from floor to ceiling, was a monstrous, three-headed dog. Its 6 eyes were locked on them, unblinking and full of menace. Its mouths were slightly open, strings of slobber glistening in the dim light. The way it looked at them was exactly how they looked at a midnight snack. Rara. The triple-throated roar shook the room. Hermione spun around, fumbling with the door handle, preferring Filch's punishment over becoming dog food. But she had locked the door behind them earlier to prevent Filch from entering, and the ancient mechanism had jammed. No matter how she fiddled, the lock wouldn't release. Tom, no. Come back. Hermione screamed in horror as the dog lunged. But Tom didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped forward to meet it head-on. Stupefy. A jet of white light shot from Tom's wand and struck the central head squarely. The beast yelped, but aside from a white scorch mark, it barely flinched. If anything, it looked angrier. I knew I was being too gentle, Tom muttered. His wrist flicked again, faster this time. Harry and the others stood frozen, mouths agape. Tom was like a living spell turret, relentlessly firing off incantations, some familiar, some they'd never heard of. The entire corridor lit up with magical blasts. The sheer size of the three-headed dog made precision irrelevant. Everything Tom fired found its mark. One spell might do little. But layered together. Even a beast bred for brutality couldn't withstand that level of concentrated force. The dog let out agonized howls as it stumbled backward. Eventually, it collapsed at the far end of the corridor, its three massive heads tucked between its paws, whimpering pitifully. It almost sounded sad. Tom stopped casting. Turning calmly to Hermione, he asked, "That lock still giving you trouble?" "Ah. Oh, right," snapped Hermione, snapping out of her daze. She went back to fiddling with the lock, finally managing to get it unstuck. With a click, the door creaked open. Ron practically squeezed himself through the gap, followed by Harry and Neville. Hermione stepped out after them, but Tom lingered for a second. He turned back toward the injured Cerberus, who was now watching him warily. Raising his wand again, he murmured a string of healing charms. Soft glows landed gently on the dog's wounded body. Whimper. The dog let out another subdued noise, whether in gratitude or submission, it was hard to tell. Tom gave it a brief nod, then slipped out and pulled the door shut behind him. The 5 students stumbled back through the castle, adrenaline still surging through their veins. No one spoke until they reached the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady had returned from her late-night visit. She eyed them suspiciously but said nothing. Harry muttered the password, "pig snout," and they all rushed inside. Upstairs, each of them collapsed onto their beds. Harry, however, couldn't sleep. His mind kept replaying the events of the night. Malfoy's dirty trick. Filch's relentless pursuit. The terrifying three-headed dog. And then, Tom. That moment when Tom stepped forward alone, calm and unshaken, unleashing spell after spell to drive the beast back, it was burned into Harry's brain. A wave of deep discouragement washed over him. People called him the boy who lived, the one who defeated the Dark Lord. But next to Tom, he felt useless. He didn't even know the spells Tom used, let alone how to cast them with such power. They were both first years, how could the difference between them be so vast? Far beneath the castle, in the Slytherin dormitory, Tom was having similar thoughts, but for entirely different reasons. He was reviewing his own performance. The three-headed dog was notoriously tough, thick skin, high resistance to both physical and magical attacks. Even adult wizards struggled to harm it. Still, Tom believed with his innate talent, absolute justice, and his ability to rapidly surge his magical output, he should have done better. The real issue, in his opinion. The smell. That mutt clearly hadn't bathed in ages, and the stench inside that enclosed corridor had been suffocating. It completely threw off his concentration. "I'll have to train under more extreme conditions," he noted mentally, adding a new line to his already intense magical regimen. Satisfied with his adjustments, he took a deep breath and finally drifted off to sleep. Just minutes later, a new figure arrived at the same corridor where the dog lay curled up. It was Albus Dumbledore, clad in whimsical pajamas and a pointy cone-shaped sleeping cap. He inspected the dog's injuries with a serious eye, then turned and held a whispered conversation with several nearby portraits. When he finished, he stroked his beard and murmured to himself. Such promise in the young these days, truly extraordinary. Chapter 40, The Most Hated Class. History of Magic, without question, Tom's most detested class. Other classes, at least, offered house points or valuable knowledge. Even Professor Quirrel, who was an absolute joke in class and barely taught anything, still managed to help Tom earn a few points when he played along with his nervous act and cornered him after class with carefully staged questions. But Binns, the ghostly relic of a professor, was something else entirely. His lectures were nothing but dull recitations from the textbook, devoid of depth or insight. Worse still, the system didn't even recognize his class as beneficial, no experience points, no progress, nothing. The man, Ghost, didn't even allow students to ask questions, eliminating any chance of earning extra credit. In short, the class was a complete waste of time. So like many others, Tom dropped his head onto his desk and zoned out, slipping into his study space where Andrus was already waiting to teach him new spells. When the bell rang, Binns, expressionless as always, assigned homework and promptly phased through the wall back to his office. The students, unfortunately, couldn't phase through anything and had to walk to the Great Hall on their own tired legs. Just as Tom reached the entrance hall, he was intercepted by Hermione, who had clearly been waiting for him. "This isn't a good place to talk. Let's go to the courtyard garden," she said in a hushed voice, glancing at the busy flow of students around them. Tom didn't object. Daphne, however, tried to follow, only to be stopped by Hermione. The young witch's temper began to flare, but Tom intervened before things escalated. "Daphne, I don't mind if you come along, but we'll be discussing some personal matters that involve other people's privacy. Why don't you go ahead to the hall and save me a spot?" Reluctantly, Daphne nodded, shooting Hermione a not-so-subtle glare before heading inside. When Tom and Hermione arrived at the courtyard, Harry and Ron were already there, sitting at a stone table with a modest pile of snacks between them. Once everyone was seated, Harry got straight to the point. "Riddle, we really owe you for last night. I didn't know how else to thank you, so I brought snacks." "You've got good manners," Tom replied with a small nod. "But really, I was just trying to save my own skin. I wasn't about to let that thing chew on me." He reached out and grabbed a chocolate frog, biting off its head while the poor enchanted treat twitched weakly in his hand. Harry gave an awkward laugh. "Still, if you hadn't been there, we'd be toast. No need to keep thanking me. It's over now." Tom waved a hand nonchalantly. Harry accepted that and didn't press it further. Ron, however, was eager. "So what were you doing out at night anyway?" "Reading," Tom said smoothly. "I needed to check something in a book, but the one I had didn't have what I needed. So I went to the library." "Problem." Harry and Ron exchanged glances. As academic slackers, the idea of risking Filch's wrath just to look something up in a book was beyond them. Heh. Gullible. In truth, Tom had gone out that night specifically to shadow them. He knew that if he could accidentally follow Harry into that forbidden third-floor corridor, he'd have a perfect excuse for being there. And considering Dumbledore had likely set enchantments on the door, it was far safer to enter with a group of clueless Gryffindors than alone. The results? More than satisfying. Not only did he get a chance to test some combat spells on a real, live target, but the system had also rewarded him with 20 achievement points. "What about you lot?" Tom asked innocently. "What were you doing out that late?" Harry and Ron hesitated, unsure if they should reveal the botched duel with Malfoy. Hermione, however, had no such qualms and laid the entire story out. Tom's only response was a low whistle. "What a slimy bastard." One sentence. That was all it took to close the gap between them. Harry and Ron looked at him with expressions of mutual disdain for their shared enemy. "You should have seen Malfoy's face this morning when he realized we were totally fine," Ron said, smirking. "I swear he could have fit 2.5 eggs in that open mouth of his. I'll punch him next time I see him." "That would be a violation of school rules," Tom reminded him. Ron frowned. "You just love siding with Slytherin, don't you?" Before Tom could respond, Hermione snapped, "If Tom were siding with Malfoy, he would have left us to get eaten last night." Ron had no comeback for that. He turned away in silence, and the mood around the table turned slightly awkward. Tom broke the tension by opening a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. He chewed thoughtfully. "Of course I side with my house, just like you lot protect Gryffindor. But I can't stand underhanded tricks. Malfoy pulled a dirty move, plain and simple. If you're planning to get back at him, I support that," he added with a grin. "I could even help you come up with ideas. But physical violence? That's the dumbest option. It'd be Snape's dream come true, finally an excuse to come down hard on you, Potter." Harry immediately tensed. These days, Aunt Petunia's family had dropped to third place on his most hated list. Snape was currently at the top, followed closely by Malfoy. "What do you think I should do?" Harry asked cautiously. Despite himself, he was curious, though still a bit wary. After all, Tom was a Slytherin. Tom shrugged as if it were obvious. "Simple. Spread the word." Ron's jaw dropped. "Are you crazy? If word gets out, we're dead. Professor McGonagall turn into a cat and claw us to ribbons." "Don't be ridiculous," Hermione snapped. "Professor McGonagall would never do that." Harry eyed Tom suspiciously. "You're not just trying to get us in trouble so we lose points, are you?" Tom clutched his chest dramatically. "How could you say that? I'm wounded. I just hate Malfoy as much as you do. I'm just a poor muggle-born orphan, stuck in Slytherin, surrounded by arrogant purebloods." Sigh. Harry and Ron exchanged guilty glances. It was true, Tom was a muggle-born, and an orphan. Being sorted into Slytherin with that background couldn't have been easy. For a moment, their distrust softened. Still, they weren't entirely convinced his plan wouldn't backfire. But Tom wasn't done. He turned to Ron and gently nudged the conversation. "Let's do a little roleplay, Weasley. Imagine this, you, as a proud member of the Weasley family, challenge another pureblood to a duel. But when it's time to fight, you don't show up. You chicken out." He leaned in, voice low. "If your parents found out, what do you think they'd say?" Chapter 41, Don't Obsess Over Grades. Ron obediently placed himself into the scenario Tom had painted for him. In just 2 seconds, his expression changed drastically. With a trembling voice, he said, "If I really did that, Mom would definitely send me a howler." Then Percy would scold me like I'd betrayed the ministry itself, and George and Fred, those two prats, would prank me for an entire term. They might even change my surname or something. The more Ron thought about it, the more terrified he looked. Fallen pureblood or not, the Weasleys were still a pureblood family. And their pride wasn't just for show. They might be strapped for galleons, but when it came to honor, no one in the Weasley clan ever compromised. Challenging someone to a duel and then chickening out. And if Mum ever found out, yeah, it was entirely possible to be scrubbed right off the family tree, figuratively or otherwise. Smack. Tom clapped his hands together with force. You see. That's exactly the point. Sure, last night's duel was a setup, Malfoy's little ploy to get you caught by Filch and thrown into detention. But here's the cold, hard truth, he issued the challenge to Potter. And he didn't show up. No matter what excuse he tries to cook up, it won't change that one irrefutable fact. If word gets out, you might lose some house points. But him. He'll lose the Malfoy family's dignity. And if Lucius Malfoy hears about it, well, let's just say our dear Draco might find himself on the receiving end of a very personal demonstration of bamboo shoot stir-fry. Either way, you're not the ones who'll suffer. It's a win-win, isn't it? Harry and Ron nodded at the same time. It made so much sense. Ron could already picture it, Lucius Malfoy raising that silver-topped cane of his and giving Draco a proper aristocratic beating. But Harry's face fell again. But, if this gets out and we do lose points, how will the others see us? Like. He trailed off, sneaking a glance at Hermione. His meaning couldn't have been clearer. Hermione didn't respond. Something felt off. Wasn't Tom just using Harry and Ron to stir the pot? But if the truth came out, Slytherin would take a hit too. Their lead in house points might vanish overnight. So why would he sabotage his own house? She couldn't figure it out. So she simply fell silent, deep in thought. Shallow, Potter. That's shallow thinking. Tom shook his head dramatically, like some kind of ancient seer. You're getting blinded by the numbers, forgetting what really matters. What does Gryffindor truly care about? Glory. The House Cup. Harry answered without hesitation. Wrong. Tom slapped the table, startling them. His voice rose ever so slightly. What Gryffindor cares about the most is face. Pride. Public image. You can lose points, but only for the right reasons. Something bold, legendary, dramatic, that earns respect. But if you just get caught breaking the rules doing something dumb, yeah, people will look down on you. Now, imagine this, you lost points defending the Potter family's honor. That's not embarrassing. That's cool. People will envy you. They'll wish they had the guts to do something that daring. And with Malfoy chickening out. It's a statement, Slytherin fears Gryffindor. Forget envy. They'll worship you too. You'll have defeated Slytherin. Huff, huff. Ron's cheeks were red, he was practically hyperventilating. An opportunity to be the center of attention like this never came to him, he was always just the sixth Weasley, the invisible one. Harry. Ron turned to his best mate, eyes practically glowing. Harry's heart was pounding too. He was almost completely swayed. Still, he clung to the last shred of his common sense. I'll think about it, seriously, Tom. And, just call me Harry from now on. No need for Potter. Same here, call me Ron, Ron chimed in quickly. There are way too many Weasleys running around anyway. In his eyes, Tom was no longer some shady Slytherin. He was more like a long-lost brother from another mother. All right then, Harry, Ron. You can just call me Tom. Tom smiled gently. This plan does come with risk. It's wise to think it through. But rest assured, what happened last night won't ever leave my lips. Both boys gave him a grateful nod. But one last thing. Tom added casually, like it had just occurred to him. Timing matters. If you wait too long, the impact fades. So if you're going to act, act fast. Now then, I'm off to lunch. See you. He got up, waving goodbye. Leaving behind two boys deep in thought, and a Hermione still silently suspicious. The bait had been cast. Tom was confident the fish would bite on their own. Looking at Harry's behavior in the original story, he was the textbook Gryffindor, brave, reckless, prone to charge in head first. But he also had flashes of Slytherin cunning, maybe a side effect of that famous, main character aura. So there was a chance he'd resist the urge to retaliate. But that's what Ron was for. The most ordinary people often yearn most for greatness, for a chance to shine. And now, that chance was dangling right in front of Ron's nose. There was no way he'd let it pass. So all Tom had to do was wait for the moment of success. In potions class. Snape, unaware that his house might soon suffer a major hit to its reputation, was still gleefully tormenting Harry. For his own entertainment, he'd even split up Harry and Ron, that inseparable Gryffindor duo, pairing Harry instead with Neville. With this pair of chaotic disasters working together, Gryffindor's point total flowed away like water down a drain. Sand through fingers. Nothing could stop it. Snape didn't even have to say anything. Just standing silently behind them was enough. Harry felt like he was being pricked by needles. Neville was shaking so much it looked like he'd explode. Combine that with his awful memory, and the potion they brewed. Well, even Snape, a potions master, couldn't tell what that mess in the cauldron was supposed to be. Wasting school supplies. Ignoring instructions. Disrupting class. Another 10 points vanished from Gryffindor's hourglass. Snape announced the end of class in high spirits. And Tom. Snape hadn't even looked at him all lesson. Harry packed up his cauldron gloomily, only to hear Malfoy's voice, loud, smug, and dripping with scorn. Potter, you and Longbottom should be permanently paired. Potions class hasn't had this much comedic value in years. Crabbe and Goyle chuckled stupidly on cue. Harry didn't respond. He just looked at Ron, and saw that little spark in his best friend's eyes. He nodded. Let's do this. Chapter 42, Zabini the Poisoner. From the very first moment, no, even before stepping foot in Hogwarts, back on the train, Malfoy had been like a persistent flea, constantly buzzing around Harry. Even someone as peaceable as Harry Potter had reached his limit. This time, even if it meant mutual destruction, he was going to strike back. Hard. With one last frosty glare thrown in Malfoy's direction, Harry dragged Ron back to the dormitory, already plotting his retaliation. Meanwhile, Tom wasn't simply out wandering the corridors. Daphne had gone off with her roommates for afternoon tea, so he returned to the dorm with his own roommates in tow. The moment they entered, Nott, Rosier, and Zabini sprang into action. Nott arranged the chairs. Rosier wiped down the table and even took out a generous stash of his personal snacks, neatly placing them on Tom's desk. Zabini tossed his school bag aside and rushed out to fetch tea. They moved like clockwork. Clearly, this wasn't their first rodeo. According to Tom, this was the hallmark of a loving dormitory, one where everyone helped each other. His roommates prepared the snacks and drinks, and in return, Tom ensured none of them were strung up by their ankles and thrashed. Who would do the thrashing, you ask? Better not to ask. All they knew was that, under Tom's watch, they had been very safe lately. Riddle, here's your tea. Careful, it's hot, Zabini said with a sycophantic smile, carefully setting the cup down. Tom didn't even look up from his book. He gave a nonchalant hum and nodded slightly. A few moments passed, and the tea had cooled just enough. Tom reached for the cup. And his heart jolted violently. A silent magical alarm had just been triggered. His eyes sharpened at once, cold glint flashing through them. Poisoned. He'd assumed these three had finally learned their lesson. But no, they still had the gall to try something. Petrificus totalis. The spell struck Zabini, who had been pretending to read a leisure book but had clearly been watching Tom out of the corner of his eye. Nott and Rosier turned pale at once. They were so dead. You were all in on this, huh? Tom cast an icy glance at the two, then picked up the cup of tea and marched toward Zabini's frozen figure, whose eyes now brimmed with terror. He forced the drink down his throat. 1 second, 2, 3. Zabini collapsed, completely unconscious. This effect. Tom's brow arched. Draft of living death. Thud. Nott dropped to the floor, scrambling to confess, why yes. It's the draft of living death, not anything lethal. Riddle, it was Zabini's idea. He wanted to drug you and hang you up, to make you feel what he went through. The potion was his own, made by him. Rosier and I only helped get the ingredients and cover for him. As Tom's expression grew calmer, Nott's heart pounded harder. Riddle, I swear I've told you everything. Please let me off the hook this time. After Zabini had taken the fall last time, Nott had vowed he'd act faster next time. He even considered warning Tom before the plan was carried out. But then he worried. Wouldn't that be less like surrendering, and more like defecting? And besides, if the plan did work, wouldn't that be sweet, sweet revenge? Unfortunately for them, Tom was once again a step ahead. And now, they were in the punishment phase. But Tom wasn't interested in retribution, yet. Instead, his curiosity was piqued. You said Zabini brewed the draft himself, he asked, voice level. Nott pointed to Rosier, who was trembling. Rosier watched him make it. He told me. Tom turned to Rosier. The boy nodded slowly, his face a mask of dread. But Tom wasn't thinking about the betrayal anymore. No, he was focused on the potion. The draft of living death was covered in the 6th-year curriculum. And Zabini, just a first year, had managed to brew it correctly. Interesting. Then Tom remembered. By 6th year, Professor Slughorn would be teaching potions. Slughorn was known for his favoritism, his tendency to groom famous or promising students. And Zabini, hadn't he been invited into Slughorn's little club already? Likely for his brewing skills. So, was the crisis averted? Nott and Rosier certainly thought so. Tom stood still, deep in thought. Maybe, just maybe, they'd survived the day. Wrong. Within seconds, both of them were hoisted upside down in midair, soon joined by the unconscious Zabini. Tom calmly added another Petrificus totalis to each of them, then returned to his chair and picked up his book. When he wakes up, Tom said, "I's not leaving the page, we'll settle the score." Nott and Rosier had gone completely numb. Who knew how long it would take Zabini to wake up? A whole night. Hanging there. As it turned out, the draft of living death fully lived up to its reputation. Tom had dinner with Daphne, took a walk by the Black Lake, and returned to find Zabini still snoring like a dead hog, completely unfazed by the grotesque angle of his suspended body. Tom sighed. He wasn't going to wait all night. He pointed his wand. Enervate. A steady green glow pulsed over Zabini's form. Though the potion was potent, one of the most powerful known sleep-inducing drafts, it wasn't dark magic. Physical attempts to wake someone were useless, but magic could break its effect. After a few seconds, Zabini groaned and blinked open his eyes. Nott and Rosier simultaneously widened theirs. Merlin's leopard print tights, he's finally awake. You're awake. Tom smiled down at him. And Zabini instantly grasped the situation, sheer panic flashing across his face. Shoo. No talking yet. Tom cut him off gently. His wand had somehow transformed into a whip. First, you enjoy. Then you apologize. This isn't your first time. This is your third. By now, you should know the rules. Moments later, the dorm echoed with familiar screams. Luckily, Tom had cast a soundproofing charm ahead of time, otherwise, who knew how many people would have come running. 15 minutes later. Thud. Zabini, Rosier, and Nott fell to their knees in perfect unison, bowing deeply as they presented a new cup of tea. Boss, we give up. Completely, totally give up. Tom accepted the tea from Zabini and took a refined sip before asking softly. Zabini, tell me truthfully. Did you brew the draft of living death? If so, was it your first time? Or have you practiced before, at home? Chapter 43, the plan begins. After a thorough check, Tom was now certain, this guy was a real potions prodigy. It was Zabini's first time brewing draft of living death, one of the most advanced potions taught at Hogwarts, and he'd succeeded. Not only that, the potion's effect was impressively potent. Just 2 drops in that cup of tea earlier had been enough to knock someone out cold. Ironically, the inspiration to use draft of living death as a means of sabotage had come from Tom himself. Back in their very first potions class, Snape had posed a question about the potion. That moment had planted the seed in Zabini's mind. After digging into the relevant texts and gathering the necessary ingredients, he'd gotten to work. It had taken him 2 full days of sneaking around, hiding in the boys' lavatory to complete the brewing process. And as fate would have it, he ended up being the one who drank his own masterpiece. You've genuinely impressed me, Blaze, Tom said, setting the teacup down with a calm smile. With your talent in potions, your bloodline or family background hardly matter anymore. Sooner or later, you'll earn respect all on your own. Coming from anyone else, those words might have made Zabini smug. But coming from Tom, the same Tom who'd literally whipped him into submission 3 or 4 times, it was like having a bucket of cool water dumped on him during the hottest summer day, shockingly refreshing. Recognition from an adversary is the highest form of praise. The saying had never rung truer. Correction, Tom Riddle wasn't an enemy. Not anymore. He was the big brother now. With his head lowered humbly, Zabini said, Riddle, I was foolish before. From now on, I won't even think about revenge. I was completely out of line that first day, it was my fault. Good attitude, Tom nodded approvingly. Then he turned to Nott and Rosier. And what about you two? They both shook their heads so hard it looked like their necks might snap. We don't dare. Never again. Perfect. Then hand over your pocket money. Another 30 galleons neatly pocketed. Tom tucked the coins away and was about to return to his book. To his surprise, Zabini suddenly struck up a conversation with him, and the other 2 even gathered around to join in. This was a first. Usually, things were one-sided, Tom gave the orders, and they followed. They never had anything remotely resembling friendly banter. But now, they were the ones initiating it. Well, since they were offering goodwill, Tom saw no reason to reject it, true or fake, it didn't matter. He picked up the conversation like it was the most natural thing in the world. Zabini eagerly shared the hurdles he'd faced while brewing the draft of living death. Tom, in turn, offered solutions. And as he spoke, he caught a rare glint of something in Zabini's eyes. Admiration. Rosier and Not noticed it too. And frankly, they looked a little jealous. The discussion had veered into advanced magical territory, stuff they couldn't even begin to understand. Just yesterday, the three had been on equal footing, collectively punished. But now, a subtle hierarchy had begun to form. Thanks to Tom's favor, Zabini's status in the dormitory had quietly risen above the other two. That's how hierarchy works, quietly, insidiously. The person at the top holds the power. Whomever he favors, rises above the rest. The next morning, Zabini was practically glued to Tom's side, like a loyal little henchman. Not to be outdone, Rosier and Not followed close behind. The sight made more than a few young Slytherins glance sideways in surprise. They didn't stop until Daphne gave them a deadly glare that sent the trio scrambling off. After helping Daphne finish her homework, Tom headed to the library, ready to continue uploading books into his private study space. To his mild amusement, Hermione was already there, and waving him over. As soon as Tom sat down, the bushy-haired girl leaned in and whispered, "I forgot to ask yesterday, that night you suddenly appeared in front of me, like you were invisible, was that magic? How did you do that?" "Invisibility charm," Tom whispered back, glancing around for Madame Pants. "It's a spell that bends light. Pretty effective. Where did you learn it?" "Back shelf, Practical Advanced Charms. Also listed in the 5th-year curriculum." Hermione didn't even wait another second. She jumped up and scurried off to retrieve the book, burying her nose in its pages the moment she returned. A few minutes later, Tom nudged her with his elbow. Hermione frowned and looked over. "So," he asked quietly, "any word on the plan I suggested yesterday? Did Harry and Ron go through with it?" Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Tom, I still haven't figured you out. There's definitely something fishy going on here." "Come now, how could you accuse me like that?" Tom said, putting on a wounded expression. "I only helped Harry and Ron because of you. We're friends, aren't we? Different houses shouldn't get in the way of that." Tom had intended to say, "You have my house's word," but thought better of it. Slytherin's reputation wasn't exactly pristine. Saying that would only have deepened Hermione's doubts. So instead, he played the sentiment card. A few well-placed compliments later, Hermione's cheeks flushed pink. She gave him a mock glare and tapped him twice with her small fists. "I don't trust you one bit, you sneaky snake." "Words like that can hurt," Tom said, gently catching her soft hand and letting it fall back onto her lap. "I was just curious, that's all." Hermione sighed in defeat. "When I was heading out, I saw Harry and Ron talking to the twins. Ron was positively beaming. I'm guessing they followed your advice." Gryffindor common room. A group of young lions had gathered around Harry and Ron, eyes wide with curiosity. To make sure everyone could see him, Ron had climbed up onto the armrest of a sofa and was now speaking loudly, practically spitting with enthusiasm. That slimy git Malfoy challenged Harry to a duel because Harry showed him up during flying class. That's the whole reason this happened. He flew like a natural, bloody brilliant. If you want details, ask Wood. Anyway, Malfoy couldn't take the humiliation, so he challenged Harry to a duel. Plenty of people saw him do it. Right. A few boys nodded vigorously. Yeah, I remember. It was Thursday. He showed up with those two bulky goons, said a few words, and left. Exactly. Now we've got witnesses, Ron said, even more excited. But guess what? That night, he didn't even show up. Harry and I waited for half an hour. The only ones who showed were Filch and his cat. Ron kicked Harry's shin as a cue to speak. Harry pulled on a sorrowful expression and jumped onto the couch beside him. Ron told me that a wizard's duel is a sacred tradition. Especially for someone like Malfoy, a pureblood from the Sacred 28. They take honor very seriously. If it were anything else, I never would have gone sneaking around at night. But this was different. This was a duel requested by one of the most ancient wizarding families. And yet, he didn't even show. This is. Harry trailed off, words escaping him. Thankfully, the twins were ready and waiting in the wings. Shocking, said one. Disgraceful, added the other. Truly, the world is going to hell in a handbasket, they chimed in unison. And just like that, the Gryffindors roared with laughter and outrage, exactly the kind of attention Harry and Ron had wanted. Chapter 44, thought it was raw talent, turns out it runs in the family. Gryffindor has many admirable qualities, courage, boldness, determination, and a deep regard for honor. Translated less flatteringly. Recklessness, a complete disregard for consequences, stubbornness, and an unhealthy obsession with pride. Human nature is complex, contradictory traits often coexist in the same person. It's simplistic to define someone using only a few adjectives. But the existence of the house system at Hogwarts tends to amplify these traits, especially during the formative years of a young witch or wizard's life, gradually shaping them to fit the ideals of their house. Most Gryffindor students had already been thoroughly marinated in these ideals. So when word spread that Harry Potter and Ron Weasley had dared to sneak out of bed at night just 1 week into their first year, the general reaction among the Lions was admiration and praise. They thought the two boys were incredibly brave. Only a few, like Percy Weasley, frowned in disapproval. Percy wanted to scold his brother and Harry, but even he got too caught up in the storytelling to speak right away. Then came the real shocker: Malfoy never even showed up to the duel. The Gryffindors exploded. The insults flew fast and furious, each more scathing than the last. But alongside the outrage was a wave of fierce pride. See? Slytherins don't even have the guts to face the righteous Gryffindors in a duel. They talk a big game, but when it comes down to it, they don't even dare to show up. Watching his classmates burst into cheers and jeers, Harry suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He was in awe, and a little afraid, of Tom Riddle. A Slytherin who understood Gryffindor psychology so well, he could manipulate it effortlessly. That was terrifying. If Tom knew what Harry was thinking, he'd probably just shrug and say there was nothing impressive about it. Manipulating hotheads and blockheads. Any halfway clever person could do that. Once the noise settled a little, Harry raised his voice dramatically. "I'm not telling you this to brag," he said solemnly, "but to warn you. If Malfoy, or any Slytherin, challenges you to a duel, don't fall for it. They're cowards. They won't show up." The common room erupted with laughter and applause. That line. It was perfect. But make no mistake, it hadn't come from Harry or Ron. It was a Fred and George original. There was no way those two boys had the brains to come up with it on their own. Worried that warning others might ruin the secrecy of their little scheme. No need. This was Gryffindor. If you were a true lion, how could you not take this opportunity to drag Slytherin's name through the mud and ridicule Draco Malfoy in public? Sure enough, the moment Harry finished speaking, a few students started out of the common room. No prizes for guessing what they were off to do. Harry and Ron exchanged a victorious glance. It worked. For the entire weekend, the story of Draco Malfoy backing out of a duel swept through the castle like wildfire. The Gryffindors turned into walking megaphones. Whenever they ran into friends from Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw, they'd launch into a dramatic retelling of Harry's speech, complete with sound effects and exaggerated gestures. When they crossed paths with Slytherins, sarcasm, sneers, biting remarks that made no sense unless you already knew the backstory, leaving the snakes confused and increasingly frustrated. Of course, it's human nature to enjoy a bit of drama. Hufflepuffs took the whole thing in stride, giggling along on the sidelines. But Ravenclaws? They got involved. See, Slytherin and Ravenclaw had their fair share of history. You think Slytherin won the House Cup 6 years in a row by playing fair? Gryffindor sabotaged themselves just fine without help. Hufflepuffs were too neutral to matter. The only real competition came from Ravenclaw. And if Ravenclaw had a head of house who shamelessly favored their own students like Snape did, the cup could have easily gone to the Eagles. So when Ravenclaw students saw an opportunity to kick Slytherin while they were down, you'd better believe they took it hard. They used their greatest weapon, research. One particular Ravenclaw girl, unkempt and bookish, her glasses reflecting a determined gleam, stood at the center of a growing crowd, clutching a thick tome. Draco Malfoy's behavior, she began, voice crisp and authoritative, isn't a fluke. It's a family tradition. There's a pattern to this. She flipped open the book dramatically. Draco's great-great-great-grandfather once dueled a Muggle knight. Before the duel, he fed the knight's horse a powerful laxative, cenopods. The poor beast couldn't perform the next day. Malfoy won by default. Disgusting. Gasps and whispers echoed through the crowd. And his great-great-great-granduncle bribed his way through a duel with a famous wizard, rigged the bets, pocketed the winnings. That stunt funded an entire Malfoy Manor expansion. By now, the crowd had expanded to include students from all 4 houses. Mouths hung open. Eyebrows climbed toward hairlines. What they'd thought was just Draco being a coward, turned out to be ancestral cowardice. The girl turned another page with relish. And get this, they brag about being a pure-blood family with no Muggle ties. But their land. It was granted to them by William the Conqueror. That's right, their current estate is thanks to a Muggle king. Cheers erupted. And in the 16th century, Lucius Malfoy I tried to woo Queen Elizabeth I. When she turned him down, he allegedly cursed her. What kind of pure-blood family regularly rubbed shoulders with Muggle monarchs? Some stories carry no weight on their own, but once shared, passed around, and stacked atop each other, they become crushing. With every whispered rumor, every shared anecdote, the Malfoy family's carefully polished image cracked and crumbled. Fueled by this new intel, students roamed the castle looking for lone Slytherins, eager to deliver mocking jabs and petty insults with giddy delight. Even the Slytherins eventually figured out what was going on. Their faces turned darker by the hour. By Monday morning, the snakes could hardly lift their heads at breakfast. The other three houses stared openly, exchanging grins and whispered jokes. Most of the Slytherins would have gladly traded their toast for an invisibility cloak. Tom Riddle, however, remained perfectly composed, leisurely spreading butter on his bread like none of this had anything to do with him. Then Malfoy walked in. The great hall exploded. Boos. Jeers. Laughter. Draco's face was sheet white. He didn't even make it to the table. Grabbing 2 slices of bread, he turned and fled. The teachers at the high table exchanged puzzled glances. Something was clearly wrong. Dumbledore arched a questioning eyebrow at Snape. Snape's jaw clenched. He rose stiffly and gestured for a Slytherin prefect to follow him out. In the entrance hall, the prefect explained everything. Snape nearly fainted. The Slytherin reputation destroyed. Chapter 45, Mutual Destruction. Human potential is truly limitless. Snape never imagined that a first-year student could land him in such a mess. Though it was Malfoy who lost face, it was clear the other 3 houses had already escalated the incident to a matter of house pride. And Malfoy, unfortunately, was the face of Slytherin. It was like one bad apple, spoiling an entire barrel of bad apples. No wonder his students had been strangely silent just now. That wasn't the Slytherin way at all. But clearly, they had neither the face nor the justification to speak up. Even if Snape dragged one of them forward, none of them had the nerve to say a word. Right now, Snape had the overwhelming urge to run away. If Professor McGonagall found out, the look she'd shoot him with those sharp eyes of hers would be interesting, to say the least. But he couldn't just not go back. Dumbledore was still waiting for his reply. Snape impatiently waved away the prefect he had summoned and returned to the high table with a stormy expression, muttering something low to Dumbledore. The old man's face visibly shifted. He looked increasingly bewildered. Though Snape had kept his voice down, it wasn't like he could whisper directly into Dumbledore's ear. Naturally, the other nearby heads of house had perked up their ears and picked up enough of the conversation to make out the gist, and their expressions turned just as colorful. Professor Sprout was grinning, completely uninvolved and more than happy to enjoy this like a juicy piece of gossip. Professor Flitwick was also smiling, though his brow was furrowed. A great lover of dueling, he had even been a dueling champion in his youth. He considered dueling a sacred and honorable tradition. Malfoy's conduct, in his eyes, was deeply disappointing. As for Professor McGonagall, she didn't even know what sort of expression to put on anymore. Well. Even Dumbledore was a bit speechless. He thought something truly serious had happened, but it turned out to be this kind of conflict. But precisely because it wasn't a major incident, it made handling it that much trickier. What was he supposed to do? Tell the students to shut their mouths and not gossip about it? Professor McGonagall, Snape suddenly turned the issue toward her. Let's set everything else aside for now. At the very least, Potter and Weasley clearly broke school rules by wandering the castle at night. That's a fact, wouldn't you agree? McGonagall could tell Snape was trying to deflect the blame onto her students, and she wasn't having it. Snape, she said coolly, shouldn't we first ask Mr. Malfoy why Potter and Weasley were wandering the castle in the first place? Surely we should identify the instigator before deciding on punishment. She bit down hard on the word instigator, and Snape understood exactly what she meant. His face twitched in frustration. In that case, let's bring them in, Dumbledore said, playing mediator. The 2 professors gave low grunts of agreement and turned away from each other. 15 minutes later. Harry, Ron, Malfoy, Crabbe, Filch, and Mrs. Norris were all brought to a small side room off the corridor. Dumbledore did not come, only the 2 involved heads of house. He trusted that Professor McGonagall would be fair in her judgment. Even Snape trusted that McGonagall would be impartial, that she wouldn't favor her own students. That's what we call credibility, something Snape sorely lacked. Potter, tell me, Professor McGonagall said sternly, eyeing the boys, is it true, as rumored, that you and Mr. Weasley were out wandering the castle Thursday night? Did you go to the trophy room? It was them, Professor McGonagall. Filch blurted before Harry could speak. I almost caught them that night, would have too, if it weren't for that blasted Peeves. Covered for those brats and threw me off. Mr. Filch, I'll speak with you shortly, McGonagall said calmly, silencing him with a look. Then she turned her piercing gaze back to Harry. Yes, Professor, Harry said, meeting her eyes. Ron and I did go to the trophy room Thursday at midnight. Not long after we got there, Mr. Filch and his cat showed up, clearly expecting us. At this point, there was no backing down. Harry laid it all out, dragging Malfoy down with him. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to mention Hermione or Neville, and Tom was deliberately left out of the story. This was enough to nail Malfoy to the wall. "Mr. Malfoy, do you have anything to say?" McGonagall turned her gaze on the pale, bloodless boy. Malfoy stammered for a while but couldn't form a coherent sentence. Snape was staring daggers at him, as though he were already a corpse. "Mr. Filch, was it Mr. Malfoy who told you someone would be in the trophy room that night?" "No, it was the big one who's always with him, not here today." "That would be Mr. Goyle." McGonagall nodded and made her conclusion. "The situation is clear. Mr. Malfoy instigated a duel with Mr. Potter," informed Mr. Filch, "and then conveniently did not show up himself." "Correct." No one responded, but McGonagall was waiting for Snape's acknowledgement. "That seems accurate," Snape finally said through clenched teeth. "Professor McGonagall, you may issue your punishments." "I have no objections. Potter and Weasley violated school rules by wandering the castle at night. 50 points will be deducted each. Starting next week, both of you will report to my office for detention every night for a week." Her tone was calm, but her words were devastating. With just a sentence, Gryffindor's house points were nearly wiped out. Ron's legs buckled, he nearly collapsed, and Harry had to catch him. Not that Harry was doing much better, he had braced himself for punishment, but this was brutal. 100 points gone, he hadn't even earned a tenth of that yet. Well, Harry's current point total was still a nice, round 0. Normally, Snape would have been grinning ear to ear to see Gryffindor punished like this. But today, he wasn't smiling. In fact, he looked even more grim. Because if she was being this harsh to her own, then what would happen to Malfoy? Sure enough, McGonagall's next words confirmed Snape's worst fears. "Mr. Malfoy, while you didn't violate curfew, initiating a duel without permission is a serious offense. On top of that, you misled your classmates. For the sake of your family's reputation, I will officially state that you and Mr. Crabbe were also wandering the castle that night. Therefore, Slytherin will also lose 100 points. Both of you will serve detention in Professor Snape's office. I've said my piece. Any objections?" Chapter 46, The Isolated Malfoy. During lunch, nearly everyone in the Great Hall witnessed it. The Gryffindor hourglass was practically empty, and Slytherin's point total had been slashed in half. Professor McGonagall explained the reasons for the deductions in front of the entire school. Though she clarified that the punishment was for breaking curfew and did not mention the word duel at all, there was no way to control how the students would interpret it. At the very least, one thing had become certain in everyone's minds: Malfoy had chickened out. Not only had he embarrassed his family name, but he'd also dragged Slytherin down with him, costing them a huge number of points and destroying their comfortable lead in the House Cup standings. Now, many of the younger Slytherins were casting Malfoy dirty looks. As for Gryffindor, while they were heartbroken over the point loss, the fact that Harry and Ron had managed to drag Slytherin down with them filled the house with a certain grim satisfaction. As long as Slytherin suffered, Gryffindor could handle losing a few points of their own. Besides, if it hadn't been now, it would have been later. Deductions were inevitable sooner or later. And what's more, Harry had warned everyone to keep it secret that night. In a way, they were all at fault. Tom, for his part, was in excellent spirits. Ravenclaw had now taken the top spot, and Slytherin had fallen behind. Maybe now Professor Snape would start to appreciate just how valuable he was. And sure enough, come Friday's potions class, Snape, uncharacteristically, remembered his star point earner. The first half of the class turned into something of a trivia contest between the two. Snape fired off questions non-stop. Tom answered each one without missing a beat. And for every correct answer, of course, Slytherin earned a point. To avoid appearing too biased, Snape occasionally tossed questions to other students, Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan, that sort. But when their answers were subpar or outright wrong, well, that was hardly Snape's fault. No points for Gryffindor today. After class, Snape and Tom exchanged a look, and both smiled. It was the first truly harmonious moment between them. But Snape quickly collected himself, face returning to its usual stony blankness, and swept out of the classroom with his textbooks tucked under his arm. Still, he couldn't deny it, having a student like Tom was genuinely satisfying. Wide-ranging knowledge, quick comprehension, and always choosing to trust his explanations over the textbook. Incredible. But why did it have to be Tom Riddle? That was the part that made Snape miserable. He wasn't the only one. Hermione Granger was fuming. She was currently venting to Tom about the blatant unfairness. He'd answered 20 questions in that class. She got in 2, one of which she got wrong. 1 point earned, 1 lost. Net 0. All for nothing. You should go confront Professor Snape, Tom suggested with a smile. He was in a fantastic mood, yet another professor had recognized his brilliance, and it was only going to continue. Once Snape got used to handing out points for good answers, it would become a habit. A habit in Tom's favor. Of course, to make things more challenging for Slytherin, Tom would need to stir the pot a little. Not sabotage, it wouldn't be fair to call it that. He was just balancing out the deductions Snape unfairly imposed on others. That was real fairness. Hermione puffed her cheeks like a hamster, adorably frustrated. Confront Snape. What, was Tom under the impression she had nerves of steel and a thirst for emotional trauma? Or did he think Gryffindor had too many points and needed to throw some away? Daphne had been smiling the whole time, clearly enjoying Hermione sulking. Hermione shot her a glare. Daphne glared right back, just as defiant. But with both girls still carrying a hint of baby fat, their glares had all the menace of a stuffed animal. They looked more like bickering friends than bitter rivals. Even Tom didn't intervene. This rivalry wasn't anything new. The two of them had been like this from day one, always verbal sparring, never anything physical. At least Zabini and his gang had attempted some actual retaliation campaigns. These two. Just petty squabbles. I say we go have afternoon tea together, Tom said casually. Yes, both girls responded in unison. Perfect. Let's go out to the courtyard. Not many days left where the weather's nice enough to eat outside. Both girls nodded eagerly. The days were getting colder. Once October hit, even stepping out the castle doors would feel like a punishment. The three of them headed up the stairs, chatting and laughing, so cheerfully that none of them noticed the pair of eyes burning into their backs. Malfoy was watching. And in his eyes, pure venom. This had been the worst week of Malfoy's life. He was the subject of ridicule across the entire school, not just from other houses, but from his own. Even Slytherins now saw him as the one who had humiliated their house. He was being ostracized, slowly but surely. Besides his usual two goons, the only person who still talked to him was Pansy Parkinson. To make matters worse, some gossiping idiot, had leaked the news back to his father. Lucius Malfoy had sent a letter so full of insults it might as well have been a howler. Malfoy had never seen his father use so many vulgarities. It was brutal. Already in a foul mood, seeing Tom shine in class and be surrounded by friends pushed him over the edge. Why was he the one being ridiculed and shunned, while Tom, a mudblood with no background and filthy muggle origins, was living the high life at Hogwarts? Even Tom's three roommates had turned into loyal followers, smarter and more obedient than Crabbe and Goyle could ever hope to be. The prettiest first-year girl in Slytherin was practically glued to Tom. And Malfoy. He, the heir of the prestigious Malfoy family, was stuck with Pansy Parkinson, a girl so ugly she could kill his appetite. The comparison stung. Malfoy realized his enemies weren't just Harry Potter and that blood traitor Weasley. Right here in the same house was someone stealing his spotlight. A nobody. A mudblood who only knew how to bury his head in books. If he could just drag Tom down, humiliate him in front of everyone, he'd win back his status. Malfoy's eyes gleamed with a new idea. Goyle, he whispered, here's what you're going to do. Chapter 47, What's so special about a prefect? On Friday evening, most of the students had already slipped into weekend mode, lazily lounging about, their minds temporarily free from homework and classes, soaking up the relaxed atmosphere. Tom knew how to balance work and rest. Right now, he was playing gobstones with Daphne. According to Andrus, Tom had entered a new phase, not one of strength, but of magical understanding. He had brushed against the essence of magic itself, just the outermost layer, but even that was enough to make his studies drastically more effective. Many wizards go their entire lives without ever reaching this point. To them, magic was just a talent, something they wielded by instinct. They learned whatever spells their teachers gave them, without understanding the deeper why behind the magic. Sure, they could use magic, but by Andrus's standards, they weren't true wizards. Tom had already risen past that stage. He might not know as many spells as a grown wizard, but with his intuitive grasp of magical principles, he could bridge that gap quickly. He was entering a phase of explosive growth. This transformation was thanks to 1 part Andrus's guidance. 1 part the magical learning space. 1 part his transcendent mental state and sheer dedication. And just 1 part, his natural talent. It was clear now how much good teachers and a solid learning environment could matter. Harry was the clearest counterexample. He had inherited Lily Evans's gift for potions, but it never showed, because he clashed with Snape. Swap in Slughorn and hand him Snape's old annotated textbook. Harry soared to the top of the class and even won a vial of Felix Felicis. You lost again, Daphne. Tom flicked her pink gobstone cleanly back into her starting pit. As it landed, it immediately sprayed a foul-smelling liquid straight at her face. She had braced for it, but still couldn't dodge in time. Gobstones was the wizard version of marbles. Your goal was to knock your opponent's stones back into their starting pit. Every successful shot resulted in the loser's stone spraying a revolting liquid as punishment. They'd only been playing for half an hour, and Daphne had already been sprayed 6 or 7 times. Ugh, come on, Tom. Can't you just let me win once? Fuming, the girl grabbed a deodorizing spray and gave herself a thorough misting. The putrid stench disappeared instantly, and in its place returned the scent of a sweet, fresh princess. All right, how about I play left-handed this time? Tom raised his left hand in mock solemnity and tucked his right one behind his back. Daphne pouted. Nope. I get 2 turns for every one of yours. Fine. Whatever you say. Her face lit up, not just because she was getting her way, but because she enjoyed being indulged like this. Just as she was about to take her shot, a shadow fell over the game board. Having fun, Riddle? Did you know your noise is disturbing my studying? Daphne blinked in disbelief. It was Goyle who had spoken. Goyle. The guy who never studied a day in his life, who trailed behind Malfoy like a lost dog, constantly stuffing his face with snacks and never doing a scrap of homework. He was the poster child of incompetence, a professional slacker who excelled only at eating. Once the shock passed, Daphne's expression turned icy. Goyle, if you're bored, go eat another chocolate frog and quit looking for attention over here. Oh. Greengrass, sticking up for your little pretty boy. Malfoy strolled over, a smirk of disdain twisting his lips. He patted Goyle's shoulder approvingly. I actually think Goyle has a point. Riddle is being too loud. It's distracting. Maybe this is how muggles act, loud, unruly, no sense of decorum. But hey, don't worry. I'll teach you the rules. From now on, wherever I'm present, you stay silent and invisible. Got it. By now, a crowd had begun to gather in the common room, drawn by the commotion. Most were the same expression, eager to watch the show. Even a blind troll could see what was going on. Malfoy was clearly here to stir up trouble, and his target was obvious, Tom Riddle, the boy who had recently stolen the spotlight. Daphne finally understood too. She didn't know why Malfoy was throwing a tantrum, but frankly, she didn't care. If someone tried to bully Tom, they were her enemy, plain and simple. Her fists clenched, her magic flaring with anger, but before she could make a move, Tom gently caught her hand and guided her back down. Tom. I've got this. Trust me, I've handled worse. Zabini and Nott, who had been casually playing wizard's chess nearby, both twitched at Tom's words. They exchanged a glance, and their expressions turned from curiosity to sympathy. They knew something was coming. And then Tom made his move. With a flick of his wand, a shimmering light blasted Malfoy off his feet. The force sent him flying through the air, slamming into the stone wall beside the fireplace. Then, with another lazy wave, the stone bricks behind Malfoy shifted and moved, forming 4 massive stone hands that shot out and pinned him to the wall. Gasps rippled through the room. Tom strolled over, calm and unhurried, stopping right in front of the now struggling Malfoy. Well, Lord Malfoy Jr. Until now, I only thought you were a coward who couldn't show up to a duel. But it turns out, you're also a loudmouth. He tilted his head, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. But if your mouth stinks so much, why must you make me smell it too? Malfoy couldn't respond. His mouth was now foaming, literally, filled with soap and bubbles. He kept trying to spit them out, but no matter how much he gagged, the taste just wouldn't go away. Tom had attacked without hesitation, no posturing, no warnings. It took several moments before anyone could process what had just happened. Finally, someone shouted in alarm. Riddle. What the hell do you think you're doing? Let him go, attacking another student in the common room. Do you think we prefects are just here for decoration? The speaker was Stephen Avery, a 6th-year boy and one of the prefects. His face was red with fury, finger trembling as he pointed at Tom. Tom turned toward him slowly, tilting his head in mock confusion. Prefect. Oh, so there was a prefect in the room this whole time. Funny. Because when Malfoy started running his mouth, you were just sitting there watching. Avery's expression darkened even further, nearly boiling over. What could he even say? That it was fine when purebloods bullied muggleborns, but not the other way around. He thought it, but he couldn't say it. Because the headmaster of this school was Albus Dumbledore. All those little pureblood rules. They died the moment the old man took over. Riddle, Avery said grimly. As a prefect, I order you to release Malfoy. And if you do, we'll end this here. Tom rubbed his ear with a bored expression. Prefect. And that's supposed to mean something. The entire common room fell utterly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Chapter 48, I want to be the invisible head of house. Avery's eyes went wide with disbelief. In a place like Slytherin, where hierarchy and bloodline ruled supreme, someone actually dared to challenge a prefect's authority. For a long second, he was too stunned to even respond to Tom's blatant defiance. Avery stood frozen. But Crabbe and Goyle. They knew exactly what to do. With a furious roar, Goyle charged straight at Tom. "Let go of Draco, you filthy mudblood." Crabbe followed right behind him. Though they were just first years, both boys were thick-set and meaty, bulkier than most older students. Zabini and Nott exchanged a glance. No words were spoken, but the meaning was clear. They moved instantly, rushing forward to intercept Crabbe and Goyle before they could lay a hand on Tom. Their loyalty had solidified. To them, Tom was no longer just a roommate. He was the one. He had ignored the prefect's commands, humiliated Malfoy in front of everyone, and stood unshaken. This was what fanatical loyalty looked like. Once they'd submitted, they needed to believe they had chosen wisely. Tom's strength, his defiance, it ticked every box of what they imagined a true leader to be. Had Tom backed down now, shown even a hint of cowardice, Zabini and Nott might have quietly started looking for someone else to follow. But to deal with these two brutes, who relied purely on brawn, Tom didn't even need help. Stupefy. Two beams of red light streaked from Tom's wand in perfect unison. Both Crabbe and Goyle dropped like felled trees, knocked out cold before they even realized what hit them. Such was the power of youth, so easy to put to sleep. Enough. Avery had finally drawn his wand, pointing it directly at Tom. "This is your last warning, Riddle. Release Malfoy, or I will attack you. You're challenging me to a duel." Tom's wand lowered. The usual smirk vanished from his face. Avery took a deep breath. "If you're asking for a lesson, I don't mind teaching one." Oh, how he wanted to beat Tom down. But he needed justification, hence all the posturing. "A lot of people could probably teach me a lesson," Tom replied coolly. "But you're not one of them." He raised his wand vertically in a formal dueling salute. "But if we're going to fight, let's make it interesting. How about we add a wager?" Avery frowned. "What kind of wager?" "I think you prefects aren't all that special." Tom shrugged, as if stating a fact. His next words made Avery, and the other prefects still present, bristle in offense. "Honestly, if I were a fifth year right now, I'd be a prefect too. But I'm tired of waiting." The boy's easy, bright smile spread across his face, dazzling enough to make more than one witch momentarily forget how to breathe. "So here's the deal, if I win, from now on, first years get their own, invisible prefect, a position outside your authority." "No way." It wasn't just Avery and the other two prefects nearby who shouted this. Voices echoed from the staircase as well. 3 more prefects had arrived, drawn by the noise, followed by a small crowd of curious young students. The newcomers quickly asked what was going on, and the moment they heard the story, their expressions turned from curious to shocked. Tom smirked. "Refuse? Sorry, you don't get to." With a flick of his wand, 6 gloves materialized in midair and dropped to the feet of each prefect. In wizarding tradition, throwing down a glove was the mark of a challenge. In older times, it was a literal declaration of a duel to the death. Slytherin values strength above all. As for blood purity, try me. His voice dropped, deadly and sharp. Which of you got sorted into Slytherin the moment the sorting hat touched your head? Well. Speak up. His shout stunned the entire room into silence. Many wanted to retort, but realized, to their horror, he had a point. Cases of hat stall were incredibly rare, Professor McGonagall being the most famous example in the past century. But for someone to be sorted into Slytherin before the hat even touched his head, that was nearly unheard of. Was it possible that Tom Riddle was a lost heir from some ancient pure-blood family? That thought flickered across more than a few minds. 7th-year prefect Siswell Burke stepped up beside Avery and said, "Prefects are appointed by the school. Even if we agreed, the school wouldn't approve of this wager." "Oh, spare me the self-righteous excuses." Tom waved a hand dismissively. "If you really followed school rules, you wouldn't be whispering behind Dumbledore's back every other day. And let's be clear, I'm not stripping you of your positions. Invisible. You understand what that means, right? You'll still hold the title, you'll still get the school's assignments and perks. I won't touch any of that. All I'm asking is that the first years fall under my command. And as for the other years, they should have their own invisible prefects too. Chosen by strength. That's the only system Slytherin should live by. If you don't even have the guts to agree to that, how dare you claim the right to lead us? Just because you know how to flatter professors." That struck deep. Many students looked down, their eyes glinting with something unreadable. Because Tom was right. Slytherin never hid its ambition. And ambition required more than scheming, it required power. Cunning was a form of strength, yes. That's why most assumed the prefect was the strongest of their year. But if they didn't even have the nerve to accept a first-year's challenge, Were they really the strongest? Some in the crowd were already beginning to stir, whispers, glances, restless shifting. Burke and Avery exchanged a look. They realized what Tom had done. He'd cornered them. Backed them into a situation they couldn't refuse. It's yours. Burke clapped Avery on the shoulder, stepping back. Riddle, we accept your terms. If you can defeat all of us prefects, then you'll be the first-year invisible prefect. He smiled faintly, lips curled in amusement. He'd heard the rumors about Riddle too, a brilliant student, clever with books. But no matter how good he was at theory, he was still a first-year. He clearly didn't understand how dramatically wizard strength increased with each year. Older students didn't just know more spells, they had more magic. More raw power, more stamina, more strength. Especially after fourth year, when magical cores began to develop rapidly, first years simply couldn't compare. A sixth year against a first year? Burke couldn't even imagine how he could lose. No, no, Tom said, shaking his head once again, confusing everyone all over again. You're backing out now? Avery asked impatiently. Not at all. Tom gave him a chilling smile. If I defeat all of you, then why would I settle for being the first-year invisible prefect? That would be far too small scale. If I win, I'll be Slytherin's invisible head of house. Chapter 49, Snape as the referee. 10 minutes later. Snape stormed into the Slytherin common room, his black robes billowing behind him like a thundercloud. It was highly unusual for professors, let alone heads of house, to enter the students' private quarters. The common rooms were sacred spaces, meant for students to unwind without the prying eyes of authority. But tonight's events had spiraled far beyond the bounds of normalcy. Everyone in Slytherin thought Riddle had gone mad. So they figured, why not bring Snape here himself, and let him experience firsthand what it felt like to have his position usurped without so much as a warning. Riddle, Snape's voice sliced through the room, I hear you want to be head of Slytherin. He ignored everyone else. His dark eyes were locked solely on the root of the chaos. He barely spared a glance at the supposed victim, Malfoy, who lay slumped unconscious on the floor, having been silenced by Riddle's wand for being too noisy. Snape was in an awful mood. Just that afternoon, he and Tom had worked together amicably, earning Slytherin a sizable chunk of house points. And by evening. This nonsense. Was Riddle some kind of twisted gift from Dumbledore? A secret weapon sent specifically to give Snape headaches and distract him from tormenting Harry Potter? Surely, Professor, you jest, Tom replied with a harmless, almost innocent smile. I'm just a student. How could I possibly become head of house? It's only that these purebloods can be so tiresome, he added casually. So I thought, why not take matters into my own hands? So your big idea was to take my job? Snape sneered, voice dripping with sarcasm. An invisible head of house, such grand ambitions. First year, and you already think you can stand beside me. What's next? Headmaster by third year. Puffed. Several students couldn't hold in their laughter, eyes glittering with amusement. All of them were waiting for Tom's comeback. But Tom didn't take the bait. There was no flare of embarrassment, no anger, just an easy shrug, as if Snape's mockery barely registered. Nothing so dramatic, Tom said lightly. I just want to study in peace and avoid unnecessary nuisances. Being an invisible head is quite enough. He paused for effect, then added with a smirk, or if you prefer another term, perhaps, the uncrowned king of Slytherin. Snape's expression twisted as if he'd just swallowed a live dung beetle. You might as well not have changed the title at all. That sounds even more arrogant than before. No more word games, Snape snapped, flicking his sleeve sharply. I didn't come here to exchange quips with you. Your title of Invisible Head is ridiculous, he added, but this idea of yours. Invisible Prefect, now that has potential. If you can beat Avery, Snape said, gesturing to the sixth-year prefect, then you'll be the invisible prefect for the first years. The other years can do the same. Duel it out. Whoever's strongest earns the title of invisible prefect. Snape's hatred for Voldemort may have been personal, rooted in love and betrayal, but at his core, he was still a Slytherin through and through. He respected power. If he hadn't, he never would have joined the Death Eaters in the first place. He didn't oppose Riddle's plan, in fact, he expanded it. And more than that, it gave him a perfect excuse to test Tom Riddle. There was something about this boy that didn't sit right. Too composed. Too fearless. People like that either didn't understand danger, or had something to rely on. And Tom wasn't like Potter, the arrogant, blundering fool. Riddle was calculating. Sharp. Clearly, it was the latter. With Snape's announcement, murmurs erupted. Apart from a few dissatisfied prefects, the rest of the students were intrigued, eager, even. The common room practically buzzed with ambition. The scent of competition hung thick in the air. Before Tom could respond, Snape raised his wand and swept it in a wide arc instantly. The room shifted. Tables and chairs floated up and neatly stacked themselves against the walls, clearing a wide space in the center. A perfect arena. "I'll serve as the referee," Snape said flatly. "Unforgivable curses and uncontrollable dark magic are forbidden. Standard curses and hexes are allowed. I'm confident I can patch you up." Then, oddly, he smiled at Tom, clearly hoping to see the boy falter under pressure. "I'm fine with that," Tom replied calmly. "So am I," Avery nodded stiffly. The two stepped back, raised their wands, and bowed formally. With a sharp cry, Snape barked, "Begin." Avery sprang into action immediately. His steps were swift, incantations flowing smoothly from his mouth. Protego totalum. Expelliarmus. First came a glimmering shield, wrapping his body in translucent protection. Then a streak of red light shot forward, fast and aggressive, headed straight for Tom. It was instantly clear, Avery wasn't just some pampered sixth year. He had real dueling experience. His spell work was crisp, efficient, clearly well-trained. That was the advantage purebloods held over muggleborns and half-bloods, generations of magical heritage. Centuries of combat training, family knowledge, and tradition. That was the true power of legacy. But Tom was something else. With a subtle flick, he deflected the disarming charm effortlessly. Then, with a twist of his wrist, he pointed his wand downward. The once solid floor turned fluid beneath Avery's feet, rippling like waves. Just as Avery prepared to cast again, he stumbled, nearly falling, before quickly muttering a hardening spell to steady the ground. But it was already too late. Tom's next spell struck. A seemingly unimpressive obstruction curse crashed into Avery's magical shield, yet, to everyone's shock, the barrier shattered instantly. Conf Ringo. Avery backed away, and a flurry of glowing embers burst forth from the fireplace, hot coals, enchanted in a flame, hurtling toward Tom. A clever move. On unstable footing, targeted spells were harder to land. Wide-range curses were far more effective. Tempestus. A sudden gale surged through the room. The wind roared, wild and uncontrollable. The coals reversed midair, swept back toward Avery. He gasped and dove away, but two of the burning chunks struck him hard. He winced in pain, clutching at his side. Tom's eyes narrowed in disappointment. This is the standard for a sixth-year prefect. He looked the part, confident, trained, but the moment he lost control, he panicked. No adaptability. No grit. Just two spells, and he was already crumbling. Expelliarmus. The disarming spell hit with pinpoint precision. Avery's wand flew from his grip, spinning high in the air before landing neatly in Tom's outstretched hand. And just like that, the duel was over. Match concluded, Snape declared, his face expressionless. His cold gaze swept over Avery, who was clutching his burns and wincing. Tom Riddle is the winner. He is now the invisible prefect of Slytherin's first years. Chapter 50, Pushing the Limits. Snape was not in a good mood right now. Avery's performance had been utterly disgraceful, so disgraceful, in fact, that even Snape, his head of house, felt embarrassed. A sixth-year student had been toyed with like a monkey by a first-year and defeated so cleanly, so completely, it was painful to watch. He hadn't even managed to show off any of the decent skills he supposedly possessed. This wasn't just a defeat, it was a complete intellectual and tactical annihilation. And yet, what truly rattled Snape was the mere tip of the iceberg Tom Riddle had revealed. You couldn't judge a wizard's strength by the power of their spells alone. Mastery in casting, the ability to strategize mid-duel, and the seamless combination of different spells, all these mattered just as much. And Tom had controlled the entire tempo of the duel. First, he transfigured the floor beneath Avery's feet into a soft, unstable surface, throwing off his footing and limiting his range of movement. That not only disrupted Avery's positioning but also reduced the accuracy of his spells. Then, with a beautiful gust charm, Tom effortlessly deflected Avery's magic back at him. Tactics like these would be impressive even coming from a grown wizard. But Tom Riddle had been at Hogwarts for less than a month. This wasn't just impressive, it was downright terrifying. What baffled Snape the most, though, was the very first move Tom had made, the effortless way he parried Avery's disarming charm. To most students, it just looked like a block, similar to a standard shield charm. But amateurs watched the show. Experts watched the technique. That single move showed an intricate control of magical power and a deep understanding of the mechanics of the disarming charm. The precision and finesse with which Tom nullified it, light as a feather, consuming almost no energy, reduced the need for a full-blown shield and preserved stamina for sneak attacks or unexpected counter-strikes. Professor. Tom's voice cut through Snape's thoughts. Snape looked up instinctively. Tom offered a polite smile. You said that if I defeated Avery, I'd be named the invisible prefect. Logically, that should mean today's business is finished. He paused, a flicker of mischief in his eye. But I've already thrown down my glove. And unlike Malfoy, I'm not exactly someone with flexible standards. Even in the tense atmosphere, more than a few people chuckled at that. Reputation matters to me. So, with your permission, I'd like to finish the remaining duels. Overstepping. That was the word that immediately appeared in every Slytherin's mind. Riddle had already won. He had made his point. And yet, he still wanted more. He wanted to challenge every other prefect. Did he intend to grind the reputation of every senior student, and even Professor Snape, into the dirt? Only the seventh-year prefect, Burke, and Snape himself understood what Tom was truly aiming for. Very well. Snape exhaled slowly. If you want to test yourself against your seniors, then carry on. But you'll get no rest. Phyllis, you're up first. The fifth-year female prefect stepped forward, her expression still laced with fury. Clearly, she was angry at Tom's audacity. But Tom Riddle was a strong believer in equality. He had no intention of holding back just because his opponent was a girl. The moment Snape announced the start of the duel, he sprang into action, firing off 2 silent spells without hesitation. Imogen Phyllis never even saw it coming. She had only just begun to chant a shield charm when Tom's spell hit her squarely. Her wand flew from her hand. She collapsed, fast asleep. Next, Tom said coolly, as if he had just completed a minor chore. The remaining prefects were now furious. I'll go. Enrique Flint, the fifth-year male prefect, didn't wait for Snape's cue. He leapt into the arena of his own accord. He was the brother of Marcus Flint, Slytherin's Quidditch captain. Marcus wasn't present today. He'd been given detention by Professor McGonagall for repeatedly copying homework, and now he'd missed one hell of a show. Flint had learned from the previous matches. As soon as the duel began, he conjured a large wooden door as a shield. Then he began transfiguring surrounding objects into animals, not only to distract Tom, but also to act as living shields against his spells. Seeing this, Snape's icy expression finally softened a little. At least someone was thinking. Flint was using his strengths wisely. He had talent in transfiguration and was a member of Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club. Every professor at Hogwarts had their own unique club, a long-standing tradition. They would personally invite students they favored, offer rare opportunities for advanced magical training, and share knowledge far beyond the standard curriculum. Even the animals Flint conjured were impressive enough to make many 6th and 7th years feel inadequate. For the first time, the duel didn't end in a flash. Tom finally became alert, his blood starting to race. Incendio Maxima. A blazing inferno erupted from the fireplace. The room temperature surged as Tom gracefully waved his wand, drawing the flames out of the hearth and molding them into 3 enormous fire serpents. With their elemental bodies and massive forms, the fire snakes rampaged across the dueling space, incinerating Flint's transfigured animals back into their original objects, then into ash. Magi-form manipulation. Snape spat the words like a curse, nearly gritting his teeth. That was a transfiguration technique even more advanced than material transformation, so advanced it wasn't even part of the NEWT curriculum. How in Merlin's name had Tom learned that? How was he even capable of learning it? While Snape questioned his entire existence, Flint's makeshift wooden shield was already charred and crumbling. The 3 fire serpents hissed and flicked their blazing tongues at him. Flint gave a bitter smile, lowered his wand, and conceded. Next came the 6th-year female prefect. She was worse than Flint, frantically casting shield charms on herself, but not nearly fast enough to block Tom's relentless attacks. She too fell, defeated. Every Slytherin was wide-eyed and speechless. Tom Riddle had now defeated every 5th and 6th-year prefect, in 4 straight duels. And he hadn't even broken a sweat. Not a single gasp for air. Not even a blink. Are you a statue, Goyle? Don't your eyes burn from watching this? Whether or not Tom's eyes hurt, Daphne's were already sparkling. If it weren't for the crowd, she would have shouted and cheered right then and there. She wasn't the only one. Quite a few older girls were now giving Tom a very different look. Such a charming young cub, raise him for a couple of years and he'd become a heart-stopping heartthrob. Definitely worth the investment. I concede. Everyone turned toward the voice. It was Yorkshire Caro, the 7th-year female prefect. Faced with the students' surprised stares, she smiled faintly and even tossed a flirtatious wink at Tom. I'm no match for Riddle. I won't embarrass myself by getting on that stage. Burke's far stronger than I am, save your strength for him. Burke inhaled deeply and stepped out from the crowd. He gave Snape a respectful nod, then turned to face Tom, his gaze calm but intense. Chapter 51, Vicious Dark Magic. The Burke family, one of the sacred 28 pureblood families, was also among the oldest lineages in Wizarding Britain. Their most well-known member today was none other than Caractacus Burke, the proprietor of Borgin and Burke's, the infamous shop tucked away in Nocturne Alley. People rarely called him by his full name anymore. Most simply referred to him by his store's name or just Old Burke. Old Burke wielded considerable influence. Even someone as high-ranking and careful as Lucius Malfoy would offload shady dark artifacts to his shop whenever he found himself in trouble. That alone showed just how much faith Lucius had in Burke's ability to stay a step ahead of the Ministry's investigators. The Burke family itself was shrouded in mystery. Very few of its members had ever served in the Ministry of Magic. For generations, the Burkes had harbored an intense, almost unnatural, fascination with dark magical objects. Tom was sure that this Burke prefect wasn't as simple as he appeared. In fact, he suspected Burke might be the most deeply concealed talent in the entire school. It wasn't that Tom had sensed some overwhelming magical power emanating from him. Magic was intangible, slippery, impossible to measure, something even Dumbledore couldn't fully quantify. No, Tom had simply been watching Burke's expressions. No matter what method Tom used to win a duel, whether quick or crushing, Burke never showed fear. At most, his brows would furrow slightly, his expression turning serious. And yet, that seriousness wasn't tinged with worry. It wasn't fear. It meant that, even after seeing Tom's power, he believed he could handle it. It would be troublesome, sure, but not impossible. That intrigued Tom. You're just a prefect, and you're this confident. So when Quirrel forfeited earlier, Tom didn't mind at all. It saved him from a tedious warm-up round. Prefect Burke, I look forward to our match, Tom said smoothly. His manners were flawless, as always, so impeccable that they came off as condescending. At least, that's how Burke felt. He had the distinct impression that Tom was studying him the way one might watch a lab rat in a glass cage. Begin. Snape declared. Burke moved at once. Obscuro. A dense fog exploded into the common room. Because they were indoors, the effect was immediate and extreme. The mist was so thick it was impossible to see even an inch ahead. The younger students quickly fled to the lower staircase to avoid being accidentally caught in the crossfire. Only Snape stayed put, an ironclad charm shimmering faintly around him as he stood firmly at his post. Tom tried the same trick he'd used before, Ventus, a gust of wind to blow the fog away. But the spell didn't work as well indoors. With limited airflow, the mist only thinned slightly, doing little to clear visibility. Clever, Tom murmured. Clearly, Burke had accounted for the terrain, a rare tactical move in a wizarding duel, where most relied purely on spellfire. Fwoosh. Fwoosh. Two sharp sounds sliced through the mist, spells flying toward him. Tom instinctively flicked his wand, deflecting them with precision, then fired a few back in the direction they'd come from. So I'll need to improve my sensory magic, he noted silently. Can't rely on vision alone. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. If blowing doesn't work, what about sucking? The tip of his wand twisted, morphing into a trumpet-like shape. A moment later, a tremendous suction force burst forth. The mist surged toward the wand like water down a drain, and the visibility improved visibly by the second. Snape gave a few approving nods from the sidelines. Regardless of what he thought of the boy personally, that was a beautiful counter. It wasn't some obscure high-level spell, either, it was a clever variation of the scouring charm, typically used to clean dust and grease. Tom had simply adapted it to handle the fog. Such ingenuity made even Snape's cold heart stir with interest. For a moment, he even felt the impulse to take Tom on as an apprentice. But the thought was quickly suppressed. After everything Tom had pulled today, if it weren't for Dumbledore's assurances, Snape would genuinely believe he was the reincarnation of Voldemort. So ambitious. So gifted. Undeniably dangerous. Snape made a mental note to inform Dumbledore. This boy needed watching. Burke, meanwhile, was stunned. His terrain advantage had just been nullified in seconds. He fired off 2 more curses in desperation, but Tom was already moving, graceful, fluid, weaving through the spells with agile footwork alone. Burke grimaced. No choice. Soul-eating venom mist, he roared. The remaining fog instantly shifted color, turning into a noxious, inky green vapor. The walls and floor hissed and bubbled where it touched, releasing a harsh, acidic stench. This wasn't just poison. It was practically acid fog. Tom's expression turned serious. This was clearly dark magic, his wand suction spell had no effect now. Dark magic was dangerous not just because of its cruel power, but also because many curses caused irreversible harm, often with no counter-curse at all. Tom glanced at Snape. Seeing no intervention, he assumed the professor deemed the spell tolerable. Dangerous, but not fatal. Conf Ringo. A raging fireball shot into the green fog. The blast erupted like a bomb, vaporizing half the poisonous mist. The rest remained, swirling hungrily. SSSHHH. Two venomous snakes slithered from the fog, fangs bared, lunging at Tom's legs. But they were halted, stopped dead by an invisible shield. When did you cast Protego? Burke's face darkened as he realized it must have been during the mist-covered moments earlier. Tom spun, flicking his wand. Slicing curses took out the two serpents in an instant. Holding his breath, he began hurling explosion hexes one after another. The relentless barrage shredded the remaining venomous fog, and forced Burke completely on the defensive. Finally, with one last shattering sound, Burke's shield broke. He stumbled, chest heaving, his spell had failed. A fireball whizzed past his arm, exploding against the stone wall behind him and blasting a deep crater into it. Enough. Snape barked, stepping forward. Riddle, you've won this duel. Burke, any objections? And no. None. Burke clutched his burned arm and shook his head frantically. I concede. His wand hand was trembling, burned by the heat of that last fireball. He could barely hold onto it. Burke cursed silently, monster. He knew the blasting curse too, but his version couldn't hold a candle to Riddle's. Snape gave Tom one final, lingering look. Then he moved to Burke's side, casting a healing charm to stop the bleeding. Come with me to the office, he said. We'll apply some dittany to the burn. No need to visit the hospital wing. Understood. Yes, Professor, Burke replied quickly. He understood perfectly. Snape wanted to contain the situation. What happened today shouldn't spread beyond Slytherin. Which was fine by him. The last thing he needed was the other houses, especially those brainless Gryffindors, getting wind of this. He'd never hear the end of it. Before leaving, Snape levitated the still unconscious Malfoy down from the wall. Then, just before walking out, he turned and gave Tom a final warning. Riddle. Don't take things too far. Lucius is not someone to cross. With that, he and Burke left the room. Tom gave a casual wave behind them. Of course, Professor. I wouldn't dream of hurting Malfoy. But the moment the door shut behind them, he turned and gave his wand a flick. Malfoy, and his two usual cronies, rose into the air again, limbs dangling. The students watching shivered. One thought echoed in their minds. Riddle holds grudges. Best not to cross him. Ever. Chapter 52, The Uncrowned King. The Slytherin common room was deathly silent. Not a single whisper could be heard, even the prefects were squeezed together on the stairs leading up to the dormitories. Tom looked at them, puzzled. Why are you all just standing there? Expecting me to put everything back by myself? That snapped them out of their trance. Everyone scrambled forward to help reorganize the room. Tom, you were incredible. Daphne practically flung herself into his arms, giving him a tight hug. The petite young witch was soft and fragrant, and Tom instinctively took a deep breath. I just beat up a few students. No need to get so overexcited, he muttered, though his words got jumbled midway. Passing Slytherins carrying chairs and tables overheard that and couldn't help clicking their tongues. Was this boy raised in Versailles or what? Just a few students, he said. Confirmed, Tom Riddle was gunning for a professor's seat. But you're just a first year, Daphne said, puzzled by why Tom expected so much of himself. If I had your skills, my mom would probably double my allowance out of joy. If you're ever facing an enemy, Tom replied, gently patting her head, they won't care how old you are. Her golden hair felt smooth and silky under his fingers. He sighed. The magical world is dangerous. I just want enough power to protect myself. That only confused Daphne further. She'd never thought the wizarding world was particularly dangerous. The Dark Lord was already gone. Other dark wizards wouldn't dare cause trouble at Hogwarts, not unless they were under the Imperius curse or completely out of their minds. Pureblood families disliked Dumbledore's fondness for Muggleborns and half-bloods, sure, but no one ever doubted his strength. The men had taken down 2 Dark Lords, after all. Tom simply smiled at her confusion and didn't elaborate. He knew the coming years at Hogwarts would be anything but peaceful. Dumbledore's grip on the school was weakening. Sirius Black had once snuck in and out of the castle like it had revolving doors, and even Mad-Eye Moody had been replaced right under Dumbledore's nose. That was where Tom's sense of urgency came from. Sometimes danger came out of nowhere, 30 moves ahead of schedule. Who knew when it would all kick off? 10 minutes later, the Slytherin common room was mostly restored, if you ignored the gaping holes in the walls and the charred patches on the floor. The layout had changed a bit. A grand, luxurious armchair now stood at the center of the room, clearly the most prominent spot. The rest of the seating was arranged around it like stars orbiting a moon. Tom sat there without hesitation. The chair was wide enough for 2, so Daphne nestled in beside him. His 3 roommates, Zabini, Knot, and Rosier, stood grinning behind him, not the least bit self-conscious. In fact, they looked rather proud. When Burke returned with Snape's potion kit and saw the transformed common room, he paused for a second, but quickly grasped the situation and found a seat near Tom. Roughly 2/3 of the students had stayed behind. All of them remained silent, eyes fixed on Tom. Naturally, Tom began to speak. We'll need to pick invisible prefects from the other years. The weekend gives us 2 full days, that should be enough. He paused, then added, actually, 1 per year might not be enough. Better to have 1 boy and 1 girl per year. Any objections? Everyone shook their heads. No one had anything to say. I'll handle the boys, said Burke, rubbing potion on his arm. I'll take care of the girls, added Quirrel. Appreciate it, Tom nodded to both of them before continuing. I need to clarify something. The role of invisible prefect isn't about lording it over others. Your job is to help the head of house and official prefects manage your year better. We're all respectable people here. I believe everyone sorted into Slytherin is among the magical elite. Surely no one would let a sliver of power cloud their judgment. Many students smiled knowingly at that, nodding in agreement. Tom's words hit the perfect nerve, pride. Slytherins prided themselves on their nobility. They were all ambitious, every one of them. So you're a prefect. Big deal. I don't acknowledge you now, but someday I'll surpass you and take your place. Tom's message protected everyone's interests, naturally, it won their approval. But let me be clear. His tone shifted. Just because invisible prefects can't abuse their power doesn't mean others can ignore their authority. Reasonable orders must be followed. If someone repeatedly refuses, senior prefects will handle it. And no, these roles aren't permanent. At the beginning of every term, invisible prefects can be challenged. They cannot refuse. If they lose, they're replaced by the challenger. Tom laid out a series of rules. No one objected. They quietly memorized each one. Because they were fair. Completely fair. The rules didn't favor the invisible prefects, but also didn't undermine them. Everyone's rights were protected. No one had to worry about being bullied by authority. Best of all, the opportunity to challenge every term meant the power structure could always shift. One moment you're on top, the next, someone else is. The response was overwhelmingly positive. Once he finished, Tom waved a hand to signal the meeting was over. Daphne, knowing he must be exhausted after several battles in a row, didn't cling to him. Instead, she gently urged him to go rest. His 3 roommates followed him back to the dorm, cheerfully dividing up tasks to prepare his toiletries. Tom, Zabini said with a grin, I noticed your blanket's getting a bit worn. I've got a brand new one at home, unicorn fleece and phoenix feather stuffing. Super warm. Never used it. I'll ask my mom to send it over tomorrow. Tom set down his rinsing cup and took the tissue Not handed him to wipe his mouth. That's a rare treasure. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to accept? No, it's perfect. Zabini smacked his thigh excitedly. I kick my blankets off in my sleep. Total waste on me. You using it would be perfect. Well then, thank you, Blaze, Tom said, drying his hands. Zabini happily went off to pour water, while Not and Rosier cursed him under their breath for being such a suck-up. At the same time, they regretted not thinking of it first. Their eyes darted around, minds already churning with ideas for what they could gift Tom. Those who understand the times are wise. Right now, Tom Riddle was the rising sun in Slytherin. The closer they got to the light, the more dazzling they'd appear in everyone else's eyes. Late at night, Tom lay in bed, for once not entering the study space. Everything that happened today had been within his expectations, not that he had predicted Malfoy would be the one to jump out and openly target him. Just by being in Slytherin, he was already an outlier, an anomaly bound to attract those looking to make themselves feel important by challenging him. Neville's plan had also been carefully crafted long in advance. A few battles now would save him from the endless wave of provocateurs in the future. It was a deal with immense return and little risk. Without absolute confidence in defeating him, any students who had a problem with him wouldn't dare act rashly. Even though Snape hadn't officially agreed to the title of Invisible Head of House, which admittedly sounded a bit ridiculous, after defeating every single prefect, Tom had already taken up that mantle in all but name. Why else would so many Slytherin students be following his instructions? Some things didn't need to be declared out loud, everyone just understood. Open System Panel. Tom reviewed the system logs. Tonight had not only cleared away many future headaches but also brought an unexpected bounty of rewards. Congratulations, host. Your proposal for the Invisible Prefect system has been acknowledged by the house head. Structural power dynamics of Slytherin House have been altered. You gain 150 achievement points. Congratulations, host. You are now the Invisible Prefect of the first year. Achievement points plus 20. While serving as invisible prefect, you will receive a fixed monthly salary of 100 study credits. This month's credits have been dispersed. Tonight alone, Tom had earned 170 achievement points, more than what he usually earned sneaking around the castle for an entire week. And judging from the newly unlocked achievement list, second year, third year, every year had its own invisible prefect reward. That meant a steady stream of points in the future, well over 100 to be claimed eventually. Not to mention the 100 credits he'd earn monthly as a salary. It might not seem like much at first glance, but who would turn down free rewards? It was a slow but steady income stream. Consider it a monthly free pass to an transcendent state. Wait. Tom's eyes suddenly snapped open. A realization struck him, and he immediately questioned the system. System, are you scamming me out of achievement points and credits? If being an invisible prefect has so many perks, why isn't there anything for being the invisible head of house? Though the system was rigid and emotionless, it still had enough intelligence to respond. Whenever Tom had asked rules-based questions before, the system had always replied quickly. This time was no exception. The invisible prefect system has been recognized by the actual authority of the house, Severus Snape. As such, the rule is deemed valid. However, while the invisible head of house title was proposed by host, it has not been acknowledged by the actual authority or any higher-ranking figures. No achievements can be generated. Now Tom understood. To earn that achievement, he would need approval from Snape or even Dumbledore. The difficulty level was simply too high. He decided to shelve that goal for now. He glanced at the system panel one last time. He now had a stockpile of 700 study credits and over 500 achievement points. He was getting closer and closer to summoning his next King of the Century level instructor. Wondering who the new teacher would be, Tom gradually drifted off to sleep. When he woke up the next day, it was already past 9 a.m. At 11 or 12 years old, growing kids ate a lot and slept even more. As soon as he sat up, his stomach gave a loud growl. After a quick wash-up, Tom was ready to hunt for breakfast. One thing about Hogwarts, it was human-friendly. The school knew young wizards liked to sleep in on weekends, so breakfast was extended till 10:30 a.m. And thanks to the warming charms on the plates, the food was never cold, although the more popular dishes might be gone if you were too late. As he passed the common room, he noticed that the trio of Malfoy and his two cronies had disappeared from the wall. Tom raised an eyebrow. Just then, a sharp-eyed student approached and whispered, "Malfoy and his two sidekicks returned to their dorms. Someone saw them fall off the wall early this morning." Tom gave a small nod. "One night's enough. I wasn't planning on keeping them up there till next week." "Did he say anything?" "He said he's going to tell his father." Tom let out a scornful chuckle. "Lucius Malfoy, huh?" The entire Malfoy family was just for show. Sure, they looked glamorous now, but it was all built on wealth and appearances. Lucius donated vast sums to the Ministry of Magic each year, keeping close ties with Cornelius Fudge, the minister himself. In the Muggle world, this was known as political donations. But real strength. They were just a family of three. In the wizarding world, unless you were on the level of Dumbledore or Voldemort, a family's true power lay in numbers. It was like ancient farming societies, more people meant more power. Just two adults. A couple of angry dark wizards could wipe them out overnight. And Tom Riddle wasn't above doing the job himself if needed. "Oh, and your name?" Tom asked casually, impressed by the student's initiative. The boy quickly introduced himself. "Marcellus Knott, 4th year." "Knott. Are you?" Tom looked curious. Marcellus gave an awkward smile. "Theodore Knott is my cousin, from dorm room 207. Tom nodded in understanding, but grew even more intrigued. "You're his cousin, so you must know what happened in our dorm, right?" It was perfectly normal for kids to tattle to older siblings or relatives. Theodore must have gone crying to Marcellus, but strangely, the older cousin never came looking for trouble. On the contrary, he was now trying to make a good impression. It was odd. Marcellus clearly understood Tom's confusion. He smiled wryly and explained, "Theodore did come to me. Wanted me to teach you a lesson. But I turned him down. Upperclassmen bullying first years is never a good look. And frankly, he's had far more advantages than you. His family taught him magic early on. But he's lazy. Doesn't apply himself. And besides, he started the fight. If you make a choice, you have to face the consequences. Better he learn that now than when it's too late. Consider it a lesson." Now Tom was truly impressed with Marcellus. A clear head was worth more than brute strength. This was a textbook Slytherin, coldly logical, sharp-eyed, always weighing benefits. "You're good, Marcellus." Tom gave him a sly wink. "Hope I hear good news from you on Monday." A person this ambitious. Tom had no doubt he'd go for the invisible prefect position. Especially in fourth year, next year was when the real prefects were selected. Most likely, today's invisible prefect would become next year's official one. I'll do my best, Marcellus replied humbly. And he meant it. He was hungry to climb. As Tom walked away, Marcellus watched him, flames burning in his eyes. The Knott family's ancestral creed was clear: follow strength wherever it leads. In the previous war, their family chose the wrong side, and paid dearly for it. His parents were still rotting in Azkaban. Marcellus knew he didn't have the potential to become the strongest wizard himself. So he'd been waiting for someone worth following to appear. And now, it seemed Tom Riddle might just be that person. Of course, that didn't mean Marcellus was about to throw himself at Tom's feet and pledge loyalty. Tom was still a first year, after all. Beating up a few students only showed potential, and potential was cheap. Every few years, someone with potential came along. Very few made it to the top. He was just laying the groundwork, building goodwill. When Tom truly rose, that's when Marcellus would commit. It might not bring him the maximum benefits, but it was the safest path forward. So long as he always stood on the side of righteousness, his family would eventually rise again. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Snape had uncharacteristically arrived uninvited. He needed a very serious discussion with Dumbledore. About Tom Riddle. Chapter 53, Dumbledore's Trust. Headmaster's office. Snape's arrival shattered the early morning stillness. His entrance startled the portraits of past headmasters awake, and one by one, they stirred, curious about what business Severus Snape had so early. After all, whenever Snape came to see Dumbledore, it was always something to do with he who must not be named. Something deadly serious. These portraits had nothing better to do all day. They relied on events like these to break their eternal monotony. To them, Voldemort was just amusement. A spice to flavor the afterlife. After all, they were all dead already, except for the previous headmaster, Armando Dippet. What could Voldemort possibly do? Kill them again? The room was silent, yet Snape could feel the weight of a dozen stares pressing down on him. He knew exactly where the feeling came from but didn't bother to address it. What was the point of arguing with a bunch of paintings? If he won the argument, no one would care. If he lost, he'd never live it down. More importantly, he'd once been young and hot-tempered, once made the mistake of arguing with these old ghosts. He got roasted. Absolutely obliterated. The memory still stung. Click. Just as he was reliving that traumatic episode, the door upstairs creaked open. Dumbledore appeared, descending the spiral staircase in a flowing nightrobe, his steps light and carefree. Severus, he greeted warmly. Forgive an old man's unpredictable sleep. I spent all night fretting over which chamber pot to use. Finally made my decision at dawn and slept wonderfully after that. As he spoke, the headmaster seated himself behind his grand desk. Snape's face darkened. This was why he hated these talks. Dumbledore, for all his wisdom, had an infuriating habit of wrapping himself in a veil of eccentricity, saying the most disturbing things with a straight face. And the worst part hadn't even started. Dumbledore waved his hand lightly over the desk. At once, honey water, bread, sausages, and, of all things, a platter of cockroach clusters appeared as if they'd been sitting there all along. The headmaster took a sip of honey water, then bit into a cockroach head with relish. Care for some breakfast, Severus? I insist. I've already eaten. Quite thoroughly, in fact, Snape replied, eyes shut, refusing to look at that grotesque insect pile. Even dogs would turn up their noses at that garbage. If he ever had the chance, Snape would love to sneak a few real cockroaches into the mix. Just to see Dumbledore's face when he realized what he was actually eating. Very well, then. Dumbledore didn't insist. What brings you here this morning? It's like this. As the headmaster enjoyed his disturbing breakfast, Snape launched into a detailed report of what had transpired in the Slytherin dormitory the previous night. From Goyle and Malfoy's provocation to Tom's decisive intervention. The duel challenge against the prefects. The proposal for an invisible prefect system. The consecutive victories over every house prefect. Even the rules Tom had laid down after Snape had left, Snape knew them all, down to the last word. Dumbledore's expression barely changed. He nodded occasionally, taking everything in. His pace slowed gradually, and by the time Snape finished, he drained the last of his honey water and conjured a handkerchief to dab at his lips. Severus, what are you trying to say? Dumbledore looked up, meeting Snape's heavy gaze. Are you telling me Slytherin has produced another outstanding student? Then allow me to congratulate you. You're still playing dumb. Snape's frustration nearly burst through his skin, his brow furrowed in a deep scowl. Don't tell me you really don't see the problem. Riddle is unnatural. Be precise. From the moment you first met him until today, it's been what, 2 months of magical training? What were you doing after 2 months? Me. Dumbledore blinked, genuinely thoughtful, a wistful gleam in his eyes. Honestly, I was luckier than Riddle. My father was a wizard, so I started dabbling in magic at age 7. But even then, after 2 months, all I could do was basic transfigurations, turning animals into other animals. Compared to Riddle, I was woefully mediocre. You've got to be kidding me. Snape's temple twitched. I'm here to stress how serious this is, and you're showing off. Transfiguration after 2 months at age 7. That's OWL level material. Dumbledore, I don't care about your genius childhood or your glorious past. Even if Riddle's as talented as you, he doesn't have a magical parent. He has no mentor. Are you telling me the first-year syllabus alone could have brought him this far? Do you really believe that? I think Riddle's hiding something. His skills are too abnormal. Are you sure he's not tied to you-know-who in some way? Isn't that the wonder of magic? Another line from Dumbledore that made Snape want to spit blood. Thankfully, the old man knew not to push it further, any more teasing, and Snape might whip out his wand and give him another lesson. Severus, Dumbledore said seriously, some people only seem like geniuses. Others are geniuses. But either way, we mustn't dismiss their efforts just because they appear gifted. Much of their success happens out of sight, earned through effort most people couldn't even fathom. I happen to know for a fact that Mr. Riddle has spent many nights in the library, tirelessly poring through books. To be honest, that sort of determination impresses me even more than his magical talent. So while his growth is surprising, it's not unreasonable. Snape nodded instinctively. Late-night study sessions, so diligent. No wonder he's, wait a second. That's just, wandering the halls at night. Snape barely caught the implication and shot forward like a spring. Riddle's been out of bed at night. And from the sound of it, not just once or twice. Dumbledore, if you're aware of this, you have to punish him. I don't care what it is, detention, a formal reprimand, I'm all for it. Just don't bother docking points. He's so eager in class he'll earn them back in no time. It won't mean anything. Snape's blood boiled just remembering the brat's defiant face the last time he tried to assign detention. Let's see him try the same stunt with Dumbledore. Let's see it. Dumbledore blinked, slightly taken aback by Snape's uncharacteristic fairness. Was this really the same Slytherin head of house? Something felt off. I think we can skip the punishment, he said gently. You know the school's unwritten rules, unless we catch a student breaking the rules, we can't just hand out punishments based on suspicion. And besides, I may have used a few less than ethical methods myself. In any case. Dumbledore's expression turned solemn. Tom Riddle is not a pawn of Tom. His background checks out, and he has no connection to the Dark Lord. He is simply a student, one blessed with talent and driven by relentless effort. And more importantly, a shadow of sorrow flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. I've met someone like him before. Another boy who never touched magic until he came of age, and yet, within a short span, gained the power to shatter mountains. Later, he could even duel me. Snape was completely absorbed in the conversation, but Dumbledore suddenly stopped, pulling the discussion back to the present. So we mustn't be so quick to judge Mr. Riddle simply because of his strength, he said calmly. As a professor, and as his head of house, I don't want you jumping to conclusions or being overly suspicious. Instead, pay close attention and offer him proper guidance. Do you understand, Severus? Ever since raising a student who turned into Lord Voldemort, his greatest failure, Dumbledore had been questioning whether something had gone wrong in his teaching methods. And the answer he came to was, yes, terribly wrong. Voldemort's descent into darkness might have been rooted in his own nature, but Dumbledore held himself responsible for at least 30% of what had happened. He remembered when he first met Tom Riddle at Wool's orphanage and sensed something unsettling about the boy. From then on, during Riddle's entire time at Hogwarts, Dumbledore had remained cold, distant, even wary. When Riddle asked to stay on as a professor after graduation, it was Dumbledore who had persuaded then-headmaster Armando Dippet to reject him. That decision had led to Riddle vanishing from the public eye for 2 decades, only to reappear as the most feared Dark Lord in modern history. Had Dumbledore shown more patience? Had he approached Tom with a more open heart, would the future have been any different? He didn't know. But he believed it was a teacher's duty to try. So from that point on, he made a promise to treat every student with patience, regardless of personality or behavior. Even during the days when young Death Eaters ran rampant through the school, he'd never acted outside the rules. His stance was always, guide them while they're here. Their future choices are theirs alone. He and the other professors must be able to sleep with a clear conscience. Otherwise, had Dumbledore truly wanted to act, there would have been no Death Eaters. Voldemort would have ended up as a lone lunatic talking to himself in a cave somewhere. People forgot he once held the sole military authority of the only wizarding academy in the British Empire. His influence was not to be underestimated. So when it came to this new Tom, Dumbledore had even less reason to harbor hostility or suspicion. The boy had done nothing out of line. Even when visiting the library, he only accessed publicly available materials, he just read more than most. As for the events unfolding within Slytherin House, they had nothing to do with him. And Dumbledore could clearly see that Tom's actions were meant to establish authority and avoid unnecessary conflict. Even if the boy harbored ambition, even if he sought influence or control, what did that have to do with being a student? Must all Hogwarts students behave like Gryffindors? Brash, reckless, and disinterested in power? Absolutely not. Plenty of Gryffindors had chased high-ranking careers. The only time Dumbledore would ever consider intervening is if Tom began walking the same dark path as his namesake. And even then, not during his school years. So, Snape's visit today had been entirely unnecessary. He was overreacting. But Dumbledore could understand that too. Anything remotely linked to the Dark Lord, any clue, any whisper, was bound to set Snape on edge. I understand. After a long silence, Snape finally admitted to himself that this time, he had misjudged the situation. Still, he insisted stubbornly, I just have a gut feeling. Riddle's a dangerous one. He's only been here for a month, and I already sense trouble. Who knows what he'll stir up in the next 7 years? Then let's wait and see, Dumbledore said with a smile. After all, a completely still pond isn't very interesting, is it? Take Quirrel, for example. He's been so quiet lately that I'm starting to wonder if I misjudged him. He's definitely up to something. Snape blurted out, finally remembering the task that was truly important this term. I'm certain he's working for the Dark Lord. His goal is whatever you retrieved from Gringotts. Dumbledore nodded slowly, acknowledging Snape's judgment. Yes, Quirrel has been rather guarded around me. We've barely spoken since term started. I didn't want to scare him off too soon, that's why you're the one keeping an eye on him. I understand. Snape's expression didn't change, but he nodded. Technically, we're colleagues. I'll do my best to gain his trust. And while you're at it, Dumbledore added, see what you can find out about Tom. Dumbledore wasn't omniscient. Based on all current clues, he could tell that Quirrel was working for Voldemort, but never would he have guessed that the Dark Lord had actually possessed Quirrel and was now hiding under everyone's noses. Snape didn't object to the request. But another question left him unsettled. You really believe the protections on the 4th floor corridor will be enough to stop him? Of course not. Dumbledore shook his head. Quirinus is an exceptional wizard. Back in his Ravenclaw days, he had great potential. It's a shame he chose the wrong path. He tapped a finger to his chest with a faint smile. True protection doesn't come from enchanted barriers, it comes from the human heart. Snape's face didn't change. He'd grown used to Dumbledore's cryptic remarks. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Go on. And be more lenient with Mr. Riddle. After Snape left the office, the room grew even more animated. The portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses, who had been pretending to sleep, all opened their eyes and began talking at once. Unbelievable. A first year beat up a 7th year, and one, grumbled a large-bearded headmaster, clicking his tongue. An old man with a hawk-like nose chimed in, maybe the past few Slytherin students have just been stupid. Rubbish, another snapped. Back in our day, Slytherin students were the best trained of the bunch. If they were idiots, then what does that say about the rest of the school? What is it with that name? Tom Riddle, both of them turned out to be monsters. Creepy, right? Maybe we should suggest our families name their next kids Tom Riddle and see what happens. Ha 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 ha. As the portraits argued over the mysterious power of the name Tom Riddle, a burst of wild laughter rang out. It came from a thin-faced, mustachioed middle-aged man in one of the portraits. You lot are ridiculous, he laughed hysterically. You think just naming a baby can make them a genius? We're wizards, not charlatans. In the end, it all comes down to one thing, Slytherin has the best aura. Our house breeds greatness. His arrogance enraged several other portraits. In a flash, one headmaster leapt from his own frame into the mustachioed man's and began punching and kicking him. Soon, a full-on brawl broke out, screams echoing through the office. No one stepped in to help the unfortunate men, for this was Phineas Nigellus Black. The most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history. So disliked, in fact, that during his tenure, the 4 houses, traditionally rivals, united in opposition, resisting every one of his ridiculous reforms. It was hard to imagine a more hated figure in Hogwarts' long legacy. The ruckus didn't bother Dumbledore. He sat deep in thought. His mind was a tangle of concerns, about Quirrel, Voldemort, and Tom Riddle. Even if he chose not to interfere with Tom's current behavior, he still believed it was his duty to guide the boy's growth. But Tom's style was ruthless. He didn't pull punches. That kind of temperament could cause trouble down the line. And how to guide such a person? That was a dilemma. Tom wasn't like Harry, a hot-blooded, wide-eyed child still figuring out the world. Tom was a mature, self-reliant youth who had already developed his own way of handling life's challenges. Any forced instruction or moralizing from above would only backfire. Method mattered. Dumbledore sighed, feeling the dull throb of an oncoming headache. Then his mind turned again, where was the other Tom hiding? Meanwhile, our protagonist Tom had no idea that his honorable head of house had just tattled on him to the headmaster. And that the even more honorable headmaster had started plotting how to ICU him. At that moment, Tom was facing a major life decision. Daphne, Tom, let me keep you as my sugar baby. Chapter 54, in the end, he still took the money. Girl, do you even realize how dangerous that sounded? Tom had just finished lunch and was heading to the Black Lake for a relaxing walk when Daphne stopped him in the entrance hall. And the first thing she said nearly made him choke on air. Daphne was stunned too the moment the words left her mouth. Her face flushed bright red like a boiling teapot, and she waved her hands wildly. No. That's not what I meant. I meant, could you teach me magic? I want to get stronger too. Damn it. Did I just blurt out what I was really thinking? These two thoughts couldn't be more different. How did you manage to mess it up this badly? Both of them were thinking wildly different things at the same time. That's such a simple request. How could I say no? Just train with me this afternoon, Tom said, stepping in quickly to rescue Daphne from drowning in her own awkwardness. Hee hee, I knew it, you're the best, Tom. Beaming, Daphne looked up at him, clearly relieved, then pulled out a small pouch and handed it to him. Here. For you. What's this? Tom took the pouch and opened it, and fell silent. Daphne, you're really trying to sponsor me, aren't you? The pouch wasn't big, but it had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Inside were piles of galleons, just a rough glance told Tom there were easily over 1,000. Am I worth that much now? If this is now, imagine when I'm older. It's tuition, Daphne said before Tom could spiral too far into his thoughts. She spoke matter-of-factly. You're going to be tutoring me, right? Isn't it normal that I pay tuition? This brilliant idea had popped into her head the night before, right after watching Tom duel the prefects. Tom was strong, his spell repertoire was insane, and she was a studious girl who loved learning. He had the knowledge, she had the gold. A perfect match. She was so thrilled with her clever idea that it had taken her ages to fall asleep last night. I'm not charging you tuition. Tom couldn't help but laugh as he placed the pouch back into Daphne's hands. It's really not a big deal. Just some training. I don't need this kind of money. From the moment they enrolled at Hogwarts, Daphne hadn't really helped him with anything major. Every problem he'd faced, he had solved himself through sheer ability. But value isn't always measured by results. From beginning to end, Daphne had never distanced herself from him, even though he came from an orphanage and wore Slytherin's infamy like a badge. She had always stood firmly by his side. That attitude, loyalty without expectation, was the most precious thing of all. That's why Tom wouldn't take her money. If it were anyone else, he'd think twice even if they offered him gold. Daphne panicked when she saw him trying to return the pouch. You can't just not take it. I'm not learning textbook spells here, I want to learn the stuff you're good at, the kind of rare, powerful magic that's worth something. Valuable knowledge like that shouldn't be free. Tom chuckled. For a second there, she sounded exactly like a Ravenclaw. After much back and forth, he finally gave in and accepted the pouch. He could see what Daphne really wanted, an excuse to give him the money. Refusing it again would only make things awkward between them. Damn it. I still ended up taking the money like a freeloader. Still, Tom wasn't exactly flush with cash right now. Some of the ingredients for the potion Andrus had told him about could be borrowed from Snape, but others he'd have to purchase, and in large quantities. That meant serious expenses. He'd been racking his brain trying to come up with a way to make money, and just like that, Daphne had shown up. Fine. He'd treat this as a loan. One day, he'd pay her, and House Greengrass, back 100-fold. That was a promise. Daphne was grinning ear to ear, delighted that she could finally help Tom in some way. Come on. I'll show you something. Now that he'd taken the money, it was time to deliver. Tom didn't wait until the afternoon, he grabbed Daphne's hand and pulled her upstairs. Still a little dazed, Daphne followed him all the way to the 7th floor. Then they stepped into a hidden room. This place is. Daphne's eyes went wide as the walls around her shimmered into something new and unexpected. I call it the Room of Requirement, Tom explained. Just walk past this wall 3 times while thinking of what you need, and it'll give it to you. But keep your thoughts within reason. If it's too outrageous, the room can't handle it. Magic's not allowed in the castle corridors, and the Quidditch pitch is too public. So I use this as my training ground. Realization dawned on Daphne's face. So that's why I can never find you sometimes. You've been hiding here. As long as it wasn't with Granger, that was fine by her. Just thinking that made her smile even brighter. Tom gave her a strange look. He had no idea what his little heiress was smiling about. With a flick of his wand, 2 dummies floated over and landed nearby. Wand out, Tom said, nodding toward them. I'm not teaching you any new spells today. Your task is simple: pick any attack spell you already know, and cast it on the dummy 100 times. That's today's training. That's it. Daphne blinked, surprised. It sounded way too easy. Tom smirked. Let's see if you can actually do it first. Feeling underestimated, Daphne didn't argue. She'd prove him wrong. Stupefy. Daphne had already learned the basic stunning spell before she even got to Hogwarts. Her spell hit the dummy squarely, knocking it down. But it bounced right back up, like a weighted doll. Stupefy. Stupefy. She kept going. The first few times were fine. But once she passed a dozen, the spell began to fizzle midair. Daphne's face turned pale. She suddenly felt like she'd been woken up too early, her mind foggy and heavy. What's going on? I feel so sleepy. That's what extreme magical depletion feels like, Tom said. He turned one of the dummies into a plush armchair and helped her sit down. Then he pulled out a bar of chocolate he'd prepared in advance. Eat this. Magic drains more than just energy, it takes a toll on your whole body. You need to recharge. Daphne hadn't realized how empty her stomach was. She'd only had breakfast a little while ago. Mumbling a thank you, she nibbled on the chocolate like a tiny hamster. Before long, she had eaten the whole thing, and her body began to recover. But she was clearly no longer as energetic as before. Tom watched her with a half-smile. Once you're done resting, we'll resume. I've been keeping count, you know, you've only hit 12 successful spells. Daphne's face immediately scrunched up. She looked at him pitifully and asked, I was just too excited earlier. Can we make it 50 instead? Are you seriously trying to bargain with me right now? Tom laughed, flicking her forehead. No way. 80, at the very least. That's your current limit based on my estimation. Draining your magic to the edge is actually good for your magical development. 50 won't do. In truth, Tom wasn't that sharp-eyed yet. His original number, 100, was based on his own ability. But just now, he had accessed the study space link and asked Andrus to analyze Daphne's magic capacity. The final number they settled on was 80. As for himself, it was no longer appropriate to measure his strength by the number of spells he could cast, it should be measured by how long he could maintain full power output. Just this realization was enough for Tom to understand how terrifying Andrus truly was. His magical power was simply overwhelming. No wonder he could summon a 10-meter-tall Patronus. It was entirely possible that Andrus possessed even more magical energy than Dumbledore himself. Developing. Daphne lowered her head. Flat as a board, so flat that not just her toes but even her ankles were clearly visible with a glance downward. Bring it on. Summoning strength from who knows where, the girl shot up with fiery determination and flung another spell. But this time, her stamina wore out even faster, and the success rate of her spells began to drop. While she rested, Tom began his own training. For the first time, Daphne saw the true extent of Tom's terrifying power. He had practically turned into a spellcasting Gatling gun, launching curse after curse without pause. And they weren't just flashy light beams for show, each one packed more punch than her strongest effort. If Tom had gone all out like this during yesterday's duel with the prefects, forget the rotation battle, those students wouldn't have stood a chance even if they'd attacked him all at once. A sudden sense of urgency gripped Daphne's heart. The gap between her and Tom was widening. Even if she lacked the same innate talent, that was no excuse for giving up. If she didn't push herself harder, they would soon have nothing in common, no foundation left for friendship. So when Tom paused to rest, Daphne didn't slack off. She gave it everything she had, squeezing out every last drop of her magical energy. They trained in turns from 10 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. Only then did Daphne manage to finish casting 80 spells. The consequence? Her legs were shaking with every step. All she wanted was to crawl into bed and pass out. Tom had no choice but to support her all the way from the 8th floor back to the Slytherin common room. There, he handed her off to an older girl, asking her to take Daphne back to the dorms. The upper-year girl shot Tom a very odd look. If they weren't still underage, her mind would have immediately run wild with very mature speculation. What kind of intense activity could leave a girl so thoroughly exhausted? Tom watched as they climbed the stairs to the girls' dormitory. Then he turned and left the common room again. He needed to borrow a school owl from the Owlery and send an order to Diagon Alley for potion ingredients. He wanted to prepare energy-restoring and fatigue-relieving potions for Daphne. Constantly draining one's magical reserves might be painful in the short term, but this kind of training had a unique advantage. It helped unlock hidden potential and increased one's magical limits. Of course, there was a natural ceiling based on talent, but this method could help one reach their peak much faster. And the constant repetition of spellcasting. That was laying the foundation. More often than not, magic relied on feel, on muscle memory developed by instinct. Building this internal rhythm would help tremendously when learning other spells in the future. These techniques were all wisdom passed down from Andrus, methods Tom was now using himself. Andrus had even stricter standards for him. Hard work could make up for a lack of talent. But for those who were gifted, hard work was essential. Only through relentless effort could they unlock their full potential. Otherwise, it was all just a pretty illusion. As for ordinary people, diligent ones had to push even harder, just to outpace other ordinary folk. And that was what created a culture of brutal competition. Andrus had lamented more than once, compared to the hunger for power that wizards once had, modern witches and wizards had grown far too complacent. Despite having better education and a well-structured magical system, the backbone of wizarding society had clearly weakened. In his eyes, Tom was still just a beginner wizard, but he could already defeat most adult wizards with ease. In Andrus' time, that would have been unthinkable. Even if you couldn't win, you'd fight with your life, tear flesh from your enemy if needed. The holidays passed in the blink of an eye. By Sunday evening, the selection of Slytherins, invisible prefects, had concluded across all year levels. Now came a rather awkward situation. Snape's judgment wasn't exactly stellar. The fifth-year boy and girl prefects, along with the sixth-year girl prefect, all of them had lost. Beaten by ordinary students. Even Tom was surprised. Who would have thought that Slytherin hid so many veteran players among its students? If he hadn't stirred the pot and lit a fire under their ambitions, those students might have stayed hidden until graduation. But now, a real problem had emerged. The school's official prefects couldn't be changed on a whim. Even heads of house could only recommend replacements, they didn't have the authority to dismiss them. Unless a prefect committed a major offense, Snape had no grounds to replace them. So what happens when the true leader, the invisible prefect, and the official prefect are not the same person? Who gives the orders? Snape ultimately chose to fully embrace the rule of strength. Officially, those three losers were still prefects, but now they were just puppets, obligated to follow the orders of the invisible prefects. Call it punishment. Or a very motivating push. If they could reclaim their titles in the next term, then the matter would be resolved. This method was surprisingly effective. The faces of the three official prefects turned green. They didn't even have the courage to linger in the common room. As soon as Snape finished speaking, they rushed out, probably off to train like mad and prepare for a rematch next term. Meanwhile, the invisible prefects were surrounded by excited classmates. People naturally gravitated toward power. Before, there might have been uncertainty about who truly led each year, but now it was crystal clear. The atmosphere in the Slytherin common room was lively and warm, except for one dark corner. Draco Malfoy and his two lackeys sat apart, out of place and full of venom. He glared at Tom, who was now the center of attention. After being left hanging upside down all night, Draco had only woken when he fell flat on his face. Never mind the physical pain, the public humiliation was what shattered him. Never in his life had he been so degraded. Not even the fallout from the duel incident compared to this embarrassment. The first thing he did upon returning to the dorm was write a letter to his father. He was going to make sure that Mudblood got expelled from Hogwarts, banished back to his filthy Muggle world. Could it be done? Draco was quite confident. After all, his father was a school governor. As long as all governors agreed, even Dumbledore could be overridden. By now, the letter should have reached home. Invisible prefect. I'll make sure you can't even stay a student. Muttering curses under his breath, Draco stormed out of the common room with Crabbe and Goyle in tow. If not for Snape's mandatory attendance rule, he wouldn't have shown up at all, let alone endure the judging eyes of his peers. Wiltshire. Malfoy Manor. Draco's guess wasn't wrong. His father, Lucius Malfoy, had indeed received the letter. But his reaction was far from the furious, vengeful rage Draco had imagined. Instead, Lucius sat pale-faced, hands trembling as he clutched the parchment. All because of that name. Tom Riddle. Voldemort had always proclaimed the sanctity of pureblood heritage. But anyone with half a brain in the pureblood circles knew better. He didn't crawl out of a stone, his records at Hogwarts were well documented. Any pureblood family with connections and insight knew the truth, that boy was plucked from an orphanage by Dumbledore and brought into the magical world. He went on to become the Dark Lord everyone feared. Of course, most people only knew this much. The deeper ties between Voldemort and the Gaunt family were shrouded in deeper secrecy. But knowing the truth didn't mean anyone spoke it aloud. It would only enrage Voldemort, and worse, make them laughingstocks in the eyes of rebellious wizards. Imagine the ridicule, a bunch of blood purity zealots who followed a muggle-born orphan. They'd never live it down. So the Death Eaters all silently agreed, Voldemort was pure blood. It wasn't about truth. It was about maintaining an ideology. One that brought power and unity under a grand, righteous cause. Lucius had learned these secrets from his father. And now, after all these years, that name had surfaced again. Slytherin. Talented. Ruthless. Could it be him? Lucius trembled. He didn't believe the Dark Lord had truly returned. But to silence the creeping fear in his heart, he decided to visit Dumbledore the very next day. If it truly wasn't Voldemort, then, and only then, would he help his son seek justice. Chapter 55, Confrontation and a Complete Reversal. Monday morning dawned with a heavy fog blanketing the castle grounds. It seemed there'd been rain during the night as well. Inside the great hall, alongside the aroma of breakfast, hung the distinct earthy scent of damp soil. For many sleepy young witches and wizards, it became difficult to tell whether they were eating mashed potatoes or just plain mud. Slytherin students, true to form, kept their mouths shut. The rest of the school remained oblivious to the events of the weekend, though a strange tension in the air had not gone unnoticed. Usually scattered in small groups, the Slytherin students were now moving in tight clusters, always surrounding a few central figures. It was odd, yes, but not something most would waste time thinking about. Harry and Ron, however, were completely baffled. After all, it was Tom's idea last week that had helped them pull off that perfect prank on Malfoy. Naturally, that meant they were now keeping a closer eye on Tom Riddle. Until now, Tom had always kept to himself, his only companion being Daphne Greengrass. The rest of the student body gave him a wide berth. But today, Harry genuinely wondered if Tom had spent the weekend rewriting the genealogy records of half the Slytherins, because now they were treating him like he was their revered ancestor. Some poured tea for him, others cut his sausages, and one was even seen buttering his toast. It was more absurd than how Aunt Petunia spoiled Dudley. Harry was confused. Ron, on the other hand, was practically green with envy, his eyes glowing as red as his hair. That's the dream. Why does Riddle get to live it first? What the hell is going on? Ron hissed, staring across the table at Hermione. You two were close, right? How did Riddle become Hogwarts royalty in just one weekend? How should I know? Hermione snapped, clearly in a foul mood. She stabbed her eggs repeatedly, turning them into a mushy pulp. That mood had everything to do with the fact that Tom had avoided her all weekend, not a single glance, not a word, not even a run-in in the hallways. Ron shrank back at her tone, wisely choosing not to prod her further. He just grumbled internally. A little further down the table, Fred and George exchanged a look filled with mischief and curiosity. Something had gone down in Slytherin, that much was clear. Whatever it was, Riddle seemed to have come out on top. Next time we see him in the kitchens, we're getting the full story, Fred muttered. George nodded. Definitely. At that moment, a flurry of owls soared in through the open doors, swooping over the tables and dropping parcels and letters with pinpoint accuracy. Tom caught his own package midair, saving it from a tragic dive into his milk. Daphne leaned in, curious as he unwrapped the parcel. Inside were neatly packed pouches of potion ingredients, some common, others quite exotic. Tom, why did you order so many potion materials? She asked. Some are for my own use. Others are for you, he replied casually. For me, she blinked. Yes, they'll help you recover energy and regain your strength more quickly. Tom checked each item carefully, ensuring the quality met his standards before repacking the materials to take them back to the dormitory. Daphne, meanwhile, looked at him with eyes full of stars. He was so thoughtful, so thorough in his planning, and he'd even paid for everything himself. For a moment, she actually felt guilty about how little tuition she was paying. After dropping the materials off, Tom and Daphne headed to Transfiguration class. At the same time, Lucius Malfoy arrived at Hogwarts. He didn't go to Dumbledore right away. Instead, he sought out Severus Snape. Lucius might strut around like he owned the world, but when it came to Dumbledore, he harbored a deep sense of fear. Marching into the headmaster's office without a solid case just wasn't an option. He needed reinforcements and reassurance. Snape was in the middle of teaching when Lucius appeared. He barely blinked. With a simple order for the class to stay quiet and keep brewing, he stepped outside. Severus, Lucius began without preamble, don't you owe me an explanation? Snape raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you even understand what happened, Lucius? I've spoken to several students. It's quite clear that Draco provoked Riddle. There was no bad blood before, no history. Draco tried to climb the social ladder by dragging Riddle down. Unfortunately, it backfired. So tell me, what would you have me do? Lucius scowled. That boy's a filthy nobody. You've known Draco since he was born, Severus. He was left hanging in the common room all night like some criminal. Our family name is in the mud. Aren't we friends? Friends. Don't make me laugh. Of course, Snape said smoothly. But as you know, there's a line between friendship and professionalism. They are both my students. I won't take sides. Surely you haven't forgotten the laws of survival in Slytherin. Lucius fell silent. Slytherin hadn't changed. Back when he was in school, he'd relied on family influence and carefully chosen friends to stay at the top, often at the expense of others. But now, the tables had turned. His own son had been humiliated, not by another old bloodline, but by a muggle-born brat. Worse yet, no one had come to Draco's defense. The other pureblood families merely looked on, indifferent. Lucius's eyes darkened. Are you certain there's nothing off about Riddle? He's a boy with no magical background, yet he's defeated a 7th-year student. What are we supposed to believe, that he's a lone genius and the rest of us are fools? Or is he using some kind of powerful dark magic? Who taught him? Snape let out a cold huff. He understood Lucius's paranoia all too well. But he had no interest in debating it. Dumbledore himself vouched for Riddle, he said coolly. No dark magic. No tricks. He's just gifted. If you still have doubts, you're welcome to take it up with him. Lucius wasn't satisfied. He badgered and pestered until Snape finally gave in and agreed to escort him to the headmaster's office. In the headmaster's study. Now that Lucius had heard what he needed from Snape, he felt emboldened. He marched in and immediately demanded that Dumbledore expel Tom Riddle. Dumbledore tilted his head, bemused. Lucius, if I recall correctly, board members don't have the authority to interfere in internal school matters. And even if they did, such decisions would require a full vote. I'm not speaking as a board member, Lucius growled. I'm speaking as a father. His anger surged. Dumbledore's calm demeanor felt like mockery. That serene expression and those twinkling eyes, it was like being looked at by someone who thought you were a complete idiot. But Dumbledore only smiled gently, his serenity a perfect contrast to Lucius's boiling rage. I only just learned of this incident, the headmaster said. Naturally, I'll need to hear the full story before taking action. He scribbled something quickly onto a piece of parchment, then folded it into a delicate origami crane and sent it fluttering out the window. Please be patient. I've just asked Mr. Filch to bring the 2 students involved. We'll let them tell us how it all unfolded. Lucius grunted and sank into a chair, refusing to meet Dumbledore's eyes. Snape, meanwhile, turned to leave. I'll return to my class. Whatever decision you make, I'll accept it. Thank you, Severus, Dumbledore said kindly. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall was having the students practice turning goblets into pencil boxes. As expected, Tom was the first to succeed, earning Slytherin 2 points. He hadn't gotten it perfect on the first try, it started as a crude prototype. But under Professor McGonagall's guidance, he attempted it twice more and finally achieved a flawless transformation. This approach allowed him to showcase his talent as a reasonably outstanding student, not too miraculous to raise suspicion, yet clearly ahead of his peers. At the same time, he offered McGonagall the joy of witnessing a student's growth under her tutelage. 2 birds, 1 stone. He wasn't pretending to be weaker than he was, nor playing some cunning game. He just wanted to earn more house points. Simple as that. Focus your mental energy a little more. And stop staring at me. You're supposed to transfigure the goblet, not my face, McGonagall chided. Oh, Daphne quickly averted her gaze from Tom and raised her wand, just as the classroom doors slammed open with force, drawing everyone's attention. Professor McGonagall frowned. Filch? What is it? Professor McGonagall, Filch replied with an ugly grin. Headmaster Dumbledore requests Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Riddle to see him immediately. McGonagall glanced at the 2 students. Malfoy looked overjoyed. Tom rose calmly from his seat. With her permission, the 2 of them followed Filch out of the classroom. Most of the Slytherin students had already guessed the reason behind the summons. They whispered among themselves, wondering if Dumbledore would punish Tom. Expulsion. No one was foolish enough to think that. Dumbledore had been headmaster for years and had never expelled a student. It was just a fight, far worse offenses had happened with barely any consequence. Even Daphne didn't look worried. She kept practicing her transfiguration, determined to succeed at least once before class ended. You know why, don't you? Hermione couldn't contain her curiosity anymore. She slid into Tom's now empty seat beside Daphne. Greengrass, did Tom and Malfoy have a fight? Daphne shot her a sideways glance. Granger, why should I tell you? Suit yourself, Hermione huffed. You're clearly not worried, so it must not be a big deal. I'll just ask him myself next time we're in the library. He always answers when I ask him one-on-one. Daphne's wand twitched, and her spell fizzled again. She didn't like the silent atmosphere of the library. It was usually just Tom and Hermione having their little private world there. But suddenly, she remembered something that made her smile again. You didn't hear? Tom's agreed to tutor me. We spent the whole weekend practicing together. I doubt we'll have time for the library anymore. Maybe you should find a Gryffindor study buddy. This time, Hermione's lips pressed into a thin line. So that's why Tom had been missing the entire weekend. He was giving Daphne private lessons. But she was smarter than Daphne. And more hardworking. It was only because Tom often gave Daphne hints and tips that they appeared to be making equal progress. Maybe I should ask Tom to tutor me too. But nothing in life comes for free, especially for someone raised in a world that values merit and exchange. If she wanted his help, she'd have to offer something in return. What could she give Tom? The thought troubled her, and for once, she had no energy to bicker with Daphne. Meanwhile, Tom and Malfoy followed Filch all the way to the 8th floor corridor. Malfoy was strutting with his nose in the air the entire time. Though he kept his mouth shut, he was too scared of getting punched again. Filch, a useless squib, couldn't protect him if things got rough. Malfoy figured Tom would soon face serious punishment. That would be the time to gloat. If Tom dared lay a hand on him again, it would be proof of repeat offenses, maybe even enough to get him expelled. That thought made Malfoy grin to himself. Filch glanced back and shuddered. That laugh was unhinged. They stopped in front of the gargoyle guarding the entrance. The statue stirred to life and growled, "Password. Jelly slug." The gargoyle sprang aside, revealing the passage beyond. "Off you go." "The headmaster's inside," Filch said, already turning to leave. Malfoy eagerly dashed in. As Tom stepped forward, however, the gargoyle stuck out a claw to block him. "What was that look you just gave me, kid?" Tom blinked. "You can read human expressions." The gargoyle's gaping mouth stretched into a grin. "I've been around longer than your entire family tree." That was definitely a look of disdain, wasn't it? "Well," Tom admitted with no shame, "yeah. You're just incredibly ugly." The gargoyle's rocky fur bristled. "Ugly? Blame the wizard who sculpted me. Bloody Salazar." "Oh," Tom exclaimed, realization dawning. "You're one of the founder's creations. No wonder you seem smarter than the average statue. You conniving little Slytherin. You tricked me into spilling that," the gargoyle roared, then shoved him inside. "Get in there already." The stone slammed shut behind Tom with a rumble. He rolled his eyes. "You're the one who blabbed, not me." The moving staircase carried him upward, finally depositing him before a grand door carved with the shape of a griffin. The door stood ajar. Inside, 3 figures awaited, Albus Dumbledore, and 2 Malfoys, identical in their platinum blonde hair. Ding. Host has entered the headmaster's office. 10 achievement points earned. Additional 50 points awarded for a successful nighttime sneak-in. Keep up the good work. "Good afternoon, Professor," Tom greeted, bowing slightly. He paid the 2 Malfoys no attention at all. "Good afternoon, Mr. Riddle," Dumbledore responded warmly. He waved his wand, and a soft chair appeared behind Tom. "Please, make yourself comfortable. I only wanted to understand the situation better. I hear there was a conflict with Mr. Malfoy." Tom settled into the plush seat, leaning back against the cushions and nodded. It seems Malfoy thought an orphan would be easy to bully, an opportunity to make himself feel important. Unfortunately for him, he chose the wrong target. Orphans are often quite adept at self-preservation. "He's lying." Malfoy burst out. Backed by his father, he was bolder now. "I merely asked Goyle to give him a friendly reminder to stay humble." He lashed out first. "You reminded me." Tom raised an eyebrow. "Malfoy, are you suggesting I should live like you, tail between my legs, afraid of everything? You couldn't even show up for the duel you challenged me to." Both Malfoys turned beet red. Tom locked eyes with Lucius Malfoy. The elder wizard's silver hair made him look aristocratic and smug, but his gaze brimmed with hostility. It was clear all of this was aimed squarely at Tom. Spoiled children who always ran crying to adults, how annoying. Tom knew Dumbledore would defend him, so he wasn't worried about Lucius. But even flies could be maddening. Maybe it's time to play the villain, just for once. Let Malfoy experience what it's like to live like an orphan. Malfoy was far luckier. He had a family name to inherit, vast wealth waiting for him. There was no such thing as an inheritance tax in the wizarding world. Hell, there weren't any taxes at all. This place was paradise for capitalists and pureblood aristocrats. While Lucius was trying to figure out the best way to verbally strike Tom down, a chill ran through him. Every hair on his body stood on end as he met Tom's gaze, icy, calculating. He'd seen eyes like that before. In the Dark Lord. A shiver ran down his spine. Lucius slammed a hand onto the table with a loud bang, making the tea set tremble. This is outrageous. Exactly. Draco jumped in eagerly. Lucius turned, barking, Draco. So it was you who picked a fight with Mr. Riddle. Apologize to him. Now. Exactly, wait, what? Chapter 56, The Malfoy Way of Survival. Crack. Crack. Draco turned his neck with stiff movements, staring at his father in disbelief, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Did he just mishear? Or did his father really say something wrong? That fantasy shattered the very next second as Lucius smacked Draco hard on the head. It's all your fault. You wrote such a vague letter that I completely misunderstood Mr. Riddle. I thought he was the one bullying the weak. But turns out you were the one who provoked him first, and lost. Then you came crying to me, expecting me to avenge you. You've utterly disgraced the Malfoy name. Just wait till we get home. Draco opened his mouth, ready to argue, but the steely glare from Lucius made him swallow all his frustration and confusion. Seeing his son finally behave, Lucius let out a sigh and turned toward Tom with a kind smile. Mr. Riddle, it seems there's been a huge misunderstanding. The fault lies entirely with Draco. You did nothing wrong. I'll make sure he doesn't bother you again. Tom raised an eyebrow. Something was off about Lucius Malfoy. Had the men swallowed the wrong potion? Or, was he some kind of prophecy prodigy, already foreseeing that a dark wizard would soon come knocking on his door? Still, Lucius's overly deferential attitude made most of Tom's killing intent melt away. A proper head of a household. I must say, Mr. Malfoy, you truly understand how things work. You're too kind. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, shall we put the matter to rest? Lucius probed carefully. I have no problem with that. However. Tom glanced at Draco Malfoy. Under his father's oppressive presence, Draco wisely gave in. I was wrong earlier. I'll never do it again. What a touching moment. Dumbledore, who had been watching the drama with great amusement, took off his glasses and wiped away imaginary tears. Let's hope this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. But, regardless of the circumstances, Mr. Riddle, you did injure a fellow student, so I'll have to deduct 50 points from Slytherin. Professor, I understand. Tom nodded obediently, though inside, he was beaming. If there's no deduction, how can there be a reward later? The conflict had been resolved perfectly. The only casualty was Draco Malfoy's pride, and perhaps his head, but no one else seemed to care about that. Staying in Dumbledore's office made Lucius uncomfortable. Once he was sure that ominous presence had truly vanished, he couldn't wait to leave, dragging his son with him. Tom was also about to take his leave when Dumbledore called out to him. Mr. Riddle, Transfiguration class has ended, and there's still some time before lunch. Would you care to chat with a lonely, old man for a bit? Well, since the headmaster had spoken, Tom had no choice but to lower himself back into the chair. Outside the office, Draco glared at Lucius in disbelief. Dad, were you under the Imperius curse just now? Not only did you not back me up, you actually made me apologize to Riddle. I'm telling Mum you're siding with outsiders to bully me. Lucius ignored his son's tantrum and pulled him into a secluded hallway far from the headmaster's office. Draco, let me ask you a question. What do you think the Malfoy family relied on to survive from the days of William the Conqueror until now? Draco blinked, confused by the sudden change of topic. But seeing his father's serious expression, he gave a proper answer. Noble blood, powerful connections, immense wealth, and strong magical prowess. Lucius nodded in approval. Good. That's all utter nonsense. Draco stared at his father in shock. Wasn't that exactly what you taught me? Now you're mocking me for it. Lucius clapped a heavy hand on Draco's shoulder. Listen closely, son. The Malfoy family didn't survive and thrive through the ages by relying on vague ideals like bloodline or strength. We survived by being adaptable, by bending with the wind, by betraying superiors, slandering allies, stabbing backs, and most importantly, by running faster than everyone else when things go south. That's how we avoided total annihilation and continued to prosper. Draco's brain froze. Dad, are you serious? I have never been more serious, Lucius said gravely. His face held a weariness Draco had never seen before. All that pureblood propaganda I filled your head with, that's just a mask. It's a narrative we uphold to gain favor with other pureblood families and squeeze out greater benefits. But in truth, bloodline means nothing. What matters is power. A half-blood rose to become the Dark Lord. Would you dare defy him? Draco numbly shook his head. No. Everyone knew how terrifying the Dark Lord was, even his allies feared him. Why else would they avoid even speaking his name, calling him he who must not be named? But what does this have to do with you siding with Riddle just now? Draco still didn't get it. Lucius sighed. I've dared to challenge Dumbledore. I've publicly mocked him dozens of times, called him a senile lunatic, because he's a righteous man. He has a moral code. He plays by the rules. He won't lash out just because I insulted him. But Riddle. Lucius hesitated, then said quietly, just now, he wanted to kill me. No, not just me, our entire family. What? Draco screamed. That's impossible. How dare he? No, he dares. The question is, does he have the power? If he's already harboring such thoughts, then he must have the confidence and ability to follow through. Lucius's voice dropped to a near whisper. Riddle may be far weaker than Dumbledore, not even worthy of comparison, but he's an orphan, a loner, unstable, with no weaknesses. That kind of man is far more dangerous than Dumbledore ever will be. So Draco, stay away from him. Even if you curse him, do it behind his back. People like him either rise to power or die in ruin. What good will it do you to be his enemy? Draco's face turned ghostly pale. He didn't doubt Lucius's words for a second, his father's authority was absolute. So he believed it. Riddle really had wanted to kill them all. I understand, father, Draco said with a shiver. Lucius nodded, pleased. If nothing else, his son knew when to listen, that alone was a valuable trait. Don't feel humiliated. The Malfoy family never forgets a grudge. When the time comes, when he falls, we'll be the first to kick him while he's down. The methods don't matter. The only thing that counts is the result. Understood. Inside the headmaster's office, Tom had no idea that Lucius Malfoy was currently using his name to indoctrinate Draco in the so-called Malfoy survival doctrine. Right now, Tom was savoring one of Dumbledore's lemon ice drops while taking in the layout of the room. The office sat at the top of one of the castle's towers and had such a high ceiling that it was split into 2 levels. The upper level, Tom assumed, must be where Dumbledore lived. The lower level, meant for receiving guests, featured portraits of former headmasters and a handful of precious magical ornaments along one wall. The rest of the space was dominated by enormous bookshelves that flanked both sides of a grand desk. The shelves stretched from floor to ceiling and were packed with books. With his keen eyes, Tom spotted a few titles, books he had never seen before, neither in the library nor in Diagon Alley. Maybe they were from the restricted section. Though up to this point, Tom hadn't yet ventured into the restricted section. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an empty shelf. It was made of phoenix wood, and there were faint traces of ashes still clinging to it. Professor, Tom asked, I heard you have a phoenix. Why isn't it here? Fox. Dumbledore smiled. I never try to restrict his movements. He's probably off looking for food somewhere. Tom was a bit disappointed he didn't get to see the legendary bird. He wondered if it really looked like the one in the movies. He just thought that ordinary pets were pointless. If he was going to raise one, it had to be something special, like Dumbledore's phoenix. Tom, if you don't mind, I'll just keep calling you that, Dumbledore said with a warm smile as he noticed the boy staring at the empty shelf. You seem to enjoy books quite a lot. Tom turned his head, taking another bite of the lemon ice. There really aren't many entertainment options in the wizarding world. Other than reading, I honestly don't know how else to pass the time. I feel exactly the same, Dumbledore said, nodding in agreement. In the Muggle world, opera, radio, and television offer a wide variety of entertainment. The sheer size of their population fuels endless creativity. It's a pity. He sighed. This castle outright rejects those things. I once tried setting up a television in this very office. Couldn't get it to power on, and after a few days, it just broke completely. Was that caused by magic, Professor? Tom asked curiously. Because the magical density in Diagon Alley isn't exactly low, yet the television at the Leaky Cauldron works just fine. No, it's not just about magical interference, Dumbledore explained. That typically only happens during magical surges, and the ambient leakage from young wizards wouldn't cause that. The real culprit here is the castle itself. Hogwarts is, in and of itself, a supreme magical artifact. There are many mysteries within it, even I, as headmaster, don't know them all. I see, Tom nodded, understanding, or at least pretending to, then lapsed into silence. He wasn't sure what Dumbledore's real reason was for keeping him back, but he was fairly certain it wasn't malicious. Might as well go with the flow and see what card the old man plays. To his surprise, Dumbledore didn't seem to have any ulterior motives at all. He simply chatted about this and that, asking about Tom's studies, his daily life, and his thoughts on various classes. Tom found it puzzling but answered every question dutifully. I heard from Severus that you came up with the concept of an invisible prefect system. Ah, here comes the real agenda. Tom perked up, sitting a bit straighter. It was more of a random idea. In the Muggle world, a schoolhouse is like a homeroom class. You can't expect only upper years to have class monitors while the younger ones go unsupervised. There's always a gap between age groups, and having someone from the same year manage things just makes more sense. A rather clever idea, Dumbledore chuckled. And what about this invisible head of house business? Professor, I just really want to improve, Tom said earnestly. Professor Snape is extremely busy, over 20 classes a week, plus grading, he barely has time to manage the students. I just want to help lighten his load. Even with Dumbledore's legendary calm, he was momentarily at a loss for words. A first year saying this, seriously. But Tom's approach was classic trial and error. Throw out an idea and see if it sticks. If Dumbledore by some miracle agreed, he'd rack up loads of merit points. It was a win-win. And if he didn't agree, well, nothing lost. Eventually, he'd say yes. As expected, Dumbledore declined, gently. Tom, your most important job as a student is to learn and enjoy your school years. Leave the grown-up worries to the grown-ups. Severus is a highly capable head of house. You should trust in his abilities. Double agent, potions master, head of house, keeping an eye on Quirrel, protecting Harry. Snape was practically born to carry the world on his shoulders. No wonder Dumbledore wasn't the least bit concerned. All right, Tom shrugged with indifference, then pivoted the conversation again. Then what do you think about spreading the invisible prefect system school-wide? Good ideas should be shared. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment. Perhaps not, he finally said. Not every house is like Slytherin. Some may prefer a bit more freedom. He glanced at the wall clock. Time's just about up. I believe Miss Greengrass is waiting to have lunch with you. I won't keep you any longer. Honestly, the conversation had run dry. Dumbledore had asked Tom to stay, but now he couldn't wait for him to leave. But now it was Tom who wasn't in a hurry. The boy blinked innocently. Professor, you have a lot of books here. Could I borrow a couple? Dumbledore was taken aback for a second, but readily agreed. Of course. I can never say no to a student's thirst for knowledge. Thank you. Tom stood up without hesitation, walked over to the massive bookshelf, and climbed the ladder leaning against it to begin picking out titles. He wasn't sure if there were any magical protections on the shelves, so he figured he'd stick to the old-fashioned way. It didn't take long for him to select his 2 books. Advanced Magical Developments of the 16th Century. From Ignorance to Equivalent Exchange, The Secrets of Alchemy. These 2, Professor. Dumbledore glanced briefly at the first one and paid it no further mind. But the second? He chuckled. You're interested in alchemy too? That one was written by an old friend of mine. It was never released to the public, circulated only in very limited circles. For you to pick it out from all these books, looks like the 2 of you are destined to meet. Is that so? Tom also smiled. Perhaps someday, if I run into a tough question, I could ask your friend directly. On the bottom of the cover, aside from the gold stamp title, was a discreet line of small text indicating the book's author. Nicholas Flamel. Chapter 57, The Second System Task. Dumbledore wasn't wrong, this was indeed a strange twist of fate. Tom hadn't picked the book with Nicholas Flamel in mind. In fact, there was no way he could have known Flamel had written this unpublished work. But now that he had the chance, Tom was genuinely interested in meeting the legendary alchemist. Ordinary people living long lives merely survive. But when a remarkable man lives long, that's something else entirely. Nicholas Flamel was a towering figure in alchemy, a milestone in magical history. Over 6 centuries of existence, how much wealth and knowledge had he amassed? Possibly even more than Hogwarts itself. After all, Hogwarts was a school, built to serve the average wizard. But Flamel's collection? That was curated for his own use. If a book didn't meet his standards, it wouldn't even make it onto his shelf. Of course, Tom wasn't about to push his luck and ask for an introduction now. He simply promised Dumbledore he'd return the book within a week and left the headmaster's office. As he reached the exit, the stone gargoyle once again blocked his path. Something else? Tom raised an eyebrow. Young man, since you've already uncovered my secret, there's no point hiding it anymore. Tom stared blankly. What now? This thing's got a flair for drama. The gargoyle's face took on an oddly human expression, mysterious and wise. Salazar Slytherin was only one of my creators. All 4 founders worked together to bring me to life. Salazar gave me consciousness, Helga forged my unbreakable body, Godric granted me great strength, and Rowena imbued me with profound intelligence. Tom gave the statue a skeptical once-over. The first 3 checks out. Just by looking at its composition, he could tell the thing was built like a tank. But that last part. This is Rowena Ravenclaw's so-called wisdom. No wonder you're blue. Are you judging me again? The gargoyle cried out in a mix of anger and disbelief. That was the second time today someone had mocked it. No, Tom waved his hand casually. Just wondering why you're telling me all this. Oh. The gargoyle's tone dropped. Then, in a rather pleased voice, it said, I haven't bragged in ages. Needed someone to remind of how awesome I am. Tom. Tom arrived at the Great Hall just as lunch began. Every Slytherin turned toward him with curiosity. News traveled fast. Word had already spread that both Tom and Malfoy had been summoned by the headmaster. But only Tom had returned. Malfoy was still MIA. Daphne waited until Tom sat beside her before blurting out her question. She hadn't looked particularly worried before, but that was only because she assumed it wouldn't be anything serious. Who knew what kind of punishment Dumbledore might hand out? 50 points deducted. That's it, Tom replied, unbothered. He spooned a heap of mashed potatoes onto his plate and drowned it in rich beef gravy. The moment he mentioned the point deduction, the little snakes showed almost no reaction. Well, not exactly, no reaction. More like, no one dared to react. Among the 4 houses, Hufflepuff was the most chill. The House Cup was never really their concern. Ravenclaw took things as they came. If they could win, great, if not, no big deal. But Gryffindor and Slytherin? Lifelong rivals. House pride meant everything. That said, Gryffindor had a habit of getting carried away and turning into Gryffindor by losing points left and right without even noticing. Someone once said lions and snakes are 2 sides of the same coin. A cunning and ambitious lion becomes a snake, and a brave and daring snake becomes a lion. Not entirely wrong. If it had been anyone else losing 50 points, the Slytherins would have torn them apart, just like they did with Malfoy and Goyle before. Even pure-blood elites weren't safe from ostracism if they messed up. But Tom? No one dared. This wasn't about whether they'd ostracize him. It was about whether he might decide to ostracize them, with backup. Tom had just been crowned the strongest in the house. No one was stupid enough to pick a fight. Besides, the guy was practically a point-generating machine. He could earn that 50 back in a month without breaking a sweat. Unlike Malfoy, who was nothing but dead weight. The only one visibly distressed was Snape, standing in front of the house points board with a face full of unspoken pain. Come on, Dumbledore. I told you to punish Riddle however you wanted. Detention, cleaning duties, a serious write-up, whatever. But a 50-point deduction. Are you trying to discipline him or destroy me? Tom, Malfoy actually ratted you out. Want me to deal with him? After lunch, Zabini eagerly sidled up to Tom, voice low but brimming with enthusiasm. You don't even have to lift a finger. I'll take care of it. I've still got some of that draft of Living Death brew left from last time. 1 dose and Malfoy's stomach will remember me forever. Not nodded furiously, unwilling to let Zabini hog the glory. I've got a stash of healing balm I made for myself. Thought I'd gift it to Malfoy now, how thoughtful, right? Rosier flushed bright red and struggled to contribute, me too. He had the worst way with words. Out of the 3, his tongue was the clumsiest. Their voices weren't even hushed. Crabbe and Goyle, who sat several seats away, heard everything. Yet neither reacted. They just kept shoveling food into their mouths like nothing had happened. Because even followers have limits. And continuing to serve under Malfoy could mean years of suffering. 7 years, to be precise. For once, Crabbe and Goyle's brains kicked in. From now on, anything involving Riddle. We're blind and deaf. But during normal days, we'll still hang with Malfoy for the perks. Perfect strategy. Don't act without orders, Tom said flatly, waving a hand. I've already said, whatever was between me and Malfoy, it's done. If he comes looking for trouble again, then you can do whatever you want. But for now, stay put. Okay, Zabini answered obediently, though a wave of regret swept through him. It was the perfect chance, not only to teach Malfoy a lesson but also to earn points with Tom. Who would have thought Tom had such principles? When he said, we're done, he meant it. Then again, that had always been his way. He handled everything case by case. If someone messed up, they got punished. But once that was over, Tom never held a grudge or sought payback. Rosier was nearly in tears. Tom was a good person all along. And to think, at the start of the year, they actually tried to bully him. They must have been insane. Malfoy didn't show up again until the afternoon herbology class. He wore a calm expression, ignoring the curious stares around him, but every time he caught sight of Tom's back, his heart gave a nervous jolt, his father's stern warning still fresh in his mind. All Malfoy wanted now was for Tom to keep his word. The past was the past, and hopefully, that's where it would stay. He wasn't going to provoke Tom again, unless Tom was on his last legs. Then, maybe, he'd consider stepping in. What adorable little beans. Daphne squeezed a snargaluffine pod between her fingers, and with a satisfying pop, it burst open, releasing scalding hot, pink beans that bounced on the ground like pinballs. Everyone was wearing gloves during the harvest to avoid getting burned by the sizzling little things. Tom picked up one of the beans Daphne had popped, blew on it, wiped it clean, and popped it in his mouth. His eyes sparkled. Tastes pretty good. Daphne perked up at that and quickly squeezed out another one. Let me try, you're right. Sweet and soft. Professor Sprout watched them from behind with a helpless but amused look. Riddle, Greengrass, she called, you shouldn't eat too many of those beans. They might give you pimples. Tom didn't react, but Daphne's face turned white in horror. She immediately spit the bean out and kept spitting, as if trying to rid herself of the very idea. No way. Snape said there's a potion to cure acne, didn't he? Tom said casually. I don't care. Daphne cried, shaking her head like mad. I want to stay pretty forever. Pimples are the enemy. Professor Sprout chuckled softly and didn't scold them for chatting during class. Honestly, she felt a bit regretful. With an appetite like Riddle's, he should have been sorted into Hufflepuff. After class, Tom had intended to return to his dorm to brew potions, but as soon as he stepped into the entrance hall, a Slytherin boy intercepted him. Riddle, the boy said nervously, Professor Snape wants to see you in his office. Tom paused, wondering if Snape had finally cracked and wanted to be emotionally tormented again. Still, he nodded and agreed. At worst, he'd just go scout the place again. 5 minutes later, Tom stood before Snape. This time, there was no cold shouldering. The head of house had even thoughtfully prepared a chair for him. You cost the house 50 points today, Snape said without preamble. If I had a choice, I'd rather be a good person, Tom replied with faux innocence. Great. Then go talk to Dumbledore and see if he'll give them back, Snape said dryly. Is there really no way to earn them back? I don't care how you do it, Snape said with firm finality. Slytherin must win the House Cup this year. Since you're now the uncrowned king of the house, you should shoulder the responsibility. Tell me, can you guarantee Slytherin will win? Yes, Professor. I can. I have 9 ways to make sure Slytherin wins the House Cup this year. Tom grinned brightly, a dazzling expression that made Snape blink in surprise. Didn't he hear the sarcasm when I called him uncrowned king? Snape thought. What Snape didn't know was that Tom couldn't care less about the title. He was excited for an entirely different reason. His half-dead system had finally come back to life. System detected, task assigned by head of house. Generating quest. Quest generated. Objective, lead Slytherin to win this year's House Cup. Difficulty, hard. Reward, 1,000 learning credits, 100 achievement points, 1 lucky draw. A reward of 1,000 credits, enough to activate his supernatural state 10 times. 100 achievement points, a tenth of what he needed for the Century King title. And that rare lucky draw. He'd never even seen that option appear before. Hell yes. Snape wasn't an evil bat after all, he was a walking treasure trove, Tom's beloved little goldmine. Professor, do you have any other tasks for me? Tom's eyes burned with fervent intensity. Snape, unsettled, leaned back ever so slightly. I only have this one goal. Once you accomplish it, we'll talk about the rest, Snape said carefully. All right then, Tom replied, slightly disappointed. But he quickly brightened again. But Professor, I can't win the House Cup alone, I'm not the chosen one. Snape frowned, sensing something loaded behind that comment. I still have a lot to learn, Tom continued. Especially in potions. I've got a few questions. And just like that, the conversation naturally shifted into a Q&A session. Snape never turned away a student who was eager to learn. Even if that student was Potter or Longbottom, he might snap and sneer, but he'd still give them the answer. Of course, in Tom's case, Snape was much more composed. He wasn't sure if Tom would one day hold a grudge and make him suffer for it, so he stuck to calm, straightforward replies. But gradually, Snape's expression began to shift. From casual indifference to cautious seriousness. Internally, emotions roiled like a storm. Tom's questions weren't first-year level. Some were taken from advanced coursework, others were about properties and brewing methods that weren't even in the textbooks. To Snape, the questions themselves weren't hard. But even a 7th-year student eligible for his advanced potions class wouldn't have asked them so precisely, let alone answered them well. Yet here was a first year, with detailed knowledge, familiarity with theoretical texts, and only lacking real hands-on experience. What kind of monster is this? Of course, it made perfect sense. Tom had been dedicating most of his time outside of regular classes to potions. After all, he still had to brew that strengthening potion Andrus had mentioned, and the ingredients were too rare and expensive to waste on failure. Riddle. Snape suddenly interrupted Tom's excited questions. He pulled a key from his robes and unlocked a drawer in his desk, taking out a worn, black leather notebook. The notebook looked old and battered. Tom's heart skipped. Could it be the Half-Blood Prince's notebook? The legendary cheat code that turned Harry into a potions prodigy and almost one-shot Malfoy in the bathroom duel. Was Snape actually going to pass it on to him now? Riddle. Snape pushed the notebook toward him with a deep voice. You're learning too much, too fast. It's disorganized and all over the place. This is a compilation of my own experiences in potions, written 5 years ago. Study it thoroughly before asking me anything else. Thank you, Professor. Tom hugged the notebook to his chest like it was treasure. 5 years ago. That made it far more valuable than the prince's school day scribbles. 5 years ago, Snape was already a renowned potions master. Tom hadn't expected the men to drop epic loot so easily. But since it was offered, he sure wasn't going to say no. After promising the house cup would belong to Slytherin, and eyeing the rare ingredients he needed on Snape's shelf, Tom finally took his leave. Snape remained seated, hands clasped beneath his nose, silent for a long time. Just now, a daring idea had crept into his mind. What if I raised a Tom Riddle to defeat, or even kill, the other Tom Riddle? The boy's talent was the most terrifying he'd ever seen. Once Snape was certain that this Tom had nothing to do with that Tom, all his bias melted away. The trouble he caused in school was trivial compared to the bigger picture. In the dim room, a whisper like a spell echoed low and cold. I don't care what happens to the wizarding world. I don't care if another Dark Lord rises. If it means the new king will rise by crushing the bones of the old one, then so be it. I only want Voldemort dead. Chapter 58, Hermione's Request. Hermione. What are you doing here? Tom had just stepped out of Snape's office, mulling over the professor's sudden change in attitude, when he caught a glimpse of bushy dark brown hair peeking from around the corner of the corridor. One look at the height, and he immediately knew who it was. He walked over to confirm, and sure enough, it was Hermione. The little witch looked conflicted, her fingers tangled together as if wrestling with some world-ending dilemma. Tom's curiosity was piqued. There wasn't even a potions class today. What was Hermione doing in the dungeons? Tom. Hermione, startled by his voice, jumped nearly a foot in the air. If Tom hadn't reflexively dodged, her fluffy head might have smashed straight into his chin. Something's off. Tom stepped back, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Why do you look like you've been caught sneaking around? Hermione shot him an exaggerated eye roll. You're the one sneaking around. Despite the mess of her hair, first-year Hermione was still the very picture of cuteness. That scowl only added to her charm. Adorable, Tom thought to himself. Not dark-skinned, not tan, just pale and soft like a porcelain doll. As for how she smelled, he hadn't exactly tested that out yet. Couldn't draw conclusions without data. Shaking the thought from his head, Tom refocused. Don't dodge the question. What are you hiding here for? Hermione fidgeted for a long moment, then finally admitted, I heard someone say that Professor Snape called you in again. I was waiting to talk to you. Tom nodded slowly. So you're here because you need something. Hermione seemed to gather all her courage, then closed her eyes tight and blurted out in one breath, I heard from Greengrass that she's learning magic from you. I want you to teach me too. I don't have anything to offer, but if there's anything I can give, just say it, I'll do whatever I can. Once upon a time, Hermione and Tom had been rivals, neck-and-neck competitors throughout the last few years of primary school. But that all changed the moment they entered the magical world. From the very beginning, Tom had shown an almost frightening talent, pulling farther and farther ahead. Hermione had tried to chase him through sheer will and hard work. But after that night they'd snuck out of bed, she'd realized the gap was insurmountable. Those brilliant, explosive spells he wielded, they weren't something she could reach just by studying hard. They might have been the same incantations on paper, but the results were leagues apart. So by coming here to ask him for help, Hermione was essentially admitting defeat. Between pride and power, she had chosen the one that mattered most. After finishing her request, she kept her eyes shut, anxiously awaiting Tom's reply. If he agreed, it would be a favor. If he didn't, it was still his right. Either way, it wouldn't hurt their friendship. Tom, however, looked thoroughly unimpressed. That's it. I thought you had some earth-shattering news. Hermione blinked, thrown off by his reaction. So? Does that mean you're saying yes or no? Obviously yes, Tom replied, like it was the most natural thing in the world. I just said it's no big deal, didn't I? But Daphne said, she gave you 1,200 galleons for tutoring, Hermione said, stunned. Tom sighed. I'm not some shady merchant, and I'm certainly not a capitalist dangling from a lamppost. You don't need that kind of money to learn from me. Honestly, any Hogwarts professor is way more qualified than I am, and they don't earn much more than that per year. What makes you think I'm worth it? It's just that Daphne insisted I take the money. She probably thought I needed it. Hermione looked even more shocked. And you just took it? She looked like she was about to cry. What was I supposed to do, refuse? Tom shrugged. Anyway, I'm treating it like a loan. I'll pay her back. So you don't need to feel like you're burdening me or anything. If his system worked like a pay-to-win game, Tom would have marched straight to the Granger Dental Clinic and said, Sir, you wouldn't want your precious daughter, whom you've raised for 11 years, to end up in my hands this early, would you? Then he'd guilt-trip the men into coughing up a few kilos of gold bricks. And you better believe it, dentists in the UK were rich like that. Hermione's dad didn't just work at the clinic, he owned it. After that, Tom would have brought Daphne to the Greengrass estate. Madam Greengrass, surely you wouldn't want your daughter knocked up before graduation, would you? By the end of that little money grab tour, he could probably surpass Snape, even if the game system was rigged against him. Unfortunately, that was just a dream. His real system demanded blood, sweat, and late-night grinding. A no pain, no gain kind of deal. After listening, Hermione finally realized Daphne had just scared her for no reason. No, wait, Daphne probably genuinely believed she was paying for tutoring. Hermione's heart instantly lightened. If Tom had actually demanded 1,000 galleons, she wouldn't have been able to afford it even if she gave him her entire 7 years' worth of living expenses. But Tom's voice suddenly changed tone, making Hermione tense up again. What Daphne gave me, even if I planned to return it, did help me out a lot. So tell me, Miss Granger, what are you planning to offer? What do you want? Hermione asked, cheeks pink. I want you. Tom drew out the words dramatically. Hermione's face instantly turned bright red, like a freshly plucked apple, pink with just the faintest shimmer. Her brain short-circuited. Me? Isn't this a little too soon? Sure, Tom was smart, patient, always one step ahead, and most importantly, very good-looking. She often sneaked glances at him while pretending to ask questions. But still, wasn't it too fast? Aren't people supposed to start dating around 3rd or 4th year? Wait, if she waited that long, Greengrass would have already snatched him up. Maybe she should just agree. Who knows who'd benefit more? I want you to help me with my homework, Tom finally said with a devilish grin. All the spark in Hermione's eyes vanished. She stared blankly at Tom's smirking face. Tom Riddle. I'm going to kill you. The little witch snapped, launching herself at him and pounding her tiny fists against his chest. Not that it hurt, they were soft and fluffy like a kitten play fighting. Good thing no other students were around, otherwise they'd assume these two were hopelessly flirting. After venting her frustration, Hermione pushed Tom away, panting. No. Everyone should do their own homework. I'm not writing yours for you. What's the point of doing homework? Tom countered smoothly. To review what we learned in class, obviously, Hermione answered without hesitation, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Tom raised his hands in an innocent gesture. But I don't need a review. I'm already way ahead of the class. Doing homework is just a waste of my time, especially Snape's and Bin's assignments. They're always long, tedious, and completely soul-sucking. So really, homework isn't helping me, it's slowing me down. Hermione paused. His argument gave her pause. She was starting to falter, and Tom, sensing victory, leaned in with a sly smile. You're different, Hermione. Writing homework twice helps you see things from 2 perspectives. It's perfect for reinforcing your understanding. Who knows, maybe you won't even need to study for finals. That's ridiculous. Hermione shot back instinctively. You have to revise before exams. And besides. She hesitated, clearly torn. Your handwriting is totally different from mine. The professors will catch on immediately. That won't be a problem, Tom said confidently. In a few days, I'll show you something. I guarantee no professor will suspect a thing, just don't hand in the exact same essay. Still a little doubtful, Hermione agreed with a reluctant nod. Deep down, she sighed at her own moral slip. Her roommates weren't even allowed to peek at her homework, and now here she was, stepping into the realm of ghostwriting. But if everyone was like Tom, brilliant, far ahead of the syllabus, she probably wouldn't mind helping them either. With a convenient little excuse tucked into her conscience, the young witch felt her guilt begin to fade. Back in the Slytherin common room, Daphne was deep in a game of wizard's chess with Millicent Bulstrode. Tom didn't disturb them, waiting patiently until the match ended, Bulstrode's queen taken down by a well-placed knight. Then he pulled Daphne aside to a quiet corner and told her everything that had just happened. Daphne's face visibly dropped. Her lips pursed in annoyance. She was clearly regretting her earlier smugness, bragging to Hermione had backfired horribly. Tom understood how it looked from Daphne's perspective. After all, she had paid him fair and square. So, he sweetened the deal by telling her what Hermione had agreed to offer in exchange, and gave Daphne a choice. "If you want to keep writing my homework," he said, "I'll turn down Hermione's offer." Daphne immediately waved her hands in panic. "No, no, let Granger do it. Let her do it until we graduate." She barely had the will to write her own essays, let alone handle Tom's assignments and keep up with his grueling training. Just like that, all her frustration melted away. Galleons didn't matter much to a pampered heiress, but Tom's attitude. That mattered a lot. He was actually willing to say no to Granger, for her. That meant something. Realizing this, Daphne lit up again, her good mood returning. Once his top investor was reassured, Tom told her to go back to her game. He himself returned to the dormitory to brew potions. The other 3 boys were in the room too, and while they initially seemed interested in helping, their enthusiasm faded the moment they saw the complex list of potion materials. Rosier and Not chickened out right away. The last thing they wanted was to damage any of Tom's rare ingredients and incur his wrath. They wisely made themselves scarce, leaving Tom to his quiet workspace. Only Zabini stayed behind. He had always been genuinely interested in potions and wasn't bad at it either. After a few early mistakes, he found his rhythm and began helping Tom prep ingredients with ease. As payment for his help, Tom would occasionally drop useful tips and snippets of knowledge. Whether Zabini retained them or not, that was up to him. When cutting moonstone, Tom instructed, "Always keep your tools dry. Even a little moisture will mess with the potency. For saprophyros beans, you drop them in when the liquid turns a muddy gray, not a second later. I delayed by 2 seconds just now, and look, the color already faded. First time making this one, I hesitated. Now, the Ashwinder egg stabilizes the magical energy. The number can't be fixed, you have to use your wand to feel out the right amount. There." He added the final ingredient, flicked his wand, and waited. A few minutes later, a golden, translucent potion shimmered in the cauldron. Tom leaned in, giving it a sniff. Color, smell, both matched the textbook description of a stamina draft. It wasn't a masterpiece, but it was solid. Usable. Tom was content. Zabini, meanwhile, was impressed beyond words. Last time, Tom had only talked theory. This time, he had demonstrated his brewing skills, and they were clearly on par with, if not beyond, what upper years could manage. Wasn't the stamina draft a 6th-year potion? Or maybe 5th year? He remembered overhearing some older students chatting about it. Either way, it was a challenging brew. Unlike the draft of Living Death, which only used 2 ingredients, this one needed 8, and even involved magic-enhanced infusions, hallmarks of an advanced potion. Tom continued brewing for hours, batch after batch of stamina and endurance drafts. His proficiency grew rapidly, and Zabini soaked up the knowledge like a sponge. Before they knew it, 2 days had passed. On Wednesday, just before Charms class, Tom presented the promised solution to Hermione. Daphne tagged along too, both girls watching curiously. A quill. It looked utterly ordinary, not crafted from any exotic or rare feather. "This quill can perfectly mimic my handwriting," Tom explained. He demonstrated by writing Tom Riddle, Daphne Greengrass, and Hermione Granger on a fresh piece of parchment. Then he had Hermione copy the names with her own quill, and then again using his. Her version with her own quill looked neat and elegant, completely different from Tom's. But the moment she used his quill, the letters twisted ever so slightly as she wrote, transforming into a flawless replica of Tom's handwriting. "How did you do that?" Hermione gaped. "A mimicry charm," Tom said matter-of-factly, "and a bit of basic alchemical enhancement." He didn't think it was impressive. Just a few evenings with an alchemy primer had done the trick. Satisfied, Hermione agreed to write Tom's assignments, on one condition: if he scored lower than her in the finals, he'd have to go back to writing his own. Tom agreed without hesitation. Hee, Granger, I mean, Hermione. Daphne suddenly leaned toward her with a grin. "Since you're already helping Tom, want to help me too? I've got loads of allowance. You could buy so many books." "No thanks," Hermione said curtly, ignoring Daphne's hopeful look. "Tom can teach me real magic. Galleons can't. I don't need your money." "Humph. Fine, be that way." Daphne pouted. "Tom, I want a quill like that too, with my handwriting." If she couldn't have Granger, she still had other girlfriends. Millicent and the other girls in their dorm could each write 2 subjects for her. She didn't need to beg Hermione. Tom ruffled her hair with an exasperated look. "You wish. If I gave you one, I doubt you'd even pass your finals. Daphne was a typical 12-year-old witch. Too many things interested her more than magic. If she stopped doing homework altogether, she'd be hopeless in 6 months. Seeing Tom's refusal was absolute, Daphne sulked but didn't argue. Just then, Professor Flitwick trotted cheerfully into the classroom, climbing up his stack of books to reach the lectern. Today, class, we'll be learning a new charm, the mending charm. Chapter 59, A Wizard is a God, and you too shall become legend. The mending charm was a staple in any wizard's daily life, yet ironically, it was also one of the most problematic spells in magical society. Its convenience had come at a cost. Thanks to the fact that nearly every wizard could cast it, objects could last across 3 generations, still being used long after their original lifespan. No one knew how many times some heirlooms had already been magically repaired. And what did that mean for the wizarding economy? No one was buying new things anymore. And if no one was spending, how was anyone supposed to make money? Today, Professor Flitwick was teaching only the most basic form of the mending charm, the kind that could repair simple, single material items. If the object was complex in structure or made of multiple materials, no use. And magic-infused artifacts? Forget it. Each young witch or wizard was handed a plain white porcelain plate. Professor Flitwick told them to break it themselves and return a fully repaired one before class ended. A crisp symphony of shattering porcelain filled the classroom. Harry gawked at Ron. Why did you smash yours into powder? His own plate had split into 5 or 6 clean pieces, but Ron's. It was rubble. Ron shrugged without a care. When else do you get a legitimate reason to break things? Gotta make it count, right? He looked slightly regretful. Maybe he should have jumped up and slammed it down harder. Harry looked both amused and exasperated. But the more you wreck it, the harder it is to fix. We have to return these to Professor Flitwick before class ends. Ron's grin faltered. On the other side of the aisle, Malfoy was smirking. Compared to dealing with someone like Riddle, these two buffoons were far more manageable rivals. Malfoy had been lying low these days, steering clear of Tom Riddle while carefully reflecting on Lucius's teachings. It all boiled down to a few simple principles. Pick fights only with people you can actually afford to bully. Only reason with people who are reasonable. Follow the strongest. Align with those who offer benefits. The last one. Still out of reach. But the rest? Totally doable. Malfoy drawled with a smug tone, Weasley, if you can't fix that plate, you'll have to pay for it. Got enough pocket money? Ron's ears turned red. Harry instantly stepped in to defend his best friend, and he and Malfoy were bickering in no time, loudly and evenly matched. Perfect. A rival worthy of his current level. Meanwhile, over by Daphne's side, Tom had already restored his plate to pristine condition, smooth, flawless. No bonus points this time, though. Hermione had beaten him by a few seconds. Tom, however, wasn't focused on points. He was pondering something deeper. What were the true limits of the mending charm? Take wands, for instance, arguably the most common magical artifacts. The longer a wizard used one, the more magic it absorbed and internalized. By popular understanding, a broken wand could never be properly repaired. A snapped wand was done for. Even if it was patched together with spellotape or a mending charm, the magic core would be damaged. It might look fixed, but spells would behave unpredictably. And yet, Harry had managed to repair his wand using the Elder Wand. So what was the truth? Had the mending charm defied its limits, or was the Elder Wand the true miracle here? Tom tossed the question to Andrus. The answer? So ridiculous it was almost laughable. We didn't even have a mending charm in my time. You're asking the wrong guy. Tom changed tactics. What about the Elder Wand? Or the story of the Deathly Hallows? Were the Peverell brothers real? This time, Andrus delivered something worthwhile. Within their shared mental realm, Andrus cast his mind back over the centuries. The Peverell brothers. Sure, I've heard plenty. They existed only 1,000 years before my time, not that far back, relatively speaking. There were plenty of records and tales. All 3 were exceptionally powerful wizards. Whether they were truly Death's sons? No clue. But brothers, yes. The eldest was a warrior, skilled in battle. The second was an artificer, obsessed with magical objects. And the youngest? A prophet, he had the gift of foresight. But something happened. At a certain point, the 3 of them fell out. Bitterly. They vanished from history and reappeared only in whispers and bedtime stories. In my time, they were historical figures. Not myths. As for the Elder Wand, well, I did hear that the eldest had a particularly mighty Elderwood wand. But let's be honest, wands grow stronger with their wielder. Just because it was powerful doesn't mean it was Death's gift. I even fought one of the youngest brother's descendants once. Guy was terrible. Tom listened intently, more engaged than he ever was in class. Really, the story of the Peveril brothers wasn't so different from that of Andrus himself. In the Muggle world, Andrus was remembered as a Hercules-like figure. In the Wizarding world, real enough, but half of what was known came from scattered clues or wild rumors. Only the most absurd parts were true. Like his 10-meter-tall Patronus. Legends, Andrus said, are the least reliable things, and the ones rooted in the deepest truths. After his nostalgic detour, Andrus turned serious. A wizard is a god. Even in your time, this truth holds. When gods fall to earth, only a rare few, century kings, still rise above all others. And one day, you'll reach that level too. You'll become part of myth. That night, Tom led Hermione to the room of requirement and introduced it to her for the first time. He gave her the same training plan he'd given Daphne. Everyone had to start with the basics. It was like football or basketball, you didn't jump straight into complex tactics or high-skill moves. First, you had to build a feel for the game. And here, their differences became clear. Daphne had managed 80 consecutive stunning spells. Hermione. 60. That gap came from magical reserves, from bloodline. Half-bloods produced powerful wizards all the time. Snape. Voldemort. Dumbledore. But first-generation Muggle-borns. Flip through any history book, you'd be hard-pressed to find a single example of one who rose to greatness in their first generation. Maybe a few forgotten stars here and there, but those were rare exceptions. Still, in terms of spell learning speed, Hermione was far ahead. She hadn't even known the stunning spell until today, and within 30 minutes, Tom had already taught it to her. And if there was one thing Hermione beat Daphne at completely, it was willpower. All Tom had to do was set a plan, and Hermione would give it her all, no complaints. With Daphne, he had to coax, coddle, and tiptoe around her princess moods. So on their second training session that Saturday, Tom had an idea. He brought both girls to the room of requirement to train together. Predictably, their rivalry kicked in instantly. No need for Tom to push. The moment Hermione started casting, Daphne pushed herself to match her, and she ended up progressing faster than usual. It wasn't until the next day that Daphne realized what had happened. She'd been played. Naturally, she responded the only way she knew how, pouting and throwing a small tantrum. Tom, I really don't want to study with Granger all the time. She's absolutely insane, Daphne finally voiced her true complaint. Can't we split our classes? I don't have enough time, Tom replied simply. He shook his head. At most, we can split during the weekday lessons. But weekends? That's a full afternoon, I have other things to take care of. Daphne thought about it and realized he had a point. The potions Tom prepared for her alone took a huge chunk of his time. So, she agreed. From then on, Tuesday evenings would be Daphne's, Wednesday nights for Hermione, and weekends would be shared among the three. With the clingy girl settled, Tom turned his attention back to his own plans. At 11 o'clock sharp, he walked into the Hogwarts kitchen, just like he always did at that time. He ordered himself a light snack and ate slowly, patiently waiting for his targets to arrive. 15 minutes later, right on schedule, the Weasley twins appeared. This was their usual sneaky-hour kitchen run. They weren't the least bit surprised to see Tom there, after all, it had become pretty common to bump into him. I'm here specifically for you too, Tom said as he finished his snack, dabbing his mouth with a napkin before diving straight into the point. Fred and George exchanged glances, then broke into mischievous grins. Looking for us? That sounds like something interesting is about to happen. Tom waved them off casually. Nothing that fun. I just need to know a secret passage that leads outside the castle. Hogwarts locked its gates at night, and sneaking out through the main entrance was way too risky. Tom preferred a more discreet route. What for? The twins asked in unison, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Tom didn't hide it. I want to take a walk in the Forbidden Forest. I've always heard it's off-limits to students, but the more I hear, the more curious I get. Curiosity was only part of the truth. What Tom really wanted was to stock up. The magical ingredients sold in Diagon Alley weren't nearly as comprehensive as he had hoped. And with such a rich natural resource right next to the school, not using it felt like a sin. He had considered befriending Hagrid, the half-giant groundskeeper. The guy seemed decent enough, and if they got along, asking for some ingredients might have worked. But in the end, Tom gave up on that idea. His background was too problematic. A Slytherin, named Tom Riddle. Yeah, forget making friends. If he even dared step near Hagrid's hut, the men might report him to Dumbledore immediately. Fred and George, on the other hand, were thoroughly impressed. This guy, just a first year, and he was already thinking about sneaking into the Forbidden Forest. A kindred spirit. Passages. Nobody knows them better than me and George, Fred said proudly. Safe, reliable, and faster than a broomstick. We offer a premium escape experience, George added with a wink. But. They spoke together, grinning. You have to answer a question first. Only then will we tell you where the passage is and how to open it. Tom blinked. A question? What question? The twins leaned in close, lowering their voices like it was a state secret. We've noticed, you're getting very popular in Slytherin lately. Extremely popular, they echoed. And you even got summoned to Dumbledore's office. So what's the story? Tom thought for a second, then replied, last weekend, Malfoy, probably because Harry got under his skin, tried to bully me. Thought he could raise his status in Slytherin that way. But I dealt with him. Let's just say he spent the night hanging on a wall. Since then, people seem a lot more respectful. He wasn't lying. Just selectively telling the truth. Whoa. The twins whistled together. To them, Tom was practically an honorary Gryffindor, doing the exact thing they'd always dreamed of. They had the brains and the skills to pull it off, sure, but not the guts. Hanging a Slytherin up on a wall like a painting. In broad daylight. With Snape still alive and breathing. The reason the twins could get away with so much mischief was that they knew their limits. They always towed the line, never crossing it. But Slytherin's inner politics. Snape wouldn't dare pick sides too openly. If two snakes wanted to eat each other, he'd let them. For a brief second, the twins even wondered, what if we transferred to Slytherin? Then immediately killed the thought. Even if Snape did accept them, McGonagall would shred them into bits and mail the pieces home to Mum. Riddle, you're something else, George said with genuine admiration. Fred nodded enthusiastically. Now can you give me the info? Tom asked, unmoved by the praise, or teasing. He had no interest in banter. He just wanted to sneak into the forest, grab his stuff, and head back to bed. He was still growing, and 8 hours of sleep was non-negotiable. If you're going into the forest, Fred said, your best bet is the hunchbacked witch statue in the west corridor of the main building. That passage will take you straight to the barn. To activate it, twist her hand and point it toward her chest. Tom nodded and mentally made note of every word. Just as he turned to leave, Fred grabbed his arm again. Don't be in such a rush, Riddle. The Forbidden Forest isn't just a bunch of trees, it's a labyrinth of magical insanity. One misstep and you'll regret it. George chimed in, last time we wandered too deep, we accidentally stumbled into something weird. Couldn't even see it. It kicked us 10 times before we crawled out. If we'd stayed longer, we'd be hobbling back. Tom sat back down, suddenly much more interested. He listened closely as the twins shared their stories and warnings. The key takeaway. Know where the magical creatures were. That was pure gold, many of these creatures were guardians of herbs and ingredients. Find them, and the good stuff wouldn't be far. And some creatures, well, they were the ingredients. Aside from Hagrid, no one probably knew the Forbidden Forest better than Fred and George. After 30 minutes of storytelling, their enthusiasm began to wane. Tom thanked them sincerely and left the kitchen. He cast a disillusionment charm on himself and headed quietly to the second floor. There, the crooked statue of the hunchbacked witch stood in shadow. He turned her arm toward her chest, just like the twins had said. A low grinding sound echoed as the statue's base began to rotate, revealing a deep tunnel beneath the floor. With the flickering candlelight along the wall, Tom began his descent. Lumos Maxima. His wand glowed warmly, casting a gentle white light that guided his steps through the narrow passage. After 10 minutes of walking, he reached a long staircase. At the end was an exit. He stepped out, straight into the barn. Just at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Not far from Hagrid's hut, though the lights were out by now. The half-giant was already asleep. Tom dabbed on a bit of colorless, odorless mosquito repellent and then, with a determined breath, disappeared into the forest's shadows. Chapter 60, Forbidden Forest Expedition. The weather tonight was rather pleasant. The moon was bright, and stars scattered the sky. No clouds obscured the moonlight, which dimly lit the narrow, shadowy path ahead. A small cluster of fireflies drifted past Tom. He didn't disturb them. These weren't ordinary fireflies, they were fire wisps. When they die, they release all the heat they've stored in one violent burst, producing terrifyingly high temperatures. The Forbidden Forest was just as dangerous as Fred and George had claimed. It wasn't just magical creatures and enchanted plants that lurked here, there were intelligent species, like the centaur clans, who called these woods home. Of course, Hogwarts wouldn't just allow such a dangerous place to exist unchecked right next to school grounds. The forest was actually divided into the inner zone and the outer wilds. The inner zone was officially part of the Hogwarts grounds. Most of the truly dangerous beasts had been driven out, either chased away or naturally relocated to the outskirts. The outer wilds were what students referred to when they said, deep in the forbidden forest, the domain of acromantulas, grabhorns, thestrals, and more. This section was connected to the untamed wilderness beyond Hogwarts. In short, Fred and George Weasley were absolutely fearless. Or lucky. Probably both. They'd wandered into the deep forbidden forest with zero protection or precautions, and somehow survived all the way to graduation. If they had wandered into the Acromantula colony instead of the Thestrals' territory, the Weasley family would have had to start funeral preparations. But Tom was different. He wasn't reckless. He was prudent. Upon entering the forest, he activated his learning space, allowing Andrus to observe everything happening outside. Well now, that's an ugly little thing. Andrus had spotted a model rat and couldn't help but comment. The model rat looked similar to a regular rat but was 3 to 4 times larger. On its back were fleshy, sea anemone-like growths that pulsed faintly. Definitely unpleasant to look at. They were native to Britain, you wouldn't find these in Greece, so this was Andrus' first time seeing one. Compared to Greek magical beasts like the Sphinx, Pegasus, and golden bulls, British creatures looked borderline ridiculous. So it's ugly. Big deal. It's not like I'm marrying it. It's useful, that's all that matters. Tom wasn't about to let this squishy rodent off the hook. A swift impediment Jinx tripped it mid-scurry, followed by a Petrificus totalis, freezing the poor creature in place. The mottler rat's antennae secreted a rare fluid with excellent medicinal properties. It could treat brain damage and was a key ingredient in potions related to mental strength. Snape's notes included 2 or 3 recipes that used it. Tom harvested every last drop from the sea anemone-like antennae, filling up 2 small glass vials he had prepared earlier. Only then did he release the dazed creature. The rat turned and gave the boy a deeply resentful look before waddling away sluggishly. Not that it didn't want to run. But after being squeezed dry, anyone would feel that weak. Tom, however, was in great spirits. His Forbidden Forest trip had barely begun, and he'd already scored a valuable ingredient. A perfect start. Each of those vials would go for at least 10 galleons in any potion shop. Hogwarts truly sat on a treasure trove. And if anyone could be called the richest person on campus, it was probably Hagrid. He roamed the Forbidden Forest like it was his backyard and had good relations with several dangerous species. It was just a pity that Hagrid wasn't the sharpest wand in the shed. If he ever decided to get serious, organizing and managing the magical creatures here, then even Voldemort would have a tough time dealing with him. Not necessarily defeated, but certainly annoyed. With the model rat released, Tom pressed forward. According to Fred, after entering the forest, he should keep heading west. Somewhere in the woods near a small river to the west, there lived a flock of banshee birds. These avian creatures, originally from the Black Forest, came in various colors, though most were a soft pink, and looked adorably round and puffy. But their charm was deceiving. Their cries had effects similar to the Imperious Curse, capable of clouding minds and pushing people to act in bizarre, irrational ways. Tom needed to collect their feathers. Additionally, where banshee birds nested, there was a high chance of finding sneezewort, an herb used to brew alertness potions. After walking for about 15 minutes, he found the small river the twins had mentioned. Or more accurately, a creek. He followed the flow for a bit and soon spotted his targets. A flock of banshee birds had made their home in a large patron tree. These magical trees were a favorite among flying magical beasts. Fights over nesting rights were common. Sharing the tree were a few bowtruckles, tiny stick-like creatures that helped maintain tree health. They coexisted peacefully with the birds, as they weren't competing for resources. Tom strolled in boldly, instantly alerting both groups. The bowtruckles peeked out from holes in the bark, their long twiggy necks craning to get a look. They were friendly toward humans, or rather, toward most creatures, so they made no fuss. The banshee birds, however, were not so forgiving. As soon as they spotted Tom, 7 or 8 of the plump little things puffed up and took flight, glaring at him with fierce little eyes. Tom nodded politely at the bowtruckles. So cute, he thought. If he were in Hufflepuff, he'd absolutely adopt 2 and keep them as pets. Add a niffler to the mix and voila, the perfect Hufflepuff starter kit. Wait, no, something was missing. Ah, right. A magical suitcase. A proper one. Cheap. Cheap. The banshee bird's shrill cry snapped Tom out of his thoughts. Thankfully, they weren't using their mind-warping screeches yet, just regular bird calls. He was unaffected. Though he didn't understand bird speak, the message was clear: get lost. Polite birds. But if they were going to play fair, well, Tom didn't plan to. Lumos Maxima. A blast of blinding white light erupted in the night like a miniature sun. The banshee birds froze midair, disoriented by the sudden flare. 2 of the dumber ones forgot to flap and dropped like stones. On the ground, enchanted ropes, woven from tough grass, whipped through the air and lashed around the birds' plump little feet. The rest weren't spared either. Tom took aim and tagged them all. Spells weren't just for single targets. Even disarming charms could hit multiple enemies if used right. The stunning spell, too, could affect groups, it just required more magical power and precision. Most wizards preferred concentrating their magic into tight beams, but with Tom's finesse, spreading it out worked just fine. Silencio. He raised a finger to his lips. The birds opened their beaks to unleash their signature sonic attack, but no sound came out. And that, right there, was why banshee birds were only ranked as XXX on the danger scale. Level XXX meant they could be handled by a moderately trained witch or wizard. One silencing charm and a couple of basic spells were all it took to subdue them. No need to panic. I'm just here to borrow a few feathers. You'll grow them back, right? So. No returns. Tom crouched beside one of the fluffy prisoners and gave its squishy body a gentle rub. I'll be quick. Just a few snips. One, and done. 3 of the brightest, most radiant feathers were plucked from the top of the first Fwooper's head, then came the next. Soon, feathers from 6 Fwoopers had been collected, their vivid colors gleaming like jewels. 2 younger ones, not yet fully developed, were spared, for now. These feathers weren't just valuable ingredients for potions or alchemical concoctions, they were also the most sought-after materials for high-end quills. Tom carefully tucked the feathers away. But he wasn't done. As the bowtruckle watched with wide, nervous eyes, Tom began to circle the area. Then, suddenly, his eyes lit up. Found it. Behind a large moss-covered stone bloomed several stalks of sneezewort, delicate white flowers trembling in the moonlight. Tom slipped on a pair of gloves, then transfigured a pebble into a sharp pair of shears with a flick of his wand. Carefully, he snipped the plants, one stem at a time. Sneezewort was dangerous stuff. Mishandle it, get even a smear of its pollen on your hands, and inhale it. You'd be sneezing non-stop the entire day. Even he had to be cautious. With that done, Tom finally released the Fwoopers and stepped away from the Tree Guardian's territory. The Fwoopers didn't come after him. They had understood by now, this human wasn't out to kill them, just to collect. And since they were no longer under threat, there was no need for retaliation. That's just how nature worked. In the animal kingdom, survival trumped all. By the time Tom reluctantly returned to the dormitory, it was 3 a.m. On the way back, he made 2 more stops, harvesting moonlight moss and collecting a clutch of ashwinder eggs. Honestly, the travel time was the worst part. He should have brought a broomstick. Or better yet, invent a flight spell of his own. But that was a dream for another time. He needed more study, more understanding, more breakthroughs. Still. Andrus, do you know how to perform a flight spell? Tom asked hopefully before turning in for the night. Andrus shook his head. I once tried to create one. Spent weeks on it. But I've never been good with original spell work. Ended up only developing a few offensive curses. Eventually gave up on the idea of flying altogether. I see. Tom murmured, slightly disappointed, but understanding. After all, Voldemort's flight spell had been hailed as an unprecedented magical feat for a reason. Maybe someone else in history had attempted it, maybe even succeeded, but none had made it known, or left it behind. Call Voldemort cruel. Call him mad. Say he lacked empathy, lacked vision. But weak. Never. The days that followed fell into a steady rhythm. As it turned out, being an invisible prefect came with no real duties. It was more about status than responsibility, a quiet signal that Tom now moved in a different circle. He simply wanted peace. A sanctuary where people like Malfoy didn't come to bother him. And in that, he had succeeded. First years were now behaving. They played among themselves, steered clear of him, and left him in peace. As the new students settled into Hogwarts life, the professors began turning up the pressure. Lessons grew tougher. Assignments multiplied. The cheerful faces from the first week were gone, replaced by worn expressions, arms full of heavy textbooks and rolls of parchment. The common rooms turned into hubs of collective suffering, students hunched over desks groaning about essays and potion ingredients. But the smiles hadn't vanished. They had simply migrated to the upper years, who now watched the first years with smug satisfaction. Oh, not smiling anymore. You really thought Hogwarts was all fun and games, huh? Thought you could coast through? In the Gryffindor common room, Harry and Ron were once again pleading with Hermione to lend them her potions homework. To their surprise, she was still writing it. Wait, what? Harry blinked. Didn't you finish the potions essay yesterday? Hermione didn't even look up. Her quill flew across the parchment. That was the history of magic essay. You're misremembering. Ron and Harry exchanged glances. Really? Why did it feel like Hermione was always doing homework? She worked harder than both of them, yet somehow her assignments were never done. They didn't know, of course, that Hermione was secretly doing Tom's homework, too. What had started as an offhand suggestion had turned into a personal revelation for her. Writing something twice meant reviewing it twice. Different arguments, new insights, it was like doubling her revision time. She felt stronger, sharper. Her knowledge had never felt this firm. Even if Tom didn't ask her anymore, Hermione would probably continue doing everything twice. That's just how terrifying she was. Harry and Ron tried their luck again, only to be ruthlessly denied. If you have time to interrupt me, Hermione snapped without looking up, you have time to write your own paragraph, Weasley. Harry had to physically drag an indignant Ron away. Even as they left the room, Ron kept muttering bitterly, what's her problem? All she does these days is write essays and hang out with that Slytherin, Tom. She doesn't even treat us like housemates anymore. Tom's a good guy, Harry said quietly. He hated Slytherins too, but only the ones like Malfoy, who wore their blood status like a badge of honor. Tom had helped him out, given him that brilliant idea to get back at Malfoy, and even saved one of his potions from blowing up in class. To Harry, that was a debt of honor. I know he's different, Ron grumbled. But he's still a Slytherin. Hermione could at least be a little nicer to us. Harry didn't respond. He just shook his head. October passed quickly. The last week arrived with a sudden, bitter chill in the air. Many young witches and wizards who hadn't swapped into warmer robes came down with colds, and the hospital wing now had queues snaking out the door daily. But the Quidditch players? They still had to train, rain, wind, or frost. The first match of the season was set for the weekend after Halloween, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The rivalry alone was enough to make the match feel like a war. In the days leading up to it, the pitch was constantly booked, sealed off for private practices. No one else was allowed in. Gryffindor's captain, Oliver Wood, had hoped to keep Harry as a secret weapon. He hadn't counted on Ron. In yet another heated argument with Malfoy, Ron had blurted it out, Harry Potter had joined the Gryffindor team. Not just that, he was their seeker. The youngest seeker in over a century. Word spread like wildfire. Wood could only sigh. Well, at least no one knows how well Harry can actually fly, he reasoned. Maybe they'll underestimate him. Tom, meanwhile, paid Quidditch no mind. That was the chosen one's sport. Sure, winning the Quidditch Cup earned your house a mountain of points. But honestly, it didn't matter how far ahead you were. In the end, something always seemed to happen that let Gryffindor pull off a heroic, last-minute comeback. He needed to be ready for that kind of narrative meddling. Plus, there was another issue, his magic was growing too fast, too wild. His energy levels were skyrocketing. Andrus was pestering him daily to finish collecting the last few materials and brew the physical enhancement potion. Almost there, I know what I need, Tom said in the learning space, half distracted. It's been 2 months, Andrus scowled. We made the plan in the first week. I'll get everything today. Promise. Tom sounded sure. After all, tomorrow was Halloween. There would be a feast tonight. He could stay hidden, but someone else wouldn't. Professor Quirrel, are you ready to run cover for me? Chapter 61, A Clash in Charms class. The day before Halloween, the Great Hall was filled with the warm, comforting aroma of roasted pumpkins from the early morning. When Tom arrived, he just happened to see Hagrid lugging in one of his massive, homegrown pumpkins. Hagrid froze for a second when he noticed Tom watching him. But then he gave a slightly awkward yet kind smile, nodded in Tom's direction, and quickly continued on his way, noticeably picking up his pace. Tom shook his head. Voldemort really left behind a mess, didn't he? One man's legacy had completely tarnished a name. Here he was, a perfectly well-behaved and high-achieving student, yet everywhere he went, he was met with suspicion, all because someone else with the same name had come first. What are you staring at? Daphne's curious voice snapped him from his thoughts. She glanced at Tom, who had suddenly stopped and was still watching Hagrid disappear around the corner. A moment later, realization lit up her face. Oh. You're craving pumpkin now, aren't you? There's definitely going to be tons of pumpkin dishes today. Tom shook his head. I'm not a fan. The sweet flavor feels a bit odd, except maybe in pumpkin soup, that I can handle. I was just looking at Hagrid's coat, he added. It's made from mole hide. Just imagine how many moles he'd have to kill to make that. Daphne had zero interest in mole hides, but she did silently note that Tom didn't like pumpkin. She vaguely remembered that Tom had a thing for meat, especially beef and chicken wings. Anytime those were on the menu, he'd go back for seconds without fail. Over time, the little witch had been collecting all sorts of tidbits about Tom's preferences, probably knew him better than he knew himself by now. Her plan was simple, take good care of Tom, little by little, until one day, he couldn't live without her. Hee hee. After breakfast, the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin made their way to the Charms classroom. Charms had recently become one of the most popular subjects. No need to mention Snape, he terrified even the Slytherins. Transfiguration and herbology were fun too, but one had a strict professor and high difficulty, and the other involved a lot of hands-on work that left you muddy and sore. Instead of feeling like a wizard, you'd end up looking like a farmer. Charms, on the other hand, was actually enjoyable. Professor Flitwick was witty, kind, and patient with young witches and wizards, and best of all, there were lots of practical exercises. Students regularly got to learn new spells. What's that? Defense against the dark arts? Forget it. This wasn't a battle of subjects, it was a battle of professors, and that one was a total joke. Quirrel had managed to disappoint just about everyone. Most students treated his class like a free period. The older students had already started betting on what ridiculous reason he'd be sacked for. Most guesses revolved around his utter incompetence, or maybe some mysterious, unforeseen danger. No one, absolutely no one, suspected he might be evil, or doing anything criminal. From that angle, his disguise was working pretty well. Back to Charms, today's lesson had everyone buzzing with excitement. Professor Flitwick walked into class and announced cheerily that he believed the students were now ready to try making objects levitate. Eyes sparkled across the room as they watched him enchant Neville's toad, Trevor, sending it bouncing and soaring through the air like a balloon in a storm. Everyone was dying to give it a try. Then Flitwick began pairing students up. He might have been the only professor who didn't sort groups by house. Oddly enough, Hermione got paired with Daphne, while Tom ended up with Neville. Perhaps Flitwick hoped Tom could help the poor boy along. Hi, Riddle, Neville stammered nervously. He was the type of student who felt instinctively intimidated by smart kids like Tom. But he also kind of admired him, not for the grades, but for how calmly Tom handled Snape. Neville's knees practically turned to jelly whenever Snape so much as looked at him. Tom gave Neville a friendly nod, then turned his attention to Professor Flitwick. Don't forget the wrist movement we practiced. Flitwick reminded them. Too much force or too little flick, and the spell will fail. It's a swish and a flick, remember, swish, flick. With a pause in between. Feel the rhythm. And pronunciation is vital, don't be like that wizard Baruffio, who said an F instead of an S and ended up flat on his back with a buffalo standing on his chest. As soon as he finished the sentence, Flitwick regretted it. He could see the gleam of mischief in the students' eyes. Kids are like that, if you tell them not to do something, it's as if you've lit a fire under their feet. Quickly, Flitwick doubled down, describing in detail how Baruffio had most of his ribs shattered and nearly turned into magical roadkill. Only when the students began to look horrified did he breathe a sigh of relief. He then slowed down his wand movements and demonstrated the spell 2 more times before finally letting the students practice. Wingardium Leviosa. Tom was the first to strike, his reflexes sharp and his form flawless. Before any of the other students had even finished saying the spell, the feather in front of him floated up gently, wobbling through the air as if it were dancing the tango. A marvelous levitation charm. Slytherin earns 2 points. Flitwick clapped. Hermione shot Tom a sharp look, cheeks puffed in frustration, and quickly began casting the spell herself. Flitwick, by now, wasn't even surprised. Tom's immediate success clearly meant he had already mastered the spell prior to today. But that didn't stop the professor from giving praise where it was due. When students outpaced the curriculum, especially through talent and hard work, they deserved to be recognized. That said, Flitwick had started dialing back the house points. What used to be 10 or 5 points was now more like 1 or 2. They couldn't let Tom rack up so many points that the house cup was over before it began. Ironically, Hermione was actually Tom's biggest obstacle to earning points. The two were in constant competition, first to cast, first to score. If Tom really wanted, he could just ask Hermione to ease off, but he didn't see the point. If he needed people to go easy on him for such a small matter, then what was the point of all his cheats? Most of Tom's academic success came from his own relentless study, not just a few scattered house points. After Tom's success, both Hermione and Daphne also managed to cast the spell correctly, clearly they'd practiced it before as well. Seeing 3 students succeed so quickly made the rest of the class anxious and frustrated. They'd watched Flitwick's demonstrations carefully, he'd explained everything so clearly. Why was it so hard when they tried? Harry and Seamus gave it a go, swish, flick, but their feathers didn't budge. Frustrated, Seamus tried putting more power into his wand movement. Boom. The feather caught fire, vanishing into ashes in a flash, leaving Seamus with a completely blackened face. Professor Flitwick sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Seamus was truly his nemesis. Since the beginning of term, he'd already destroyed half the classroom equipment, and just last week, he nearly singed off Flitwick's eyebrows. Why did every single spell Seamus cast end in an explosion? He couldn't understand it. Nor could Tom. In fact, on more than one occasion during Charms and Transfiguration, Tom had opened the term space specifically for Andrus to observe Seamus, just to see if he had some peculiar trait. Andrus watched, dazed and confused. He simply couldn't fathom how someone could mess up a levitation charm and accidentally turn it into an explosive one. He moved. It moved. Ron shouted excitedly. Professor Flitwick turned just in time and waved his wand to close the window. Mr. Weasley, that wasn't your spell, it was the breeze, Flitwick corrected. The entire class burst out laughing. Ron's face turned beet red. Longbottom, your turn, Tom urged when he noticed Neville hesitating. If there's a problem, I can help you figure it out. Oh, okay. Neville was visibly flustered, but also thrilled. Tom Riddle was offering to help him. He quickly lifted his wand and cast the charm in one go. Nothing happened. At all. Tom shook his head. Your pronunciation is spot on, but your pauses are all wrong. Wingardium Leviosa. The pause has to be clear, Tom instructed patiently. Don't be afraid of going too slow, what matters is that every syllable is distinct. And the last word needs to rise in tone, like a crescendo, layered, uplifting. Tom explained in great detail. Neville understood him, but executing it was another story entirely. So Tom tried a different approach. He told Neville to sing the spell as if it were a song lyric. That worked much better. The feather twitched slightly but didn't lift off. Still, Neville looked thrilled. Tom, on the other hand, frowned. Longbottom, this wand, did you get it from Ollivander's? Neville flinched, and with a sad look, whispered, it was my father's wand. My gran wants me to be as brilliant as he was, so she gave it to me. That explains the disconnect. Tom nodded in realization. He had noticed earlier, the wand kept quivering in Neville's hand, as if it didn't recognize its wielder. That resistance alone could ruin spellcasting. My advice, get a different wand, Tom said bluntly. You already struggle with memorization and spell work. Pair that with a wand that refuses to obey you. Frankly, your gran is holding you back. If you want to become a great wizard, it's not about clinging to sentimental heirlooms. You need the right tools. Tom couldn't understand what Neville's grandmother was thinking. It's not like the Longbottoms were poor, a new wand would be nothing to their family. What, did she think using this relic would suddenly make Neville awaken hidden potential and rise to become an Auror like his father? That kind of thinking was just delusional. Tom knew he shouldn't speak too freely, but whether Neville took his advice or not was up to him. As long as Tom spoke his mind, that was enough. Neville lowered his head, lost in thought. Meanwhile, a conflict suddenly erupted between Hermione and Ron. Ron was flailing his arms around like a windmill. Wingardium Leviosa. He tried several times without success. Hermione, who was seated just across the table, finally couldn't take it anymore and corrected him, your motion's all wrong, and your pronunciation has no emotion at all. No wonder it's not working. Then she demonstrated the correct technique. Aren't you just brilliant? Ron snapped at her and turned away angrily, resuming his windmill swinging with even more aggression. By the end of the lesson, he was completely falling apart. No wonder nobody can stand her. Honestly, I bet she doesn't have a single friend. He didn't shout, but he didn't bother lowering his voice either. Hermione's face turned pale instantly. Daphne, who had remained silent until now, furrowed her brows and gave him a sharp look. Weasley, is this the kind of upbringing your family teaches, talking behind people's backs? No, wait, you said that to her face. That's even worse. I truly can't imagine a more disgraceful pureblood. Hermione looked at Daphne in stunned disbelief. She never expected someone like her to speak up on her behalf. What's it to you? Ron turned crimson, caught red-handed. It's not your business, Slytherin. Daphne's expression turned even more disdainful. It reminded Harry of how Malfoy looked at Ron, disgusted and superior. He never would have imagined that sweet, doll-like Daphne, who usually followed Tom like a silent shadow, had this side to her. You may not be my business, but you were insulting my friend, she said coldly. So I have every right to insult you back. What? Can't handle the truth, she sneered. As Tom says, you're the perfect example of double standards. Rude, vulgar, untalented. Compared to your brothers, you're pathetic. Thud. That hit Ron right in the pride. It was a direct hit, brutally honest, and devastating. The one thing Ron hated most was being compared to his brothers. It only emphasized how mediocre he was, how little he stood out, like he wasn't even a real Weasley, just some kid they'd picked up off the street. Bill was head boy. Charlie was Quidditch captain and head boy. Percy was a prefect and very likely on track to become a head boy too. Even the twins, though not prefects, were wildly popular. Their word held more sway in Gryffindor than Percy's ever could. And Ron? What did he have? Just as the bell rang, salvation, Ron grabbed his books and bolted for the door, ignoring Harry's attempt to stop him. Hermione exited the classroom with Daphne, hesitating before saying softly, "Thank you." "For what?" Daphne didn't look at her. She weaved through the crowd, heading toward Tom. "I just can't stand watching Weasley be jealous of someone else because he's useless. It had nothing to do with you." Hermione said earnestly, "Whatever the reason, you stood up for me. That means a lot." "Well, don't read too much into it. That was just incidental." Hermione looked down, but then asked nervously, "When you said I was your friend, was that just to shut Ron up?" "Oh, that." Daphne's gaze flicked away. "Let's say, you're my friend because of Tom." Hermione's gloomy mood lifted instantly. When the two girls finally found Tom at the back exit, Hermione was already smiling again. Tom raised an eyebrow. "Why do I get the feeling you two suddenly became best friends?" Normally, when these two walked together, Tom had to stand between them like a human buffer. Now, they were practically shoulder to shoulder, almost holding hands. "You wouldn't believe what just happened." Hermione started. But before she could finish, Daphne had already bounded toward Tom, eyes bright, eager to tell him everything. Tom frowned as he listened. Even with his presence shifting events like a butterfly effect, the bond between Hermione, Ron, and Harry had already weakened. They didn't even call each other Potter or Weasley anymore. Still, the confrontation had happened. He glanced at Hermione. Her cheeks were pink, her eyes dry, lips curled into a smile, clearly unaffected by Ron's words. No crying in the girls' bathroom for her today. Score 1 for Daphne. "Well done, Daphne," Tom said, patting her lightly on the head. She beamed, eyes practically turning into crescent moons. Chapter 62, The Unwritten Rule of Halloween Feasts. "Hermione, you really don't need to take Ron's words to heart." After praising Daphne, Tom immediately began pouring a fresh round of soul-soothing chicken soup into Hermione's heart. "What you just saw was nothing more than a weak man expressing envy and jealousy. Think about it, doesn't Ron's behavior just now remind you of what Malfoy did to me not too long ago?" Hermione's expression turned contemplative. Of course, she remembered what had happened recently. Now that Tom mentioned it, there was a resemblance. The only difference was that Malfoy had deliberately gone out of his way to provoke Tom, while Ron had flown into a rage simply because she had pointed out his mistake while casting a spell. Looking at it this way, was Ron actually worse than Malfoy? At least Malfoy's outburst had a clear motive, to push himself further. Ron's, on the other hand, was just petty embarrassment. "See it clearly now," Tom said with a calm smile. "Doesn't matter if it's Slytherin or Gryffindor, every house has people like this. They can't accept that they're ordinary, and they want everyone else to be as mediocre as they are. When you show kindness, they'll see it as mockery. Don't waste your energy getting upset over people like that, they're not worth it. And don't try to change their fate. Just focus on your own." Hermione gave a firm nod. "You're right, Tom. Learning magic is what really matters." "Exactly." With a snap of his fingers, Tom led them up the staircase. "And of course, friends matter too. Who says you don't have friends? You and I have known each other for years, aren't we friends? And Daphne stuck her neck out for you, doesn't that make her your friend?" "It absolutely does not," Daphne muttered, cheeks slightly pink as she turned her head. Hermione beamed, the lingering gloom in her heart completely dissipated. Just like Tom said, getting angry at people like Ron was utterly pointless. Seeing Hermione bounce back to full strength, Tom felt at ease. After all, he had other plans tonight, and rescuing someone wasn't supposed to be part of them. As for whether some other poor soul might run into the troll, well, that wasn't his problem. Protecting his own, refraining from hurting others without reason, that was already a sign of incredible moral maturity. Especially in the wizarding world, this was practically saintly behavior. Because it was Halloween, the feast tonight would last longer than usual. It would end just before curfew, so after their afternoon classes, Tom moved up Daphne's training session and brought her to the room of requirement. A month of consistent training had started to pay off. Her magical stamina and total magical output had both improved significantly. More importantly, Daphne had finally grasped the feeling of spellcasting, something that let her apply her magic far more smoothly across a wide range of spells. From now on, learning new spells would be a breeze. Just in the past week alone, she'd mastered 5 spells. Daphne was practically glowing with joy. All the hard work she'd poured in over the last few weeks had finally borne fruit. After an hour of training, Tom handed her a vial of revitalizing potion to restore her drained mental focus. As for her physical energy, she'd need to refuel at the feast. By the time the two of them arrived at the Great Hall, the familiar space had transformed entirely. Thousands of bats flapped along the walls and ceiling. Some hung in clusters while others flew in slow, lazy spirals overhead, like dark, low-hanging clouds swirling above the long tables. Hundreds of floating jack-o'-lanterns flickered eerily, candlelight blinking from inside their hollowed-out shells. Aside from the start-of-term feast, Tom had never seen this many ghosts appear at once. Practically every ghost in Hogwarts was present. Moaning Myrtle from the girls' bathroom and the Ravenclaw house ghost, the Grey Lady, were the only notable absentees. Tom had never seen Myrtle before, but the Grey Lady had left quite an impression, an ethereal beauty with an icy demeanor and a distinct, deep scar running across her chest. Yes, a real scar. Come on, Tom. Daphne called from ahead. The festively transformed Great Hall had her practically bouncing with excitement. She had never spent a holiday with so many people before. Tom picked up the pace. As he passed through the doors, he glanced over at the Gryffindor table. Hermione was chatting cheerfully with Lavender Brown. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe she sensed his gaze, but she looked up right at that moment. Their eyes met. Hermione gave him a playful wink. Tom smiled back. After everything that had happened that morning, she really did seem a lot more cheerful. As they walked past the Hufflepuff table, a snippet of conversation drifted into Tom's ears. Justin Finch-Fletchley was talking to an upper-year student. Justin sounded troubled. Are you sure those bats won't, poop? What if it drops right into someone's food? No worries. If it falls in, just scoop it out within 3 seconds. As long as it's quick, it doesn't count as real contact. Trust me, I've got experience. Tom. Hufflepuffs, of course. Holiday spirit meant nothing to them if it got in the way of eating. And now that he heard it, Tom couldn't unsee it. He found himself constantly glancing up at the bats while eating, half expecting one of them to dive bomb his plate at any second. What are you looking at? Daphne asked suspiciously. She noticed that Tom was pausing every few bites to glance upward. Tom hesitated, then reluctantly shared what he'd just overheard. Now Daphne went silent. She immediately regretted asking. One look at the wicked smirk on Tom's face told her everything. He'd done it on purpose. She instinctively pinched his arm, then leaned over and whispered the story to Bulstrode. Bulstrode's face twisted like she'd swallowed a fly. She retaliated by spreading the rumor to another roommate. And just like that, the tale spread like a contagious curse. Soon, every Slytherin student at the table looked utterly miserable. Eat or don't eat, they were stuck in limbo. Nobody could be sure whether any foreign substance had already dropped onto their plates when they weren't looking. Some were even tempted to cast a spell and drive the bats away entirely. Why don't you go hover over the Gryffindor table, you flying demons? Meanwhile, the culprit, Tom, sat happily finishing his food, waiting for the chaos to unfold. Feeling bored, he chatted casually with Daphne while watching the professors, who were almost unrecognizable tonight. Professor Flitwick couldn't stop grinning. He even wore a little goblin hat, clearly poking fun at himself. Professor Sprout's robes were covered in cartoonish evil pumpkins and miniature demon bats, clearly tailored for the occasion. Even the normally stern Professor McGonagall was smiling, locked in a drinking contest with Dumbledore, who was wearing a hat shaped like bat wings. Halloween, originally born from Celtic traditions over 2,000 years ago, was absorbed into Christian customs during the 8th century. Pope Gregory III had declared November 1st as All Saints' Day, transforming a pagan celebration into a day to honor saints rather than demons. Christmas, Easter, the more you looked at these holidays, the less they seemed related to wizarding culture. After all, the church and the wizarding world were mortal enemies. Countless witches had been persecuted, burned at the stake, or crucified in the name of righteousness. There was no way wizards would willingly celebrate Jesus' birth or resurrection. And yet, here they were. Over time, Muggleborns and half-bloods had subtly shaped wizarding traditions. And they'd done it so thoroughly that most purebloods didn't even find it odd anymore. But while the whole hall was buzzing with festivity, there was one person who didn't fit in at all. Professor Snape sat expressionless, a hint of sorrow in his eyes, cutting into his steak with mechanical precision, bite after bite after bite. No one was particularly surprised. Snape never struck anyone as someone who cared about holidays. But Tom knew better. 10 years ago to the day, Lily Evans had died at the hands of Voldemort. For everyone else, today was Halloween. For Severus Snape, it was the day she died. Her death anniversary. And a personal torment. Tom suddenly realized something was off. At the Gryffindor table, Harry and Ron were both missing. Bang. The heavy oak doors burst open with a thunderous crack, instantly breaking the festive buzz. Every head in the Great Hall turned instinctively toward the noise. Professor Quirrel staggered in, face pale and wild with panic. He'd barely made it 5 steps before tripping over his own robes and crashing headfirst to the ground, right between the Slytherin and Ravenclaw tables. A tea-troll, in the dungeons, thought you should know. And just like that, he collapsed in a heap. Completely fake. The great hall instantly erupted into chaos. Dumbledore had to shoot several bursts of fireworks from his wand to get the room back under control. "Prefects," he said in a deep voice, "lead your houses back to the dormitories." At once. The house prefects leapt into action. Slytherin's own, Cecil Burke, was just about to stand and take charge when he froze mid-motion. He was looking at Tom. Tom was looking right back at him. Cold sweat rolled down Burke's forehead. Without another word, he sat his butt straight back down and went utterly mute. He'd gotten a little too comfortable lately, what with Tom not bothering to interfere in anything. He'd almost forgotten that Tom Riddle was still his superior. Good thing he hadn't gotten cocky. Otherwise, Tom would have definitely held a grudge. The rest of the students quickly caught on. All eyes turned to Tom. First years, form a line and follow me. Then second years, third years, older students in the back. Tom lifted his chin, took the lead like a general in battle, and, without so much as a glance, stepped squarely on Quirrel's head as he marched past. Quirrel, still playing dead, nearly exploded on the spot. "Damn you, Tom Riddle." His heart screamed in outrage, but before he could process the pain, it hit him like a freight train. "How dare you insult Tom Riddle's name? That's not allowed. How dare you curse the great Lord Voldemort?" The enraged voice of Voldemort shrieked through Quirrel's skull. Sharing the same name was already insult enough. But now this impudent brat had literally stomped on the Dark Lord's face. And Voldemort wasn't done. "Why were you lying face down? If you'd laid on your back, it wouldn't have been my face he stepped on." Quirrel wanted to cry but had no tears. "Wasn't I trying to protect you, my lord?" He thought desperately. "If I'd fallen backwards, your head would have slammed into the stone floor." Now it was somehow his fault. Of course, he couldn't say any of that. Instead, he silently redirected all his rage toward Tom. But even then, he didn't dare use Tom's real name in his mind. So, that brat would have to do. But the worst part? The real horror was still to come. Once Tom had gone ahead, the other students followed neatly in formation. Leading the charge was none other than Daphne. Wherever Tom went, she followed. Same pace. Same route. Which meant... boom. Voldemort got stomped again. Then again. And again. Student after student from Slytherin trampled poor Quirrel like he was just part of the furniture. If this had been any other house, maybe a few kids would have hesitated at the idea of stepping on a professor. But Slytherin? Not even a blink. No one liked Quirrel anyway. They considered him an absolute joke. Maybe they didn't realize he was down there. Or maybe they did, and just didn't care. It didn't matter. The damage was done. After close to 100 face smashes, Voldemort was emotionally numb. The worst part? Many of the students trampling over him were descendants of his former Death Eaters. He had plans for Quirrel. Big ones. But now. Forget it. Anyone who knew this humiliating little chapter of his life simply didn't deserve to live. Quirrel's suffering went unnoticed. As the students were escorted out, Dumbledore quickly assigned professors to sweep the castle floor by floor in search of the troll. He exchanged a brief look with Snape. Snape understood instantly, gave a slight nod, and vanished into the shadows without saying a word, headed straight for the fourth-floor corridor. Before long, the Slytherin students were safely back in their common room. Naturally, the troll incident became the hot topic of discussion. Where had it come from? How had it gotten in? Amid the excited chatter, quite a few students took the opportunity to roast Dumbledore and Quirrel. Hogwarts, they scoffed, supposedly the safest place in the magical world, and yet there's a full-blown troll wandering around. And Quirrel? Sure, trolls were terrifying. Ridiculously strong, freakish magical resistance, and massive physical power. But wasn't he the defense against the dark arts professor? Wasn't this literally his job? He didn't even fight the troll. He just showed up, blurted a warning, and collapsed like a fainting goat. Easily the worst professor Hogwarts had ever seen. And likely ever would see. Tom glanced at the student who'd just said that, mentally making a note to interview him next year, just for laughs. Feigning a return to his dorm, Tom slipped into the stairwell. Once alone, he cast a disillusionment charm over himself. Just as the last batch of 7th years filed into the common room, Tom slipped silently back through the still-open stone door and vanished down the corridor. The hallway was deserted. Tom walked freely now, not worrying about the noise of his footsteps, as he sped through the underground passages toward the main building, specifically, the area near the potions classroom. The air reeked of something foul, sour, rotting, eye-wateringly pungent. Tom clapped a hand over his nose. Troll stench. They all smelled like they'd crawled out of a barrel of pickled herring. Alohomora. With a smooth flick of his wand, Snape's office door clicked open. Tom strolled inside like he owned the place. His eyes glittered as he looked over the rows of potion ingredients lining the shelves. In his mindscape, even Andrus, his magical mentor spirit, was drooling. My darling's papa's here. Rubbing his hands together like a kid in Honeydukes, Tom began what would go down in history as his very first Zero-galleon shopping spree. Chapter 63, A Haul of Potion Ingredients. Dragonheart, this one's the core ingredient. We can't leave it behind. Take it all. Bloodgrass, decent quality. Half should do. Manticore claws and eyeballs, take them both. They're nearly impossible to find. No need for the lacewing flies, we've got fresh ones from the Forbidden Forest. This one. Probably not useful. Tom paused in front of 2 horns preserved in jars. They were bicorn horns. Not as rare as unicorn horns, but still incredibly valuable. Not useful this time doesn't mean useless forever, Andrus said. There are several anti-dark arts potions that require it. Some very effective ones, too. Hearing that, Tom didn't hesitate, he packed the jars in wholesale. Since he was already in looting mode, he grabbed the African tree snake skin too. Who knows? Maybe he'd need to brew polyjuice potion someday. That potion was way more reliable than transfiguration. Even Dumbledore had been fooled by it. Barty Crouch Jr. used it to impersonate Moody for a whole year, and only got exposed because he revealed himself. After a full round of raiding, Snape's office looked like it had been hit by a hurricane. Tom, being a bit of a neat freak, didn't just stop there. Once he'd taken everything he wanted, he thoughtfully tidied up the place. He nodded in satisfaction at his work. Now this looked like a proper office, spacious and organized. Unlike before, when it was stuffed to the brim with materials and cauldrons, with only a narrow path leading to Snape's desk. It had felt more like a storage room than an office. Honestly, this was a good deed in disguise. To be fair, Snape's attitude toward Tom had changed drastically lately. He'd become more patient, even gentler, and when Tom came with questions, Snape would answer them thoroughly, almost as if he was pouring out everything he knew. The change was so dramatic, Tom had briefly wondered if someone had taken Polyjuice Potion to impersonate Snape. But the potion knowledge was clearly legit. So, it had to be the real deal. Tom had hesitated for a moment about whether he should go through with this heist. Snape had been teaching him valuable knowledge, stealing from the man's private stash felt incredibly ungrateful. But after thinking for precisely 2.5 seconds, Tom made up his mind. He was a pragmatist. Strength came first. And a professor rewarding a top student. That was only fair. Worst case, he'd find a way to make it up to Snape later. He didn't know how yet, but there would be opportunities. With that mental weight gone, Tom cheerfully cleaned the place out. As a bonus, he unlocked the achievement, Night Raid on a professor's office, and earned 20 achievement points. Since he wasn't sure when Snape would return, Tom didn't linger. Once the job was done, he quickly left and made his way back to the Slytherin common room. The entrance was located on the uppermost level of the dungeons, and the common room itself was down a long spiral staircase. No one had seen the door open, so no one would suspect him. Mission accomplished. Tom was in high spirits as he found Daphne and invited her to a game of wizard chess. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the castle, inside a bathroom that had become a war zone, Professor McGonagall, a still dusty Quirrel, and Snape were all gathered around the wreckage. The once functional bathroom now looked like a battlefield. A knocked-out mountain troll was bound by heavy chains, while 4 enchanted golems gripped the chains tightly, keeping it restrained. Surrounded by the professors stood Harry, Ron, and a bespectacled ghost. What in Merlin's name were you three thinking? Professor McGonagall's lips were pinched tight, and her eyes blazed with fury behind her glasses. I told you to return to your dorms. What are you doing here? Ron was pale as a sheet. Harry didn't look much better, drenched in dirty water and looking utterly pathetic. Sorry, Professor. Ron and I hadn't made it to the feast yet when we ran into this thing. Hearing that the boys hadn't been at the Great Hall, McGonagall's anger lessened slightly. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't seen Potter at the feast. As for Weasley, well, there were so many Weasley she wouldn't have noticed if 1 or 2 were missing. Just as Harry was starting to believe he might escape without too much trouble, Snape's voice slithered in, ice cold and dripping with suspicion. Oh. Our dear Mr. Potter missed the Halloween feast. Something more important than pumpkin pasties, perhaps. Let me guess, planning some elaborate prank. Of course not. Harry blurted it out instantly, but after defending himself, he realized he had no idea what to say next. What could he do? Admit he had been trying to find Ron, who was emotionally shattered after Daphne verbally eviscerated him. That he'd spent so long trying to comfort him that they missed the feast. That would be social suicide for Ron. Harry wasn't the brightest, but even he could see that much. I just wasn't hungry. I thought I'd take a walk. Ron came along. We were just heading to the Great Hall, honest, Harry muttered, cobbling together an excuse. Snape clearly didn't buy it and opened his mouth to dig deeper, but McGonagall beat him to it. Whatever the reason, you two nearly caused a disaster. To make sure this sinks in, Gryffindor will lose 20 points. With McGonagall already issuing punishment, Snape had to bite back whatever he was going to say. He merely gave a bitter huff. Now, tell us exactly what happened. Are you expecting us to believe that you two took down a troll? As insulting as that sounded, both Harry and Ron thought he had a point. They had, in fact, not taken down the troll. So Harry recounted the whole incident truthfully. It was actually quite simple. While Harry was trying to cheer up a Ron who had just been mentally obliterated by Daphne, the troll had shown up. The two of them never even considered fighting it, they just wanted to run. The troll had smashed through the wall separating the boys' and girls' bathrooms, which alerted moaning Myrtle. Then the troll, for some reason, became obsessed with trying to smash Myrtle. Unfortunately for the beast, it's pretty hard to hit a ghost. Enraged and flailing madly, the troll lost balance while swinging its club and knocked itself unconscious against a corner of the wall. Looks like luck was on your side this time, McGonagall said, giving them both a scolding glare before turning to Myrtle. Thank you, Myrtle. You saved their lives. Moaning Myrtle ducked her head in embarrassment. Well, it was nothing, really. I'll consider it payment if one of them marries me. She sneaked a bashful glance at Harry. Harry. Lady. I'm still a child. The troll incident was resolved without serious injury. Professor McGonagall shooed Harry and Ron away, instructing them to return to their dormitory immediately. She stayed behind to deal with the mess. Quirrel was left to handle the troll, while Snape went to report everything to Dumbledore. 8th floor. Snape limped into the headmaster's office, clearly in pain. Dumbledore was already seated behind his desk, as though he'd anticipated the visit. His eyes dropped to Snape's injured leg, eyebrows raising in surprise. Severus, what happened to you? That damned dog, Snape growled as he sat down. I merely stepped inside to check the room. Didn't even close the door, and it lunged at me before I could react. I couldn't go all out, obviously. Just one bite was enough. Dumbledore looked like he was suppressing a laugh. Snape wasn't just the potions master, he was a prodigy. Back in his student days, he'd invented a number of original spells, most of them hexes or borderline dark arts. If he'd been serious, there was no way a three-headed dog could have landed a hit. So this wasn't just carelessness, it was desperation. Snape had likely panicked, thinking Quirrel might have already gotten past the creature, and rushed in without any magical protections. But, maybe there was another reason. Dumbledore recalled Snape's pitiful state the last time he inspected Fluffy. Had he been traumatized into a stress response? Severus, actually. Dumbledore began, sharing his own theory. Snape's face morphed from blank 0_0 to cold, straight face. That brat, Tom, had tricked him again. Enraged, Snape slammed his palms down on the desk. Bang. Bang. That student doesn't sleep like a normal child. Wandering the halls at night, how is this acceptable? Dumbledore, I strongly suggest you put him in detention. Severely. Dumbledore didn't respond. Instead, he smoothly changed the subject. Did you run into Quirrel while you were there? As expected, Snape was successfully redirected. He frowned. No. I ran into him on the stairs while I was heading down. We met in the hallway and went together to the girls' bathroom to rendezvous with McGonagall. He couldn't have arrived at the 4th floor before me. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Seems like it was just a test run on Quirrel's part. Now that he knows the security is tight, he'll likely try another route. Snape agreed. Unfortunately, while their conclusion was correct, the reasoning was completely wrong. Was Quirrel testing the waters? Nope. He'd been flattened and left numb on the floor. It took him ages to even get back up. By the time he limped toward the 2nd floor, Snape was already heading downstairs. There was no way he could proceed without being caught. After reporting in, Snape dragged his injured leg back to his office. Fluffy's fangs were venomous. Regular healing spells wouldn't cut it, he needed to brew a proper antidote first, then apply healing magic. Thankfully, his office was well stocked. He could prepare the antidote tonight. Delaying it until tomorrow would have caused complications. He took out his key, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. With a casual flick of his hand, the fireplace roared to life, and the candles on the racks lit up one by one, illuminating the entire room in warm, golden light. And then Snape froze. He blinked. Then rubbed his eyes. Was this still his office? Why did it look so empty? The shelves, normally brimming with jars, bottles, and containers of every color and shape, were missing 2 entire racks. What remained was half full at best. Snape's face shifted from confused to stunned, then to furious. And finally, to his ultimate form, rage incarnate. There was no mistaking it now, his office had been robbed. Adrenaline coursed through him, completely numbing the pain in his leg. He moved with shocking speed, darting around the room, taking inventory of what had been taken. Snape had always been meticulous about his collections, so he quickly tallied the losses. His head spun, and he slumped into his chair. The good news? All the ingredients needed to brew the antidote were still intact. No delays on detoxing himself. The bad news? Aside from those few ingredients, and some common ones, everything else was gone. The most precious materials. Wiped out completely. The moderately rare ones. Some reduced to half, others a mere third. That bastard. Snape practically growled through clenched teeth. His knuckles whitened as he gripped the armrests, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. Quirrel, if I find even one of your filthy little chicken feet anywhere near this, I swear I'll make you pay with interest. He didn't even consider other suspects. In his mind, the guilt squarely, and obviously, belonged to Quirrel. Who else in this school was as suspicious as that man? Even if it was a student, they would have only dared to steal a few ingredients for class. No one would have gone this far, as if they were stocking a bloody store. Plus, he'd run into Quirrel on the stairs. Quirrel had looked rattled, clearly avoiding Snape's scrutiny. It all lined up perfectly. Now, the only question was, would Dumbledore reimburse these losses? Snape had bled for this school. Sacrificed personal resources, time, and now, a fortune in potion stock. Half an hour passed before he recovered from the blow. Then, gritting his teeth, he began brewing the antidote. Elsewhere, Tom was also brewing potions. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, near the Mooncalves territory, he'd set up a cauldron under the light of an oil lamp, his hands moving with utmost care as he processed each ingredient. Every step was exact, deliberate, he couldn't afford a single mistake. He'd even opened his fourth-dimensional space to let Andrus watch the entire process. These ingredients were not easy to come by. If he ruined a batch, his heart would ache for days. Initially, Tom had wanted to practice a few simpler potions first, to hone his technique before attempting this particular brew. But Andrus was running out of patience. The stronger Tom's body became, the more magic it could handle. And that meant Andrus could finally begin teaching him more advanced spells. Driven mad by constant pestering, Tom had no choice but to haul his cauldron out into the woods in the dead of night. As for why he didn't brew in the room of requirement. This particular potion, the body-strengthening elixir, had unique requirements. It needed to absorb both moonlight and sunlight during its brew cycle. Many high-level potions had these kinds of bizarre prerequisites. Take Animagus transformation, for example. The practitioner had to keep a mandrake leaf in their mouth for half a month, and even then, their first transformation had to happen during a thunderstorm. With bad luck, you could end up waiting a whole month. After 2 hours of careful work, Tom finally finished preparing the materials. He wiped the sweat from his brow and stood up to stretch. A new problem arose. This potion needed to simmer for 3 full days and nights. Leaving it alone, even with trap spells, was too risky. It had to be watched constantly. Andrus scratched his head. He'd forgotten Tom still had classes tomorrow. Tom thought for a long while before a solution came to mind. He called softly, "Kaka." Pop. With a small explosion, a house elf appeared in front of Tom and gave a deep bow. Master Riddle. Chapter 64, The School's Mistake, Why Should Students Take the Fall? Tom handed the responsibility of guarding the potions to Kaka. To be more precise, he entrusted it to the house elves. Kaka couldn't possibly keep watch 24/7, he had his own duties to attend to. Fortunately, Hogwarts had no shortage of house elves. At Kaka's call, 5 or 6 of them popped into existence, quickly huddled together, and drew up a shift schedule. For Hogwarts house elves, all students were technically their masters. So Tom's request was met without resistance. Only a direct command from Dumbledore or another professor could override his. And Tom wasn't concerned about any of them leaking secrets. Dumbledore wasn't omniscient. If he ever questioned him that precisely, it would only mean Tom's cover was already blown. With that assurance, Tom began brewing under Andrus' guidance. After completing the first stage of potion making, he left the rest to Kaka and exited. The next day. The troll incident hadn't faded, it was, in fact, still escalating. Because one of the key players had decided to publicly share their story. When Tom entered the Great Hall, the Gryffindor table was packed with students leaning in to listen. At the center of it all sat Ron, animatedly recounting last night's events like he was on a stage. Only then did Tom realize the timeline had been slightly altered, but not completely. Hermione had safely returned to the common room without encountering any danger. However, Harry and Ron still ended up clashing with the troll. And here, Ron's strengths were on full display. Despite having nearly died the night before, he bounced back completely, even turning the harrowing event into a thrilling tale for breakfast conversation. Not everyone had that kind of psychological resilience. Maybe it was because moments like this, being the center of attention, were so rare for him, but Ron took the opportunity to embellish the tale with, let's call it artistic license. His version was so intense and dramatic that even Slytherins sitting 2 tables away could hear the lion cubs gasping and Ron's theatrical narration. Monet Selwyn scoffed. You'd think Weasley defeated the troll himself, the way he's carrying on. As if he wasn't just running for his life before a ghost saved him. A ghost, right. Zabini snorted. He'd been listening more carefully than he let on. If the troll had even half a brain, they'd have been splattered across the floor. Try punching a ghost, see how that goes. Their fellow snakes burst into snickering. Slytherins couldn't stand Gryffindors flaunting their glory. Naturally, they responded with biting sarcasm. Then Avery, the 6th-year prefect, shared a tasty bit of news. I just checked the points board. Gryffindor lost another 20 points. They're almost in the negative now. This made the Slytherins cheer even louder. Still not enough, Zabini said with mock regret. Tom sipped his lemon tea and offered a different take. Actually, I think the deduction is a little misguided. The table fell quiet. Had anyone else said that, they'd be met with scorn. But Tom. No. If he had something to say, it better be good, and people listened. He set down his teacup and swept his gaze across the table. This was clearly a failure in the school's management system. 4 heads of house. 6 or 7 professors. Plus Filch, who acts like a bloodhound sniffing out rule breakers every second. And yet, with all that staff, a troll still managed to get inside the castle. What are we saying here, that the troll is smarter than our professors? Or, Tom's voice lowered slightly, that it was let in on purpose. Potter and Weasley were just unlucky. If we're going to deduct points over something like this, what message does that send? If the castle itself isn't safe, should we all just stay holed up in our common rooms after class? That way, we're not just avoiding danger, we're also avoiding blame. Silence. Everyone mulled that over. He had a point. A very good point. Why were students being punished for the school's failure? They might not all like Harry or Ron, but at the end of the day, they were all students. And suddenly, they could all relate. The Slytherin table fell quiet. The jeers stopped. An uncomfortable silence settled in. And just as Tom finished speaking, Professor McGonagall entered the hall. She caught his words clearly. Her expression was unreadable. Was it guilt? Embarrassment? Perhaps a little of both. But behind it was unmistakable admiration. What Tom said struck a chord. It wasn't Potter or Weasley who failed. It was them, the professors. The realization hit her like a jolt. She had failed to protect her students. Her eyes drifted toward the head table and narrowed on the empty seat at its center, Dumbledore's chair. Her gaze darkened with discontent. After all, the troll wasn't even the most dangerous thing in this castle. Let's not forget the 3-headed dog. That monster could shred the troll in seconds, and it was currently sitting quietly on the 4th-floor corridor. But who's to say it would stay quiet? This was all Dumbledore's decision. She had opposed it from the start, but he was the headmaster. What was a deputy headmistress to do? Yet today, Professor McGonagall's opinion of Tom rose to new heights. While all the other Slytherins were mocking Gryffindor, Tom saw past the house rivalry and stood up for fairness. He was more thoughtful than she'd been as their professor. If only she had a legitimate excuse, she'd have awarded him house points on the spot. What a child. What a brilliant child. She glanced one last time at Tom, who was chatting with Daphne and laughing lightly. Then she turned sharply and walked out, back straight, her silhouette radiating steely determination. She would confront him today. If Dumbledore wouldn't fix the school's security, no one would have peace. Meanwhile, at the head table, Snape was ready to explode on Quirrel. The man had waltzed into breakfast like he didn't have a care in the world, even flashing Snape a friendly smile. To Snape, it was nothing short of provocation. I raided your office, his eyes seemed to say. What are you going to do about it? Arrogant bastard. Acting like Snape didn't even matter. Quirrel, on the other hand, was silently fuming himself. Why is Snape looking at me like he wants to skin me alive? He hadn't even gone up to the 4th floor last night, he'd been cornered on the 2nd. What the hell was Snape so worked up about? Oi, Quirrel, Snape suddenly called out. His soft tone sent a chill straight down Quirrel's spine. You seemed injured yesterday. That swelling on your forehead still looks fresh. I've got a potion, want it? And no. No need. Quirrel shook his head frantically. That potion is a trap. No way I'm drinking that. Snape looked disappointed. Of course he hadn't spiked the potion, he'd just laced a little veritaserum into it. But if Quirrel refused, there wasn't much he could do. He could hardly force it down the man's throat. With a tsk of annoyance, Snape stood up and stalked away. There was still time before classes began when Professor McGonagall stormed up to the 8th floor. She uttered the password and swept into the headmaster's office without hesitation. Dumbledore was already exasperated. He'd always been a late sleeper, and ever since the start of this term, it seemed like everyone had suddenly decided the early morning was the perfect time to pay him a visit. First Snape, now McGonagall, who was next? But once they were here, he couldn't exactly turn them away. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Dumbledore reluctantly descended from the upper loft. Minerva, what urgent matter brings you here at this hour? Dumbledore. McGonagall's expression was grim. She didn't waste a single word on pleasantries. I believe the school security is riddled with holes. You need to remove those things from the 4th floor immediately. Who knows if the three-headed dog will go berserk and show up in front of the students, just like the troll did. Potter and Weasley were lucky this time. But what about the next? We cannot leave our students' safety up to luck. They're not all walking around dosed with Felix Felicis. Dumbledore blinked, clearly not expecting an outright confrontation. Minerva, I know you're worried, but calm down for a moment. You agreed to my arrangements before, what's changed so suddenly? McGonagall launched into a rapid account of what she'd overheard in the Great Hall, Tom's pointed criticisms about the school and its staff. Dumbledore listened silently, falling into deep thought. McGonagall assumed he was reflecting on his decisions and felt some comfort in that, until she saw his face. He was smiling. No, not just smiling, his eyes were shining with tears. Dumbledore removed his glasses and gently dabbed at the corners of his eyes. How wonderful. This is true friendship at its purest. Mr. Riddle has taught this old man a valuable lesson. Even Slytherin and Gryffindor, who still remembers they were once the best of friends. This was the moment Dumbledore had long hoped for. Talented students who lived in isolation often grew emotionally distant, sometimes dangerously so. They lost the ability to empathize, to value the lives of others. Just like Voldemort. He had been praised by everyone at school, yet he always wore a mask and kept himself aloof. Even now, Dumbledore never truly let his guard down with Tom. He wouldn't interfere in the boy's choices, but he still feared that the pursuit of power might one day consume him. But those words from earlier had given him peace. Voldemort would never have thought that way. In his world, there was room only for himself. So, you're agreeing to my request? McGonagall pressed. I'm sorry, Minerva. Dumbledore composed himself and slid his glasses back on. I understand your concern, but we cannot move what's in the 4th floor corridor. Not yet. Why not? McGonagall looked genuinely puzzled. I know those enchantments are there to protect the Philosopher's Stone, but honestly, what could be safer than your own office? Dumbledore explained patiently. If we move it here, the one with dark intentions will lose all hope, and I fear what he might do when cornered. Bait only works when it's visible and seemingly reachable. We need him to keep trying, until he makes a mistake. Did Dumbledore care about student safety? Of course. But weighed against the danger posed by Voldemort, the choice was clear. He didn't make mistakes when it came to matters like these. Let's not forget, for the greater good, was originally his philosophy. Dumbledore was a man of unshakable focus and steely resolve. If the time came, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice even his own life. That's why the bait had to stay. Let Quirrel see it, almost touch it, until he made the fatal slip. McGonagall opened her mouth again, but Dumbledore silenced her with a look. I swear, on the name of Albus Dumbledore, he said solemnly, that no student shall suffer irreversible harm or lose their life on the 4th floor. Trust me, Minerva. She stared at him for a long moment before finally sighing and rising to leave. A vow like that from anyone else might have meant little, but from Dumbledore, it meant everything. McGonagall could only choose to believe him. In first-year defense against the dark arts, Quirrel had finally dropped the act entirely. He let the students read on their own while he sat slouched in his chair with his eyes closed, pretending to nap. Neither the Gryffindors nor the Slytherins bothered to acknowledge him anymore. They just got on with their usual self-study, ignoring him completely. If Tom hadn't already had a top-tier personal tutor by his side, he would have long figured out a way to get Quirrel kicked out and replaced by someone competent. Even Snape teaching the class would have been leagues better than this. And if all else failed, well, why not bring in Barty Crouch Jr. from the Crouch household? Even he, Death Eater or not, actually taught something. Moody would probably be less effective than Barty, to be honest. As soon as the bell rang, students packed up and fled the room, not even sparing Quirrel a perfunctory, "Goodbye, Professor." It was like he didn't exist. Not that Quirrel minded. That was exactly what he wanted. Who the hell wanted to teach, anyway? The only thing on his mind was getting his hands on the Philosopher's Stone. In the past, Tom would sometimes hang around after class, asking fake questions to earn a few points. But today he had more important things to do and spared Quirrel the trouble. He told Daphne to head back to the common room with their friends while he made his way upstairs. The books he'd borrowed from Dumbledore last week were finished, and he planned to return them and borrow new ones. Over the past few weeks, Tom had checked out more than a dozen books from the headmaster, each of them insightful, even the most basic ones. Anything Dumbledore considered worth keeping was bound to be valuable. Some were rare publications only circulated among elite wizards, absolute treasures. Tom had kept himself in check lately. None of the books he borrowed had anything to do with dark magic. Because power didn't lie in the spell, it lay in the person. The killing curse could be learned by anyone. It was even listed in the restricted section. But people still feared the name Voldemort. On the other hand, Dumbledore, armed only with transfiguration and light magic, could still suppress the Dark Lord with ease. That said everything. Light magic required patience, study, and discipline. Dark magic was raw, brutal, and simple. But neither was superior. Soon, Tom arrived at the entrance to the headmaster's office. The stone gargoyle guarding the passage came to life and grinned at him. Password. Tom stared at it, puzzled. Chapter 65, Dumbledore apologizes. Tom coming to the headmaster's office to return books was hardly anything new. In the past, he had to speak the password each time. But after a few visits, the stone gargoyle by the entrance got used to seeing him. It would jump aside the moment he approached, no questions asked. A silent agreement, smooth and easy. So, why was it asking for a password today? Though a bit confused, Tom spoke the latest password he knew, Fizzy Honeydukes. Wrong, the stone gargoyle said with a sly grin. Dumbledore changed the password just this Monday. Sorry, Riddle boy, if you don't have the new one, you're not getting in. Tom narrowed his eyes. So that's why you're acting up. Lying in wait for me, were you? Then he added with a trace of indignation, but I didn't need a password the last few times. By that logic, I should be able to walk in now, too. The gargoyle shook its head wildly. That was then. This is now. I heard a troll got into the school yesterday. I've got to protect the headmaster now. From today on, nobody gets in without the password. Not even Dumbledore himself. Tom asked dryly. No exceptions, the gargoyle said, full of certainty. Tom gave a meaningful nod. You'd better remember you said that. Or I'll write it down in Hogwarts, a history, how the guardian of the headmaster's office says one thing and does another. I'm sure future students would love to read about a stone sentry that breaks its own rules. The gargoyle nearly choked on imaginary sweat. If it could sweat, that is. You little snake. Truly a Slytherin. If his reputation, etched in stone for 1,000 years, were tarnished in the official school record, it would be ruined forever. Kid. I don't feel like talking anymore, Tom cut him off flatly. I need to guess the password. He had a strategy, of course. Dumbledore's passwords were almost always sweets from Honeydukes. Reciting every candy in the shop's catalog would surely crack it. It was a game of numbers. Chocolate frogs. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Lemon snowdrops. Creamy, air, something with eucalyptus oil and mint. Jelly slugs. Click. The gargoyle groaned as it reluctantly shifted aside. The guess had been correct. And once the right password was spoken, it had no choice. Even if Voldemort himself showed up, or Grindelwald, it still had to let them through. Tom casted a sideways glance, the corner of his mouth curving upward as he started up the spiral staircase. Nice try, he thought smugly. Trying to outwit me. Guess Ravenclaw's famed wisdom isn't all that impressive after all. Still, he thought with a twitch of disgust, jelly slugs. Really, Dumbledore? That's just vile. Right behind cockroach clusters on the why does this exist scale. Good afternoon, Professor. I'm just returning some books. When Tom entered, Dumbledore was hunched over his desk, quill scratching away. At the sound of Tom's voice, he looked up and smiled warmly, setting the quill down. Mr. Riddle, you read too fast. At this rate, you'll clear out my entire collection before you even graduate. Tom glanced at the towering bookshelves, stacked to the ceiling. Not likely, he said, shaking his head. At my current pace, I'm behind. I'll have to work harder. Dumbledore chuckled helplessly. To be honest, even I haven't read every book in here. Many of them belong to past headmasters and headmistresses. Tom shrugged. I'll get through as many as I can. I've got plenty of spare time. He climbed the ladder and carefully replaced the 2 books he was returning in their original spots. After scanning the shelves, he selected 2 more. The Nature of Magic. Ancient scripts and the power within. Books in hand, Tom turned to leave, but Dumbledore called out to stop him. Professor? Is there something else? Nothing much, Dumbledore replied, still smiling gently. I just wanted to apologize. Tom blinked. Apologize? He frowned, thinking hard. Then he asked cautiously, You're not taking back the loan, are you? Honestly, that was the only thing he could imagine Dumbledore apologizing for. Dumbledore. Is this what I've become? He wondered, half amused and half dismayed. A man so pitiful that a student thinks I'd apologize just to reclaim a few hundred galleons. Mr. Riddle, he said with a sigh, you can continue using that money without worry. Tom gave a sigh of relief, but Dumbledore continued, I'm apologizing for something else. I received your feedback this morning. Your concerns about the school security. Tom's brain clicked into high gear. In a flash, he realized what had happened. He had noticed Professor McGonagall lurking nearby during breakfast but hadn't thought much of it. Apparently, she'd relayed his words to Dumbledore, and now here they were. As long as it wasn't about the loan, Tom didn't really care. Professor, of course I trust you, he said smoothly. The troll incident was just a freak accident. In all fairness, Dumbledore's term as headmaster had seen its share of chaos, sure, but the only actual fatality had been Cedric Diggory. And even that had happened after he was portkeyed off school grounds. So technically, Dumbledore could promise student safety without jinxing himself. It wasn't really a flag. Dumbledore nodded with a faint smile. They chatted a little while longer before Tom finally took his leave. After herbology class ended that afternoon, Tom headed straight for the Forbidden Forest. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he'd cast a disillusionment charm on himself beforehand. But even so, as he passed Hagrid's hut, the boarhound Fong, tied at the door, began barking wildly at thin air. Woof. Woof woof, whimper. Mid-bark, his voice turned into a whine. Tom had turned to glance at him. Despite being hidden from sight, dogs, especially hunting breeds, had a keen sense of danger. Fong could tell that if he kept barking, he might just end up as the star ingredient in a hot pot. Fong, what are you barking at now? Hagrid came hurrying over from his pumpkin patch. All he saw was Fong curling into himself, whimpering and covering his snout. Tom was already slipping silently into the Forbidden Forest. The disillusionment charm had its drawbacks. While it distorted light to hide the caster's form, it did nothing to conceal scent. If someone, or something, relied on smell, the charm alone wouldn't cut it. For proper stealth, a spell to suppress scent was essential. Unfortunately, Tom had yet to encounter any such magic. The wizarding world had long harbored a certain arrogance toward magical creatures, most didn't bother developing magic specifically to evade them. Even with someone like Newt Scamander challenging the status quo, the prejudice ran deep. You should start creating your own spells, came Andrus's sudden voice in his mind. Me. Tom halted in place, momentarily stunned. He had never considered inventing his own spells. Not out of a lack of ambition, but because it felt like something far beyond his current level. Or perhaps, simply unnecessary. Surely that was something to tackle after he'd mastered more conventional magic. Understanding his hesitation, Andrus chuckled from within the mental space they shared. Creating magic, or tailoring existing spells to suit yourself better, is a vital part of magical growth. Don't underestimate yourself, Tom. You're already far beyond ordinary. Not just compared to other students your age, even among full-grown wizards, you'd stand out. You've earned the right to take this step. Developing and adapting spells will force you to think more deeply. You'll come to understand the essence of magic itself. I understand, Tom said, nodding slowly. He made a mental note of it, his first official consideration of magical innovation. Andrus looked on, satisfied. He wasn't just humoring Tom because the boy controlled his existence, his approval was genuine. After all, when you looked at the other 11-year-olds around Hogwarts, Tom was in a league of his own. Children, by nature, were bundles of energy and mischief. Teenagers were even worse, restless and distractible. Yet Tom, from the day they'd met, had been relentless in his pursuit of knowledge. Not just attending classes, but training in their shared space every single night without fail. With that kind of dedication, even a fool would accomplish something. And Tom was no fool. While others played through their school years, Tom studied them into the ground. Once adulthood came with its distractions and burdens, the gap between them would only grow wider. To Andrus, having such a pupil was an honor. What he didn't know was that Tom's drive was also fueled by something else, his system. The system had no visible skill progression, but it did track credits. And whenever Tom's credits increased, he knew he'd truly learned something. That sense of visual progress gave him endless motivation. Seeing those numbers tick upward made him itch to study even more, sometimes for hours longer than planned. It was a beautiful misunderstanding. but one that, incidentally, helped strengthen the bond between mentor and student. Once their synchronization hit 100%, Tom would unlock another trait. When Tom arrived at the clearing where he'd brewed potions the night before, he spotted a house elf standing over the cauldron, staring into it. "Andrus." Tom called out tentatively. The elf jumped like he'd been struck by lightning and immediately began bowing nonstop. "Master Riddle." Ando was not slacking. Ando was not daydreaming. Tom glanced into the cauldron. The potion's color was exactly as expected. Satisfied, he smiled and nodded. "I know. It's progressing nicely. Good work. Master Riddle is too kind. Not hard work at all." Just one polite word of recognition was enough to send the elf into overwhelmed gratitude. Tom couldn't imagine what kind of treatment they'd endured to make submission so instinctive. Still, he had no intention of challenging that system. He benefited from it, and he was no idealist. He wasn't about to betray his own class. Crouching beside the cauldron, Tom stirred with his wand, infusing it with magic. The potion, previously bubbling faintly, immediately surged into a boil. He added a new round of ingredients. Under the afternoon sun, the mixture shimmered a striking violet red. According to Andrus, by the third day, once the heart of a fire dragon was added, it would turn deep crimson. After a final check, Tom instructed Ando to watch over it carefully, then turned to leave. Over the next 2 days, the Forbidden Forest might as well have become his second common room. Morning, noon, and night, he'd swing by the cauldron to check its progress. Though he had no clue how effective Andrus's prized potion would be, the brewing process had already taught him a lot. He was gaining experience, and even more questions. Under normal circumstances, he might have taken those questions straight to Snape. But lately, the men had been volatile. It was like the potion's master had hit wizarding menopause. His temper was foul, his patience thinner than Peeves' excuses. And the targets of his wrath weren't limited to Harry or the younger Gryffindors anymore. Anyone outside Slytherin was fair game. Even the other professors were baffled. What had pushed Severus Snape into such a foul mood? Only Tom and Dumbledore knew the truth. Dumbledore had found out after Snape's budget request had been denied. As for Tom, well, he'd caused it. Of course he knew. Not that Snape suspected him. His eyes were locked on Quirrel like a vengeful hawk. The result? Quirrel had been so paranoid he didn't even dare enter the Great Hall for meals anymore. Finally, Saturday arrived. The first Quidditch match of the year was about to begin. There's a saying in the Muggle world, sports are the wars of peacetime. At Hogwarts, Quidditch might as well be war between the four houses. It was their most direct form of competition. Tensions began to mount days before the match. Players were shadowed by classmates or older students wherever they went, to prevent sabotage. No one was allowed to eat anything unless a tester sampled it first. The sheer level of security even left Tom astonished. Harry, for instance, was flanked by 3 towering fifth years. The scrawny Seeker was completely swallowed up by them. And Slytherin's Seeker, Terrence Higgs, had it no easier. He had Marcus Flint himself acting as his personal bodyguard. Isn't this a bit much? Tom couldn't help but comment. It's essential, Tom, said Adrian Pusey, one of Slytherin's chasers, turning to him with a solemn face. 2 years ago, when I made the main team, Gryffindor slipped me a high-grade laxative. I thought my intestines were going to fall out. Tom blinked. Gryffindor. That's sneaky. He didn't particularly like the bold, reckless lions, but this seemed uncharacteristic. Most of them were fairly straightforward. Pettigrew-type backstabbers were rare. They're the worst. Pusey growled through gritted teeth. It was their beaters, the Weasley twins, who did it. Just because Marcus broke Wood's nose the previous year, they took it out on me. I had nothing to do with it. Tom. Well. Case closed. Turns out Slytherin struck first, exactly like he expected. Figures. Chapter 66, Quirrel gets headshot. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the Great Hall was already packed. Outside, the weather was bright and biting cold, but that did nothing to quell the little wizard's passion for Quidditch. Everyone was buzzing with anticipation for a spectacular match. The savory aroma of grilled sausages wafted through the hall, enough to make anyone's mouth water. Today was practically a festival of sausages. There were white sausages made from veal, Thuringian sausages paired with tangy sauerkraut, and even Italian sausages oozing with gooey mozzarella. Tom's favorite. Definitely the Thuringian sausages with sauerkraut. The richness of the sausage balanced perfectly by the sour crunch of the kraut. It was a harmony that reminded him of certain Eastern dishes he missed dearly. Watching how much Tom enjoyed the sauerkraut sausage combo, Daphne quietly took mental note. Next time she wrote to her mother, she'd ask their family's house elves to learn how to make that dish. That way, when the holidays came, she could invite Tom over for a proper feast. Tom was thoroughly enjoying his breakfast. On the Gryffindor side of the hall, however, Harry Potter looked like his brain was full of static. The buzz in his head completely shut down his appetite. Ever since that charms class incident, Hermione and Ron had practically become strangers. They didn't speak, didn't glance at each other, it was like the other simply didn't exist. Thankfully, the fallout hadn't affected Harry and Hermione's friendship. In Hermione's eyes, Ron was a hopeless case. All he did was play and slack off. Harry, at least, was salvageable, he asked questions, and more importantly, he listened and learned. To help Harry integrate better with the team, and also to boost Gryffindor's chances, Hermione had found a copy of Quidditch through the ages in the library and lent it to him. After diving into the book, Harry had a new level of respect for the sport. For instance, there were over 700 ways to foul in Quidditch. And most of the nastiest, most dangerous ones aimed squarely at Seekers. What did Seekers ever do to deserve that kind of hate? Steal someone's chips. To make matters worse, Harry couldn't stop thinking about a strange suspicion. He'd noticed Snape limping, and he was increasingly convinced it had something to do with that corridor on the 4th floor. But what had he been doing there? What was hidden in that corridor? Was it some kind of treasure Dumbledore was protecting? Harry, you've got to eat something, Hermione said gently. I don't feel like eating, Harry mumbled, staring at his empty plate. Just some toast at least, she coaxed. Seamus, sitting nearby, took it up a notch. He handed over a slice of toast slathered with peanut butter, then topped it with a grilled sausage smeared in ketchup. You know, Seamus said, the longest Quidditch match in history lasted 3 months. Even Hogwarts' longest game went on for days. If you don't eat now, you could literally starve out there. Harry caved and took a bite. By 10:30, it felt like the entire school had migrated to the Quidditch pitch. Tom and Daphne made their way up to the very top of the stands, where the view was the best. You could see the entire field clearly from here. Directly across from them was the Gryffindor stand. Neville and Seamus were holding up a giant bedsheet that read, Potter for the win, in shifting, glowing paint. Other banners and cheering props quickly followed. Slytherin, of course, wasn't going to be outdone. Their side erupted in magical banners and swirling sigils, the air practically shimmering with charm-fueled rivalry. For a moment, the whole stadium felt less like a sports venue and more like a dueling arena between two houses. Daphne wasn't a hardcore Quidditch fan, she saw it more as an occasional distraction than anything thrilling. But her Slytherin pride ran deep. She had prepared a massive banner and asked Tom to enchant it into the sky. The banner was a full 20 meters long and 4 meters wide, with a coiling green serpent along its borders. In the center, bold silver letters read, Slytherin Champions. Tom thought for a moment, then decided he might as well add a bit of flair. He drew his wand and cast a bright spell at the banner. Instantly, the embroidered serpent sprang to life, its sinuous body writhing realistically, and its giant head bursting beyond the banner's edge, hissing menacingly in the direction of the Gryffindor stands. Gryffindor, despite their spirit, didn't have a response ready for that. No one on their side could match that kind of spell work. The effect was immediate, Slytherin morale surged. At exactly 11 o'clock, the players from both teams emerged from the tunnel onto the pitch. Amid thunderous cheers, Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle, and with her included, 15 broomsticks soared into the air. The quaffle goes immediately to Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson. She's one brilliant chaser, that one, and quite the looker too. Jordan. Professor McGonagall snapped almost immediately. Sorry, Professor. Lee Jordan yelped. The commentator was none other than Lee Jordan, a third-year Gryffindor and close friend of the Weasley twins. So of course, his commentary was going to be just a tad biased. Johnson streaks down the pitch, passes, caught cleanly by Spinnet. She's a new addition this year, scouted by Captain Wood himself. Oh, here comes Flint with a pretty illegal move and, oof. He steals the quaffle. Is he going to score? Nope. Ha. Right from the get-go, the game was full of explosive back-and-forth action, and the crowd loved it. At its core, Quidditch was a 3-ball game, the quaffle for scoring, bludgers for brutal beatings, and the golden snitch to end it all. Seekers didn't really get involved in the regular gameplay, unless a bludger tried to eat them alive. Harry and Slytherin Seeker, Terrence Higgs, both hovered high above the chaos. They looked like hawks circling over a battlefield, eyes narrowed, scanning the skies for the elusive snitch. To the Gryffindor students who hadn't seen Harry train, his performance was jaw-dropping. He was flying as confidently and deftly as Higgs, maybe even more agile. Lee Jordan took the chance to hype him up. Potter is unbelievably agile, it's hard to believe he's only been flying for 2 months. Look at that feint. He's completely shaken Higgs. Brilliant move. Of course, part of it's the broom as well. Compared to the old clean sweeps, the Nimbus 2000's acceleration and handling are. Jordan. McGonagall had to step in again to keep him from turning the commentary into a product review. Puffed. Tom, who'd been listening with mild amusement, suddenly snorted with laughter, just loud enough to be heard over the game. Daphne, completely focused on the action, turned her head in surprise. Tom. What are you laughing at? Wasn't this match supposed to be serious? Tom glanced at her confused look and found it even more amusing. He smirked and replied, Do you know what a car is? Daphne nodded cautiously. She'd seen them before, even if she'd never ridden in one. Tom continued, In the Muggle world, there's a group of people who know everything about cars. From horsepower to torque, engine specs to tire types, every detail memorized. But here's the funny part. Tom held out his hands, his grin turning devilish. They can't afford any of them. I feel like Lee Jordan's exactly that kind of guy. And honestly, I respect it. The way they talk like experts, even though they'll never get behind the wheel, it's impressive. Daphne finally got it, and collapsed sideways against Tom's shoulder, giggling uncontrollably. Her laughter was light and bright, and it spread like wildfire. Tom hadn't lowered his voice. Every student nearby heard the joke, and it wasn't long before it started rippling outward. Soon, the entire Slytherin section was roaring with laughter. Their stands had turned into a sea of mirth. The commentary stand and the professor's box were just east of them, and Lee Jordan glanced over, puzzled. Slytherin was only ahead by 10 points, was that really something to be grinning so smugly about? Just then, a student with a mouth full of mischief shouted using the sonorous charm. We really admire how you can talk like a pro when you can't even afford a nimbus. That did it. The professor's expressions twisted awkwardly. They clearly wanted to laugh, but knew they shouldn't. Lee Jordan flushed bright red. Still, that jab sobered him up a little. His commentary became a tad more restrained, though his bias remained painfully obvious. Johnson's taken back the quaffle, she's flying full speed. Throws it, Bletch misread the move, what a brilliant feint, Gryffindor scores. Gryffindor cheers echoed through the frosty air. Professor McGonagall clenched her fists under the desk, silently cheering yes, when Angelina Johnson scored. Who would have guessed that the stern, unsmiling Professor McGonagall, renowned for her strict sense of fairness, was also a die-hard Quidditch fan? Had it not been for an old injury in her youth, she might have led a team to win the cup herself. Suddenly, a gasp swept through the stands. The golden snitch had appeared. It zipped past Adrian Pusey's ear, and Harry spotted it first, immediately diving after it. Higgs saw it too, and wasn't far behind. But Harry's flying skills and speed were a cut above, he began pulling ahead. That's when Marcus Flint rammed into Harry midair, sending him spinning off course. The golden snitch vanished instantly, slipping away like a whisper in the wind. Gryffindor had just missed their best chance to end the match. Foul. Madam Hooch roared furiously, penalizing Flint and awarding a penalty shot to Gryffindor. The Gryffindor stands erupted in boos and curses. Flint, however, didn't care in the slightest. He even grinned up at the Gryffindors, taunting them. Which, of course, only made the insults louder. That was downright dirty and shameless, Lee Jordan growled, practically spitting his words. Jordan. McGonagall snapped. I was talking about the foul, Professor. This is your last warning. If you can't commentate properly, go dig watermelons. Right. Lee Jordan grumbled and fell quiet. Gryffindor is currently trailing by 40 points. No worries, though, Potter has a much sharper eye for the snitch than Higgs. Suddenly, a new disturbance rippled through the crowd. Harry's broomstick began bucking wildly, spinning and twisting in midair. He barely managed to stay on. Just as it calmed for a moment, it began trembling violently again. Tom's eyes darted to the professor's box. Quirrel's lips were moving rapidly, chanting under his breath. Snape's were too. The two were locked in a silent, magical tug-of-war, neither realizing the other was casting spells as well. Both of them were targeting Harry's broomstick, using it as a magical conduit for their duel. Unbelievable. Tom seethed inwardly. A stunt this fun, and they didn't invite him. He gripped his wand in reverse, hiding it inside his sleeve, and began chanting too. But his target wasn't Harry's nimbus, there was barely room for two in that magical mess. He'd aim elsewhere. Tom set his sights on the rogue bludger. Manipulating objects with willpower was a talent of his, even before getting a wand, he'd mastered it. Now that he had a wand, this was child's play. Under Tom's influence, the bludger shot forward with renewed speed, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. George Weasley jumped, startled by its sudden charge, and swung hard with his bat. The force of the blow rattled up his arms. Up in the professor's box, Quirrel didn't even notice. A wicked smirk tugged at his lips. His eyes were locked on Harry's shaking broom. Dumbledore wasn't here today. If he could just knock Harry off, from that height, the boy would splatter like jam. It would be perfect revenge, for his master. But just as quickly as the smirk appeared, it vanished. Snape's eyes had swept toward him. Quirrel pursed his lips, falling still. His focus had been divided between Snape and Harry's broom. Snape's focus was now on him and the broom. Neither of them noticed anything else, least of all a certain ball. The rogue bludger, having been smacked between several players, now curved in a strange, eerie arc. Tom's eyes lit up. He added one final surge of power. The bludger nearly flew out of the pitch's boundaries, then, with a weird, unnatural tug, it snapped back and shot straight at Quirrel's head. The sharp whistle of wind grew louder and sharper behind him, but by the time Quirrel sensed something was wrong, it was too late. Bang! The heavy bludger slammed into the back of his skull with bone-crunching force. His body flew upward, tumbled over the row of seats, then rolled down the stairway, bouncing and spinning down from the very top of the professor's box. He didn't stop until he slammed into the railing at the bottom. Had that railing not been there, he'd likely have plummeted several stories onto the pitch below. Professor Quirrel. Professor Flitwick nearly fainted from shock. He rushed over to check on him as chaos broke out among the faculty. "I'm going to see what's going on," Tom told Daphne, and pushed through the crowd toward the professor's stand. Professor McGonagall and Flitwick were kneeling beside Quirrel, who was already unconscious. Professor Sinistra from astronomy had sprinted back to the castle to fetch Madame Pomfrey. Tom leaned in close. McGonagall, clearly worried, didn't spare a second to question why a first-year student was in the professor's box. That dull thud from earlier had made even his teeth ache. If anything, it proved that Quirrel's head was made of solid stuff. "Professor," Tom said after a moment of observation, "you should take off his turban. If there's a wound under there, it might get infected if it stays wrapped." "You've got a point," McGonagall and Flitwick nodded in agreement. "No need." Just as they reached for his turban, Quirrel woke up. Eyes bloodshot, he sat up abruptly, struggling to his feet. "I'm just a little dizzy. Nothing else." Then, to everyone's stunned silence, Quirrel hobbled away, limping with a twisted, almost grotesque gait, off the stand without a word. "A medical miracle," McGonagall murmured as she watched his receding figure. Tom heard her whisper and nodded solemnly. Quirrel. Truly a man with a death wish. Chapter 67, Can the Philosopher's Stone Cure Illness? With Quirrel out of the picture, Harry's broomstick finally returned to normal. He dived sharply, so suddenly that Higgs thought Harry had lost control and paid him no attention, staying focused on spotting the golden snitch. Then, to everyone's shock, they saw Harry clutch his mouth as if he were about to vomit, and out popped the snitch. Just like that, in the most absurd way imaginable, the match was over. Gryffindor won 170-60. Slytherin was devastated. Gryffindor, on the other hand, was celebrating like it was Christmas morning. No one could have predicted Harry's mouth skills were that good. He had caught the golden snitch with his mouth. Flint accused him of cheating, but Madame Hooch didn't entertain the complaint. The rules never said how the snitch must be caught. As the crowd gradually dispersed and everyone made their way back to the castle, discussions about the match filled the air, but so did speculation about what had happened to Professor Quirrel. Many students had seen him get nailed in the head by a rogue bludger, and it wasn't pretty. For a regular person, that kind of hit would have meant immediate unconsciousness, or worse. But not only did Quirrel stay conscious, he refused medical treatment and limped back to the castle on his own. Surprisingly, people started to admire him. At least in terms of pain tolerance and sheer resilience, they were willing to call him the toughest around. Inside Hagrid's hut. It was Snape, Hermione explained to Harry and Hagrid. "I saw him through my binoculars," he was muttering a spell at Harry's broom. "I was going to go stop him, but halfway there, Quirrel got hit by the bludger, and Snape stopped casting. Then Harry caught the snitch." Hermione had originally intended to find Tom and Daphne after the match but couldn't resist Hagrid's enthusiastic invitation. This was also the perfect opportunity to tell Harry what she'd seen. "Rubbish," Hagrid said gruffly, not buying it. "Why would Snape do something like that?" "I think he's trying to steal whatever's on the 4th floor, Harry suddenly said. Hagrid stiffened. "What did you say?" "Wait, how do you know what's on the 4th floor?" "I don't," Harry said honestly, shaking his head. "But on Halloween, I saw Snape limping down from upstairs. His leg was injured. I think he got bitten by the three-headed dog." "You know about Fluffy?" Hagrid was utterly stunned now. "Fluffy. That's the dog's name." Hermione latched onto the detail immediately. "Ah, yeah. I bought him off a Greek fella. Loaned him to Dumbledore to guard." Hagrid cut himself off mid-sentence. He looked from Hermione to Ron and Harry, all of them staring at him with bright, curious eyes, and clamped his mouth shut. "I'm not telling you anything more. Snape's a teacher here," Hagrid added defensively. "Even if he hated James." "James?" Harry perked up immediately. "Hagrid, are you saying Snape knew my dad?" Waving a massive arm as if trying to shoo away the topic, Hagrid muttered, "That was just some old grudge. Has nothing to do with you. Just forget about Fluffy. Forget what he's guarding. That's between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel. Hermione gasped. Another name unlocked. Hermione instantly jotted it down in her mental notes. Smack. Hagrid slapped himself across the face, then physically pushed them out of the hut. In the Forbidden Forest. The elixir was nearly ready. Tom sent Kaka away, deciding to handle the final phase himself. The moment he added the dragon heart, the potion began to boil violently, releasing a terrifying amount of heat as clouds of white vapor billowed upward. Tom cast a light wind spell to disperse the steam without disrupting the potion. About 30 minutes later, the contents of the cauldron had been reduced by half. The color had transformed into the deep blood-red hue Andrus had described. The thick, slightly viscous liquid shimmered like flowing, molten gemstone. Andrus, you sure this stuff's safe? Tom asked cautiously. This wasn't just any potion, it was imported, and far too dangerous to take lightly. Andrus took a close look and confirmed, the color checks out. Smell it, do you get a faint sharpness with a hint of blood? Tom nodded. That's exactly what he smelled. Then it's right. Drink it, no hesitation. With Andrus's assurance, Tom felt less nervous. He took out a balance scale and began portioning the potion. Each dose was precisely 5 ounces, about 140 grams. One batch yielded 7 doses, enough for 7 uses. Without hesitation, Tom grabbed a vial and downed it. The thick, syrupy liquid stuck to his throat, refusing to go down. Tom had to gulp several times before it finally slid into his stomach. His eyebrows twisted into a knot, it felt like he'd just drunk a pint of long-coagulated blood. Before he could even complain to Andrus, the potion took effect. It was like a volcano erupted inside him, spreading molten heat throughout his body. Tom's face turned crimson. Steam began to rise off his skin. Even in near-freezing temperatures, it felt like he'd stepped into a sauna. He quickly shifted into action mode and summoned Andrus. Didn't you say there were specific movements? Teach me, quickly. Andrus didn't waste time. Fearing the potion's power might dissipate, he immediately demonstrated a sequence of bizarre, ritualistic poses. Individually, they were meaningless. But when performed under the influence of the vitality elixir, they enabled Tom's body to absorb its effects much faster and more efficiently. While wizards like Dumbledore and Voldemort could overpower dragons and sphinxes without blinking, that didn't mean their physical essence was stronger than those magical beasts. They were still humans, just smarter, and more deeply attuned to magic. The potion's principle was simple: by ingesting the essence of high-tier magical creatures, one could elevate their own life force. The benefits went beyond raw strength, it enhanced mental clarity, magical stamina, and even extended lifespan. Over the next 10 minutes, Tom, led by Andrus, completed the sequence of movements 3 times. With his sharp memory, Tom committed every step to heart. Each round of poses burned off some of the potion's energy, and gradually, the raging heat inside him began to cool. An hour later, Tom's body temperature had returned to normal, and his energy had been completely drained. He ended the session in a rather bizarre pose and couldn't help but mutter aloud. Train your form to mirror the crane, scriptures in hand beneath pine trees. I seek the way, but none can answer, clouds drift in the sky, water rests in the jar. What the hell was that? Inside the learning space, Andrus was full of question marks. Thanks to the nature of the space, he could understand whatever language Tom spoke, every word made sense individually, but strung together. None of it clicked. It's nothing, Tom exhaled a mouthful of foul air, finally finishing the set. Just feeling philosophical for a moment. Despite having pushed himself through an intense hour of physical training, Tom felt better than ever. His body brimmed with vitality, his mind felt clear, and his thoughts sharp. As for his magic, Diffindo. His wrist flicked like lightning, and a flash of light shot from his wand, instantly slicing a tree into a pile of splinters that rained down onto the forest floor. My spells feel more vicious now, Tom observed. Andrus wasn't surprised in the slightest. That's to be expected. When your mental state shifts, the energy within your spells does too. Now that your physical endurance has increased, your magical growth will accelerate. You can start learning some larger-scale magic. Tom nodded, he liked firepower. If overwhelming strength could solve a problem, why waste time on clever tricks? Simpler, more brutal solutions were often the best. He took out another bottle of the strengthening elixir. Just one bottle had made this much difference. What if he took them all? He'd be unstoppable. Sensing where his thoughts were headed, Andrus quickly intervened. There's still residual potency from the last dose in your system. You'll need time to absorb it, at least a week before your next dose. Fine. Tom regretfully tucked the bottle away. He quickly tallied up his potion ingredients. Everything else he either had on hand, could gather in the Forbidden Forest, or buy from Diagon Alley. The only things he was missing were Sphinx eyes and dragon hearts, the two key ingredients. He had 6 more vials of the potion left. Taking one per week would get him right up to Christmas break. According to Andrus, the effects would stop showing after 20 or 30 bottles. Southwest the road ahead was still long. Missing ingredients, and the first person Tom thought of was his own head of house. But he soon gave up on that idea. Not because he couldn't steal from him, he had already stolen the last of both those ingredients from Snape's stash. But Snape wasn't stupid. The man had probably hidden what was left, and it wasn't like the shelves would magically restock just for Tom to loot. Better to wait until Christmas and source the materials from Diagon Alley or Nocturne Alley. After packing up his cauldron and scale, Tom left the Forbidden Forest with a spring in his step. His body felt great, better than ever, but he was starving. He could eat an entire cow raw if it stood still long enough. At lunch, he ate about 1.5 times his usual absurd amount of food. Then, without resting, he raced to the room of requirement. Normally, he would train with Hermione and Daphne from morning till noon every Saturday. But thanks to the Quidditch match, they had shifted the session to the afternoon. When he arrived, the two young witches were deep in discussion. Hermione looked flustered, and Daphne wasn't any calmer. She was visibly angry. No way. Absolutely impossible. But that's what we saw. He's the prime suspect. What do you mean, suspect? Tom stepped in, walking over to them. Tom, you're just in time. Daphne immediately rushed over to him, fuming. Hermione saying Professor Snape secretly used magic to mess with Potter's broomstick. I saw it with my own eyes. Hermione said urgently. Snape was staring at Harry's broom and muttering something the whole time. But the second Professor Quirrel got hit, Snape stopped, and Harry got control of his broom again, and caught the snitch. Tom nodded, looking thoughtful. Just as Hermione thought he was about to believe her, Tom spoke again. If we go by that logic, then I also saw Quirrel doing the exact same thing. The moment he got hit by the bludger, Harry's broom went back to normal. Doesn't that make him a suspect too? Quirrel. Hermione blinked, stunned, and even Daphne looked shocked. Could Quirrel really pull that off? If he was responsible, then why would Quirrel go after Harry? Hermione asked, frowning. Tom shrugged. Beats me. I don't really care about the why either. Now stop wasting time, get back to practicing the shield charm. That's way more important than playing detective. Seeing Daphne already pulling out her wand, Hermione forced herself to set aside the swirling thoughts in her head and resumed training. After the lesson, back in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione told Harry what Tom had said. Harry shook his head immediately. There's no way it was Professor Quirrel. Sure, he's not the strongest wizard, but he's never done anything to me. He has no reason to try and hurt me. Then he offered Hermione a sympathetic smile. I get why Tom thinks that way, though. No one wants to believe their own head of house is a bad guy. Anyway, I'm more worried about that thing on the 4th floor. By the way, Hermione, do you know who Nicholas Flamel is? Harry's curiosity was now burning at full force. What kind of treasure would Dumbledore go to such lengths to protect? Hermione furrowed her brows. She'd read a lot of books, but not one had ever mentioned that name. Nicholas Flamel. Sure I know. The next day in the courtyard, Tom replied breezily when Hermione brought up the name. He's basically a living legend in alchemy. He and Dumbledore discovered the 13th use of dragon's blood. But his biggest achievement? Creating the Philosopher's Stone. With it, he can produce the elixir of life and turn metals into gold. He's over 660 years old now. Elixir of life? Hermione and Daphne both gasped. Well, kind of. Tom clarified, the immortality part is real, but the eternal youth part is a stretch. After 600 years, he and his wife are basically shriveled bags of bones. A strong breeze might snap them in two. Oh. Daphne immediately lost all interest. After all, the first thing any woman cared about, no matter her age, was appearance. If the stone made you live forever but look like a dusty old hag, she'd rather die. That kind of eternal life sounded like pure torture. Seeing Daphne's reaction, Hermione quickly chimed in, but it can also make gold. With the Philosopher's Stone, you'd never be poor again. Daphne looked utterly unbothered. Gold. That stuff's not even rare. My family owns several gold mines. We're never going to run out of it. Oof. Tom felt like his gut had just taken another critical hit. He was so fragile now that even emotional jabs left him reeling. Just then, Daphne seemed to remember something. She suddenly jumped to her feet, startling Hermione. Grabbing Tom by the shoulders, she stared at him with urgency. If it really makes you immortal. Can the Philosopher's Stone cure diseases too? Chapter 68, The Greengrass Family Curse. Can the Philosopher's Stone cure illness? The answer is yes, otherwise, Voldemort wouldn't have risked everything to sneak into Hogwarts in his weakened state just to seize it. But just like no potion can cure all diseases, the stone isn't as omnipotent as the legends claim. Tom had never seen Daphne like this before. Anxious, hopeful, yet visibly afraid that the answer would disappoint her, afraid to face the truth. For once, even Tom chose his words carefully. In front of Hermione, he gently held Daphne's hand and said, "Daphne, alchemy at its core is about equivalent exchange. The Philosopher's Stone is essentially a massive concentration of magical energy. Its ability to grant immortality proves that magic can be converted into life force. Some illnesses can be healed when the body is supplied with enough life force. But some actually feed off it. In those cases, more life force just worsens the condition." His tone was soft, his eyes steady as he looked at Daphne, who had begun to calm down. "Let me guess, you're asking this for your sister, aren't you?" Daphne nodded. "So we need to approach this logically. I still don't know exactly what's wrong with your sister. How could I give you any kind of promise without knowing the details? Can you tell me what's going on with her? The more I know, the better I can help." Hermione was also watching Daphne now, holding her breath and keeping perfectly quiet. She had no idea Daphne even had a sick sister. Daphne fell silent for a long time, clearly hesitating. At last, she took a deep breath and made up her mind. Actually, Astoria's condition isn't exactly an illness. It's a curse. A curse? Hermione gasped aloud. "Daphne, someone cursed your sister. That's horrible." Daphne was 11, her sister couldn't be more than 10. Who could be cruel enough to curse a 10-year-old child? "Voldemort, in spirit please. I cursed a 1-year-old. Age is just a number." But Daphne shook her head at Hermione's shock. "This curse wasn't placed on Astoria specifically, it targets the entire Greengrass family. More than 20 of my ancestors have died from it. I had an aunt who died before I was even born. She was cursed too. Since she was little, Astoria's been frail, sickly and weak. No matter how much we fed her, she stayed thin. The wind could knock her over. I don't know the specifics. I'm sure my mother does, but she's never told me." Daphne finished in one breath and let out a long sigh. Tom and Hermione both fell silent. There wasn't anything they could say. Empty words wouldn't help. Only solving the problem would ease Daphne's heart. Hermione suddenly stood up, prompting Daphne and Tom to look at her in confusion. "I'm going to the library. There might be records about similar curses." Daphne was touched. Hermione could be insufferable when it came to competing for Tom's attention, but aside from that, she really was a good friend. Still, she tugged Hermione back down to sit. "Silly Hermione. This is a hereditary curse passed down through generations. It's undoubtedly powerful dark magic. Even if the school has records, they'd be in the restricted section. You think they'd just let you find something like that out in the open?" Hermione thought about it and deflated. "You're right. Sorry, Daphne. You don't need to apologize. I'll find a way to cure Astoria." Tom finally spoke, drawing the girls' attention back to him. "Astoria's situation is tragic, but I doubt anything serious will happen to her right away. Our main task right now is still to study. Only by becoming stronger can we even hope to change things." Daphne and Hermione both nodded seriously. Seeing their motivation, Tom decided on the spot to squeeze in one more lesson that day. After their training ended, Tom stayed alone in the room of requirement, deep in thought. Originally, he had no intention of getting involved with the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore had been watching it like a hawk. A first-year trying to steal it. He'd be crucified. But Daphne's guess had shaken Tom's resolve. What if the stone could help Astoria? He couldn't pretend not to care. After all the time he'd spent bonding with Daphne since the start of term, he had a soft spot now. This girl was going to be his future girlfriend. That made Astoria his future sister-in-law. And the sister-in-laws, well, let's say if you round things up, half her butt belongs to the brother-in-law. So, technically, the whole butt was his responsibility. How could he not help? He entered his study space and shared everything with Andrus. After hearing him out, Andrus frowned deeply. "That's a vicious curse. I've studied many curses, but for one to last that long through a bloodline. I'm sorry, Tom. Without seeing her condition for myself, I can't make promises. But I'll be honest, there's a good chance I won't be able to help. As for the Philosopher's Stone, though, that's worth a try. Or better yet, just go directly to Nicholas Flamel. Damn. The man's over 600 years old and still kicking. I've never even heard of him before." The moment Andrus mentioned Flamel, even he couldn't hide his awe. Back in his era, alchemy wasn't even a formal discipline, just a pastime for wizards with low magical talent. But anyone who could create a philosopher's stone clearly wasn't some fraud like those back then. Flamel was on a whole different level. That makes sense, Tom's eyes lit up. He suddenly realized he'd been stuck thinking in the wrong direction. The guy who made the philosopher's stone was still alive. So why bother trying to steal the stone when you could just talk to the man? In an instant, Tom's plan shifted, from stealing the stone to finding a way to contact Nicholas Flamel. The new week arrived with a biting chill. Outside the castle, a relentless, drizzling rain cloaked the grounds in grey. Tom was grateful he'd finished brewing his fortifying potion just a few days earlier. Had he delayed any further, he'd have had to stop, pack it up, and wait for sunlight to return before continuing. The damp had crept indoors too, and the dormitory now reeked of moisture. Clothes, bedding, even the curtains, everything felt soggy. It was driving Tom mad with irritation. And it was precisely during this bout of frustration that he did something extraordinary. He accidentally invented a spell. Before the stunned eyes of Zabini and the others, the moisture in the air and even from the blankets and clothes began to gather into a single point. Mold stains lurking in dark corners were pulled free, sucked toward the center. Before long, a greenish, melon-sized orb of condensed water and mildew hovered in the middle of the room. The air felt noticeably drier, clearer. It was working. Had he really just created a new spell? Tom could hardly believe it. He'd merely thought to himself, if only I could squeeze all the moisture out of this place. And just like that, it worked. What did you think spell invention was? Andrus chuckled when he heard about it. Some complicated, ritualistic nonsense. No, if you have a clear goal, your magical power supports it, and you catch a flash of inspiration, boom. A new spell. Tom got it. This wasn't like solving arithmetic problems where you needed strict logic and structure. Magic wasn't bound by reason, it was pure willpower made real. In some sense, magic was really just, I think, therefore it happens. His frustration had reached a boiling point, and in that moment, he'd inadvertently invented a very practical household spell. Tom tossed the water orb into the washroom, then sat back down and focused on that same feeling. Before long, he succeeded again, but in reverse. Now the room began to re-dampen. 2 new spells, born from frustration. Dash, moisture banish and mildew cleanse, a dehumidifying and purifying spell. Dash, dampening mist enchantment, a spell to humidify and remoisten an area. Tom was over the moon. These 2 humble domestic charms had him smiling all day. And when Tom was happy, Daphne was happy. The 2 of them giggled through their entire transfiguration class like children. Professor McGonagall kept glancing over, half suspecting they'd been jinxed. I don't know, Professor, Tom said innocently. I just feel really good today. Like laughing. Me too, Daphne added. When Tom smiles, I can't help smiling back. Hermione pressed a palm to her forehead. These 2 idiots were beyond saving. That afternoon, Tom and Daphne went for a walk on the grassy grounds outside the castle. That's when he spotted a familiar figure emerging from the Forbidden Forest, Professor Snape. Tom's eyes lit up. Grinning slyly, he led Daphne straight into the man's path. Good afternoon, Professor. Snape took 2 instinctive steps backward and glanced suspiciously at the sky. By every astronomical measure, the sun still rose from the east. So why, was Tom Riddle voluntarily greeting him? Sure, their relationship had improved recently, but Tom still treated him like a colleague, not a professor. Only when asking specific potion-related questions would he show anything resembling flattery, and even then, strictly professional. This sudden pleasantry? Definitely a trap. Snape was on full alert. But Tom just kept smiling like a harmless kitten, stepping closer despite Snape's retreat. Professor, you must have noticed, something was tampered with during Saturday's Quidditch match. Harry's broom, the Nimbus 2000, it was cursed. Snape's eyes narrowed. I don't know what you're talking about. Tom, undeterred, went on casually. Well, rumor has it. Harry thinks it was you. Said someone saw you muttering under your breath while staring at his broom. If Quirrel hadn't been injured, Harry would have gone splat. Snape nearly choked on his own rage. He'd risked everything to counteract Quirrel's dark curse, and now he was the suspect. Nonsense. Snape barked, furious. This was beyond unfair. It was like accusing a squib of killing Dumbledore with the killing curse. These idiotic accusations, who's been spreading them? Tell me. I'll deduct house points until they cry. He was dead serious. If Harry didn't shut his mouth soon, Snape would gladly lock him in detention for weeks. I'm not sure exactly, Tom said innocently. One of the Weasley twins, maybe. But if it's all a misunderstanding, maybe you should just clear it up with Harry. Save your reputation, you know. Explain myself, to Potter. Snape let out a strangled laugh of disbelief. No. Now that he's made the accusation, it's no longer a misunderstanding. He's absolutely right. I am trying to kill him. Him, and Weasley too. Perfect. With a dramatic flourish, Snape swept past them, storming off toward the castle. Daphne blinked. Tom, you're not worried? Harry already suffers enough in potions. I thought you two were kind of friendly. Tom waved her off. Relax. Even if Snape explodes, he won't actually hurt Harry. He'll just torment him a little. This is about Ron. He still owes Hermione for calling her a friendless know-it-all. Ah, Daphne nodded in understanding. By Tuesday, Snape had found his chance for revenge. As he strode into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, every Gryffindor stiffened like prey sensing a predator. Professor Quirrel suffered a head injury during the match, Snape said coldly. Not that it matters. Even a moke would pity his brain. A grim joke. A moke was a rare, shrinking lizard. Not exactly brainy. Hermione turned beet red, though, she got the reference. Quirrell's brain was apparently so unimpressive that even a moke would pity it. More importantly, Snape continued, he also fractured several bones falling down the stairs. Refused Madame Pomfrey's treatment. So, for the next 2 weeks, I'll be teaching this class. Harry's face turned ashen. It was true what they said, you don't know what you've got till it's gone. At this point, Harry would have gladly returned to Quirrell's boring essays and stammering lectures. Potter, Snape drawled, like speaking to a misbehaving pet. Tell me, which charm is most effective for banishing a pack of ghouls? Oh no. Same setup. Same Snape. Harry stood up, robotic. I don't know, Professor. Of course you don't. The Slytherins burst into laughter. Malfoy went red from the effort of holding it in. When it quieted, Snape narrowed his eyes at Harry. You should realize by now that it's not just potions where you're woefully behind. The same goes for Defense Against the Dark Arts. This is basic knowledge. Even Weasley beside you could answer it blindfolded. Ron clenched his fist so hard his knuckles went white. He wanted to punch Snape square in the face, but he didn't dare. Turn to page 59, Snape snapped. Learn the banishment charm. And remember, next time you face a ghoul, don't go swinging a club like a Neanderthal. You're a wizard, not a caveman. Harry immediately thought of Fred and George whacking bludgers with bats. So, exactly how many people had Snape insulted with that one question? Chapter 69, Professor Quirrell, you wouldn't want Dumbledore to know your secret, would you? Turns out, Harry's nightmare had only just begun. The ridicule before class was merely the warm-up. After introducing the traits and weaknesses of ghouls and having the students jot down the banishment incantation, Snape stepped outside and dragged in his specially prepared teaching aids, 2 live ghouls. Despite their terrifying name, ghouls weren't particularly dangerous. They were only classified as XX-level threats, the same as a bowtruckle or a puffskein. These creatures were small, with slimy dark greenish-black skin, protruding fangs, and a few wisps of hair clinging to their bald heads. They lived in damp, dark places, like sewers and attics, and fed on spiders and moths. Wizards never bothered to wipe out ghouls. In fact, some even kept them around for amusement, treating their wailing screeches like music. Handling such low-level creatures was simple, either physically or magically. Potter, Snape said with a sneer, why don't you give the class a demonstration? Harry wasn't nervous. He figured these little things couldn't be that tough. What he forgot, though, was that Snape's real job was teaching potions. He was a master in the field. These 2 ghouls weren't your average attic gremlins. Snape had found them just the night before and fed them some rather interesting potions. Now they were bursting with energy and rage. The moment Snape lifted the Petrificus Totalis spell, the 2 ghouls, eyes glowing red, lunged at Harry and kicked him in circles, literally. By the time they were done, Harry was too stunned to even think straight. Wait a second, Harry thought. Aren't ghouls supposed to be skittish and non-aggressive? Since when did they kick like mountain trolls? He didn't even get a chance to cast a spell. Tisk, looks like our dear savior isn't quite so gifted when it comes to handling basic magical creatures, Snape sneered, his smirk practically radiating joy. Don't worry, Potter. I'll give you something more your speed next time. Malfoy looked like he'd just had Christmas, his birthday, and every holiday combined. If only Snape could clone himself and replace every professor, Malfoy would be the happiest boy at Hogwarts, getting front-row seats to Potter's misfortunes every day. And the disaster wasn't over yet. After Harry got trounced, the next unlucky volunteer was Ron. Sure, Harry eventually surpassed Ron in later years, but for now, Ron actually had the upper hand. Being raised in a pure-blood family meant he'd been exposed to magic from birth. At the very least, he knew a few useful spells. Especially against ghouls, after all, there was one living in the attic at his house. And when his brothers bullied him, Ron often went up there to take it out on the poor thing. Ron confidently raised his wand and cast the banishment spell. Good news, it worked. Bad news, it was pathetically weak. One of the ghouls rolled backward twice before standing back up like nothing had happened. Ron tried again, but this time he completely missed. With both ghouls closing in and grinning nastily, he panicked. One snatched his wand. And just like that, Ron joined Harry in the Pummeled by Ghouls club. The class erupted in laughter. Even the Gryffindors couldn't hold back. Ron looked downright tragic, his hair was a mess, his robe was gone, and everyone got a clear view of his bright red underwear. The girls groaned in disgust while giggling uncontrollably. Harry wanted to laugh too, but Ron was his mate. He forced himself to keep a straight face, though his lips twitched. Snape, finally satisfied, retrieved one of the ghouls and left the other for student practice. By the end of class, everyone had a turn, except Tom. Snape waved him off with a snort. Your spells are too forceful. If you break my teaching aids, what am I supposed to use next class? Don't assume ghouls were only for first years. At Quirrel's current teaching pace, even third years could make use of them. After deducting 5 points each from Harry and Ron and leaving them with some choice words, Snape strutted out feeling utterly refreshed. Apart from the 2 battered victims, everyone agreed it had actually been a great class. And not just this class, anyone who had Snape as a substitute came away with the same conclusion. Sure, the man had a mouth like acid and hair like engine grease, but he actually taught. Everyone got hands-on experience. And defeating a magical creature. That sense of accomplishment was leagues beyond copying down lecture notes. No wonder Snape applied for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position every year. Before anyone realized it, students were starting to hope Quirrel wouldn't return. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if Snape just kept subbing the whole year. Some even speculated Quirrel might never come back. After all, getting smacked in the back of the head by a rogue bludger flying at top speed. He could very well be permanently out of commission. No one was shocked. With the kind of turnover that job had, Quirrel just became another statistic. Even the professors were numb to it by now. If he was dead, maybe they'd get a feast out of it. While everyone was quietly excited about the prospect of Professor Quirrel's memorial dinner, 2 weeks later, the man himself returned from the dead, much to everyone's disappointment. He didn't look dead, though, just pale, like he'd spent the fortnight battling a nasty illness. The students weren't happy to see him. Neither was Snape. Snape had just gotten a taste of what it felt like to teach Dada. Barely 2 weeks in, and it was snatched away. Only one person seemed pleased by Quirrel's return. Tom. After Quirrel's first class back, Tom politely stopped him in the corridor. Mr. Riddle, Quirrel said weakly, his voice still sounding frail. Is something the matter? I have a few questions I was hoping to ask you. Tom offered a polite smile. But it's a bit crowded here. Perhaps we could speak in your office. Quirrel blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected a request like that from Tom of all people. Still, he nodded, and Tom gave Daphne a glance to signal her to follow. They arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Tom's first time there. The system popped up with a notification. Achievement points plus 20. Not 10, 20. Apparently, this wasn't just Tom's first visit. It was the first time any student had ever entered Quirrel's office. Tom looked around curiously. The room was pretty standard, a large desk, a few rows of bookshelves. The only things that stood out were the bizarre trinkets and tribal souvenirs hanging on the walls, and a massive full-length mirror by the window. Quirrel had built up a persona of being a globe-trotting wizard who loved visiting primitive magical tribes. The weird decorations weren't too surprising. Mr. Riddle, Quirrel said after shutting the door behind them. Now then, what is it you wanted to ask? Inside the office, Quirrel seemed to regain some confidence. His voice wasn't nearly as shaky anymore. In fact, it had taken on a calm steadiness. Tom, however, wasn't concerned about Quirrel making a move against him. If it were just Quirrel alone, he posed no threat. Even if it was Voldemort behind those eyes. Tom wasn't worried. After all, if he was a Jinchuriki, it wasn't like he was the only one. Andrus burst forth with all his power. Right now, Tom was essentially a scaled-down, time-limited version of the Century King. Sure, the effective embodiment had lasted over 10 minutes, far more than the usual one, but Tom was still just a child. His magic reserves, while impressive for his age, only allowed Andrus to remain at full strength for about a minute. But don't underestimate that 1 minute. Andrus was confident he could level half of Hogwarts with it. That, right there, was the real reason Tom dared to follow Quirrel to his office alone. Professor. Tom casually pulled up a chair and sat across from Quirrel like he owned the place. How's the back of your head doing these days? Quirrel's heart seethed with murderous rage, but his face put on a mask of gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Riddle. I'm fine now, just a few scratches. Good to hear. Tom smiled warmly. I genuinely hope you'll be able to stick around until the end of the school year. Quirrel blinked. What did that mean? Mr. Riddle, what exactly are you trying to say? He asked again, since Tom hadn't answered the first time. Well, Tom said with a bashful look, I saw you during the Quidditch match. You were casting a spell on Harry's broomstick, weren't you? Trying to make him fall to his death. Quirrell's expression didn't change, but a flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. I'm afraid I don't understand what you're talking about. He smiled. As mediocre as I may be, I'm still your professor. Why would I ever harm a student? But now that you mention it, I do recall something odd. His expression turned slightly alarmed. Professor Snape, he was muttering something under his breath. Unfortunately, I was too far to hear. He's never liked Mr. Potter, you know. No worries, Professor. Tom beamed. Some people are already suspicious of Professor Snape. I'll handle being suspicious of you. Everyone can do their part. What the hell kind of division of labor is this? Even suspicion needs to be assigned. Quirrell's hands twitched. He nearly lost control. But it was what Tom said next that truly pushed him to the brink of murder. During the Halloween feast, Tom said, you smelled disgusting. Not your usual stench, worse. Almost exactly like the troll. He tilted his head, eyes wide with faux curiosity. Professor, you didn't release that troll, did you? Tom looked to be in full detective mode, clearly enjoying himself, as he adjusted an imaginary pair of glasses and continued, completely ignoring the glint of danger in Quirrell's eyes. But why would you do that? It wasn't until I noticed Snape's injured leg that I realized you weren't targeting Potter. You were after the thing Dumbledore's hiding on the 4th floor. I remember when he took me to Diagon Alley in July to shop for school supplies. He also visited Gringotts that day, and the next day, Gringotts was robbed. The vault that got hit. The one Dumbledore used. He leaned forward, smiling. Professor, was that you? Quirrell's fake smile finally collapsed. Riddle, you do know that accusing a professor without proof is a serious violation of school rules. Spouting baseless stories like this, even if you tell Dumbledore or Snape, they won't believe you. Is that so? Let's find out. Tom stood as if he were about to march straight to the headmaster's office. Wait, Riddle. Quirrell called out, sighing. Things aren't what you think. You're admitting it. Then I definitely have to tell the headmaster you're the culprit. Tom, I know a lot about you. Quirrell's tone changed suddenly, gentle, warm, even affectionate. Just hear me out. If, after listening, you still want to go to Dumbledore, I won't stop you. Tom sat back down, nodding. He was all ears. You're an orphan, raised in a group home. Essentially an orphanage, yes. Quirrell's expression grew wistful. In that sense, you and I aren't so different. My parents divorced when I was very young. Neither of them wanted me. They just sent a tiny stipend each year and left me to fend for myself. How is that any different from being an orphan? I know how cruel poverty is. But do you know what treasure Dumbledore's hiding on the 4th floor? Oh. Tom played along, raising an eyebrow. What is it? The Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell said, eyes gleaming. A legendary artifact that can brew the elixir of life and transmute anything into pure gold. Whoa. Tom gasped, visibly impressed. Tom, I admire you deeply, Quirrell said. You figured out so much just by following the clues. You're brilliant. Smarter than I am. But I've lived longer. I have advantages you don't. You flatter me, Tom replied modestly. Quirrell leaned forward, voice sincere. Let's work together. Once we get the Philosopher's Stone, I'll give you mountains of gold. You'll never have to go back to that orphanage. You could buy a mansion, live freely. And we could share the elixir of life. Snape's our rival. He's the one who tried to kill Potter that day. I was actually protecting him, countering Snape's dark magic with my own spells. Think about it, Tom. If Snape gets the stone, do you think he'll share it with you? He won't. He'd kill to keep it secret. And if you tell Dumbledore, even if he believes you, even if he acts, I have ways to escape. I can leave Hogwarts. But once I'm out, I will come for you. Can you stay here forever? And what will Dumbledore give you? A few empty compliments. 10 house points. All of it is meaningless compared to immortality and limitless wealth. His logic was smooth. His tone, persuasive. If this had been any ordinary student, they might have been swayed. Tom was tempted. His eyes shimmered with greed. Professor, you mean it? He asked, his voice tinged with longing. Of course, Quirrel said confidently. Say it, British people don't lie to British people. British people don't lie to British people, Quirrel echoed, chuckling inside. You little idiot. I'm not British, I'm Welsh. All right, then. Tom smiled like a kid who'd just been offered a lifetime of candy. But immediately, his expression grew guarded. Still, Professor, I don't fully trust you yet. You'll have to show a little sincerity. Quirrel frowned. What do you want? Money. Tom waved his hand dismissively, the picture of a money-starved orphan. Of course I want money. But I also want Slytherin to win the House Cup. I need the purebloods' approval. That's how I'll make life easier here. He paused, then stated his true request. So, Professor, I trust you won't be stingy about awarding me a few, completely unimportant house points, right? Chapter 70, Voldemort's Fury. Tom's demand was perfectly reasonable, logical, even. Quirrel, though a Ravenclaw alumnus, was well aware of the depth of Slytherin's bloodline elitism. Even if Riddle was the teacher's golden boy, it didn't mean he was popular with his peers. Earning the House Cup to boost his standing within Slytherin, now that was a clever move. Kids would be kids. Handed such a prime opportunity for blackmail, and yet they wouldn't even use it properly. Quirrel chuckled inwardly, but outwardly he expressed hearty approval of Tom's idea. He promptly pulled out a pouch containing 100 galleons and handed it over, saying smoothly. Even as a professor, I need a reason to award house points. I can't just hand them out arbitrarily. Don't worry, Tom. Next time in class, I'll call on you a few more times. That way, the points you earn will be well deserved. Thank you, Professor. Tom took the pouch with a satisfied nod, then asked, almost offhandedly, Professor, how much does the school pay you every month? Quirrel didn't mind revealing that little secret. I get 150 galleons. That's considered a high salary among regular professors. Heads of house make more, but not by a huge margin. 150 galleons was, in the wizarding world, quite a lucrative wage. Your average ministry worker made between 30 to 50 galleons, slightly more depending on their role and department. But 150. That was department head level. Quirrel's openness was deliberate, it was his way of showing how much he valued this partnership. I'm giving you most of my monthly salary. What a fantastic collaborator you are. Tom nodded thoughtfully. All right then. I'll come pick it up again next month. TW, 200, huh? Quirrel froze mid-nod, his smile stiffening. Tom, what did you just say? Tom looked at him, confused. Isn't it 100 galleons per month? Why yes, it is. Quirrel forced a smile, immediately re-evaluating his earlier praise. This kid's a damn leech. I'll be going now. Tom gave a casual wave and strolled out of Quirrel's office, leaving no trace behind, except for a pouch 100 galleons lighter. As the door clicked shut, Quirrel's face twisted with rage, like a demon shedding its mask. Let me out. Voldemort's voice was a harsh snarl. Quirrel frantically unwrapped his turban and knelt before the full-length mirror. On the back of his head, Voldemort's twisted face glared back at him. His pallid skin was now marred with bruises and cuts. He hadn't looked this terrible before, the bludger had done a number on him. Not only was his face a mess, but his nose had been crushed inward. He now looked like someone with no nose at all. Voldemort let out a dark, mirthless laugh. How many years has it been since someone dared to threaten me? Master, why didn't you let me act just now? Quirrel remained on his knees, confused. Even if we can't kill him inside the castle, I could have used the Imperious Curse to control him and then erase his memory. Everything he'd said earlier had been Voldemort's instructions. But Quirrel didn't understand, why go through so much trouble for a mere first year? You idiot. Voldemort's voice was a whip crack. Didn't you see the Slytherin girl standing beside Riddle when he stopped you? She knew you were up to something. She still came with him to your office. Do you really think Riddle wouldn't have prepared for that? And even if you did control him with the Imperious Curse, your pitiful dark arts skills would need constant recasting to maintain it. Dumbledore's already watching you closely. And Riddle, who's constantly interacting with you, would eventually expose something. Why can't you think before you act? Voldemort lashed out in frustration. In his prime, someone like Quirrel wouldn't even qualify to be his follower, just a lackey, like the two dimwits always trailing behind Malfoy. But now, with his powers so weak, all he could do was manipulate idiots like this with words. Anyone smarter, and he might lose control. Still, there was another reason he hadn't let Quirrel go through with it. That reason was Tom's name. He hated that name, his old name. He had gone to great lengths to cast it off. But Tom Riddle was Tom Riddle. Anyone bearing that name was different. And Quirrel? Quirrel was nothing. How dare he think he could control Tom? Just keep Riddle appeased. Don't worry about your pathetic galleons. Voldemort spoke distractedly. Once I'm resurrected, you'll be rewarded 1,000-fold. Riddle, I'll deal with him myself. You have 2 tasks now. First, figure out exactly what traps the professors have set up on the 4th floor corridor. Second, gather the materials I need. I'm too weak right now, so weak I can barely help you at all. Voldemort had never been this feeble. When the bludger hit Quirrel, he had absorbed nearly 80% of the damage. That little reserve of strength he'd had, almost completely gone. These days, he'd spend 3 days unconscious, 2 barely alive, and 1 just clinging to existence. Quirrel bowed low. Even in Voldemort's weakest state, he had no thought of resisting. His life was no longer his own. Still, he took the chance to complain. Master, Snape's been watching me like a bloodhound. He's got some bizarre grudge against me. Acts like I robbed his house or something. He was a Death Eater once, wasn't he? Now look at him, working for Dumbledore like the perfect little soldier. Death ends all loyalty. Voldemort sneered. And not just Snape, how many others threw themselves into Azkaban the moment I fell? I wasn't there to see it, but I know. Those pureblood families, they were the first to grovel and surrender. But what does it matter? The moment I return to power, they'll all be on their knees again, kissing the hem of my robes. Snape included. Should I contact him now? Quirrell asked hesitantly. If he learns that you're alive, and that I'm working toward the Philosopher's Stone for you, maybe he'll help us. Who said you could decide that? Ah! Quirrell screamed in agony, clutching his skull. It felt like 1,000 silver needles had pierced straight into his brain. You do exactly what I tell you, Voldemort growled. Don't try to use the pathetic excuse of a brain to take shortcuts. You think I haven't already considered what you just did? You really think Snape would choose me, weak as I am, less than human, or Dumbledore? Without me, you're a worthless failure. But Snape. He's a potions master. He'll thrive no matter whom he serves. He's not the same as you useless idiot. Quirrell wept openly, groveling for forgiveness. It took a long time before Voldemort's fury subsided. Meanwhile, back in the Slytherin dorms, Tom returned with an extra 100 galleons in his pocket and a spring in his step. Got anything to eat? The waffles at breakfast were rock hard. Didn't like them. Still hungry. The roommates who had been playing Exploding Snap immediately tossed their cards aside and rushed to rummage through their trunks. In no time, Tom's desk was piled high with snacks. The 3 of them glared at one another, forming a perfectly tense triangular standoff. The war over soft persimmons was always the same: if they gave more, the others gave less. And how else were they supposed to earn Tom's favor? Don't be fooled by how meek they seemed in here. Out there, they threw Tom's name around like a club. Among first years, no one dared mess with them, except that damn Greengrass girl. Even older students didn't dare boss them around. That came with perks. Give it a few more years, when they themselves were the upperclassmen, the benefits would multiply. And so the Slytherin dorm turned into a full-blown competition of sycophancy. A contest to see who could kiss up to Tom the best. Munching on crisps, Tom walked over to a cauldron simmering in the corner. He leaned in and checked the potion's consistency, then nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, Blaze. This batch of stamina potion is pretty much a success. Zabini broke into a wide, excited grin. Tom had started teaching him how to brew stamina potions a month ago. After 4 or 5 failed attempts, this was his first real success. Still, that alone was enough to make him proud. This was a high-level potion even 5th or 6th years might not master. Nott and Rosier exchanged a glance and saw mirrored helplessness in each other's eyes. They could compete in other areas, maybe, but not this. Zabini had the talent and the interest in potions. He willingly invested time and money into it. Meanwhile, neither of them had the aptitude or the patience, and there was no way they could challenge him on this front. Brew a few more batches tomorrow. Practice makes perfect, Tom encouraged, patting Zabini on the shoulder. Once you can do it consistently, it'll mean you've truly mastered it. After all, stamina potions were consumables. Daphne and Hermione both needed them regularly. With Zabini handling the brewing, Tom had essentially cultivated a free labor source. Actually, no, not just free. Zabini paid for the ingredients himself too. Tom was practically profiting off him. Still, even a fool needs to be given some incentive if you want the exploitation to be sustainable. No point in fishing out the pond. Tom returned to his desk, pulled a notebook from his bag, and tore out a page. He copied something onto it, then used a mending charm to restore the notebook. Zabini, this is my insight into the stunning spell. It should help you increase both casting and projectile speed. Zabini accepted the note like it was a sacred treasure. Nott and Rosier's eyes turned bloodshot with envy. This kind of thing. Their families considered it arcane secrets never to be shared. People always wondered, why could the same spell differ so greatly in power when cast by different wizards? The reasons were many, but spellcasting technique was a big one. Skilled wizards often customized spells to suit themselves better. Go a step further, and you were improving the spells, making them easier to learn or more powerful. That was the mark of true heritage. Any family worth its salt had at least a few secret techniques or forbidden spells. If not, how could they call themselves a proper wizarding family? Zabini was a pureblood, sure, but not from a pureblood family. His blood status came from having 2 pureblood parents, that's all. His father was long dead, and his mother had remarried multiple times. Aside from money, Zabini didn't have much to boast about. Not compared to Nott or Rosier. Gulp. Zabini stared blankly for a moment before swallowing hard. Tom, are you sure I can have this? The stunning spell was basic, yes, but used well, it could give you the upper hand in a fight. The reward felt so immense he was scared to accept it. If I wasn't giving it to you, would I waste my time copying it? Tom waved a hand dismissively. Just don't come up with excuses next time I ask you to brew something. I swear I won't. Zabini said quickly, sounding almost panicked. As long as I'm good enough, I'll brew whatever potion you need. I'll even pay for the ingredients myself. Tom, is there anything I can do for you? Nott asked eagerly. I'm not great at potions, but I can help with chores or errands. Rosier nodded so hard he nearly gave himself whiplash. Same here. You too. Tom looked at them with a half smile, half sigh. Why don't you figure out what you're actually good at first, then we'll talk. Damn it. So this is the power of having a skill. Nott and Rosier fell into deep thought. What were they good at? Eating. Slacking. Skipping class. Ever since receiving Tom's reward, Zabini had undergone a complete transformation. In potions class, he paid rapt attention. After class, he practically lived in the library. Any spare time went to practicing Tom's improved stunning spell. He was a stark contrast to his 2 freeloading roommates. Nott and Rosier were baffled. We agreed to be deadweight together, how could you just start trying all of a sudden? The power of example was undeniable. Even if the 2 still hated studying, the fear of being left behind, and embarrassed, pushed them to study harder too. They couldn't match Zabini's work ethic, but compared to the rest of the first years, they were way ahead. Take Harry, for example. He seemed born with a sense of righteous burden, deeply convinced that the school's professors were incompetent parasites. How could anyone trust them to protect Dumbledore's treasure? So lately, Harry had been slacking off in class, pouring most of his energy into one thing: who exactly is Nicholas Flamel? Hermione hadn't told him. She believed that if the treasure was truly so important, Dumbledore would have taken every possible precaution. If his protections failed, what could Harry possibly do? After trying to reason with him a few times and getting nowhere, Hermione gave up her savior complex and focused solely on improving herself. Tom's rate of improvement was even faster. With the help of his strengthening potion, his body and magical reserves were evolving every week. His learning speed remained steady, but his overall capabilities were rising fast. As for Quirrel, ever since the talk with Tom, he'd started making good on his promise, handing out house points like candy. Naturally, someone was starting to notice. Chapter 71, Snape, are you always this honest? Ever since Quirrel returned to teaching, the student's suffering resumed in full. He hadn't picked up any of Snape's better habits, still the same routine: read the textbook, recite the textbook, write your reflections. Nothing new. Actually, there was one change. Quirrel smelled worse than ever, pungent enough to make students suspect he had somehow ascended into garlic-based sentience. And to make matters worse, he now enforced a strict, no windows open rule in class. So not only were students learning nothing, they also had to endure chemical warfare every lesson. Who wouldn't pass out? The library's entire collection of olfactory blocking charms and potion books had been borrowed dry. The waitlist stretched into the following year. But for Tom, Quirrel's return was undeniably a good thing. Quirrel had begun calling on him to answer questions in class, or help collect homework, little favors that came with steady rewards, 1 or 2 points each time. It didn't seem like much per class, but over time, it added up fast. With 2 defense against the dark arts classes each week, by December, Slytherin, despite an early term of relentless point deductions, had surged ahead of Ravenclaw by 20 points. And over just a few weeks, Tom had single-handedly earned 80+ points from Quirrel. Put simply, the pride of all 7 Slytherin years was resting squarely on his shoulders. Though Dumbledore rarely appeared in public, nothing within the school escaped his notice. He quickly picked up on this anomaly and used his authority to check the points ledger. Upon reviewing the records, the headmaster fell silent. Quirrel had given Slytherin over 80 points in a single month, all to Tom Riddle. If that didn't smell fishy, Then Dumbledore was a blast-ended scrut in disguise. After a long pause, he summoned Snape and shared the findings. Snape had actually been in a decent mood. Things had been smooth lately, Slytherin was leading, Quirrel hadn't caused any disasters, life was, for once, tolerable. Until Dumbledore dropped the bomb. Snape's face turned stormy in an instant. So, all of Slytherin's points came from Quirrel. Just what the hell was Tom Riddle up to? I'll handle it, Snape growled, already striding out the door like a thundercloud in human form. At the time, Tom was in the common room teaching Daphne how to braid string into a flower knot when someone came in saying Snape was looking for him. He blinked in confusion but went obediently to the potions master's office. He barely had time to sit down when Snape cut right to the chase. Riddle. What's going on between you and Quirrel? His tone was razor-sharp. In 1 month, he gave you 80 points. What is he, your long-lost father? Professor, Tom said, frowning, I can't help but notice your sarcasm has gotten even sharper lately. That was genuinely offensive. If Quirrel were really my father, I'd be studying the 3 unforgivable curses by now. Don't joke with me, Snape snapped. Explain. Why is Quirrel giving you so many points? Tom casually settled into the chair across from him and spoke with practiced honesty. Well, the explanation's simple. I found out he was trying to kill Harry during the Quidditch match, and that he's after the Philosopher's Stone. So I used that to blackmail him. He not only agreed to give me points, but also promised me 100 galleons a month. And once he gets the stone, we're supposed to split the elixir of life and any gold made from it 50-50. Snape's entire mind filled with question marks. Was this kid seriously being this honest? Wait, no. His demeanor shifted at once. A dangerous gleam lit his eyes as he fixed Tom with an intense stare. How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? Tom calmly repeated the story, laying it all out again. Snape's tension slowly ebbed. He leaned back in his chair and laughed. Yes, genuinely laughed. Turns out, some kinds of speechlessness do lead to laughter. Dumbledore, look at the people you trust, Snape thought bitterly. A few first-years managed to wring your biggest secrets out of Hagrid, your most loyal follower. What, you want the stone for yourself? Snape asked abruptly. Of course, Tom said, voice open and sincere. But I can't beat Dumbledore. Snape didn't even look at him. He simply pointed to the door. Get out. Just before Tom stepped out, Snape's cold voice followed him. Stay away from Quirrel. Don't meet with him alone. Know your limits, Riddle. Got it, Professor, Tom replied cheerfully, waving as he closed the door behind him. That night, Snape relayed everything to Dumbledore. And the headmaster could only chuckle helplessly. He was certain Tom had no real designs on the Philosopher's Stone. If he did, he wouldn't have been so blatant about spilling the details. Snape, of course, couldn't pass up the opportunity to jab at Dumbledore. This is your secret weapon, huh? That half-giant may be loyal to a fault, but what other virtue does he have? And look at the mess he's made, every time, you have to clean it up. Dumbledore, if you don't rein him in, one of these days he'll cause a catastrophe you can't contain. Potter didn't even ask anything. Hagrid just spilled the beans like a busted cauldron. I'm starting to think my missing potion supplies were stolen by him to brew Veritaserum as drinking water. If Tom were here, he'd probably declare Snape a prophetic genius on the spot. Because Hagrid's troublemaking had only just begun. Next came magical creature injuries, illegal breeding of blast-ended scruts. Any one of those offenses would land someone else in Azkaban, but Hagrid. Still bouncing around Hogwarts and even promoted to professor. This isn't about loyalty, Dumbledore replied calmly. Hagrid trusts me, the same way I trust you. We're not in a hierarchy. We're friends with a shared purpose. Snape gave him a tight-lipped smile. So this is what a White Dark Lord from Gryffindor sounds like. Only Dumbledore could turn cold, hard facts into such moving declarations of trust. Against someone like Hagrid, that's more effective than all of Voldemort's theatrics combined. What now, then? Snape asked. Even students are learning about the stone. You really think Quirrel won't succeed? I'm confident in my protections, Dumbledore replied. But I agree. Some rules need to change, to make sure no child stumbles into danger. I'll handle it. Snape narrowed his eyes. It suddenly clicked. Dumbledore wanted Harry to dig deeper, to uncover more secrets. But why? Dumbledore, he asked suddenly, can the Philosopher's Stone be used to become more powerful? The old wizard gave him a curious look. Severus. Dumbledore looked at Snape with mild surprise. He thought he understood Severus Snape inside and out, but that question just now proved he might have been wrong. Snape clarified with a rare edge of earnestness. Nicholas Flamel entrusted the Philosopher's Stone to you. That implies he's left its use up to your discretion. If it could be used to amplify your power, wouldn't that make you better prepared to face the Dark Lord? Dumbledore mulled that over for a moment. In theory, yes. But in truth, the stone's power has been nearly exhausted. And even a perfect philosopher's stone wouldn't have made that much difference. He chuckled lightly. If it did, Nicholas wouldn't be stuck at his current magical level. To be honest, never mind. Compared to his legendary alchemical accomplishments, Nicholas Flamel's magical prowess had always been underwhelming, to say the least. I see, Snape sighed, not with disappointment for Dumbledore, but for Tom. Because deep down, Snape knew Albus would never rely on external power to strengthen himself. His question had been more about whether the Philosopher's Stone could be of use to Tom Riddle. The notion of nurturing a new Dark Lord, one with control, intellect, and perhaps even a moral compass, still lingered at the edges of Snape's mind. And with each new display of talent from Tom, that fantasy felt increasingly tangible. Losing out on a shortcut like the stone stung, and the disappointment showed plainly on his face. The conversation, to him, had already ended. But Dumbledore wasn't finished yet. With an awkward smile, he hesitantly brought up another matter. Severus, about those house points Slytherin's been receiving. Snape's face turned grim instantly. They stay, he said sharply. If you dock any points, Quirrel will sense something's wrong. He'll realize Riddle's spoken to you. But it's unfair to the other houses, Dumbledore protested gently. Even without those points, Slytherin still stands a strong chance of winning the House Cup. Snape shot back immediately. All for the greater good, Albus. Sacrifice the small for the sake of the larger plan. Or have you forgotten how this works? Dumbledore let out a resigned sigh. As much as he disliked it, Snape wasn't wrong. It really wasn't worth risking Quirrel's suspicion just to even out the scoreboard. Besides, perhaps it could be seen as a reward, for Tom's restraint, for valuing principles over power. When he saw that Dumbledore wouldn't argue further, a faint smirk tugged at Snape's lips. He turned and left the office without another word. By mid-December, Hogwarts awoke one morning to a breathtaking sight. The grounds had been blanketed overnight in a fresh coat of shimmering silver. The season's first snow had arrived. Excited young witches and wizards spilled onto the grounds, eager to start snowball fights and make snow angels. Their laughter echoed across the hills and courtyards. The Weasley twins, however, found themselves in detention, not because of the snowball fight itself, but because they'd enchanted several snowballs to chase Professor Quirrel across the courtyard, and smack right into the back of his turban. Tom witnessed the whole thing and could only shake his head in amazement. Now that was bravery, lobbing magical snowballs at Lord Voldemort himself. It made him wonder, years down the line, when one twin died and the other was left shattered, would anyone trace that fate back to this cheeky incident? Knowing Voldemort's pettiness. Very possible. Tom. Snowball fights are boring. Let's build a snowman instead, said Daphne, suddenly popping up behind him like a snow spirit. She was bundled from head to toe in winter white, fluffy down coat, matching trousers, a cozy hat with little white pom-poms dangling on either side. Honestly, she looked more like a snow girl than anything she might build. How about we invite Hermione too? We can have a contest, see who makes the cuter snowman. Daphne immediately agreed and urged Tom to go fetch her. Though Daphne and Hermione were getting along better than they had at the start of term, their relationship still had a competitive edge. They bickered often, though strangely, it seemed to bring them closer. Tom jogged back toward the castle, grumbling internally about how inefficient wizarding communication was. No messaging charms, no devices, he still had to go chase people down on foot. Maybe it was time to invent something. He'd been dabbling in alchemy lately, perhaps this was the perfect excuse to develop a magical communication tool. As expected, Hermione was in the library, nose deep in a book. Without preamble, Tom grabbed her by the sleeve and dragged her out. When she learned they were building snowmen, she hesitated. But Tom's reasoning, you need balance to study efficiently, finally won her over. And once she stepped into the snowy wonderland outside the castle, her eyes lit up with wonder. They each took a spot and began sculpting snowmen, while Tom played the impartial judge. Not wanting either of them to suffer from the cold, he cast gentle warming charms on their hands. The snow might melt a bit faster, but at least their fingers wouldn't freeze. As he enchanted their gloves, he gently held each girl's hand, warm, soft, and faintly fragrant. Both girls flushed pink and immediately snatched their hands away, muttering under their breath. Suddenly, the air split with a whoosh. Without turning, Tom raised his wand, and the snowball hurtling toward him reversed midair and zoomed back along its trajectory. Thwack. Thwack. 2 yelps of pain followed. Riddle. That's cheating. Fred clutched his head, wincing. Who uses magic in a snowball fight? Tom finally turned, looking completely innocent. But didn't you two enchant snowballs to chase Professor Quirrel earlier? I saw it with my own eyes. And besides, we're wizards. Isn't that the whole point? The twins exchanged a look, then identical grins spread across their faces. All right then, Riddle. Let's settle this with a proper magical snowball duel. George declared, already pulling out his wand. In an instant, over 100 snowballs lifted off the ground around them, floating menacingly. It was quite a sight, and it caught the attention of half the courtyard. Hermione and Daphne readied their wands to assist, but Tom stopped them. No need. Just watch me handle this. With a flick of his wand, Tom tapped the ground. The snow shifted and rumbled, then surged upward. Right before the stunned Weasleys, the snow formed into a towering 10-meter-tall snowman, complete with stubby arms and an oversized, goofy smile. The giant scooped up a snowball larger than either twin and hurled it with casual ease. Fred and George blanched. Their enchanted snowballs looked like fluffy marshmallows in comparison. With matching shrieks, they split and sprinted in opposite directions. The snowman hurled ball after ball with astonishing accuracy. Fred was the first to get caught, snow spilling into the seams of his robes and making him shriek like a banshee. Up on the front steps, Professor McGonagall witnessed the whole scene, and instead of scolding anyone, she smiled warmly. If only he showed this level of skill during Transfiguration class, she thought. I'd give him 10 points on the spot. High above, in the ivory tower, Dumbledore stood at the window, gazing out over the snowy grounds. He watched the towering snowman, the giggling children, and the way sunlight made the world glitter. And he smiled. This is what it's all about. Chapter 72, Who's Cooking in the Forbidden Forest at Midnight? Gryffindor prided itself on loyalty. So while watching Fred and George Weasley get chased all over the grounds by a giant enchanted snowman was undeniably hilarious, Tom Riddle was still a Slytherin. How could the Lions possibly just stand by and watch one of their own be bullied? George. Fred. I'm coming. The first to jump in was their best mate, Lee Jordan. He gathered all his strength and conjured a massive snowball, nearly as large as the one thrown by Tom's snowman. Then, with a flick of his wand, he launched it using a levitation charm, only for the snowman to lazily smack it into powder with one gigantic paw. Fred, who had just crawled out of a snow pile, burst into laughter. Lee, you idiot. Use multicorpus iectus, not a floaty charm. Oh. Right. Lee suddenly realized. The other Gryffindors quickly joined in the action. Some hurled enchanted snowballs at the giant snowman, while others, inspired by Tom, tried to transfigure their own mini snowmen. But none of theirs came close in size or intimidation. In no time, the Hogwarts grounds turned into a battlefield, snowballs flying through the air, animated snowmen chasing after laughing students. Slytherins weren't about to sit back and watch their top dog get overwhelmed. They raised their wands and joined the fray, backing Tom without hesitation. It didn't take long before the impromptu snowball fight turned into a full-blown duel between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws quickly retreated to safer distances, worried about catching a stray snowball. Once safely out of range, they made themselves comfortable and began spectating with relish. A few of them even clicked their tongues regretfully, lamenting that they hadn't brought any snacks. A snowball war with front row seats. It deserved popcorn. Eventually, even Hermione and Daphne abandoned their snowmen and jumped into the action, each fighting for her own house. Slytherin had fewer people, but with Tom's towering snowman, they held the line. Gryffindors couldn't take down the snow giant, but they could tank it. Then, just as the tide was turning, Tom conjured another colossal snowman. Immediately, the Gryffindors raised their wands in surrender and magically waved a flag in the air. We're done. We're done. How were they supposed to win when one guy's spell work outmatched their entire group combined? Off to the side, the younger students from all houses stared at the older years with a peculiar mix of awe and judgment. Look at that first year, one whispered. And you lot can't even manage a proper silencing charm. The accused upperclassmen all turned away, awkwardly avoiding eye contact with their underclassmen. The war came to a peaceful end as the sun dipped below the horizon. Tired but exhilarated, the little witches and wizards trudged back to the castle, ready to eat dinner and then enjoy a long, warm soak in the baths. Back in the Great Hall, Tom had just started eating when a slip of parchment slid in front of him. What's this? He asked, glancing at the short list of names. That's the sign-up sheet for staying over the Christmas break, explained a fifth-year male prefect leaning over from the other side of the table. If you're planning to stay, just write your name down. Oh, I won't need it. I'm going home for the holidays, Tom replied, casually handing the parchment over to Daphne. She barely looked at it before tossing it toward Bletchley. Tom, Daphne leaned in with hopeful eyes, do you have any plans for the break? Want to come over to my house? We've got 2 English short-tail cats who can do backflips. Tom blinked. What? There was something about the way she said it that felt very off. I'm sorry, Daphne, he said gently, though he truly did feel bad turning her down. I've got a lot going on this break. I just won't have the time. The Greengrass Manor was in Yorkshire, hardly a quick trip. Oh. Her little face visibly deflated. I swear I'll visit during the summer, though, Tom promised. And I'll finally meet that supposedly cuter than you little sister you keep bragging about. That perked her right back up. 3 weeks for Christmas was nice, but 2 whole months of summer. Plenty of time for Tom to stay at her house for 6 weeks and still have time for a getaway together. Actually, she decided it was more cost-effective. Daphne was smiling again. Tom finally relaxed. As he continued eating, his mind shifted back to business. This was the final week of classes before the Christmas holiday, and for once, he wasn't lying, he really was swamped. In the Muggle world, this Christmas was going to be huge. A certain someone was preparing to gift the Western world a present so massive that it would practically redefine the meaning of freedom and democracy. Tom didn't need to be rich beyond imagination. He just wanted enough money to be financially free in the Muggle world. Magic was wondrous, sure. But when it came to lifestyle comforts and the variety of hobbies, Muggles had wizards beat by a mile. Besides, he didn't even own a house yet. What was he going to do, marry into the Greengrass family and live off his in-laws? Meanwhile, in the magical world, he'd already used up all of his latest batch of strengthening potion. He'd need more ingredients. Luckily, he'd prepared a polyjuice potion for more discreet travel during the break. Big thanks to Professor Snape for the donated ingredients. Late that night, Tom found himself once again roaming the school corridors for what must have been the 100th time this semester. He was heading out, again, to stock up from the Forbidden Forest. This time, he wasn't going to linger around the edges. He was going deep. He had his eyes on something special. Acromantula venom. That stuff was pure magical gold, liquid treasure. Even if he didn't use it personally, it would fetch a huge price on the market. This time, Tom didn't bother with the secret passageways. He strolled straight out the main entrance, casual as you please. By now, he'd memorized the castle's patrol patterns. Filch and Mrs. Norris mostly stuck to the upper floors, especially the area near Gryffindor Tower. After all, those reckless lions were the most likely to sneak out after hours. Ravenclaws preferred to study quietly in their common room. Hufflepuffs might wander, but usually only made a beeline for the kitchens. Slytherin dorms were too far off the main path to bother with. Which meant the central building was often left completely unwatched. Tonight, after a day of snowfall, the sky was especially clear. Moonlight bathed the castle in silver, and Tom shivered as the cold hit. He cast a warming charm over himself before continuing, sighing in relief. The Scottish Highlands were much colder than London. Back home, even in winter, temperatures rarely dipped below 0. But here, it was already -10 degrees Celsius and dropping. Just as he reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Tom suddenly paused. He sniffed the air. Something smelled amazing. Meat broth. And roasted meat. The rich, savory aroma slammed into his senses like a truck. His eyes narrowed. Who the hell is out here making food this delicious in the middle of the night? That had to be illegal. It was practically criminal to drop food bombs like that this late. His first instinct was to glare toward Hagrid's hut. But nope. No chimney smoke, and the lights were off. He sniffed again. The smell, it was coming from the forest. Tom's expression shifted to one of disbelief. What the hell kind of creature cooks gourmet food in the Forbidden Forest at night? Someone's out here having a midnight picnic. Poetic, really. Intrigued, Tom pressed forward into the Forbidden Forest, curious to see which eccentric soul had chosen to fire up a grill in sub-zero weather. The aroma only grew stronger the deeper he went, and now wisps of smoke curled visibly above a dip in the landscape. After climbing over a small ridge, Tom finally spotted the culprits. 3 bundled-up figures were bustling around a makeshift campsite. They'd arranged stones and firewood to prop up a bubbling pot and a roasting rack. The pot was simmering with broth, while the grill sizzled with meat and, of all things, long baguettes. None of them noticed Tom sneaking up behind them. That is, until a calm voice cut through the night. Well, someone's certainly making the most of their evening. Beef and onion stew, roast lamb, and sausages. Very ambitious. Who knew winter camping could smell this good? The reaction was instant. The 3 figures shrieked like they'd been struck by lightning. One toppled flat on her back, another dropped into a panicked crouch with her arms over her head, and the third slipped and nearly went headfirst into the boiling pot. Tom reacted swiftly, extending an invisible force to pull the girl away from the stew in a rather dramatic, mid-air flip. That pot smelled too good to spill. Now safe and steady, the wrapped-up girl finally got a good look at him. Riddle. The one crouched on the ground, still shielding her head, blinked, then looked up with visible relief. Then she scowled. Bloody hell, Riddle, don't sneak up on people like that. I thought we were about to get caught. She pulled the girl from the ground. Eleanor, it's fine. He's in our year. Tom now recognized them. The one he'd saved was Hannah Abbott, the fiercely independent Hufflepuff. The grumpy one was Susan Bones, also in his year. The last girl, the one he didn't immediately recognize, looked younger. Second year, probably. Name escaping him. Hi. I'm Eleanor Ashworth, Hufflepuff, second year. Introductions were exchanged around the fire. Tom Riddle. First year, Slytherin. With that out of the way, Tom turned to Hannah. Okay, what gives? You've got a perfectly good dining hall not 10 minutes from here. What on earth possessed you to haul all this into the forest and start cooking like fugitives? Did someone in the kitchen offend you? Tom actually had a bit of a rapport with Hannah. They shared history of magic, and he'd borrowed her notes more than once. You're the one who's been offended. Hannah and Susan rolled their eyes in perfect unison. Hannah huffed. The house elves' food is fine, I guess. But it's always the same. I've been eating those same roast potatoes and shepherd's pie for months now. I needed something different. But we obviously can't cook in the dorms, not with Filch and Mrs. Norris prowling around. That cat's nose could sniff out a breadcrumb from 3 floors away. So yeah, Forbidden Forest it is. Tom raised an eyebrow. So you're saying your cooking is better than the house elves? Obviously. Hannah puffed up with pride. I love cooking. Tom leaned in, skeptical. Prove it. Before anyone could protest, he grabbed a bowl and ladled himself a generous helping of the stew. No hesitation. He took a sip. All right, I'll give it to you, this is good. The sweetness of the onions, the richness from the butter, the beef is fall-apart tender, this is practically wizarding comfort food at its finest. Oi. Hannah sputtered. I haven't even tasted it yet. The other two rushed to grab their own bowls before Tom devoured the whole pot. Well, now that dinner was happening, might as well do it right. Tom transfigured a large stone into a sturdy round table and neatly set the stew, bread, and grilled meats across the surface. He tore off a chunk of bread, dumped it into the broth, and took a bite. The crust had been crisp from the fire, but once soaked in soup, it turned gloriously soft and flavorful. A bite of lamb followed. It was divine. Hannah wasn't exaggerating, her cooking was leagues ahead of the house elves. Hogwarts meals were passable, sure, but they lacked spark. This stew, on the other hand, had character. Warm, satisfying, slightly wild. Herbs, Hannah said, catching his curious expression. I add herbs. A lot of magical ones can be used as culinary spices. You'd be surprised. You mean, this taste is from potion ingredients? Sort of. I even use tambour mushrooms. Tom's eyes widened. Tambour mushrooms, named for their tough, drum-like caps that gave off a tapping sound when struck. They were better known for potion work than cooking. But here, they were the secret ingredient. Did not see that coming, he admitted, impressed. Tom gave her a dramatic thumbs up. Hannah Abbott, I, Tom Riddle, officially crown you Hogwarts Supreme Little Chef. Hannah blushed furiously, waving him off. It's not all me. Susan helped too. That pasta she made last week, I'm still dreaming about it. Tom's head turned immediately. Puppy-eyed stare activated. Susan looked alarmed. Don't look at me like that. We didn't bring the ingredients tonight. Tom tried again. Next time you plan a feast, let me know. I can get ingredients. I'm tight with the kitchen elves. The girls exchanged looks. Claiming to be tight with the kitchen elves in front of Hufflepuffs was a bold move, almost suspicious. But the way Tom demolished his share of the food told them all they needed to know. His appetite was deadly serious. And really, foodies stick together. By the end of the meal, Tom had earned a new label. Glutton. But a welcome one. I doubt we'll get another chance this term, Susan said with a sheepish laugh. Holidays are right around the corner, and if I keep eating like this, I'll need an invisibility cloak just to fit through the common room door. By the way, she asked, what brings you to the Forbidden Forest tonight? Tom didn't lie. Collecting ingredients. Diagon Alley shops don't always have what I need, and what they do have isn't as fresh. Forest-grown herbs have better potency. So I figured I'd come do some foraging myself. Careful, though, Hannah warned. It's not just magical herbs out here. You know there are dangerous creatures too, right? Don't go too deep. Just stick to the edge, all right? Tom smiled. Don't worry. I've got it under control. Chapter 73, The Rare Riem and the Centaur Interruption. After a satisfying meal, Tom parted ways with the trio of food lovers. He watched them return to the castle, then turned back and ventured deeper into the forbidden forest. The feast had delayed him, so he cast a featherlight charm on himself to move swiftly. By now, the outer forest was so familiar to him it may as well have been the back of his hand. Paths and wildlife patterns were etched clearly in his memory. He began by visiting the territory of the mooncalves, collecting some of their dung for potion ingredients, and tossed them a bit of food. Then he swung by the habitat of the tree frogs and scooped up a cluster of amphibian eggs. Lastly, he located a family of porcupines, stunned the entire group, and plucked a generous handful of quills from their bristly backs. Honestly, Tom was beginning to think that being a wizard wasn't so different from cultivating immortality in those Muggle fantasy novels. Wizards relied on potions much the way cultivators used elixirs and spirit stones to grow stronger, survive danger, and speed up their progress. Fortunately, his head of house happened to be a potions master, possibly one with intentions of taking Tom on as both his first and last apprentice. The man never held back knowledge, which allowed Tom's potion skills to grow at an extraordinary pace. Otherwise, if Tom had to rely on buying these ingredients, assuming he could even find a vendor who stocked them, the quality and potency would be a huge gamble. After ransacking the outskirts, Tom pushed deeper into the forest. There wasn't an official line dividing the outer woods from the inner depths, but his system provided a clear signal. You have entered the Forbidden Forest's inner region. Achievement points plus 20. That pushed his total to over 900. Back when he only had a few dozen, Tom could keep calm. But now, with just under 100 more needed to summon another teacher, he was growing impatient. Andrus was powerful and kind, no doubt, but the man was a fossil. There were vast chunks of modern magical theory he simply didn't understand. Take apparition and disapparition, for example, essential tools in any wizard's arsenal. They were invented during the post-medieval witch hunts. To Andrus, they were the magical equivalent of flying cars. He tried learning them in the spirit space, but being a soul without a body made the spells awkward. So he didn't dare teach Tom something he couldn't confidently perform himself. Tom was now hoping his next summoned mentor would be a wizard from the 15th century or later, when the modern magical system had started taking shape. If his next teacher was another ancient relic, he might as well reverse the learning process and teach them instead. Achoo. In the learning space, where Andrus had been idly flipping through the Daily Prophet, he sneezed violently for no apparent reason. Entering the deeper woods, Tom slowed down. It wasn't just to map the terrain, caution was crucial here. Some magical creatures weren't dangerous individually, but in swarms they became death incarnate. Take acromantulas, a single adult was nothing a skilled wizard couldn't handle, but a full nest. You might as well dig your own grave. Tom's goal was to find a lone acromantula, take it down, and get out before the rest showed up. If he was unlucky enough to stumble upon a full colony, well, then it'd be time to channel his inner god and consider species-level genocide. After a short walk, he spotted a large patch of wild nettles in the damp undergrowth. Their leaves bore gnawed edges, clear evidence that magical creatures had been feeding here. Sure enough, Tom soon discovered a hollow tree housing a full nest of horklumps. His face lit up. Horklumps were key ingredients in enhancer elixirs, a type of potion that temporarily boosted physical stats. In duels or emergency situations, drinking one could greatly increase a wizard's speed and strength. Agility was already a given. After all, Pikachu, dodge, had become a pop culture staple for a reason. But strength? That was where wizards fell short. When spells weren't enough to end a fight, sometimes a well-placed punch was. Magical dueling had its budget options, standard spell slinging. But the high-end version? That was a pharmaceutical arms race, downing 7 or 8 potions for buffs and maybe even a Felix Felicis to top it off. With that kind of prep, even a student might beat an aura. One stunning spell later, the nest fell silent. Tom picked through the fallen horklumps and selected about 20, half the nest, with a perfect 1-to-1 male-to-female ratio. The rest he left behind to repopulate the stock. He also harvested the nettles before moving on. Suddenly, a low, guttural bellow echoed from the northwest. It sounded bovine, like a water buffalo, but fiercer, more aggressive. Tom followed the noise and soon reached a small sunken glade, where he found the source. A massive creature with golden fur was devouring a half-eaten goat carcass. A rem, he whispered, eyes going wide. Shock and joy washed over him in equal measure. Rems were native to North America and the Far East. What on earth was one doing in the Forbidden Forest? They were exceptionally rare, ranked 4x on the magical creature danger scale, and even rarer than dragons. Whenever one appeared, it triggered a feeding frenzy among magical poachers. Rem blood granted incredible strength. It was so potent that the global wizarding governments had long since banned hunting them. But profit spoke louder than law. On the black market, Rem blood fetched absurd prices, and it always sold out instantly. Tom didn't hesitate. He leapt from cover. The Rem halted its meal and whipped around. Its horns dipped threateningly as it stomped the ground with its front hooves. Tom raised his arms and bounced on his feet, emitting a strange, rhythmic cry. It was a challenge, one that magical beasts understood instinctively. The Riem roared in return, golden light flaring even brighter across its body. Tom flung a blasting curse to signal the start of the duel. It struck the beast's back, and vanished harmlessly into its thick fur. He wasn't surprised. That gleaming coat wasn't just for show, creatures evolved for survival, not fashion. And the Riem's shimmering hide was incredibly tough. It made the skin of a three-headed dog look like tissue paper. Tom's plan was simple, not just to collect its blood, but also to snag a few tufts of fur, ideal material for crafting wizarding, bulletproof robes. "Tom, be careful," came Andrus's voice, finally intrigued. "This might be the strongest opponent you've ever faced." He wasn't wrong. All those duels with Slytherin first years didn't count for much. That was just beating up kids, not real combat. A full-grown Riem, on the other hand, could give even Aurors a run for their galleons. It usually took a team to bring one down. Andrus was curious to see how Tom's strength measured up now that he'd ingested so many potions and practiced so relentlessly. They had sparred before inside the learning space, but it was like a grandmaster trying to measure the skill of a toddler. It was hard to tell if Tom had grown stronger or just louder. "I understand," Tom muttered, eyes never leaving the beast. And then the real duel began. Tom grew serious. The classification of magical creatures as XXXX or XXXXX didn't strictly reflect their strength, it was a rating of their danger to humans, as well as their hostility. Even Dumbledore's Phoenix was only rated XXXX. Who dare say Fawkes was weak? The bird had taken down a basilisk solo. While Tom and Andrus spoke, the Riem had already lowered its head and charged, each thundering hoofstep causing the earth to tremble. It was like a living freight train barreling forward at full speed. With a flick of his wand, Tom cast downward, chanting fast. A shimmering trail of ice shot out beneath his feet, so polished it gleamed like a mirror. The sudden change in terrain caught the Riem completely off guard. It slipped, legs flying out from under it, and crashed to the ground with a resounding boom. The thin layer of ice cracked and shattered under the creature's weight, shaking the earth violently. Tom didn't waste a second. Ice chains. The shattered shards were formed into sturdy chains of glimmering ice that snaked toward the Riem, binding its powerful limbs before it could rise. In these frigid woods, ice magic was not only efficient and resourceful, it was devastating. Shock pulse. Stupefy. Split coordination. The Riem was now a sitting target. Each of Tom's spells zeroed in on its massive head, not to kill, but to overwhelm and knock it unconscious. All he needed was some blood and hair. There was no need for a corpse. The beast's radiant coat glowed with increasing intensity, each wave of light dispersing Tom's spells, but even that had limits. The creature's attempts to rise were thwarted again and again. That last spell, split coordination, left its limbs flailing in disarray. It couldn't even decide which leg to move first. Defensive abilities weren't infinite. They burned through stamina and magical reserves just like anything else. After a dozen direct hits, the Riem's glow had dulled. Its movements grew sluggish. Its resistance, weaker by the second. Andrus, watching from within the learning space, was grinning ear to ear. Tom's fighting style was sly. No flashy duels. No head-on collisions. He manipulated the battlefield, set traps, and used the environment to break his enemy down piece by piece. This dumb beast hadn't even gotten a proper hit in, it had been neutralized before it ever got to fight. But Andrus wasn't going to scold him for using underhanded tactics. Quite the opposite. This was how you fought when your life was on the line. Not like a brute, but with brains. With magic. Just as he was admiring the scene, Andrus' smile vanished. "Tom. Watch out. Something's coming." Tom immediately paused, ears perked. Through the groaning breaths of the weakened Riem, he heard it, rapid, rhythmic hoofbeats approaching from the northwest. And they were closing fast. No time to waste. Tom's attacks ramped up in intensity. He had to finish this now, before the new threat arrived. "Stop." A shout rang from above. Tom didn't stop. In fact, he raised his wand higher. The ice around him twisted and surged, forming a massive warhammer, solid and gleaming like wrought iron. Gripping the haft tightly, Tom brought it down with thunderous force. "Go to sleep." Boom. Swish. Whinny. An arrow whistled past, barely a meter from Tom's head. But the hammer struck true, slamming into the Riem's skull. The golden beast let out a low groan and finally slumped over, motionless. Tom's expression turned cold. Satisfied the Riem wouldn't be waking up anytime soon, he turned toward the direction the arrow had come from. There stood a centaur, bow still drawn, muscular human torso bare and tensed, another arrow already knocked. The last one had been a warning shot, but this one was aimed directly at him. Andrus had already warned him the arrow wasn't meant to hit, but that didn't mean Tom wasn't furious. A centaur. With a bow. Pointed at him. Absolutely unacceptable. Drop your wand, poacher, the centaur barked, pulling the bowstring tighter. Tom's eyes narrowed, and blue flame danced to life in his palm, casting a magical glow across his features. Open those horse eyes and take a real look, Tom snapped. You see this uniform? This is a bloody Slytherin robe. The centaur didn't budge. That could be a disguise. If you're not a poacher, why attack a rem? Tom's temper flared. And what business is it of yours what I do? Since when does a Hogwarts student need a centaur's permission to be in the Forbidden Forest? And you think you can aim a weapon at me and live to talk about it? The centaur ignored the demand, scanning the tree-line, ensuring no other wizards were nearby. I don't care who you say you are. Step away from the rem and come with me. Once I confirm you're a real student, I'll escort you back to the castle. Tom's patience snapped. Guess you don't speak human, he muttered, raising his wand. Thunderclap. Storm clouds burst into existence above the centaur's head. Lightning cracked the sky, bolts raining down with violent fury. The centaur's eyes widened in panic. He loosed his arrow in desperation and galloped to avoid the strikes. But outrunning lightning. Not a chance. Crack. Zap. Bzzt. The centaur was struck multiple times, his body spasming as he collapsed to the forest floor. Tom didn't move. The warhammer had shifted, transforming midair into a sturdy shield that effortlessly deflected the centaur's arrow. Then he charged. All those strength-enhancing potions he'd taken earlier. Now they kicked into full gear. In mere seconds, he crossed the distance, like a sprinting champion fueled by adrenaline and rage, and now towered over the twitching body of the fallen centaur. Tom looked down, voice dangerously low. Which hand did you use to shoot that arrow? He cracked his knuckles. Chapter 74, I'm a Slytherin, and you expect me to be nice. Though his limbs had gone weak, the centaur's mouth was still stubbornly loud. You despicable wizard. You dare ambush me. My kin are on their way, they won't let you off so easily, he shouted at Tom. And for once, he wasn't bluffing, Tom could already hear the thunderous gallop of hooves in the distance. The sound was dense and urgent. Reinforcements, no doubt. I just love your type, Tom said coldly. Pathetically weak, and yet still have the nerve to make threats. He narrowed his eyes. I remember now, you draw your bow with the left hand, shoot with the right. Lucky for you, I'm in a good mood tonight. I'll just take one arm. A chill surged from the centaur's spine straight to his soul. You can't possibly mean, He didn't even get to finish. Tom had already cast his spell. A blade of razor-sharp wind sliced clean through the air and sheared the centaur's right arm off at the shoulder. The centaur's scream was piercing, his body writhing violently as he tried to dull the pain. Tom, meanwhile, didn't so much as blink. Centaurs weren't like rem, no natural magic resistance. A single curse was enough to end them. Tom didn't think he was being cruel. The centaur refused to listen to reason and even tried to detain him. At that point, there was no use talking anymore. Tom truly didn't understand, why did a fringe species living deep in the Forbidden Forest think they had the right to administer justice on wizards? Maybe it was the scream that did it, but the hoofbeats drew closer, faster, heavier. Within moments, a wave of centaurs surged through the snowy trees, bows in hand and fury in their eyes. Orion. Several centaurs at the front caught sight of their fallen kin, who was now drenched in blood and writhing in agony. Their eyes turned red with rage, and bows were immediately raised. Stand down, a commanding voice rang out, a red-haired centaur, thickly muscled and clearly the leader, barked orders. Do not shoot. That foal is from the castle. Tom was no fool, he wasn't about to put his life in the hands of a school uniform. As the herd approached, he had already stepped back several paces and conjured a rotating array of iron shields with transfiguration. They hovered protectively around him like floating blades, ready to block or strike. In that moment, something clicked in Tom's mind. This was why Dumbledore didn't need the dark arts. Why even without them, he could suppress 2 generations of Dark Lords. Transfiguration was terrifying. Its adaptability was second to none. Whatever the situation, however hostile the environment, as long as there was material to work with, you could conjure exactly what you needed, tools, weapons, creatures, on the fly. Dumbledore wasn't just a legend. He was the Jackie Chan of the wizarding world. Take centaurs, for example. They couldn't use conventional magic, but every one of them was a master of herbs and astronomy, gifted in divination and the application of potions. Tom hadn't blocked Orion's arrow with a spell just now for a good reason. Centaur arrows carried powerful anti-magic enchantments. The only way to defend against them was with physical barriers. Kill him. He's the one who took my arm. Orion shrieked from the ground, his blood soaking into the snow. His cries only further stoked the herd's rage. But the leader, apparently named Maegri, didn't respond to Orion. Instead, he turned to another centaur with bloodshot eyes beside him. Bane, help Orion stop the bleeding. Don't do anything else, Maegri ordered. Bane let out a snort of fury but obeyed, hurrying over to treat Orion's wound with salve. Everyone else, lower your weapons. Maegri shouted. He hurt our own. Blood must pay for blood. That is the law of our kind, one of the centaurs, Ronan, protested with fury in his voice. I know, Ronan. But he is a foal of Hogwarts. Maegri growled in return. You also know what it means to harm a Hogwarts student. You know what wrath Dumbledore would bring down upon us. Do you want the entire herd to suffer for your vengeance? The name Dumbledore had an almost magical weight to it. Ronan's anger evaporated in an instant, his face paling. Around him, the other centaurs shifted uneasily, hooves pawing at the ground, bows drooping by their sides. Once he saw his kin had calmed, Maegri finally turned back to Tom. His voice was low and heavy. Foal, I am Maegri, chief of this herd. Tom gave a slight nod, unmoved. Maegri went on, I may have stopped our herd from seeking revenge, but that doesn't mean the anger has disappeared. You must give us an explanation. Why did you maim Orion so cruelly? If you can't give one, I'll bring you before Dumbledore. Let him expel you. Tom was not one to be antagonistic to those who spoke sensibly. In the castle, Daphne always treated him sweetly, and in turn, he treated her with equal care. Maegri's words were reasonable, and it cooled the killing intent in Tom's heart, at least a little. I'm Tom Riddle. Slytherin, he said. The moment that name left his lips, Maegri's pupils contracted sharply. Tom noticed the change, but didn't care. He continued calmly, recounting the earlier events. I'm just a new student, couldn't sleep, went out for a walk. I stumbled across a riem. Thought I'd take a bit of blood and some hair. Just a bit. But then your kin jumped out and tried to stop me. Called me a poacher. I told him who I was. Warned him not to aim his bow at me. But did he listen? No. He told me to surrender and kept that arrow pointed at my chest. So I did what I had to. I took him down. This is your idea of taking down? Bane snapped from Orion's side. You chopped his arm off. Tom sneered, pointing to the spot he'd been standing earlier. You see that dent in the ground? That's from his arrow. He shot straight for my chest. He meant to kill. So what, I was supposed to hold back. Had you lot not shown up, he'd already be dead. Poisonous little Slytherin, Bane muttered through clenched teeth. Tom had gotten used to it. Everyone hated Slytherins. But really, was it hate? No. It was accurate judgment. So he never even tried to earn a good reputation. In fact, sometimes the label gave him the freedom to do things more openly. I'm already in Slytherin. You expect me to be a good guy? Please. With the moral weight lifted, Tom felt unburdened, even liberated. And with the arrow mark as proof and Orion not daring to object, Maegri had no choice but to accept Tom's story. He glared at Orion, furious that the idiot had dragged their herd into this mess. Centaurs might not be many in number, but they were full of internal drama. Their herd was split into 3 factions. The most radical, the anti-human zealots, like Bane and Orion. Extreme and hostile, they hated all outsiders. The middle ground, the neutralists. They didn't like humans either, but preferred to live and let live. Ronan was one of them, and his faction was the largest. The rarest were the friendlies, those who believed humans and centaurs could coexist peacefully. But they were outcasts among their kind, labeled as traitors. And Maegri. As herd leader, he didn't belong to any faction. His every decision was based on one thing, the survival of the herd. That was the only reason he'd stayed calm instead of attacking. Because he knew, even if Tom had killed Orion, as long as he was a Hogwarts student, it wasn't the centaur's place to exact punishment. Maegri spoke again. Foal. Even if Orion was out of line, you did provoke him first by harming the riem. Tom scowled. Do you even know what poaching means? It's either killing or capturing. I wasn't doing either. I was going to take a bit of blood and fur. That's it. I even brought Dittany for the wound. How is that poaching? And besides, poaching is a human wizard concept. What's it got to do with you lot? Just because you live in the Forbidden Forest, you think you own the place. His arrogant tone fanned the flames again, regardless of faction. Every centaur present now looked furious. Tom glanced at the sky. It was nearly 3 a.m. He didn't have the patience to argue anymore. The shield spinning around him accelerated. Enough talk. Either we fight, or you get out of my way. Don't waste my time, I've got materials to collect. Taking on more than a dozen fully armed centaurs at once would be no small feat, but it wasn't something that scared Tom. If it really came to a fight, he could instantly authorize Andrus to activate full-body engagement mode and deal with the centaurs without so much as a scratch. Maegri gave him a long, piercing look. I won't harm you. But I will tell Dumbledore everything. Go ahead, little foal, do what you came to do. We'll watch you, and make sure the Riem lives. Tom studied Maegri's expression closely. He didn't detect any murderous intent, which meant there probably wouldn't be a sneak attack. Satisfied, he stepped toward the Riem. The massive creature was still unconscious even after all this time, proof that Tom's final blow had been incredibly effective. He conjured a sharp knife using transfiguration and began to carefully pluck the golden hairs and draw the blood. All the while, he kept Andrus on high alert, monitoring every movement the centaurs made. Any sudden action would trigger an immediate response. But from start to finish, the centaurs never moved. They simply watched him with unblinking eyes. After applying Dittany to the wound, the gash closed quickly, and the bleeding stopped. Unfortunately, the hair he had shaved off wasn't going to grow back anytime soon. It would take a while for that glorious coat to recover. Now, the poor Riem looked patchy and ridiculous, its once divine aura completely ruined. Tom managed to collect about a liter of blood, more than enough for his purposes. The golden hairs were plenty, too. He now had the perfect Christmas gifts for both Hermione and Daphne. After packing up, Tom turned to Maegri. Since you lot are so concerned about the magical creatures in the forest, I'll leave this one in your care. And next time, stay out of my way. If anyone dares point a bow at me again, I will kill them. He didn't wait for their response. With that, he turned and headed back the way he came. He'd originally planned to harvest some acromantula venom tonight as well, but the mood was ruined. Might as well head back and sleep. He'd return another day. It wasn't until Tom's silhouette vanished completely that Ronan finally growled, I'll have Hagrid take me to Dumbledore first thing tomorrow. That little foal must be punished. Punished? Punished for what, exactly? Maegri spun around and gave Ronan a look of utter disappointment. You'll go to Dumbledore and say what? That the centaurs attacked a student and got their limbs chopped off in return. Where would that leave the dignity of our kind? You may not care about saving face, but do you think Dumbledore will side with you? Ronan stared at him in disbelief. But Maegri, didn't you just say? I said that for the sake of appearances, Mogorian growled under his breath. Then, raising his voice, he addressed the rest of the herd sharply. Let me make this very clear. Our laws and customs may be sacred, but they do not override the agreement we made with Dumbledore. Under no circumstances are we to harm that boy. Not even point a bow at him. Do you all understand me? The centaurs fell silent. There were no words for the bitterness they felt. But what choice did they have? This was Hogwarts. Dumbledore's domain. If they left the forest, they'd only face more enemies, not fewer. The somber mood persisted until Orion's condition was stabilized and he rejoined the group. Maegri led his people back toward their territory. Midway through the trek, he gradually slowed down, falling from the front of the column to the very rear, where he walked alongside a young centaur. Bane, he said quietly, you understand why I made that decision, don't you? Bane nodded. He looked up at the stars above. You made the right choice, Chief. If you had insisted on attacking that boy, I would have risked everything to stop you. Mogorian's eyes narrowed. What did you see? Among centaurs, stargazing was a deeply respected skill, and Bane was the most gifted seer of their generation. And Terry's flickers, Bane murmured. But is it the blaze of a star destined to burn forever, or the final flare of one dying out? That choice lies with you. Maegri's pupils dilated. And Terry's, their guiding star. The heart of the centaur's own constellation. If he had chosen wrongly today, if he provoked that young wizard, did he really have the power to wipe out their entire tribe? Back in the castle. Tom let out a satisfied sigh as he slipped beneath the covers Zabini had given him. Luxury had only one flaw, it was expensive. This blanket was absurdly soft and retained heat like a charm. It felt like snuggling a warm little girl, and Tom's quality of sleep had improved dramatically because of it. Still, he wasn't sleepy yet. Not because he was worried the centaurs would report him to Dumbledore. He'd done nothing illegal today, no dark magic, no poaching. Chopping off a centaur's arm. At worst, that would cost him a few house points. If anyone was going to be upset, it'd be Snape, not him. No, what kept him awake was something else entirely. He was envious of Dumbledore. Today, for the first time, Tom had witnessed the full weight of the White Wizard's reputation. The moment his name was mentioned, those proud centaurs folded, just like how wizards froze at the mere mention of Voldemort. That kind of awe, that influence, it stirred something deep inside him. When would he reach that level? Slow down. One step at a time, Tom whispered to himself. As long as I study hard and keep moving forward, one day, I'll surpass them all. Chapter 75, A Shocked Hannah. The next morning. Tom slept in until just before class, his mind groggy and muddled. He wasn't sure what time he had finally dozed off, but it felt like he had barely closed his eyes before being forced to get up. He caught up on sleep during History of Magic, then continued napping through Defense Against the Dark Arts. Sure, a bottle of energy potion could have fixed him up instantly, but potions only suppressed the symptoms. Sleep. Sleep felt good. So Tom chose the most primal, satisfying solution because he just wanted to feel right. Daphne sat next to him in History of Magic. She had no idea what he'd been up to last night, only that he looked absolutely exhausted. So the kind-hearted little witch slipped a pair of earplugs into his ears, letting him sleep more soundly. But by the time Defense Against the Dark Arts rolled around, it was Hermione sitting next to him. And Hermione's curiosity. Far more persistent than Daphne's. Near the end of class, Tom finally stirred awake. Hermione leaned over, her voice hushed but urgent, eyes gleaming with questions. Tom, what happened to you last night? I've never seen you look this out of it. That was saying something. Hermione was a stickler for rules and rarely tolerated off-topic chatter in class. But this was Defense Against the Dark Arts. The one subject where going off-topic actually made things more interesting. Tom let out a long yawn, mouth dry as dust. He grabbed his water bottle, chugged a mouthful, and answered lazily. Went out for a late-night snack. Couldn't fall asleep no matter what I tried. Hermione narrowed her eyes. You go for midnight snacks all the time. Why would last night be different? Because last night, I was having that snack, in the Forbidden Forest, he sighed dreamily. Hannah's cooking is divine. If I had a little chef like her at home, I'd never eat anywhere else. Huh. The Forbidden Forest part didn't even register. That detail was irrelevant. But, a little chef. And Hannah. Hermione froze. Daphne, sitting in front and shamelessly eavesdropping, perked up instantly. Hermione leaned in, whispering furiously, you ate with Hannah Abbott. Ran into her by chance, Tom said breezily. Susan was there too. And another second-year girl. He smacked his lips, rubbing his chin. He hadn't eaten breakfast this morning, and just thinking about it made his stomach growl again. I see. Hermione mumbled, filing away critical intel. Hannah Abbott cooks well. Her food suits Tom's tastes. Remember this. Then she pivoted with calculated calm. Tom, you're going home for Christmas break too, right? Want to hang out while we're both in town? She added nonchalantly, my parents and I are going skiing in the Pyrenees after New Year's. So I'm around until then. Not sure. I might be busy. That's okay. Surely you'll have one afternoon free. Hermione pressed, smile bright. We could meet in Diagon Alley. It's not like you live far. Unlike Daphne, poor thing, her place is practically on another continent. Daphne nodded vigorously. Now this is what a true friend sounds like. Courtyard garden. Hannah stared blankly at the 2 slices of cake in front of her. Her mind whirled. She racked her brain and came up with exactly 0 interactions with Hermione Granger or Daphne Greengrass. Hermione was famous for being strict, standoffish, and a model student, someone Hannah instinctively kept her distance from. Daphne. Don't even get started. Yes, both were purebloods. But Hufflepuff and Slytherin. Entirely different worlds. And their families. Hannah's was barely scraping by. Daphne. The princess of the pureblood elite. So why, in Merlin's name, were both girls handing her the most expensive cakes from Madame Putafoot's tea room? Last time someone brought one of these back from Hogsmeade, an upperclassman spent a full week flaunting it. Gulp. Hannah swallowed nervously. Greengrass. Granger. Did you maybe give these to the wrong person? Hermione and Daphne exchanged a look, flashing identical dazzling smiles. Don't be so formal. Just call me Daphne. And I'm Hermione. No need for surnames between friends. Hannah hesitated. Then gave in. Oh okay. Daphne, Hermione. You sure you didn't mix up your delivery? Nope. Daphne said sweetly. This is my favorite, white whale caviar millefeuille. Try it. Hermione chimed in, mine's pretty amazing too. Black truffle chocolate lava cake. I heard you've got a sweet tooth, especially for chocolate, so I asked around your dorm. Now Hannah was just scared. And hungry. The cakes were calling to her. Well, what's the worst that could happen? They wouldn't poison her, right? Taking a deep breath, Hannah steeled herself. She whispered a quick thanks, then dug in. Both girls beamed. Daphne handed over some lemon water she'd prepped ahead of time, just in case Hannah choked. Hermione conjured a cozy flame with bluebell fire, gentle and warm, perfect for winter afternoons. Moments later, the cakes were gone, and Hannah looked like a girl who'd just touched heaven. Daphne, Hermione. If you need anything, just say the word. I'll help, no matter what it is. Even homework, I'll write the whole thing myself. Hannah thumped her chest. She'd figured it out during her feast. This kind of unexpected warmth could only mean one thing: they wanted something. And that was fine. Hufflepuffs loved helping friends. Anyone who gave her cake. Instant friend for life. Hannah, you're honestly the smartest and kindest Hufflepuff I've ever met. Daphne said dramatically. Then she added with a grin, we do need your help, but don't worry, we're not cruel enough to make you do our homework. Hannah visibly relaxed. Not homework. Well then, what else could possibly be too difficult? Hermione took over. This morning in class, Tom said your stew and four-season lamb were better than anything Hogwarts serves. I'd really love to learn to cook like that. Just for myself, you know. Daphne nodded. Same here. Oh, that's it. Hannah blinked. All that stress and second-guessing had been for nothing. Without hesitation, she nodded. I'll let you know the next time I'm cooking. You know where the Hufflepuff common room is, right? Just come find me there, the kitchen's right next to the entrance. Although. Hannah's tone dipped slightly, her confidence wavering. I've never actually taught anyone to cook before. I might not be very good at explaining. That's totally fine, Hermione jumped in quickly. If we mess it up, it's on us, not you. Yeah, you just need to talk through the steps as you go. We'll take notes and practice slowly. That makes it a lot easier. Hannah let out a breath of relief. If we don't get it right the first time, we'll try again. And again. Cooking's all about practice. Once you understand the ingredients, seasoning, and heat control, it's not that hard. We can start after the Christmas holidays. I don't think we need to wait until after, Daphne chimed in suddenly. Hannah's eyes widened, her twin pigtails bouncing. She hadn't expected Daphne to be this passionate about cooking. Well. I suppose that's doable, but that means you'd have to come to my house. You can use the Flynn network though, it's easy. Para, Daphne said softly. Crack. A loud pop split the air, making Hermione and Hannah both jump in shock. Hannah gasped. A house elf. Hermione stared, wide-eyed, at the odd little creature that had suddenly materialized. Milady. The house elf, small, with giant bat-like ears and tennis ball-sized eyes, bowed so deeply it nearly face-planted. Daphne introduced them, still as casual as ever. Hannah, this is Para, one of my family's house elves. She's the one who'll be learning to cook from you, not me. I've never stepped foot in a kitchen. I'd just slow you down. Para, on the other hand, is already trained in domestic magic and basic culinary arts. She'll pick it up quickly. We'll have her stay at your place over the holidays. She can help out with chores too. Daphne was well aware of her strengths, and cooking wasn't one of them. She didn't even know which end of a knife to hold. But what she did have was wealth and a prestigious pureblood lineage. And that was enough. Let Para learn. If Para could win Tom's stomach, it would work just as well. Really? You're just going to let her stay with us? What about your family, won't you be short-staffed? Hannah's eyes sparkled, obviously intrigued. A house elf in her home. That was unheard of in the Abbott household. Everything had always been done by hand, her father and mother personally took care of all chores. No worries. We still got 2 more at home. Daphne waved it off like it was no big deal. Para, while you're staying with the Abbotts, you'll do as Hannah and her parents ask. And learn her recipes carefully, I'll be checking your progress when you return. Yes, mistress. Para looked up, full of spirit, then turned to Hannah and bowed again. Miss Hannah, please command me as you see fit. Seeing how seriously Daphne meant it, Hannah dropped her hesitations and nodded her acceptance. Internally, though, she was reeling. The green grasses really are loaded. Most pureblood families with even one house elf would flaunt it like a royal emblem. And they had 3. And all she had to do was teach a few recipes. That was the deal of the century. After they parted ways with Hannah, Hermione turned to Daphne, still visibly curious. Daphne, what exactly is a house elf? Are they a type of magical creature? I didn't see anything about them in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Daphne wasn't surprised. Hermione was brilliant, but she was still new to the wizarding world. So she explained patiently. House elves aren't considered magical beasts. They're a magical species, like goblins or dwarves. Most old wizarding families have at least one. They're servants who help with housework and daily chores. Hermione frowned. The word servant didn't sit right with her. Raised in a modern, progressive Muggle family, the idea of magical indentured labor set off all kinds of internal alarms. But wait, Hermione said, her brow furrowed. Hogwarts doesn't allow apparition inside the grounds. So how did Para just pop in like that? Oh, that's something Tom told me, Daphne said offhandedly. The apparition ban only applies to wizards. House elves aren't restricted by it. Same with the headmaster's phoenix, Fawkes can come and go freely, too. Daphne squinted at her, amused. Why were you so interested in house elves all of a sudden? No reason, Hermione replied quickly. I've just never seen one before. She didn't plan on saying anything more. Instead, she intended to do her own research later that evening. Daphne didn't press the issue, humming to herself as she strolled back toward the castle. She had a plan, and she was off to find Tom. At last, it was Friday, the final class before the holidays. Tomorrow morning, students heading home would board the Hogwarts Express for a well-earned break. Even those staying behind were already settling into the relaxing rhythm of eat, sleep, repeat. Spirits were high. Discipline, not so much. That is, until they stepped into Snape's potions class. No matter how cheerful you felt, potions with Professor Snape was the ultimate mood killer. Malfoy took the opportunity to sneer at Harry again. Poor Potter, he said loudly, nobody wants him. Has to spend Christmas at school. He wanted to toss in a jab at Tom too, another so-called orphan left behind for the holidays, but didn't dare. Ever since that confrontation, Malfoy pretended Tom didn't exist. Their interactions were non-existent. Malfoy wasn't dumb, he knew better than to provoke someone like that again. Harry heard the taunt loud and clear, but his expression didn't flicker. This is your idea of bullying? Please. That's practically flirting. He loves staying at Hogwarts for the holidays. Anything was better than spending another miserable Christmas with the Dursleys. If he had a choice, he'd spend summer break at Hogwarts too. Unfortunately, the school shut down completely over the summer. After class, students broke into cheers the moment Snape stepped away from his cauldron. Surprisingly, he didn't scold them. He just turned and stalked out of the classroom, black robes billowing behind him. Tom turned to Hermione. Catch you later. Then he and Daphne slipped out, weaving between the towering pine trees Hagrid had dragged in for the holiday decorations. Just ahead, Snape was making his way down the corridor. Behind them, Malfoy had shifted targets again. Now he was mocking Ron Weasley's family. Planning to work at Hogwarts when you graduate, Weasley? Hagrid's hut probably looks like a palace compared to your house. Ron exploded. Red-faced and furious, he charged straight at Malfoy. Snape's lips curled in a malicious little grin. He'd just been waiting for an excuse to dock points. But then, Tom stepped in front of him. Professor, Tom said smoothly, let the kids fight it out. I've got something more important for you. Snape's expression darkened instantly. Behind them, Ron and Malfoy were already tangled in a scuffle, yelling and swearing. But Tom didn't budge. Make it quick, Snape said coldly. Tom's eyes sparkled with mischief. He leaned in and said, nothing much. Just figured, since we're both free right now, how about a duel? Snape's eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. He stared at Tom, completely ignoring the chaos erupting on the staircase. The real battle was only just beginning. Chapter 76, Duel with Snape. The upcoming holiday is Christmas, not April Fool's Day, Mr. Riddle. Snape's voice was calm, but even a troll could detect the sarcasm in it. Professor, I do know how to read a calendar. Then why don't you take back what you just said? Tom tilted his head slightly, feigning innocent confusion. Why would I do that, Professor? Don't tell me you think our relationship is close enough to joke around like that. Snape's face darkened instantly. Would it kill you to keep that mouth shut for once? Tom, seemingly oblivious to Snape's growing irritation, sighed dramatically. Professor, I've just come to a realization, this path of learning magic is far lonelier than I imagined. There's no clear benchmark, no standardized system. I honestly have no idea how far I've come. The students in our house, let's say the room for improvement is considerable. But as for me, it feels like they're no longer a valid point of comparison. Oh, he's waxing poetic now. Snape's expression twitched as he tried to keep his composure. He took a slow, deep breath. So now you've decided to make me your benchmark. Exactly, Tom replied, utterly unapologetic. You're my head of house. Isn't helping your students improve part of your job description? You should be flattered to have a student as brilliant as me. It's just a duel, it won't take long. What Tom wanted was a test. Snape's strength, in Tom's view, represented a sort of dividing line within the magical world. Above Snape, the number of stronger wizards was extremely small. Exclude Dumbledore and Voldemort, and even someone like Mad-Eye Moody, often touted as the strongest Auror, might just barely edge him out in magical power due to experience, not raw talent. Some elite Death Eaters were also in Snape's league. Below Snape, you'd find elite Aurors like Kingsley Shacklebolt, who, in a duel against Snape, wouldn't stand a chance. Go another level down, and you'd hit the realm of mediocrity. That's where people like Lupin and Sirius Black sat, not weak, per se, but more hype than substance. Sirius especially, reckless, aggressive, and ultimately just a well-packaged paper tiger. So Snape was perfect, a living gauge of Tom's current level. If he could gain Snape's recognition, it'd give him more freedom to execute some riskier plans over the holidays. And if he surpassed Snape, well then, against most wizards, he could just say, "I don't eat beef," a cocky phrase meaning don't waste my time. Tom's holiday plans weren't exactly safe. He couldn't afford to rely solely on brief moments of peak performance. Snape stared at him, eyes narrowing. He had to admit, he was a little curious. The boy had beaten 7th-year students within his first month at Hogwarts. After a full term, how much stronger had he grown? Had he reached Snape's expectations? Of course, that wasn't the important part. What was important was that Snape finally had a legitimate excuse to give this smug brat a proper thrashing. Merlin's beard, how could he not take this opportunity? I accept. Today. Stop right there. What do you think you're doing? Before Snape could finish, a sharp, furious voice echoed from the stairs. Professor McGonagall had arrived. Seeing students brawling in the corridor sent her face red with anger. She stormed over, barking orders for them to stop. But once she got a closer look, her rage shifted into something like horror. Not because 2 of her students were involved, but because of Snape. The fight was clearly escalating right in front of him, and what was he doing? Having a casual chat with a student a few steps away. Snape's normally pale face flushed. He had gotten so caught up in Tom's ridiculous challenge that he'd completely forgotten about Malfoy. Tom turned to look too. Malfoy wasn't doing great. His pristine school robes had a massive tear, his face was scratched up, and his usually immaculate platinum blonde hair looked like a bird's nest. Still, he was in better shape than Harry and Ron. After all, it had been 3 against 2. And with Crabbe and Goyle in the mix, their sheer size alone was enough to swing the tide. Luckily, Harry and Ron had been smart enough to focus all their efforts on Malfoy, barely managing to even the odds. "Minerva, you're just in time," Snape said, trying to recompose himself. "I was just about to intervene. I saw it clearly, Weasley started the fight with Malfoy. Crabbe and Goyle merely came to their friend's aid. Malfoy started it with his mouth. Harry's glasses were cracked, but he'd already repaired them with a quick reparo. He turned to defend Ron immediately. "Professor McGonagall, Malfoy insulted Ron's family," he said. "Hagrid's hut would be a palace compared to their home." Rage turned Ron's face crimson as he glared at Malfoy. Professor McGonagall's sharp eyes zeroed in on the Slytherin boy. "Mr. Malfoy, is what Potter said true?" With both heads of house present, even Malfoy didn't dare lie. He turned his face away in sullen silence. "Very well. Just marvelous." McGonagall took a deep breath. "Holiday or not, you're all causing trouble. 20 points will be taken from each of you. In addition to your regular homework, you'll all write a 5,000-word reflection over the break, and hand it in when term resumes. Also, you'll all serve 2 weeks detention when you return." She really hit them with the full package, academic, moral, and disciplinary consequences. She didn't even bother consulting Snape on the punishment. After issuing the verdict, she sent them all straight to the hospital wing for treatment. "And if any of you speak to each other again before getting there, your punishment will double." With no other option, Harry and Ron could only glare daggers at Malfoy on their way upstairs, their mouths clamped shut. Snape was absolutely livid. And it was entirely Riddle's fault. If that blasted boy hadn't stalled him, none of this mess would have happened. Gryffindor had already written off the House Cup, whether they lost points or not, they were dead last. But Slytherin still had a real shot at the cup. And now they'd lost points from 3 students. A complete disaster. Snape hadn't expected it. Minerva Bloody McGonagall, with her big honest eyes and stern expression, had gone full devious. She dragged Slytherin down just to make it look like she was being fair, while Gryffindor had nothing to lose. Snape shot Tom a murderous glare and muttered under his breath, "Midnight. Quidditch pitch. I've got potions for days, you'll need them. If you don't show up, well, you know what happens." And with that, he turned and stalked off, robes billowing behind him like a storm cloud, classic bat mode reactivated. The final dinner before the holiday was especially lavish. The great hall glittered with winter cheer, walls decked in holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees topped with enormous glowing crystal orbs. Students chattered excitedly about their holiday plans, laughter echoing across the hall. Even the professors at the head table looked warm and relaxed, for once. But Tom noticed something odd. Quirrel wasn't here. He had planned to remind him to send over that promised Christmas present. Too late. Judging by his absence, Quirrel had likely left the castle early. After the feast, the Slytherin common room was still bustling, but Tom slipped out quietly. He went to the room of requirement for a bit of light training, then made his way to the Quidditch pitch by 11:30. At precisely midnight, Snape arrived. Same long black robes, same cold expression, but Tom could immediately tell something was different. Tonight, Snape radiated deadly intent. His robes rippled slightly from the pressure of the magic surrounding him. A long, thin wand was already in his grip, angled downward but ready. Tom could feel it. He really wanted to beat him senseless. The way Snape held himself, the intensity, anyone watching might think he was preparing to duel Dumbledore. Speaking of which, Tom tilted his head and glanced up at the castle's tallest tower, the one with the best view in all of Hogwarts. Even with the high walls of the Quidditch pitch, someone watching from there could still see. With a mischievous smile, Tom teased, "Professor, do you think Professor Dumbledore might be the only spectator to our duel tonight?" "No need to worry," Snape said, dragging out each syllable coldly. "He's left the castle. No one will disturb us. And no one's coming to save you." He raised his wand in formal salute, the traditional start of a duel. "Let's not waste time. The sooner this ends, the sooner I can stop freezing out here. Riddle, as your professor, I'll give you the first move." Tom raised his wand and gave a slight bow. At the exact same moment, a thundercloud materialized above Snape and crashed down with a lightning strike. It was sudden, brutal, but Snape was no rookie. His reflexes kicked in before his brain had even processed the danger. A barrier of raw magical energy snapped up just in time to deflect the bolt. He wanted to yell at Tom for breaking the rules, but technically, he hadn't. Tom had completed the dueling salute. He just cast a spell while doing it. Typical Slytherin. Even the blurry gray areas of etiquette weren't safe from manipulation. Snape's counter was immediate. He whipped the air around him into a swirling mass, shattering the storm overhead into streaks of black flame that hurled themselves at Tom like living shadows. Parlor tricks won't help you. Even while attacking, Snape found time to taunt. Today, no one was saving Riddle. Tom Riddle was about to learn why they called him the Half-Blood Prince. Tom smiled. "Come now, Professor. That was just my way of saying hello." From the ground around him, a soft white glow erupted, light radiating outward like a beacon. It wrapped around him, melting the black flames like snowflakes under the sun. Patronus charm. Snape frowned. Could that really be a Patronus? Since when could that spell neutralize dark magic? Snape didn't know it, but this was where Andrus's ancient teachings came into play. The modern magical world treats the Patronus as a narrow tool, specifically for repelling Dementors and Lethifolds. Its fame came from how terrifying those creatures are, and how hard the spell is to master. If a student managed to produce a full Patronus before graduation, it was considered a huge achievement, an instant ticket to bonus exam points. But Dementors only entered magical history in the 15th century, alongside Azkaban. The Patronus charm. That thing had been around for thousands of years. And in ancient times, when wizards didn't have as many spells to counter curses and hexes, the Patronus was the universal defense, raw, radiant power designed to resist corruption and darkness. Modern magic, with its safer, simpler methods, had long since buried its deeper uses. The bar was just too high. After all, just learning the basic Patronus was hard enough. Pushing it further. Nearly forgotten art. The black smoke dissipated further, but some of it condensed, hardening into a swarm of shadowy daggers. With a flick of his wand, Snape raised a protective spell, dragging earth and soil into a dense suit of armor. The daggers hit with loud metallic clangs. Tom spun sharply, his motion releasing a ring of flame that circled the pitch. 2 fiery serpents slithered towards Snape from behind, but he blasted them apart. His robes whipped around as he launched himself forward, bouncing across the ground like a giant bat, unnaturally fast, almost graceful. "Professor, can you teach me that spell?" "If you defeat me," Snape replied evenly, though his heart was pounding with excitement, "I might consider it." He was having the time of his life. Tom's progress was astonishing. His ability to manipulate and reshape spell constructs in midair, especially Snape's own spells, was something only Dumbledore and McGonagall had ever managed in front of Snape's eyes. He might be able to do it himself, but in a real duel. Too risky. He wouldn't dare try. "Who taught you transfiguration like that?" Snape asked, unable to hold back. He was starting to suspect Dumbledore had been giving Tom private lessons. A teacher, Tom replied honestly. Andrus was a teacher, after all. If he could alter the form of a Patronus, his transfiguration skills were clearly god tier. Right now, that was Tom's strongest branch of magic, everything else was slightly behind. Fine. Don't tell me. Snape's expression darkened. Let's see how many more tricks you've got. He flicked his wand. 2 invisible blades of air slashed toward Tom. Tom raised an eyebrow and conjured a solid wall of water, pushing it forward like a shield. Suddenly, 2 gashes split through it. Tom instantly reinforced those weak points, clang, clang, and the blades shattered against his defenses. Professor, this one, I want to learn too. Sure, take 'em all, Riddle. Snape had stopped holding back. He realized something now, Riddle was a worthy opponent. And that long-frozen fire in his blood was boiling again. Tom couldn't find a real challenge at Hogwarts. But neither could Snape. Dueling Dumbledore? Suicide. Challenging other professors? Too inappropriate. And the Death Eaters? The battle-hungry ones were either dead or imprisoned. The ones still loose were, unimpressive, to say the least. And yet, here he was, dueling a first-year student, and loving every moment of it. Snape let go completely. He yanked one of the Quidditch goalposts clean off the ground with magic, reshaping it midair into a massive flaming arrow, or rather, a missile, and hurled it at Tom with violent force. Tom's expression finally shifted. You flaming bat. Have you got any shame?